Husband, I'm begging you, get up. Go bring my sister and her child here. It's pouring. I'm afraid to go alone, and I'm scared she'll slip into the river. Please. The voice surfaced through my sleep, and it sounded like the wife who'd resented me her whole life. I opened my eyes. By the dim kerosene light, a beautiful woman in a thin short jacket stood over me, frantic, her sleep clothes clinging. Her face held a kind of innocence and a kind of panic. It was her, the wife who'd resented me half her life and died of it. I stared, struck dumb. If you'll just come with me to fetch my sister, I'll do anything you want. The wind and rain are terrible, please. I've already told my sister. If our family will take them both in, we'll serve you together. Then it landed. I'd been reborn. April of 1978, the Qingming rains. The woman was Chunyu, my wife. The one she wanted me to fetch was Ting, my elder sister-in-law. The two of them were famine drifters from the north, settled in our village a decade or so. Once their parents passed, only the two sisters were left. Ting was 26, married 4 years to Lu Dawei of Xiaofeng village across the river. But Lu Dawei had died hunting days ago, and his clansmen had moved to seize his house and goods. A widow with a girl, an orphan line with no standing. She couldn't hold on and had come back to lean on her sister, and Yu and I had been married only 2 months. The old me, lazy and self-indulgent, interested in little but bed, had begrudged the trouble and refused to go. The mother and child, unable to see the slick path in the dark, had slipped into the surging May River and vanished. My wife resented me half her life. Half, because she died of depression before 40. Husband, don't think, please. My sister is the only family I have. If she dies, I can't go on. Save her. Everything I told you stands. My sister agreed. I'll do whatever you want. You won't lose by it. She's so beautiful. Seeing her like that, in tears, pleading, I trembled, rose, and held her gently. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. I'm going now. Wait for me. I threw on my clothes and ran out with the umbrella and our only flashlight. The rain came down in sheets. 7 or 8 minutes from the house ran the May River. Sister Ting, hold on. I'm coming. I ran. Half an hour upriver was the town bridgehead. Before I reached it, a figure ahead pushed forward under an umbrella too broken to shelter anyone. Sister Ting. She froze, mouth open, and then footsteps behind her, several big men charging like wolves. What are you doing? I roared, snapped the umbrella shut, stepped in front of her, and shielded her. By the dark and the flashlight, we all saw each other. These were her husband's clansmen. The leader was Lu Das-hun, Lu Dawei's cousin. I'd met him before. My chest went cold. So this was why the mother and child had fallen into the river last time. The path was wide enough. They hadn't simply slipped. Someone had been chasing them. This was murder. Lu Das-hun recognized me. This is our family's business. What's it to you? Did you put her up to running? You're swaggering in our village? I know your game. You want Dawei's house, and you've got designs on my sister-in-law too. Try it, today, on Holong's soil. See the bridgehead ahead? A dozen households, all my Yi clan. Lay one hand on her. They stepped back, partly my snarling readiness to fight, partly because I'd hit the nerve. She's my cousin's wife. What's she doing leaving? I don't care about the rest. From now, she's of my Yi family. Clear off. I want none of Dawei's goods. Divide them as you like, but these two I'll protect. If you don't like it, come to our village any day and find out whether the Yi clan fears you. A coward at heart, Lu Das-hun would never trade blows with a man a head taller than him, on my ground. Fine, then don't say later we drove her out. She left on her own. Get out. He took his men and went. When they'd gone, Ting, silent till then, broke and threw her arms around me, weeping aloud, tears and rain streaming, her body shaking with terror, her soaked clothes pressing close. Sister Ting, let's go home. It's over. When Yu saw her sister, she couldn't hold back, ran out and seized her. The two wept together. I watched a while, then quietly went to my room, fetched dry clothes, washed in the little woodshed in the yard, and changed. Back at my door, I pushed it open to a small shriek. Ting was changing too, the inner clothes already on, flushing as she stepped back and covered herself. One glance, and I felt the jolt. She was fuller than my wife, a different style, both lovely, but where Yu carried youth and innocence, Ting, 6 years older and earlier blooming, had the bearing of a young married woman, a quiet allure in every motion. I'll step out. No need, she said, drawing into the quilt. Ching Shan, thank you, truly. Don't thank me. Xiao woke me to fetch you, or I'd still be asleep. You're here now, settle in. You can't go back to Xiaofeng, and no need to. Qin Yu, plainly relieved. It was my house, and if I'd take her sister could stay. Ching Shan, thank you. But I know it isn't easy for anyone now. 2 more mouths, and maybe your children later. That's no small thing. She trailed off. The meaning was plain. It's fine, settle in. I'll handle the living. I sighed inwardly and stepped out. Sister, set your heart at ease. Qing Shan agreed. We're together again, Chen Yu told her. Chen Ting was surprised. A village girl married out. She knew what kind of man I'd been. Only desperation had brought her back to trouble her sister and me. Yet I seemed nothing like that man now. Qing Shan seems changed. Chen Yu paused, then smiled. They always called him lazy and idle. I never thought so. I always believed my Qing Shan was a real man, one who could carry things. I hadn't gone far. Hearing it, my eyes nearly filled. My wife had never thought me lazy as the others did. She'd nudged me to work beside her, done whatever I did, helped when I tired. I'm truly no kind of man. I cursed myself and went to the other small room. Sister, settle in. Tonight you sleep with me. Qing Shan makes do next door. It's fine. The small room's bed was narrow, one person's, my childhood room, become a storeroom after my parents died and I moved to theirs. In the dark, I couldn't sleep, a transmigrant's jet lag. Then my stomach growled. I smiled wryly. 1978, a belly never full. Working for a few work points all year and still not eating enough. Everyone loafing through the collective, output thin. 2 years on, the land goes household by household and things ease a little. Own fields, more drive, but life stays hard. Forget farming, it won't even fill a belly. I need another road. Morning, the rain had stopped early. The ground was a mire, but at least no more downpour. I'd been up late and didn't rise till breakfast. No one called me. The food was ready. 3 dishes, 2 of greens, 1 of fermented bean curd, Gannon's tofu, and the staple wasn't rice, but sweet potato. I bit into it. Decades since I'd eaten it, and I still disliked it. My wife and sister-in-law ate with relish. Not that it was good, but there was no choosing. I ate, head down, turning over how to mend our days. After a while, Chun Yu came over, soft. Husband, can you find a way to bring back some fish or meat? My sister's poorly nourished. She's no milk for the baby. The child's nearly 1 and so small. They say milk is what builds them. Can you manage something? Then she lowered her head, apologetic. I don't mean anything by it. Times are hard for all, and now 2 more mouths. The burden's heavy. I only ask if you can. Away. I was thinking the same. I turned and saw, on the wall of the small room where I now slept, an old hunting gun. Something moved in me. I went in and took down the gun, dust sealed 5 or 6 years, and in that moment, confidence in ground beneath me. I'll go up the mountain and hunt. Mine was a hunter's house. The gun was my father's. As a boy of 10 odd, I'd hunted with him, till his illness, and my own laziness, left it untouched for years. But I knew hunting. In the last life, after the disaster, I'd taken stock, built a name and a little fortune over decades, and returned to the old love, range practice, quiet hunts back home, sometimes legal group hunts elsewhere. I'd trained a fine hand with a gun. Taking it up again now stirred something in me. You and Sister Ting mind the child at home. I'll skip the collective work. A year of work points won't feed this house. Better I go. I loaded shells, pulled on rubber boots, and hurried up the mountain. Behind me, Chun Yu shook her head. How can you not go to work? You do the big things. I'll earn the points. From our back hill, half an hour in, lay Lianhua Mountain. High, dense, spanning 2 or 3 towns and a dozen villages. The tallest and largest hereabouts, a western spur of the Wui Range, rich with game. Boar, goat, deer, and smaller hare, fowl, pheasant, pangolin, fox. Inside, I soon spotted a hare bolting. I raised the gun. Bang! And missed. It kicked its legs and ran. Hands new to the gun again. A double-barrel homemade piece, less steady than what I'd used. I need time to adjust. The hare gone. The bird startled off. I pressed on. Then a partridge called, goo goo goo, and I found it. Fired, struck its leg clean. It dropped. At least some meat. In all those farmers market rebirth stories, the hero gets a cheat right off. Am I really this hard up? Nothing at all. Even the hunting's a skill from my last life. I called for a system, a panel, stat points, silence, 3 times over. No cheat. The most useless reborn man in history. I picked up the bird, and looking down, found a peculiar stone, a line carved on it. Not a drawing, but engraved strokes that, joined, made one. A valuable antique? A heshabi? Then the stone in my eyes turned to golden light and vanished. What? Twice lived and still startled, I cried out. A scroll unrolled in my mind, and I was inside it. A valley, a lake, a stream running from it past a few terraced fields, mountains either side. A storage space. I'd read enough rebirth fiction to know it. A space. Of course a reborn man has a cheat. Here it is. Planting and storage. Toss the partridge in for now. I dropped the bird inside and came out. On with the hunt. Excited, I moved on, and soon heard pheasants, a fine thing. 2 perched on a branch, billing close. I fired. 1 fell. The other startled up, flapping. Pheasants fly, but not well, and I dropped it too. I keep my aim measured. A pheasant that dies spoils fast and sells poorly. So I leave a margin, wounding the wing, not killing. In you go. I tossed them in the space. Lighter, I pressed on, and saw a gray hare. This one wouldn't escape. I loaded, fired, struck its foreleg true. It fell bleeding, terrified, and I tossed it in. Then another hare came, belly swollen, pregnant. I hesitated, then steeled myself. Times are hard at home. Blame only that you met me now. Any other day, I'd let you go. I fired, struck the foreleg, and in it went. Don't blame me. On I walked, and heard a humming. Under a great tree swarmed bees. I'd blundered into their ground, and they came at me like an enemy spotted. I bolted, shouting over my shoulder. I came in by accident. Don't chase me. I fled home in a sorry state, gasping, no bees behind me at last. Terrifying, a few stings and half my small life's gone. I went into the space to take out the 2 hares, 2 pheasants, and the partridge, and they were gone from where I'd dropped them by the stream. Then a bird call. I turned, and the 2 pheasants, lively again, were catching bugs under a tree, the partridge chirping above, and the 2 hares grazing side by side. I stared, wounded, not killed, and now, well, living at ease. I crept to the hares. The pregnant one didn't struggle or flee, and I lifted her easily. The space heals. Anything hurt I toss and gets mended. So that was it. Marvelous. Leave them alive. Set them here to live free, and take one to sell or eat when I need it. I laughed aloud. But we needed food now. Sorry, it'll have to be you. I eyed the 2 pheasants. Hare meat is lean, low in fat, and what we most needed in this age was fat, so pheasant it was. Here I was master. They didn't resist, and I carried them out. Sister Ting, wife, look what I've brought. The sisters came out, eyes lighting at the 2 pheasants. You really got pheasants. You're amazing. Chinyu praised without reserve, a flicker of pride on her face. We'd been close since marrying, our days sweet. Chen Ting looked surprised too. She knew mountain hunting was no easy thing, and I'd taken 2 pheasants my first time. We've meat. Chinyu reached for them happily. Kill one. Chen Ting said softly. Things are scarce, pheasants well liked. Kill one. Trade the other, someone will swap goods for it. My thought exactly. She was sharp. Right. We've barely any rice. Maybe 1 pheasant fetches a few shang. Chinyu fretted. Then so. Kill this one. I'll take the other to trade. For rice, or what? Rice, or oil and salt, whatever we can get. Got it. I took the other pheasant and went. Cook. I'll be back. I grabbed the partridge from the space too. These days they called it reform and opening, but the wind only truly blew on the southern coast. Here it would take time, and open trade still made people uneasy. Rural markets, by some leniency, stayed open on market days, and folk, perhaps from a city notion, called it exchange rather than buying and selling. Barter, oldest of trades. You have a thing, I have a thing, we swap. In town, quiet, no market day, 100-odd households served the dozen villages around. Simple farm barter was fine, and on market days the place roared. Game I could trade here too, unbothered. As I looked about, A middle-aged man brightened and came over. Little brother hunted these? Yes, a partridge and a pheasant. I see. How are you selling? I'm just after something to eat. Got it. Trade then. For what? A townsman who knew the unspoken rules. Many things needed coupons or cash at the co-op, and those without traded instead. Some rice, and have you any fish? The pheasant for rice, the partridge for a crucian, even a small one. He agreed at once, generous. Done as you say, the pheasant for rice, the partridge I'll swap for a fish, there's fish for sale. A pheasant fetches 2 yuan retail normally. I won't take much advantage. Rice is a mao and a bit of caddy, so 20 caddies would be about right. But coupon versus none differs. Say 15 caddies of rice. All right. I hadn't expected such a good man, and thanked him. Sure, take them. My house is just ahead. Wait, I'll bring the rice and fish. He brought out a sack and a crucian, a good half caddy. My eyes lit. I'd met a kind one. The partridge for fish slightly favored him, but the rice was a gift. Minnie, knowing you'd no choice, would squeeze you, and 15 caddies was generous. Thank you, big brother. No need. Times are hard for all. I'm Xie Shaoshan. I like these things. My mother loves pheasant, hard to come by. Cage caught. This one, not a mark on it, fine. Come find me next time. I will. Home. The meal waited on me. Wife, Sister Ting. Chinyu came out, eyes lighting. Traded? I smiled, carrying it in. All for that pheasant. A kind man swapped this much. Store the rice, the crucians for Sister Ting, to build her up. Pan-fry it lightly in oil, add water, simmer till the soup turns milky white. Don't ask how a man knows this. In the last life, after Chinyu's death, I'd kept company with young married women, and one nursing a baby had told me crucian soup brought the milk, so I knew. Chin Ting came over, eyes reddening at the fish. She'd never been treated so. Come eat, she said, taking the rice, waving me to the table. More mouths made the days harder. Today's table had the one extra, pheasant soup, a dish of wild greens, made tofu. Far better than usual. Everyone ate glad. Only the staple thin. A little rice, not much. Husband, eat more. Chinyu said as I stopped after one bowl. No, you've the collective work. You eat more. I do the lighter jobs, you eat. We got through lunch in that warm air. After, the sisters lingered in the kitchen. I went in. What's this? Ching Shan, we're out of oil. I'm afraid the fish won't come right without it. None at all. None. Don't fret, I'll borrow some. I went to Yi Lao Wu's at the village head. He ran an oil press, pressing oil for the village. A decent trade, his household better off than most, since in an age short of oil, coupons many pressed their own rape or peanut, and the presser did well. Borrowing oil, I couldn't take it for nothing, so I went into the space for a hare, and found extras, 7 hares now, and the doe's belly gone flat, eating hard. So fast. Caught her at the time, and she dropped them at once. Glad. I could raise them here, litter after litter, hares without end. I took one out, and went to Yi Lao Wu's, where a rich fried smell met me. Overpowering in this age. Uncle Lao Wu. A simple, honest man came out. Ching Shan, what is it? I hunted today, lucky enough to get a hare. I thought I'd ask if you'd want it, trade for something. All right. Yi Lao Wu, same clan, was surprised. His idle nephew, knowing to trade now. Kin, and the boy with only his wife, the clan felt for him. He nodded. Help where you can, and this is trade, not a handout. He drew me a bottle of oil, 2 odd caddies. I felt awkward. Too much. Your hare's 7 or 8 caddies, 2 caddies of oil, and you're still short. Take it. Touched. I handed him the hare and took the bottle. Thank you, Uncle Lao Wu. As I turned to go, wait. He frowned kindly. Times are hard for all. If there's waste ground, plant some peanut. I've seed, I'll give you a little. A bit of peanut, and you can press oil. I thanked him again. The old rules end soon. Folk care little for the collective now. Clear a patch and plant. No rice maybe, but other things, peanut even. He nodded, said offhand, knowing my old idle nature. Who knew if I'd heard, or would do it? Home with the oil, Chun Ting was at the kitchen, the fish dressed, eyes lighting at the oil, then dimming. Ching Shan, all this trouble, always doing for me. You've gone into someone's debt again. It's fine. Oh, enough, and you're used to it. Besides, I'll repay it. She sighed. Do you know how? I scratch my head. I do. Go rest. You've not rested all day. I went to the small room. Chinyu had gone to the collective work, a diligent soul. With me on the mountain, she insisted on going. Alone, I slipped into the space. Only the dough and 7 kits there now. I rubbed my eyes, picked up a kit. It's grown a little. A little larger than before, or so it felt. I stood looking. Illusion? Maybe not. I'll check tomorrow. I lay down, half asleep, and heard the baby cry. I jolted up and went to my room. Pushed the door to find Chun Ting, jacket off, nursing the child. Hearing me, she turned, and I caught a glimpse before I drew my eyes back. We both froze. Sister Ting, I'm sorry. I heard the baby. I'm sorry. Ching Shan, she said, turning her back to me. It's fine. I don't blame you. This is your room anyway. I've taken it for now. It's nothing. You and Xiaoyu stay there. I'll squeeze into the small room. Did Xiaoyu tell you? She murmured. Yes, I know it all. Will you wait for me a while? She said softly, hesitating. I'll keep my word. I've no other demand. If you can keep us 2 fed, I'll be with you. But I ask one thing. Be as good to Xiaoyu as before. Don't let me come between you. So that was it, the arrangement. I felt adrift, especially with her sitting there, graceful. That young wife allured Chinyu hadn't yet, being still young and bright with youth. I understood. Then, why in the last life I'd sought out young married women. Perhaps her figure had never left my mind. She was the truest of them. If I matched her to anyone, Gao Yuan. It won't happen. I shook my head. Good. When the child's a bit older, I won't only stay home. I'll work too. Our house has many, but many hands make strength. The days will get better. She was comforting me. A woman of grit and spine, the kind I liked. Don't think too much. I'll find a way to better our days. Did you drink the soup? Just now. She fussed for milk. I'll step out. Call me for anything. She looked down at the nursing child. Not yet one. You. Hard luck and good. Hard. Your father gone before your first year. Good. To meet a man like Qing Shan, or we'd be dead. When you grow, treat him as your own father, or I won't be glad. That night, Chin Ting cooked. Sweet potato again, by custom. In the lean years, lunch mattered most, eaten as rice, with sweet potato morning and night, since midday was when you spent your strength. A quiet night. After breakfast, Chun Yu went to work again. I couldn't keep her. Chin Ting took her place at home, the chores and the cooking. As she left, Chin Yu passed close and whispered, Husband, I haven't slept properly with you these 2 days. The house can't manage it now. Give me a little time, and I'll find a way, and make you glad. I felt the spark of it. My wife, innocent to look at, yet eager to please me in private. She smiled, blinked, and went off cheerful. I can't let her keep at the collective work. It'll ruin her skin. I have to make money and mend this household. I went into the space. The hairs had grown, plainly. I went to the peanut plot, the second day, and found green sprouts pushing up. My word. I knew it sped growth, but not this fast. Peanut sprouts in 5 to 10 days at the right warmth. 1 day here. At least 5-fold, call it 7. 90 to 150 days to harvest. Normally 120, by 7-fold, 20 days a crop. Then I harvest early, and peanut without end. Glad, I stood and grinned, checked all was well, and headed into the mountain. Walking, a figure ahead screamed and ran at me, a swarm of bees behind. Qing Shan, help, so many bees. He lunged. I sidestepped and he caught air. This was the very spot from my first hunt. I saw the bees and ran too. It was Yi Dachuan from the village, my age, his mind damaged since a childhood fever, slow, few playmates, off on his own, and now up here. He passed me, and the bees came at him. I startled, couldn't outrun them, and on instinct opened the space to hide, and the whole swarm poured in. I blinked, then understood. The space had taken them. Inside it's all birdsong and flowers. If these breed in there, won't they make me honey? My eyes lit. Yi Dachuan, still thinking the bees chased him, ran on downhill without looking back, shouting, Qing Shan, run, or they'll sting me dead. My mouth twitched. I let him go and pressed on. I remembered the hive was just ahead, and last time it had looked enormous, surely full of honey. Under the tree I looked up at the dense swarm ringing the comb, and there, glinting golden at one corner, was the honey itself. Worth good money. With last time's lesson, I went forward unafraid. The bees tensed at me, humming, and as I neared, many flew at my face. But I opened the space and they were sucked straight in. Seeing it work, I simply reached out and grabbed at them, and one after another they vanished inside, until only a few stragglers and the comb remained. Incredible. I cut the comb free and put it in the space, then hurried home. While the women weren't looking, I fetched 2 big buckets, poured the honey in, and kept a little aside for later. Sister Ting. She came from the kitchen and her eyes lit at the buckets. Honey? Where from? Just past the back hill. I found a swarm and worked out a way to cut the comb loose. 20 or 30 caddies at least. Let's sort it out. She swallowed, eyeing it. Sugar itself was scarce in this age, and honey was a fine thing. But I was already thinking how to sell it, and it needed containers to sell well. Leave it here, I'm going out. Where? The co-op in town, for bottles to portion it. Then I'll see who'll buy. At the co-op, I found empty bottles, no coupons needed, a mao apiece. I bought 50 for 5 yuan, stored them, and hurried back. By then Chunyu was home, the 2 women admiring the honey. She took my hand first. You ran off again. I only just heard you'd got honey. Here, I mixed you honey water. Build yourself up. Build myself up. Do I need building up? I said low. She flushed, afraid her sister would catch our private talk, and pinched my arm. After last night, even I'm tired for you. Drink it, don't wear yourself out. I laughed and set out the bottles. A task for you, fill these. All of them. Leave it to me, go rest. I drank the honey water, sweet, lifting the mood, while the 2 women settled to the work, all warmth. When I had a moment, I slipped into the space with nails and boards. In here, you work for me now. I nailed up a board on a tree and set the saved honey on it. Your new home. Settle in, and I'll nail you more, honey without end. Out again, Chun Ting had gone to cook. Only Chun Yu was filling bottles, about a caddy each. As I came over, she said softly, a lot of people in the brigade were saying you skipped work today, some of it ugly. Who? Yi Changjian, that loudmouth. What's it to him? We don't eat at his table. I thought. Leave him. Tomorrow I'll work the collective instead of hunting, or the gossip won't stop. Finish up. After the meal, I'll go to town. No, to the city, to sell. After eating, I went to the brigade leader, Yi Lusheng, resting at home. Uncle Lusheng. He cracked an eye. What is it? Try this. I handed him a jar of honey. His eyes lit. A fine thing. Where'd you get honey? Lucky. Found a hive on the mountain. About 20-odd jars. I want to sell them in the city. They like our country goods there, and wild honey will do well. But it's a long walk. Could I borrow your bicycle? It's there, borrow it. But I'll come to work tomorrow. I cut in, knowing. He nodded. Good, work tomorrow. Off you go. I rode the heavy black roadster home, where 27 jars sat in a basket on the rear rack. All here. All 27. Keep one for ourselves. I pressed a jar into her hand. We eat too. I'm off. 2 odd hours later, I reached Jincheng County town, wiping the sweat. Young and strong and used to the pedals, or it'd be 3 hours. Still, it's wrung me out. I rode into an old lane. Its other side held the 2-building dormitory of a building materials factory, so the place was thick with residents. I parked, set the jars on the bike at a crossroads, and called to passers-by, Big brother, honey? Plenty came and went, some uninterested, some curious. From Jialan town, genuine wildflower honey. Smell it. A man sniffed, eyes lighting, truly fragrant. How much? 3 yuan a jar. So dear. Wild, I said, aggrieved. Wild honey's always dear. High in nutrients, hard to gather. I was stung several times getting it. Lucky the bees weren't too venomous. Costs higher, but it's not steep. You're a factory worker living here. If a countryman like me can't afford it, surely you can. The flattery and complaint pleased him. Give me one. Sold. With the opening made, the well-off, wild goods-loving crowd swept the lot in no time. And a latecomer caught my bike, unwilling to let me go. All gone? Bring more next time. I want some too. Auntie, truly none left. Next time I've got something, I'll come find you. Mind you do, my child loves honey. 26 jars at 3 yuan, 78 yuan. With the 98 from the boar, 176, less the 20 I'd given Chunyu. About 150 on me. A large sum. But I didn't head home yet. I went to a lane that served as a black market. Men leaning on walls, silent. watching the crowd. Coupon sellers. Grain coupons, meat coupons, cloth coupons. To outsiders, they looked like loiterers. Only the knowing understood they waited to be asked a price. Twice lived. I knew the place would later be swept up in 1980, many arrested, but for now it was safe. I went to a mild-looking middle-aged man. Big brother, grain coupons? He brightened. Business at last. How much? He sized me up. 2 mao a caddy. I nearly laughed. Let's deal straight. Grain's a mao a caddy at most. Meat 2 mao. That's the going rate. I've bought here before. He chuckled dryly. A knowing one. I only feared you were sent to test me. How much? 100 caddies of grain coupons. 10 of meat, at the price I said. No problem. He counted them out. 12 yuan. It pinched, but with these you could actually buy grain and meat. I took them, leaving about 140. Still need to earn. Rice and meat not even bought yet, and this much gone. In town I bought 50 caddies of rice, a mao a caddy, near 6 yuan, and 6 yuan of pork, 5 caddies. Another 12 gone, 120 left. But it would ease the household shortage. Home by dusk, work long over. I returned the bike to Yi Lushing first, then carried the rice and meat in. Chinyu was playing with the baby. You bought rice and meat again? 2 more mouths now. We can't live on sweet potato, or Sister Ting won't have milk for the child. Know what the honey sold for? 3 yuan a jar, and they fought over it. Dimples bloomed on Chunyu's face. She set the baby in an old wooden pushcart, took the meat, and leaned close. My husband's the best. I murmured at her ear. So, any reward tonight? She flushed, glared, knowing what I meant. What reward? Last night was so long my back ached. I felt it at work today. Mind your health. Chen Ting came from the kitchen, thin-skinned. Chunyu went red and carried the meat away. Chen Ting eyed the rice and meat, surprised. She'd not lived this well even at the Liu house. We've no grain or meat coupons. Where'd all this come from? Bought some coupons in the city while selling, then rice and meat in town. With means, we should eat rice and meat often. Sweet potatoes no good for your milk. Something in her stirred at that. I'll cook. She took the rice in. What's the child called? I asked by the cart. Lu Xiaoyan. Chinyu smiled. Xiaoyan? Good name. Grow up well, little Yin. I'll buy you good things, and you'll grow tall. The baby smiled at me. She knows kind words. Chen Ting, hearing the laughter, glanced out, a smile at her mouth. The once ill-spoken Yi Qingshan was someone to lean on after all. Then I caught a bruise on Chunyu's arm. I took her wrist, frowning. What's this? Nothing. I knocked it at work. You're not lying? Why would I? People knock into things all the time. I let it go, but it didn't look like a knock. After supper, I lay in the yard, warmer days now, pleasant, then slipped into the space and went to the peanut plot, better than yesterday. I'll fence it, or the animals eat the sprouts. I went home, cut bamboo from the back hill, my father's planting, kept for tools, firewood, spring shoots, and split it with the cleaver in the space till about 10. Coming out, Chin Yu, in sleep clothes, met me. Where've you been? I thought you'd run off again. Waiting up for me to sleep? I teased. Speak properly. My sister's here. You'll make her laugh at me. Fine. I'll wash and turn in early. I patted her and went to wash. Inside, Chen Ting, having nursed the child, smiled at her sister. Qingshan's a funny one to talk to. Chen Yu went red to the ears. Don't mind his nonsense. He says anything, shameless. I think he's fine. You really think so? Dimples again, glad. They always say he's no good. I can never make them understand. I just think he's fine. He's good to you. Anyone can see. Isn't that enough? And he takes things seriously. Isn't that the man to marry? I never thought he'd change so. Change? I always thought he was like this. Chen Ting looked at her sister, moved. Orphaned young. They'd leaned on each other. She'd married out. Then Chin Yu had chosen me freely, no parents on either side. As elder sister, she'd opposed it at first. She'd watched me grow, no villain but plainly lazy, and couldn't see why her sister chose me. Now she understood. In her sister's heart, I'd always been a sensible man. Perhaps such a match was fine. A quiet night. Next morning I rose early and fenced the plot in the space till about 8, just in time for breakfast. Eat more. We've collective work today. It's tiring. Seeing her keep piling meat on my bowl, I laughed and put 2 pieces of red braised pork on hers. You eat too. I'm fine. Planting peanuts today. Light work. Who knows what you'll be set to? Maybe the hilltop. After eating, we went to the brigade. Well, our young master Qingshan finally shows up. Haven't seen him in days, came Yi Ginchang's sour voice. I ignored him. Yi Lushing looked relieved. Right, assignments. You lot plant peanuts. You men carry the dried straw to the storehouse. Move. Carrying straw, the cut rice straw bundled and dried, then stored to feed oxen, burn, or otherwise use. Middling work. I'd no quarrel with it. As we worked, a guileless face grinned at me. Yi Dachuan. Dachuan, you're working too. He sidled close, mysterious. Brother Qingshan, want to see my treasure? You're what? Something pricked at me. I started to stop him. Don't. But he'd already dropped his trousers. Tada. See, Brother Qingshan. The bee got me yesterday. Hurt awful. But it's fine now. And big. My mouth twitched. Dachuan, you wretch. I shouldn't have asked. Pull your trousers up. What kind of thing is that? He did, unbothered. I only show you. Who wants to see it? My heart shook, fooled by a simpleton. What are you two loafing at? Yi Jinchang strode up, hanging a charge on us out of nowhere. What's it to you? We can't talk. Don't you talk while you work? Idle as ever and still mouthing off. Look how many days you skipped, and now you dawdle. I was about to snap when Yi Dachuan said, Brother Qingshan, don't bother with him. He's wicked. Yesterday he tripped Sister Yu on purpose, sent her sprawling, near made her cry. I heard it from others. I froze, then drove a kick into Yi Jinchang. He went over backward. So that's it. I wondered how my wife's arm got bruised. You did it. I pinned him and gave him a beating. Others rushed in to pull us apart. But a reborn man does as he pleases, and Jinchang had chewed my name behind my back too long. Some of those pulling disliked him too and didn't pull in earnest, so only Jinchang took the blows. Help. Murder. Qingshan's killing me. Uncle Lushing, save me. No one freed him. He was held to the ground, taking it. Yi Lusheng, talking with some old hands, had seen it all and stood unhurried. A Jinchang crony ran up. Uncle Lusheng, that lout's gone mad, beating Jinchang. Go look. He raised a brow. What's the rush? I'm going. His old hands nearly laughed. The two men's reputations differed greatly. They called me lazy, but Jinchang was worse. Lazy and ill-natured, fond of borrowing others' menace. Beside him, I was a white lotus, my only fault idleness. The rest were glad to see him hit. So was Lushing. When it was about enough, he ambled over. What's this? Everyone scattered, grinning. Leader, he hit me. You must take my side. Jinchang raged, nose bloodied. How'd he come to hit you? I never touched him. It was him. Yesterday he tripped my sister Yu on purpose, then talked ugly. Brother Qingshan was right to hit him. He deserved it, Yi Dachuan said earnestly, and others backed it. Bullying a girl, shameful. Ginchang's face went sour. He felt like the village's most hated. Always stirring trouble, Lushing glared. Sick of working? Then clear off and forget your share. Next time, I'll slap you dead. Jinchang dropped his head. Lushing outranked them all in clan seniority and was the brigade head, respected. What are you looking at? Back to work. I'd vented my temper and worked happily, Yi Dachuan trailing me. Dachuan, thank you. No need. We're brothers. Good-hearted, that one. Only slow. He'd a kinder heart than many. Jinchang for one. Ginchang's mind was sound, but his heart wasn't. Forever scheming, daring to trip Chinyu behind my back. Why be reborn if I let that pass? The rest of the day no one loafed or made trouble. At noon Chinyu stood waving in the distance, waiting to walk home with me. Yi Dachuan waved hard. Sister Yu, Brother Qingshan stood up for you. Pinned Jinchang and beat him. Felt great. She stared at me. You really hit him? Of course, daring to trip my wife. And you, bullied and not telling me? Tell me next time, or you suffer alone and I'm none the wiser. Her eyes misted. She wiped them, then dimpled. I didn't want to. Knowing your temper, you'd surely hit him. Did the leader scold you? No, scolded Jinchang instead. Yi Dachuan crowed, hopping about, until his father Yi Zhengsheng grabbed him. Home with you. Don't but into the young couple's talk. Qingshan, we're off. Yes, Uncle Zhengsheng. When they'd gone, Chinyu took my hand, moved. Promise me, no more fighting. I won't, so long as no one bullies you. Silly, who bullies me? Ginchang's just vile. Come home. Sister's surely got the meal ready. Watching her run ahead, Something turned in me. Tired at work? Tired? Not with you here. We're planting peanuts. It's easy. We're all together. What's tiring about that? Her unkillable optimism made me want to slap myself. The last life Chun Yu had been like this too, before Chun Ting's death. Even with my idleness, she'd only ever encouraged me, never an ugly word. And I was no man. After that, she'd sunk and died of depression before 40 and never smiled at me again. I was truly no kind of man. I drew a breath. This life, whatever it takes, I'll care for them all. No walking the old road. Home. Chun Ting noticed the couple closer than before, Chun Yu gripping my hand. Feeling her sister's gaze, Chun Yu let go, abashed. Eat up. A good lunch. Leftover meat brought back out. Plenty of white rice. Then Chun Yu rested while I went into the space to fence the plot. The sprouts grew well. 20 days or so, and I'll pull peanuts. By night the fence was done, and I slumped in a chair. Tired. Chun Yu reached to knead my shoulders. I caught her hand, and found it rough. I'm fine. I'm used to it. You've hunted and worked these days. Let me. No need. We're young. Sleep mends it. Working tomorrow? No. Today was to give Lushing face and quiet the gossip. Tomorrow I hunt again. More than hunt. The space had so much open ground. I could plant more than peanuts. Rice is too much trouble. I'll plant higher value things to sell. Peanuts and rapeseed both press oil, but rapeseed grows slow. Peanuts better. In the space, the bees had formed a new hive at my nailed board. I'd left them honey to build around, and soon I'd harvest. Elsewhere, I found 3 wild pheasant eggs, the pheasants laying. They'll hatch more pheasants, all the more. I left the eggs to breed, and saw the lone boar piglet racing about. Grown markedly in 2 days, happier here than outside. I'll bring in more piglets to breed. Then no need to hunt. Just take one out to sell or eat when I like. And I could raise chickens, ducks, geese, fast-growing here, with plenty to forage. Market day today, so I hurried to the fair. 10 in the morning, the bustle, the calls, the mingled stink and fragrance. The true flavor of a country market, full of memory for a reborn man. At the chick seller, I bought 2 roosters and 5 hens, not daring to overdo it. At the waterfowl, 6 female ducks, 3 male, 6 geese. At the fry, 20 grass carp and 10 common carp. In the space, I released the fry into the lake, vast, swallowing them like mud oxen into the sea, and set the ducks and geese on the water, glad, and the chickens by the shore. I'll build a coop for shelter, that'll do. Heading home, I passed the town's one herb shop, ringed by a crowd. Look, Heshu, a man cried. You're all lucky to see this. 50 years old at least, extremely rare. Someone asked, if it's so old, what's it worth? The bespectacled, white-bearded shopkeeper turned it over and named a price. Hard to come by. Maybe not 50 years, but by its size 30 or 40 surely. Very rare. I'll be generous. 50 yuan. 50. The crowd boiled. A city worker's 2 months' wages. The owner, a simple farmer, agreed at once, delighted. Worth more than ginseng, they say. We grow no ginseng here. If I could find such a thing on the mountain, I'd be rich. I stood a while, then slapped my forehead. I forgot. This very summer, last life, Wang Lauer from our village had picked a lingji at Wangfingao on Lianhua Mountain and sold it for 63 yuan. The talk of the whole village, in that age, a staggering sum. Lingji was scarce here, found only by luck. Summer's 2 or 3 months off. I might find it now. I hurried to Wangfingao. I didn't know the exact spot, only the rough place, and searched, skipping lunch, till about 5, when I found it under a tree, growing fine. Seeing it was like seeing hope before my eyes. Truly Lingji. I nearly laughed aloud. I found it before he did. It's mine. But pick it now? I paused. I could sell it for a fair bit, or I could grow it. Can I grow Lingji? The thought struck me. I don't know how, but I can buy a book in the city's bookshop and follow it. Then I'd have Lingji without end, and it sells dear, and it's safe. So I left it, glad, and went home, late again. Why so late, empty-handed? Chun Yu asked, not displeased but concerned. Nothing happened. Nothing. I'm hungry, let's eat. After supper, washed early, I sat in the yard under the stars. Chin Ting came out after her own wash, more lovely than ever, that homey allure in her every motion. Xiao Yu working tomorrow? Nothing on at the brigade. Then mind Xiaoyan for me. I'll go back to Xiaofeng village. I left in such a rush before. There are things of mine and Xiaoyan still there, some still useful. I want to fetch them. You're going back? The Lius will eat you alive. You can't. Yu fretted. Chen Ting sighed. I must. Children's things, costly to replace. Some clothes Dawei bought before he died. Left there they're wasted. What can they do to me with the child not along? I shook my head too. Sister Ting, those people are no kind souls. They can't bar me from coming back. But the last life's events haunted me. They could do worse. I'd wager they'd done murder for gain. If you're going, we go together. Bring Qing Shan. Yu set her jaw. No, it's Xiaofeng's soil. You'd lose out. No need. Just me. Then, Xiaoyu, you mind the child? I'll go with Sister Ting. I'll come too, more hands. She feared I couldn't hold the line. If anything happens, one more or less makes little difference. I've a plan. Tomorrow Sister Ting and I go. I decided it. Next morning, under Chun Yu's worried eyes, I borrowed the bike and set off with Chun Ting for Xiaofeng village. Hold on tight, Sister Ting. Mountain roads are rough. Don't get jolted off. She made a small sound and put her arms around my waist. A soft fragrance reached me. I said no more and pedaled hard. 15 li, by 9 odd we arrived. The villagers knew her when she'd married in. Even the long-paralyzed Wu Lauer had stood up to crane at her. She was that beautiful. So she was well known here. Isn't that Dawei's wife, Chen Ting? Lu Dashun said she ran off. How's she back? You believe Dashun? We all know his game. Of course he said she ran. Whether she did, we know. And she's brought a man, bold. Her clansmen will be furious. Looks like Yi Qing Shan, her brother-in-law. What are they here for? The crowd murmured. By the time we reached the house, word had spread. Lu Dashun and his cousins knew. Lu Dawei had no blood brothers, only these cousins, which left him isolated. And after his death, Chen Ting could barely stand against the wolfish clan. Small wonder she turned to her sister with that arrangement, the times forcing it. Seeing Dashuan's lot come, Chen Ting recalled her old helplessness, frightened, and stepped back. Right behind me. I put out an arm to shield her. Don't be afraid. Take what's yours. This house is yours and Dawei's. We've right on our side. If they talk ugly or try anything, I'll take it. She felt my steady arm and calmed, nodding, and went to gather her things. Chen Ting, the nerve, coming back. Dashun smiled coldly, a snake ready to strike. If you can't decently come back to your own house, whose can you? You've been keen enough to take your cousin's house. You want it, don't you? Say so plainly. I said, loud and clear, so all heard. Dashuan's face soured. Don't spread your poison. I've no eye on this place. But Chen Ting was sharp. Catching my drift, she went in, searched, and came out, flushed as if wronged. So many elders here today. I've something to ask and to say. I came for my things, but I find much missing, even my clothes-worn clothes. Did some uncle take my intimate garments? They're no use to you. Better return them. The place exploded. I'd only meant her to invent a missing things pretext to pin on Dashun, but she dropped a thunderbolt. Such a thing. Who's so shameless? Who's been keenest on this whole business? Dashun. Who else? We all know his mind. They looked meaningfully at him. He paled. I never did such a thing. Don't slander me. No one listened. The villagers weren't blind to his designs, and Chen Ting's name was good, lovely, kind, a fine homemaker, while Dashuan's was poor, his eyes long on his cousin's wife. A single line had flipped the scene, leaving him scrambling. Even I wanted to applaud her. Go gather your things. I'll wait here. No one dared stop her now. Dashun, fearing the thief's name, didn't move. He had faced to keep in the village, and my gun and cold gaze unnerved him. Chen Ting didn't linger. She packed and came out. I clasped my hands to the onlookers. Elders, we're all of one town, grown in one place. Hard times come. Kin should look out for kin, and even those not kin, after decades in one village, have feeling. I don't ask you to lift her up, only not to push her down a well, not to do dirty things. A hand from her own clan would be only right. Who can swear his own house won't one day need the same? My sister Ting can't live here. A woman can't feed herself on work points alone, and Dashun gives her no peace. So she stays with us for now. But hear this. She bore no son for Dawei. Yet little Yin carries the Lu name. What's hers is hers. Before you all, Let it be clear, if any Lu cousin dares seize this house, don't blame my gun for showing no mercy. I raised the gun and fired at a slim tree ahead. It snapped clean and fell. Everyone jumped. The shot carried menace. Dashuin's scheming cousins dropped their heads, none meeting my eye, while the level-headed brightened. The young man spoke sense and had means. Chun Ting locked the door, nodded to the crowd, and said softly, "Elders, Dawei told me before he died he'd no brothers, that my days would be hard, and asked me to keep close with you all in hope of help. I see now I can't go on living here, so I won't presume to ask much. You've helped me in many ways. My thanks. The house stands. If any of you would keep an eye on it, send word to Qingshan's, and I'll be grateful." An old man waved a hand. "Chun Ting, rest easy, go. We'll watch the house. No one will pry the door at night and move in. Right, Das Hun?" Das Hun startled. The elder was pointing at him. "Of course, if anyone did, our Lu family wouldn't let it pass." "Good. I'll remember. Thank you, elders." She climbed onto the bike. I shouldered the gun and rode out, smiling. Come in a rush, gone in a rush, and Das Hun, having taken his quiet loss, didn't dare make a sound. Past the village, feeling her warmth at my waist, I asked, "Did he really take your clothes?" She laughed behind me. "I made that up, but the house is short a good many things, worth some money. Dashuin's lot likely sold them. Plain missing things lack punch, so I said intimate garments. People are keen on such talk, and his name's Poor, so it sounds natural that he'd steal them." I had to admire her. That line cut our pressure right down. The whole village stood with us. "You're clever, Sister Ting. You're the clever one. Without your hint and your gun, I'd have had nothing to work with." We saw each other's natures then, the sisters so different. Home. Chunyu waited anxiously with the child. "Well, Sister Ting's clever." One line cowed them. We packed and left freely. Chun Ting told it, abashed. "Serves Das Hun right. Well done. Sister, you're so clever. I'd never have thought of it." "It was your husband," he hinted. "I'd never have thought to say things were missing." She glanced at me as I hung the gun back on the wall, and something seemed to light in her, like sun reaching in. A clever wife can't cook without rice. Without my gun, she'd have had no stage for her wit. Lu Xiaoyan, missing her mother, wailed to be held. Chinyu passed her over, and Chun Ting carried her in. "You're really something," Chinyu said, taking my hand. I teased, "Didn't you know that already?" She flushed, pinched me. "Always nonsense." I laughed and went to my room. She flushed redder. In broad daylight. "What are you?" I had to laugh. "What would I do? I mean, we've time today. Let's clean the room properly." She caught herself, abashed. "True. Since you moved in, it's never been done right, and the walls need newspaper. I'll fetch rice paste. We'll paper it together." I went to return the bike and asked for newspaper at Yu Liuxing's. His wife gave me a thick stack. Cadre's houses always had papers, used for the walls. Home. Chinyu was cleaning. I cleared the room's clutter, some under the eaves, some too old to keep. Chun Ting, done nursing, came to help, and soon it looked like a room. The floor of black earth swept clean if uneven, as everyone's was. No one had spare money to cement a floor. Much better. Paper the walls so the dust won't fall. As we worked, Chun Ting asked offhand, "Should we widen the bed, so two can sleep?" She meant nothing by it. Chinyu went scarlet. I shook my head. "No need. Make do for now. Later I'll find a way to remodel the house. It's too narrow for four, and Xiao Yu and I will have children. How can we live long like this?" "At children," Chinyu dimpled, glad. Chun Ting said no more. A day's work, and the room finally looked the part. After supper, Chun Yu brought Lu Xiaoyan over, small for not quite one, her color poor. "Look at the child. I always feel she's undernourished." It touched the reborn man in me. The babies of the young women I'd known in the last life had been plump and bright. Nothing like this. Get her something nourishing. There's nothing nourishing. Even eating's been a problem. I thought. The best nourishment in this age was eggs, but eggs were a luxury, and raising hens needed feed we didn't have. I'll find a way to get eggs. For the child, for Sister Ting, for you. Build your bodies, and Sister Ting's milk will be richer. Eggs aren't cheap. How about we raise a few hens? So she wanted hens. Easy. I already raised them in the space, fast-growing and near self-sufficient. Free-range hill chickens, the very thing. I nodded. Don't fret, I'll arrange it. I trust my husband. Seeing it near done, and feeling I'd wasted a day's hunting, I stood. Turn in early, I'll go hunt. This late, said Chen Ting, done in the kitchen. I did nothing in daylight. I'll see what's about. I'll be back early. It abashed her, but for dragging me to Xiaofeng, I'd not have lost the day. Don't go far, and come back early. Yes, come back early. Chen Yu echoed, walking me out, and when her sister hadn't followed, said low, come back soon. I'll wait in your room tonight. Then hurried in, abashed. I smiled, my wife still a girl all youth. To Lianhua Mountain again, headlamp on, up by moonlight, surer this time, the night mountain its own world. Soon I dropped a hare and tossed it in. Many animals are night active, so I bagged 2 pheasants, 3 turtle doves, 5 partridges. I looked for boar, 100 yuan each, but found none, and didn't dare linger alone at night. Coming down, I crouched at a spring to wash my face and spotted a soft-shell turtle ambling at the stream's edge. I grabbed it by the shell. It could only paw the air. A fine thing. In it went. A turtle's rarely alone. I searched the big, clean, fast stream, and in 5 minutes found another, large. An hour more turned up 3, 5 in all. A good haul. Down the mountain, home past midnight. The whole village dark. Everyone burning kerosene. Every extra minute a waste. I set the gun away, put 2 turtles in the yard's small water channel. Our spot had bamboo-piped running water, so the women would see I'd brought something home, the rest into the space to breed. Turtles sell dear. I'd sell these 2 first. In the kitchen, I found hot water left for me, Sister Ting's or Chen Yu's doing, and washed in the board-partition bath in the yard, the cold night making the warmth sweeter, the day's weariness washing off. In shorts, I slipped into my room, shut the door, dried off, and lay down, only to find someone there, and a giggle at my ear. Husband, surprise. She'd waited up, and the night was as the night was, a clean fade. Plowing the brigade's fields by day and home by night, I'd become an ox again. I slept heavily, and woke to find her gone, too abashed to stay. The bed was too narrow for 2 anyway. That your turtle? She asked, glad, when I came out. 2 of them. I caught nothing on the mountain, and found these at the stream washing my face, not empty-handed. I'll sell them in the city later. The city's not like our town for trade. Get caught, and it's speculation, Chen Ting worried. I'm quick, trouble, and I run. They fetch no high price in town. The buyers are middlemen who turn them over for profit. I've only 2, a couple of private buyers, and they're gone. Don't fret. Mind yourself, if it looks wrong, leave at once. I walked to town and took the 5-mile bus to Jincheng. I'd come not only for the better price, but for books on growing Lingji and other practical, industrial books, for I'd be planting more in the space. First, the turtles. Such things sell where people crowd, and where the sick believe in old tonic remedies, a hospital. At Jincheng People's Hospital, easy to enter in those days, I went to the inpatient wing, where families and patients strolled below. I picked an older patient with a well-dressed family member. Before I spoke, an old woman called. Young man, what's the turtle for? Visiting a relative, I said, cautious. Bringing 2 big turtles, thoughtful. Could you sell me one? Her family clearly had means. I made a show of weighing it. My relative wants turtle but won't spend on it, so I found 2 at home. Sell me 1. You've 2. 1 for your relatives plenty. I relented. Since you're so set on it. But turtles are dear. They are. I knew they went for 10 odd yuan. 15 then. That's steep. Truly not. It's the going rate. My relative's in the city. I'm from Zhaoling, and he wouldn't pay the high outside price, so I brought these. I can't help it. A young man, 30-ish, cut in, 15? If she won't, I will. Don't snatch it. I was talking to him. The woman bristled and, pressed, dug out 15 yuan. I held out both. Choose whichever. She gave me a mental thumbs up, generous, this lad, and, finding them near identical, took 1. I handed it over graciously, and she left happy. Then, as I made to go, brother, wait, I want 1 too, but I've only 1 left. I heard your talk. I'll add 5 mao. Sell it me. You needn't bring such a heavy gift to a relative. Buy some fruit instead. He pressed 15.5 into my hand and took the turtle. 30 yuan 5 in a blink. I didn't know I could act. The plain honest country pose had come off well. From there to the bookshop, where I found several gardening and animal raising books, one with a section on growing lingji, and bought them for 3 odd yuan. With the 120 left and the 30 odd now, about 150 on me, plus the grain and meat coupons. I'd not buy these often once I was on my feet. Boar meat, truly, is worse than home pork. A gamey taint home pork lacks, but in this age you ate what there was. Back in town, off the bus, I walked home. Once I've saved, I'll buy a bike to save the legs. Past the bridgehead, not far on, I heard a splash below. The May River cuts our Shaolin town in two, the bank roads running along it, low spots only a few meters above the water. Someone was thrashing in the river, going under, swallowing water. Who's gone in to die? I ran down, found a dead branch, and reached it out. Grab it, quick. He caught it. I hauled him up and stared. Yi Dachuan. Brother Qingshan, scared me to death, he gasped, pale. I didn't think it was so deep. I thought I'd never see my mom and dad again. You saved my life. Are you mad? Who let you play here? Furious, a simpleton, but his parents' treasure. Yi Zhengsheng doted on him. Love and guilt both, and any harm would near kill the man. There were fish. I came to catch them and slipped in. Lucky you were here, or the water ghost would have me. It was pulling me. I had to laugh and nod. Home. If you stay, no water ghost will need to make one. He scrambled up, not daring even to look at the water, and followed me back. I took him straight to Yi Zhengsheng's. The parents, seeing their drenched son and hearing the tale, near lost their souls. Uncle Zhengsheng, watch him. Keep him from the water. Lucky I passed today, I dread to think. As I made to go, Yi Zhengsheng, sweating from the fright, came to himself and had his wife fetch out a dozen odd eggs. Take them. It's our custom. You saved his life. Just eggs, but take them. Eggs, the very thing Qin Ting and the baby needed. No need. Take them, or we'll be ashamed. So I did. Dachuan, I'm off. Yes, I'll come play next time. I shook my head and went home. Past lunch, the sisters were chatting, the baby asleep. You sold them. Chin Yu dimpled, taking my arm. Sold. And easily. Everyone said our goods were big and fine. Wonderful. You've not eaten. I'll warm your food. I kept dishes for you. I'll do it, said Qin Ting, going to the kitchen. A dozen eggs here. I handed them over. Dachuan fell in the river on my way back. I pulled him out, and his father gave these, just right to build you all up. She took them, a tangle of feelings on her face. I'll steam you an egg custard. No. Keep them. You three build yourselves up. Have an egg each morning. Soup with honey, or steamed. I'll go without. And I ate the cold dishes in a rush, too hungry to wait for warming. Qin Yu trying several times to heat them. After, I meant to go into the space, but Yi Dachuan's voice came from outside. Brother Qingshan. He ran up, grinning. What is it? Came to see you. Thank you for saving me. No thanks needed. I happened by. Don't play in dangerous places again. I wasn't playing. I was catching fish. I saw lots of fish swimming toward Zhongzhou Weir. And turtles. The Weirs got loads of turtles. I meant to go over. I startled. The May River had a built-up islet. Zhongzhou Weir, lush, full of egrets and big trees. The banks over 100 meters off either side, so no one could reach it. And so it teemed with animals. The egrets a local hallmark, and untouched turtles besides. How do you know? I don't. I guessed. I saw turtles swimming that way. But for that big fish distracting me, I might have gone. Go how? Over 100 meters, and you nearly drowned in the shallows. You'd be courting death. He scratched his head, remembering the fright. Then how? I'm sure there are turtles. Did you tell anyone? No. It's a secret. Only you. I can't be bothered with the others. They won't even let me play with their wives. My mouth twitched. No friendship lends out a wife. Don't tell anyone. I'll find a way over and take you sometime. But hear me, don't go alone. I won't. When he'd gone, I went into the space. Everything thriving. More pheasant eggs. The day's catch settled in. The base is laid, but the bees should be split into hives. They'll keep breeding, and crowding's no good. And the pheasants, and the geese and ducks, could use boxes for laying. I brought boards in and, with hammer, nails, pliers, and cleaver, made 3 bee boxes, square, with an entry slot, cut 3 pieces of comb into them, and drove the bees over. At my will they followed meekly, the great swarm splitting into 4. then a shed by the lake for the geese and ducks, and a coop for the chickens, a full day's work. Next, the Lingji. I'd studied the book nightly. The steps were clear, only the doing untested. I'll need maple wood for the growing medium. Trees were everywhere, but real timber meant the forest farm. And you can't fell trees just anywhere. Tonight I'll hunt the forest farm. Most big trees there, maple and fir both. And I needed timber for a new house someday, to fell and dry now. After supper I told the sisters I was off again. Hunting again? I'll be back early. Our village's forest farm tonight. The farm was on Lianhua Mountain. The management office still had its light on, but I ignored it, slipped up the slope far from the office, and picked a maple, not too large, just right for medium. With no one about, I took out the saw and began, and found tree stealing a craft of its own. Brutal work, soaked in sweat even for a strong young man with my arms. But the farm was quiet, and the maple came down. I hit it in the space at once, and, not daring to stay, moved off and found a tall fir. The chief local timber, straight and strong, favored for beams and houses. I sawed, glancing about, lest someone catch me, and just as I'd hidden it, footsteps. I snatched up the gun to feign hunting. Who's there? 2 flashlights swung my way. It's me, Yi Qingshan. 2 farm men reached me. Yi Sifong, blood uncle to that Yi Jinchong I'd crossed, and an old Zhang of another surname. A tree's been cut. Who did it? Sifong pointed. I looked, unruffled, and clicked my tongue. So it has, a thief. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Sifong. I say the thief's you, Sifong snapped. Me? Look at me. That's saw work, not knife. Search me for a saw. I came up to hunt. Is hunting forbidden? He wanted to even his nephew's score. Old Zhang put in. Sifong. Easy. A tree that size can't be moved off fast. Let's look round. Sifong pointed at me. Don't move. You can't anyway. If I find it, wait and see. They searched. Both seasoned wardens, both sure the cut was fresh and the heavy tree couldn't have gone far, and found nothing. No tree, no saw, no footprints. They were dumbfounded. I sat, idle, even offered them cigarettes. Sifong refused. Old Zhang took one. Found anything, uncles? Don't grin at me. Where'd you hide the tree? Sifong glared. Hide what tree? I'm here to hunt. You scared off my game and now call me a thief. No evidence and you threaten me? Find a tree or saw to prove it and do as you like. Otherwise it's nothing to do with me. I'm standing right here. Could I hide a tree or carry one off? That stumped them. It's truly not on you, Old Zhang said, abashed. A tree that size must be hidden. If it's been carried off, it can't be you. Several men with some method before you came. Sorry, Qingshan. Uncle Zhang misjudged you. It's fine. You're doing your job, I understand. But Uncle Sifong's plainly targeting me, and that's not right. Sifong's face soured, with no opening to vent. That's just his temper, don't mind it. Catch anything? Old Zhang turned the talk. No, a bird up there, but you scared it off. Uncle Zhang, you know this farm better. Where's their game, or say? If there were, we'd hunt it. But we did see boar tracks the other day heading deep in. We didn't dare follow. How's your aim, Qingshan? His aim? Guess, Sifong sneered. His old man was a real shot. But this one's lazy, barely been up the mountain. Now there's extra mouths, and he's forced to it. Old Zhang smoked in silence. What a man, can't you speak plainly? My aim's ordinary, but boar I can manage. No match for Uncle Zhang, but a notch above Uncle Sifong. Talking nonsense, above me? Come, try it. Fine, how? Sifong plainly meant to even Ginchong's score. I don't mind. Let's hunt boar. Whoever bags it keeps it. Whoever bags more wins. Fair. Fair indeed. Done, Sifong said, slapping his gun. But say it first. Lose, and you apologize to my Jinchong. If I lose, I apologize for just now. Done, Uncle Zhang's witness. Where's the boar? There. Old Zhang and I saw tracks. A group, 4 or 5 at least, 2 big ones, the rest likely small. Old Zhang led the way, finding boar tracks and rootings. Boar for sure, several. My eyes lit, but I turned to them. Say it clear. Is the game each man's own, or split? Settle it now. Split. Sifong sneered. Your aim's poor, but your head's quick. You'd come split with us? Why split with you? Whoever bags it keeps it. No problem. I feared you'd freeload off me, and you think it's the reverse. that aim of yours hit a boar? Each keeps his own. Then, said old Zhang, who'd not have minded sharing with my harder-pressed household, but wouldn't override his colleague. Sifang strode ahead, eager for the fight. Old Zhang waved me up, taking the rear. We went single file. Sifang tracked with some skill. An hour on, the moon high, we crested a ridge, and all three jolted. In the valley below, under the bright moon, for boar grazed at ease, two big, two small, and two more piglets frolicked apart. 6 in all. Sifang, most excited, fired at once without aiming, the shot grazing a big boar and missing. Sifang, are you mad? Old Zhang cursed. 6 boar, and he'd spooked them grabbing for first. Sifang cursed too, not himself, but me. I'd foreseen it. As the boar startled, I raised my gun first. 6 broke into a run, the 2 big ones leading them one way. I sprinted to a firing spot and shot the running male in the foreleg. He pitched, tumbling, squealing. The other 5 ran wilder. Good. Old Zhang cried. First witness to my aim. Calm. 1 shot, foreleg. The male, 1 leg gone, rose to run on, refusing to yield. I shot again, the hind leg. Both legs struck. He could only lie and squeal. Uncle Zhang, watch this one. I'll chase the rest. I shouldered the gun and ran. 5 boar, 4 of them piglets. Take them home and raise them in the space. Sifang, seeing my 2 clean leg shots, knew my aim was deadly and cursed inwardly, face dark, then gritted his teeth and gave chase. Old Yi, don't follow. Old Zhang shouted, but Sifang wouldn't listen. He was set on outdoing me. Old Zhang gave up on him and went to the down male. At least 200 caddies, both forelegs and a hind shot true, so it couldn't stir. The lad's got the goods, he said, lighting a cigarette and sitting. That aim of yours wants to compete? No chance. Why waste the effort? I ran on like a man possessed, bent on taking the whole litter, Sifang panting behind, gun ready as if to fire again. Put it down. With that aim you'll shoot me instead of the boar. But he soon gave out, doubled over his gun, gasping, and stopped. I nearly laughed. Can't keep up and still competing. Wait in the rear like a good man. And I went on alone after the 5 boar. Watching me vanish after the boar, Yi Sifang despaired. He'd never best me. Free of the 2 of them, I ran faster and easier. Boar are quick, hard to run down on 2 legs, but the 5, led by the sow, blundered into a dead end. Rocks barred the way. You finally stopped. The sow wheeled and charged me with all her weight. I'd been ready and shot her foreleg as she turned, and she pitched and fell. I opened the space and took her in. The 4 piglets froze at their mother's sudden vanishing. I stepped up and gathered them one by one, practiced enough to ache for them, then sat and wiped the sweat, legs gone soft at last. These boar wore me out worse than a night with Xiaoyu. I checked the space. The sow and 4 piglets already grazing. The earlier lone piglet joined to them. Better in here than out. An hour's walk back to where I'd dropped the male. Old Zhang and Yi Sifang sat smoking, waiting. Seeing me empty-handed, Sifang stood and sneered. Chased so hard and got nothing. You're useless after all. Old Zhang rolled his eyes. I pointed at the down boar, now squealing weak. I shot that. Sifang flushed, struck dumb. But for your jumping the gun and spooking them, we might have taken all 6 boar. Even the piglets aside, the 2 big ones are 100 yuan. Split 3 ways. No, we agreed. Whoever bags it keeps it. With my aim I'd have hit 4. Whether you'd have managed one of the rest is up to you. He went darker still, and I was only restating our terms. This boar is mine, forget it. Old Zhang nearly laughed. He'd warned the man. Carry it back, Old Zhang said, to end the bickering. I won't, Sifang sneered and walked off. Carry it yourself, I don't get a caddy of it. Old Zhang stared after him, then said, I've bound the boar to this pole. Let's carry it together. It's a way off. I'd have just put it in the space, but I couldn't refuse his kindness, so we hauled it 2 hours to the village, near dawn. Uncle Zhang, thank you. I wasted that effort and still have to thank you. But he'd meant well, not knowing about the space. My own fault for not refusing. How'll you handle it? Sell it, or butcher and sell in the village? Too much trouble to sell myself. I know boss Xie Xiaoshan in town. He told me to bring him any boar. Xie Xiaoshan. Good man. Fair on prices. No tricks. You're lucky to know him. I gave him a cigarette and offered him a few caddies of pork. He waved it off. He ate game often enough at the farm and went home to rest. I was spent and slept without washing. Woken by the cocks, I found it light. Better sell the boar early. Fewer eyes, less risk of the space drawing suspicion. I hurried to town, more certain than ever I needed my own bicycle. At Xie Xiaoshan's stall, boar meat was already being sold. A butchered carcass under the knife, a crowd around it, boar being cheaper than home pork and needing no coupon. The butcher wasn't Xie. He was chatting, waiting to take the money. Seeing me drive a boar up, his eyes lit, and he ran over grinning. You again? You're something. Buy. Of course, as much as you've got. Up on the scale. 238 caddies this time, bigger than the last. At the old price, 107 yuan 1 mao. 260 odd on me now. As I made to go, he had the butcher cut me 5 caddies of boar. Take it. Bring me game in future, and I won't shortchange you. I bought 2 cartons of Lushan cigarettes on the way home. Smoke curled from the house. Breakfast. Out so early? Chen Yu's eyes lit at the meat. Lucky on the mountain. A big boar. I sold it in town early, and they cut me 5 caddies. I worried when you came back so late. I peeked at you sleeping and felt better. Then you were gone at dawn. She fretted, but was glad to see me home. Take the meat in. We'll eat meat daily now. Wait, I'll mix you an egg custard. She brought out an enamel mug of rice water. In Ghanaian you parboil the rice, lift it out to steam, and the leftover broth is rice water, sweet in lean times. Warm, with an egg beaten in, it builds you up. She stirred in an egg and a little honey. Drink it, glad, and a little pained. Our days were better, but I was forever rushing about. Have you eaten? I don't need it. Your sister nurses, you hunt. I do nothing. Nonsense here. I gave her my mug. I won't. Be good. In a couple of days I'll get us chicks. Raise them, and we'll have eggs daily. Let me settle a few things first. Then half each. Dimpling, she drank her half. Chen Ting came out. Shall I make you a meat broth this morning? The boar's fresh. Make plenty. We'll eat our fill. I'll nap. Wake me for the meal. Half an hour later, I woke to white rice and meat broth, ate 2 bowls and a bowl of broth, and was at last full. I'll go to old Zhang's. Shall you skip work today? And do what at home? My work points earn us a share. I'm going. I knew her. Making her stay was hopeless. I'll just have to earn enough that she sees no need. Mind yourself, then. At old Zhang's, I heard talk inside. They were eating. I'd eaten, so I went in. Old Zhang done, smoking, and beside him Yi Sifang. They both fixed on me. Old Zhang rose. Sifang soured as if I'd wronged him. Qingshan eaten? Sit. I've eaten, Uncle Zhang. I'd meant to give old Zhang a carton, awkward with Sifang there, but his sour face decided me. Reborn, and minding your face? Why pull a long face at me? I pressed the carton on old Zhang. Thanks for helping carry the boar last night. We agreed whoever bags it keeps it, but you helped me, and you don't lack meat, so, a carton, with thanks. His eyes lit. The lad knew his manners. It was nothing. Not nothing. Some men won't lift a hand. You did, out of kindness to a young fellow having a hard time. Take it, I'm off. The barb landed. Sifang went iron-faced. As I made to leave, he snapped up. Wait, last night's not settled. Uncle Sifang, something on your mind? Old Zhang frowned at him to drop it. Our rule, hunt together, split the catch. You sold the boar, share the money. You want it all. Knew he had something foul in him. We bet last night. Whoever bags it keeps it. And there was a forfeit. The loser apologizes. You haven't apologized to me yet, and Uncle Zhang's the witness. Heard it clear. No wriggling out. Old Zhang nearly slapped him. Can't you let a thing lie? Enough, Sifang, he said, stepping in. I heard the bet. No one's wriggling. We're elders. We don't play these games with the young. Sifang flushed. With old Zhang against him, he was stuck. Qingshan, do me a face. Let's drop the apology talk. It was a joke. Old Zhang knew his trade, checking my money share demand and asking me to step back on the apology. I'll give you face, Uncle Zhang, but will Uncle Sifang give you his? The apology meant nothing to me. If he crossed me later, I'd lame him with a shot. An empty mouth apology while he tripped me behind my back was worthless. I tossed it back to him. Sifang, well. Old Zhang turned to him, finding the young man sharper by the minute. Fine, Yi Qingshan. You've no manners. Wait. Plenty in the village can't stand you. Think ye Liuxing's shelter lets you stand here? Our Yi clan, to a man, can't abide you. Just then Yi Zhengsheng came in with Yi Dachuan and glared. Sifang, who are you to speak for the Yi clan? To a man can't abide him. I can't abide you. The elder's the one with no manners, and you blame the young. Behind him Dachuan stirred. Want me to hit him? Sifang, having boasted only to be slapped down, went purple, and that the simpleton dared raise a hand at him sickened him worse. Yi Zhengsheng, look at the son you raised, striking at his uncle. No shame, no rules. An elder with no shame or rules blames a junior. Your whole family breeds fools. You know how unwelcome your nephew is here, and now you pull this. Soon the village will shun your house like a plague. Old Zhang, not a Yi, couldn't weigh into the surname business, but Yi Zhengsheng could, and carried more weight than Sifang. Outmatched and unsupported, Sifang left iron-faced. Brother Qingshan, did he hit you? I'll get him, Dachuan offered. He didn't, never mind. What set him off? The time you beat Jinchang. He's avenging his nephew. Yi Zhengsheng asked. Old Zhang told him last night's tale. So your aim's that good? You put the old dog in his place. Good. He struts like he's something, can't hit a thing. Plainly, he'd long disliked Sifang. Uncle Zhengsheng, chat with Uncle Zhang, I'll go. I slipped off and into the space. The boar were orderly, not rooting the peanut sprouts, which grew well, 20 days, maybe sooner, to harvest. The split hives hummed, the bees gathering, the pheasants, doves, and partridges flew at ease, the chickens ranging on bugs. Out again, I dealt with the 2 trees, stripped the furze branches to dry, and sawed the maple into short lengths for Lingji medium. A full day's work, and the last, key step remained, culturing the spawn, and reading it, my head spun. Home culture is possible, but fiddly, needing much. Tomorrow I'll buy a bicycle in the city, and the spawn supplies too. I'll grow this Lingji here, it's money. Next day to the city, 260 odd on me, plenty. Bicycles needed a coupon then. At the black market the coupon cost 8 yuan, a pinch. At the co-op a coupon bought a heavy roadster for 160, stamped and certificated. 80 odd left, but no matter. I bought the spawn supplies and rode the 2 hours home, sweating. Villagers spotted the new bike. Qingshan, that's brand new. The village heads? His is old. You bought it. I did. Money that fast. What's he doing? Yi Sifang says he shot a boar last night with him and old Zhang. Then ate it alone. No share. Surely not. Qingshan's lazy, but his character's fine. Old Zhang explained. They bet. Whoever bags it keeps it, and Qingshan shot it. Sifang's the grasping one. And remember, Qingshan and Jinchang fought the other day. Sifang's sore about it. He gave old Zhang a carton, though. See, the boy knows manners. It's Sifang with no decency. Home. Qinyu waited at the door with Lu Xiaoyan, eyes lighting at the new bike. You bought it. I'll be selling in town often. Borrowing Uncle Liuxing's bike won't do. So I bought one. The boar money just covered it. Easier to sell things now. Her eyes reddened. She dropped her head, then lifted it smiling. I knew you could. See how our days improve. It near brought tears. Last life I'd let her down. Dead before 40 of grief, when she believed in me so. Little fool. Better and better days ahead. You won't need the brigade work. We'll live well at home. Silly, not work? Are we gentry now? It's a new society, no gentry. She laughed. I only smiled. The great changing decades were coming. Few would believe it. I went to the kitchen. Sister Ting, how's the food? I'm hungry. Meat and vegetables again. Bought a bicycle. I'll sell in town often. Borrowing won't do, and the boar money covered it. You'll use it good. No scolding me for spending? Why scold? Your money, your spending, and a bike helps your trade. She smiled. You've brought so much to the house these days. Even the food's better, and my milk's come. Xiaoyan won't go hungry. My eyes drifted to her front. She flushed and drew in, which made it more pronounced. The sisters were unlike, she fuller. She glared. I withdrew, abashed, and went into the space to work, then asked over the meal. Sister Ting, your milk's plentiful now? She flushed. Much better. So the fish worked. I'll get more, so you've plenty. I'll come. Qinyu wheedled. How would you come fishing? Stay with your sister. Qin Ting put in. Xiaoyu, if you really want to help, get pregnant. Shinyu went scarlet and bent to her bowl. Busy as I am, that'll come soon enough. After the meal, Yi Dachuan barged in with bucket and sack. Eager, Brother Qingshan, let's go to Zhongzhou Weir. He'd borrowed his uncle's bamboo raft. I'd a money worry after the bike, and turtles sold dear in the city, 15 apiece, so I was keen. You borrowed it saying I asked? If I'd asked, my uncle would have thrashed me. I had to thank him for that. Sister Ting, Xiaoyu, I'll fetch fish tonight. Mind yourselves, can you pun a raft? We can. We pulled the 100-odd meters to Zhongzhou Weir, a long alluvial islet thick with thorn and weed, no way up the normal route. I went ahead with the cleaver and cut a foothold. Egrets startled up under the moon, the islet near ringed with them. So many birds. I'd not fear the bees then, Dachuan said. I nearly dropped the cleaver. With that many you'd be a monster. I'd cut you down. No one had entered the weir in who knows how long. Clearing the path was heavy going, but 2 strong young men managed. The place was the town's forbidden ground, not barred but unthinkable to enter. No boat, no entry, and that ruled out nearly everyone. Those with boats, seeing the thorn-choked, pathless tangle, wouldn't waste the time when open fishing was easier. So it had stayed wild for years, full of good things. Inside, river water came through a small channel to form a stream and a little pool. By the pool, turtles rested on the bank. Turtles, there. Dachuan near leapt. Whoever grabs them keeps them. Quick, before I take them all. It was like gathering treasure. The turtles, untroubled for years, never dreamed of intruders sweeping them up. Plenty along the channel, too. We grinned, gathering, the turtles big and fine. The pool held fish. We cast his uncle's net and hauled lively fish. We laughed ourselves crooked. When it was about enough, not the turtles done, but the hour late, I patted his shoulder. Enough. Home, or the grown-ups worry, your folks especially. There's still so much. We'll come tomorrow night. Only we know of it. Stuff the cut brush back in the path, and it'll look untouched. He saw the sense and came. He'd gathered 14 turtles, I near 20. Fish about even. Carp, crucian, grass carp, even a coulter. What'll you do with yours? He asked, not so foolish now. Sell in the city early, coming? I heard they buy in town. Town's middlemen, lower prices. In the city we face the buyers, sell higher. I've a route. Come if you'll do as I say. I'll come, what time? We take the bus. 6. We'll just sell turtles. They keep. Your fish sell in town or eat at home. We split the catch and went our ways, near midnight. I crept home, slipped the fish and turtles into the water channel quietly. Let the women see I bring things home, not vanish into the space, and was caught by Chen Ting, up nursing, watching me, eyes bright. Sister Ting awake? The child wanted feeding. I heard you. So many turtles, and fish too. Dachuan and I found a fine spot. Turtles everywhere. There's crucian here. I'll get tofu tomorrow and make you soup, with tofu and tomato like before, richer for the milk. She smiled. Where's Xiaoyu? Asleep, tired. She works by day, and with you out, she can't keep you company. She caught herself and stopped, both of us laughing dryly. Go wash and sleep, it's late. She watched the fish swim and laughed softly. She'd thought herself near ruined, and instead the days kept improving, with me thinking of her in everything. I washed and slept, and at dawn Dachuan banged the gate. Brother Qingshan. We gathered the turtles. Why so early? Couldn't sleep. Told my folks we'd sell turtles. They balked till they heard you'd take me, then only said to mind you. I'm so glad I couldn't sleep. They say city girls are pretty and don't wear trousers. My hand jerked. Who told you that? I heard it. I'll marry a city wife and lend her to you to look at. Who wants to see your wife? Don't talk rot. Let's go. We bussed to town and took the earliest to the city, there by 8 odd. Dachuan gawked at the bustle, then sulked. Who lied to me? Everyone's wearing trousers. I'll curse him. Was it Jinchong? How'd you guess? He told someone else, and I overheard. Next time he talks like that, slap him. At a breakfast stall I stopped. The policy thaw's coming, stall's already out. Sit, my treat. Too dear, we can't. Eat at home. Today's on me. No, I should treat you. You saved my life, he said earnestly. I ordered 2 bowls of rice noodles with meat and an egg each. Dachuan paled, counting his money. Then I deliberately opened my sack. tied a string to a turtle's leg, and set it under my stool as a model. The morning rushed thick around us. The turtle drew eyes at once. Before our noodles came, an old man approached. How much? 16, uncle, cheap. Steep. Ask around. It's fair. 15, and I'll take one. I made a show of weighing it. Since you're keen, 15, pick one. I opened the sack. He goggled at the haul and chose his biggest, paid, and left glad. The crowd swelled. 15 wasn't cheap, but it was a concession. Dachuan, get yours out, same price. He caught on at last, so that's why we ate here, and the overflow went to him. Inside half an hour, my 21 and his 14 were gone. We met eyes and laughed, Dachuan clutching his wad. He couldn't count it, but knew it was plenty to cover my breakfast. We ate, ravenous after the long night, and he insisted on paying. My dad said to thank you properly. After, he counted, recounted, and asked, Brother Chingshan, 99, and then it's 100? I'd made 315 on 21 turtles. Turtles were the real money. You sold 14. That's 210. You even know 99 makes 100. I don't. I had to laugh. We bust back. He slept the way home, and I woke him in town. I bought chicks at the market. It was market day, and we headed home. Tonight again? 9 o'clock. Home. Yi Zhengsheng sat smoking, brow knit, glum. He'd asked old Zhang about getting Dachuan a forest farm job, and old Zhang had no objection. Dachuan's build suited to it, but Yi Sifeng wouldn't have it, meaning to slot his own kin in. Then Dachuan ran in and pressed his earnings into his father's hands. Look what I made. Brother Chingshan took me. We just ate breakfast and sold the turtles. People fought to buy. We're going again tonight. I'll keep one back for you to build yourself up. Mum keeps saying at night you're no good. Yi Zhengsheng flushed. Talking rot. Who's no good? I'm fine, but ran to the kitchen grinning. Wife, our boy can earn now. Behind him Dachuan glowed. I can help the family too. At home Chin Ting minded the child. Chin Yu had gone to work. Sold them. 15 each, 300 odd for 20 odd. She gaped. I took out money. She stopped me. Keep it. Give it to Xiao Yu. I caught her meaning. The sisters had privately settled the arrangement to win my taking her in, and clever, knowing her place woman that she was, she'd not handle the household money. Better not to sour things. Xiao Yu at work again? Yes, plenty to do. We'll eat fish at noon. She bought tofu, fish braised with tofu. At noon, Christian and tofu soup, milky, for Chin Ting, fish head braised with tofu, and a dish of greens for the rest. Our table had been transformed, unthinkable before, with fish still swimming in the channel. Sell these in town? Chin Yu asked. No, we eat these. Fish is fine high protein. Build us up. She dimpled. Isn't it extravagant? Not extravagant. There's plenty more tonight. Be careful, Chin Ting said. I napped, then into the space, all thriving. I could already sell doves, partridges, boar, but I'd wait. The piglets must grow, the doves breed. I'd have endless stock. Lying down again, Chin Yu came and leaned at my bed, and I dug out 100 yuan for her. Dimples deepened. So much, have you enough? Whatever they'd said of me, I always gave her money freely, never hid it. That was why we were close. And in that age men often beat their wives, but never I her. 400 odd on me. 100 to you, 300 left. We're both out working, and my sister does the house. Should I give her household money? She has costs too. Decide it yourself. She brightened. I talked with sister. Sometimes I'm not at work, and she's idle at home. Could she do something to help the family? She feels she owes us. Living here, some work would ease her heart. Of course. When I bought tofu, I thought, what if we made tofu? It sells well here. Tofu. Too hard. You two couldn't. We could. It's made at 2 or 3 in the morning, fresh daily, not simple. She'd not known. I murmured at her ear. Not for you. Up that early, how would I hold you to sleep? Everything rushed against my stamina. She flushed and pinched me. But truly, it's too tiring. I'll think of something you can do, ideally to help me. Good, anything. She smiled and left, and I slept till supper. Sister Ting, I won't sell the fish. We'll eat it till we're sick of it. I'll fetch more tonight. Before 9, Dachuan came with sack and bucket. Chin Yu, helping me pack, whispered, be quick. Back before 12 to keep me company, or I'll ignore you. Before 12, I promise. Off we went. On the way, Dachuan asked what sister you had said. He called me brother, but her sister you, having grown up with her. Why do you need to know my wife's whispers? Don't be stingy. I said I'd lend you my future wife to see. My mouth twitched. And I'll let you sleep with mine when I marry. He upped it. Dachuan, talk like that again, and I'll thrash you. And don't tell others. I only tell you. They're not worth it. I bore it. We pulled the borrowed raft. Yi Jingxing's brother Yi Jingyi's, a fisherman. I'd buy him a carton in thanks. At the weir the brush was undisturbed. We cleared it and went in, turtles again resting under the moon. No sense of danger at all. You might as well come to my door. We gathered the easy ones, then cast nets in the pool, 2 big grass carp, a big carp, and small fish. Sand gully fish. Dachuan crowed of the thumb-sized ones. Hard to catch, my uncle says, but the best dried. Pan-dried. They're a delicacy, meaty, few bones, firm, fragrant. Good, a few more casts. Several more netted plenty. So many here, maybe more around the outside. Let's net the weir's edges. Net by net, we filled both buckets, the spot rich. A good haul home. Dachuan reluctant, but he came. Home, I put fish and turtles in the channel, washed in the kitchen's warm water, and went to my room. And from the breathing Nu Chenyu waited. She rose and caught me, and the night was as the night was, a clean fade. Young and strong, I was up at 6. Chen Ting was already up, watching the fish. Why so early? She looked at me. Rai, you too were loud, and with the child I sleep light. I caught her meaning and felt awkward. Chenyu had indeed been loud. I gave a dry laugh and hurried up to gather turtles. So many sandgully fish, some belly up, dying. Won't you sell them? My eyes lit. Sister Ting, sandgully fish dry well, and there's a good 15-20 caddies. Dry them. Eat them or sell them. They keep. Glad to have a use, she nodded eagerly. I'll start, back for lunch. We've eggs. I'll do green pepper sandgully fish with eggs. Good. Then Dachuan's cracked gong voice. Brother Qingshan, hurry, or we'll miss the earliest bus. I waved to her and went. At the bus station square, where breakfast stalls clustered near the hospital, I picked the best spot, ordered noodles, tied a turtle as a model. Dachuan copying me now, and the old folk eyeing it came to ask price, same as before. I asked 16, settled at 15, not greed, but people want to haggle a little or feel cheated. Raise it a touch to give them room, and both sides win. Jialan Town had a name in the city, a great river, rich waters, so its goods sold well, and ours were good. More buyers, less stock. In 20 minutes all gone, my 17, his 11, 100 odd and 200 odd. We ate, then went into the station to wait for the bus. Dachuan, bored, wanted to walk outside, but I caught 4 men by the gate, their eyes drifting in at us. Don't go out. Reborn, I knew that age's bad order. Pickpockets, even road bandits, the old reward for killing bandits slogan still on walls. Our turtle selling had drawn notice. I kept Dachuan in. He minded me, his father having said to obey me in the city. The 4 men's eyes kept flicking our way, a tacit standoff, neither side moving. 4 of them, 2 of us. We were bigger, but no sure thing in a fight, and Dachuan couldn't be relied on. If they lost patience and crowded in, trouble. The station wouldn't help, and some inside might be in league. I bought 2 packs of cigarettes. Across the way sat 4 honest-looking farmer laborers. I'd heard they were from Huangbai Township. I went over, gave each a cigarette, and to their leader said warmly, "Third uncle, right? Yi Qingshan. We sawed timber together at my uncle's, 2 years back. You looked familiar. Smoke, smoke." He couldn't place me but took the cigarette gladly. A free smoke, and chatting's no crime, and made room. Qingshan, right? I remember now. Fate, meeting here. Heading home? Me too, to Jiaolin. Same road, maybe the same bus. I'm a talker. I opened up and we chatted away. The 4 loiterers outside, watching me cozy up to 4 big farmers, were stumped. Brother, this lad's got more than 2, a small one muttered. Their leader, 30-odd, soured. They'd marked us at the stall, waiting for us to leave for somewhere quiet, but we'd gone into the station and not come out. Now I'd found kin. What now? Go in and hit him. Those 4 are laborers. We'd lose. Humiliating. Surely not, Brother Bao. Try it yourself then. Bao was cautious, and the young man didn't seem simple. Then what? The fat slips the hook. I'll try him, a tall thin one said, confident, and swaggered in, straight at Dachuan. A brained one, going for the slow one. Dachuan here? I called him to me. I'd seen a corner of a bag in third uncle's pocket. His money bag, surely. Dachuan came. The thin one had to keep coming. Before he reached us, I bent to third uncle. Mind yourself. That one looks like a pickpocket. At pickpocket, third uncle started and guarded his pocket. Pickpocket, I shouted, pointing at the thin one. He's a thief, watch out. Thin pole, startled-eyed dared, flushed and charged me. Talking rod, courting death. Ready, I used his force to slam him into third uncle, and as they collided, slipped something into thin pole's pocket. Chaos. Third uncle's first stepped back warily, knowing such men were thieves and robbers both. I and Dachuan each pinned thin pole, both bigger than him. He couldn't move. Third uncle, check, anything missing? He felt his pocket and paled. My money's gone. His three companions eyed thin pole. Dachuan, hold him. I reached into thin pole's pocket and drew out the bag I'd planted, tossing it down. This it. Third uncle snatched it. That's my money. The thief stole it. Thin pole gaped, lost. Who stole your money? He blustered. But third uncle, enraged, waved, and the four pinned thin pole and beat him. Then the other three came in, unable to bear waiting, and saw their man held. They're together. Don't let them go. I called, and Dachuan and I charged. Bigger than all the louts, with four wolfish farmers behind, we cowed them. They set us up, I realized at last, and I'd picked up a stick and brought it down on his head. He dropped to his knees. Dachuan kicked him hard below the belt. He curled up screaming. The other two froze, never having lost the upper hand before. I struck one across the leg and heard the bone go. Dachuan, fearless in a brawl, took the other. In a blink, we had the advantage. Then the station stirred, and the boarding crowd, who'd clearly suffered such men before, surged in to beat them too. Killing thieves is no crime. The pickpockets, pinned, wailed without resistance. With the crowd's cover, I went hard, laming their legs, stamping their hands. These men robbed on the road too. No innocence in that dark age. Daring to rob me. Try it, you scum. By the time the police came, the four were near senseless. With so many witnesses and the robbed third uncle's account, there was no dispute. The matter was simple in that age. A routine questioning and out, soon enough. Thank you, third uncle kept saying. We're all friends abroad. Your hard-earned money shouldn't go to thieves. Home then. The station was cleaner now, the louts gone. Past 10, as we waited again, a middle-aged man came up unfriendly. Hey. I turned. You the one who stirred this up? He said, dark-faced. I recognized him. He'd moved to join in earlier. Dachuan tensed, taking him for station management. But I felt a cold edge. Such stations, with pickpockets outside, usually had someone inside covering them. This man, unable to step in during the brawl, had watched and now wanted to do something. If he held a grudge, coming here would be hard for me, and the bus was the only way out. So I weighed how to handle him. I'm not Hey, I'm Yi Ching Shan. What's your meaning, pinning this on me? I stood, loud enough that a station worker came to mediate. Shishing. What are you doing? The lad caught a gang of pickpockets, or who knows how many would have suffered. Don't mind him, young man. He just didn't react in time. He pulled the man, Shishing, away. Shishing. The name jolted me. Somewhere deep I knew it. An old man nearby read a newspaper, and it clicked. I saw this name in the papers, on TV, not now, but later. Lan Shishing. A serial killer, for victims at least. The surname Lan is rare, so I remembered. The case broke in the 90s, when the bodies, by then bones, were dug up, turning a vegetable plot into an industrial park. The first victim still had Lan Shishing's work badge on him. That badge led the police to him. The case was big, clear. The first killing was in 1978, the start of his crimes, and he had 4 accomplices. An accomplice named Chui Bao. I slapped my hands. Those 4 louts were his accomplices. They called one Brother Bao, Chui Bao. I stood. Dachuan worried at my starts. We'll go, he said, glaring at Shishing's direction. Don't, we've business. What business? Don't you want turtles? I'll take you to a spot in the suburbs. Eager, he came. The buried corpse site, a notorious local case, I remembered well and soon found the area. It's only been a month or two. There'll still be a rotting smell. If so, I report it and let them dig. The county hadn't sprawled yet. This was still farmland on the edge. As I searched, Dachuan cried, "It stinks. Whose latrine is here?" I hurried over. A manure latrine for the fields, stinking. That's it. The latrine smell would mask the corpse smell, and the report said the body was by the fertilizer pit. Loose soil nearby, I observed. It's here. A hoe leaned at the latrine for the field work. I took it and dug, and soon a foul corpse smell rose, and a pale arm showed in the earth. I'd bet right. I set the hoe down and said to Dachuan, "Come, we report this to the police." At the station again, Dachuan and I met the young officer who'd taken our statement. Wang Jitsai, if I had it right. "You two again. Comrade Wang, I've something to report." "The earlier matter?" "We've sorted it. Those men robbed there often." "Not that. We found a corpse." His head went up. He gripped my arm, voice trembling. "Where? Take me now." Catching a thief was simple. A homicide was another thing entirely. We led him to the spot, and when he saw the pale arm in the earth, he started back, hope rising in him. His luck. He slapped my shoulder, laughing. "Good, I understand." More police came. The body was dug out, the crowd swelling. Dachuan and I cadged a lunch at the station. Lan Shixing's work badge was found on the corpse, and in due course they brought Lan Shixing in. "What are you doing? What's this about?" "I robbed at your station. So what?" A leader type stepped up, cold. "You buried that Sanliuan corpse badly." It pierced his nerve. Sweat sprang on his brow, and he stared in terror. The chief, seasoned, waved a hand. "Hold him." Lan Shixing went weak and wept. "It was my first time. Don't shoot me." No one listened. Dachuan and I watched it all. I'd done a good thing. By the last life's course, 3 more would have died at their hands. I'd avenged myself and served the people. It felt fine. Dachuan understood nothing, only that the station food was good. The chief smiled at me. "You've done a great service." I shook his hand. "Just luck." "Luck or not, it's a great service," Wang Jitsai laughed. The chief sat. "How did you two find it?" Not asking Dachuan. Seeing at a glance he was slow. "Chief, we sell turtles and catch eels too. Something came up today, so we looked along the city's edge for eels and turtles. There was an eel hole in that plot. We couldn't reach it and dug with a hoe, and dug up a corpse. It scared us, so we came at once." He raised a brow. It came out natural enough, though he didn't quite believe it. Either way, they'd found the body, a great help. "You're from Xiaolin?" "Yes. Times are hard, so we fish and catch turtles." "Selling well?" "Well enough. Country folk, scraping by on wild things. The city likes our turtles." He nodded, then introduced himself. "Lu Yueshing. You catch turtles often. Here's my address. We've many neighbors. Bring turtles there to sell." Surprised at his warmth, I thanked him. "No, we should thank you. That's all for today. Leave your address, and we'll find you if we need you." I left my contact and made to go. "Mind you, bring turtles to my house. My parents love them." I took Dachuan out. "Chief, I checked. They really sell turtles. They were at it by the station this morning," Wang reported. "And Lan Shixing worked with the pickpockets we caught. We'll need a little time on the rest." "Let the rest wait. Get the corpse out of him fast." When Wang left, Lu Yueshing sat thinking. Lan Shixing worked with those pickpockets. Could this lad, finding catching them wasn't enough, have dug this up to make us take Lan Shixing and end the threat to himself? But even so, how would he know Lan Shixing had killed? He's from Xiaolin, no tie here. A chance witnessing? Too coincidental. He sighed. Perhaps it's fate. Glad and easy, I took Dachuan home. A near full day spent, back by 5. "Here, cigarettes I bought." I got a carton on the way and pressed it on Dachuan. "Take time to give it to your uncle. Thanks for the raft these days." "Weren't we splitting it?" "I earn a bit more. It's nothing. Go give it to your uncle." Home. Shinting came worried. "Why so late?" "A little matter in the city." But explaining changed her color. "You weren't caught up in an arrest?" I slapped my head, laughing. "It's not so strict now. Selling country game is no great thing. Nothing wrong. I even did a service today, just lost time." She relaxed. "Eaten? I made you sand gully fish. Xiao Yu and I saved it. That evening, sand gully fish braised with eggs. You didn't eat?" You weren't home. What would we eat? Chin, you gave me an egg. Build yourself up. I don't need it. You know my body. She flushed and pinched me. Chin Ting was right there, and I'd spoken too freely. Chin Ting sighed and let it pass. After the meal, the sisters cleaned the kitchen. I played with Lu Xiaoyan, who seemed prettier than when she'd come. Chin Yu took her from me and pinched me, talking nonsense. Then a meat smell from the kitchen. Cooking again? No. The sand gully fish. Sister and I killed and pan-dried them all day, or they'd spoil. Dried, they keep. More tomorrow. Under the dim lamp, Chin Ting was drying fish on the iron pot's residual heat. No oil, no salt, just heat. A fine, watchful task. You must add a little firewood now and then, but not too much, or you scorch them, and the killing takes time too. She handed me a dried fish. Try it. It's done. Chewy, meaty, fragrant, the tiny bones near gone. Good. They sell deer in town. A yuan odd a catty, like pork. In the future, they'd fetch 100 a catty, while dried. Xiao Yu told me your idea. Tofu wants pre-dawn work, no good with the baby. But river goods, dried fish, suits us. What do you think? It reminded me. Only, where do we get so much fish? You can't fish daily, and your catch is luck. And the streams have plenty of small fish too, dried and sold. And other farm goods for the city. You advise. I can make plenty, just lack materials and a route. I see you rushing about selling everything. Could you sell ours too? She'd thought it through, every line to the point. You think of a lot, Sister Ting. She explained. Orphan young. The eldest, she'd worked early to help, so she understood these things and weighed them more. True. I'd seen the sisters as children. Both worked, but she more. You're right. I'll see what I can get for you two to work. It'd help. We need money. She nodded. Then, flushing, she said softly, Qingshan, what we promised you, we keep in mind. Wait a while longer. I caught her meaning, the arrangement, and felt the stir of it. I keep my word, and I thank you for a settled place for us. It's nothing, I said, and went out, but it had moved me. Then Da Chuan came in, eager. Eaten? Can we fish tonight? Turtles, maybe. Still keen. We've made good money. Let's go. I'd meant to rest, but with Chun Ting's idea of small goods to sell, I caught fire. Even few turtles, there'd be sand gully fish to give the women work. Let's go. Tonight too. Chin Yu asked. Back early. We pulled to Zhongzhou Weir. I gave my uncle the cigarettes. He said you're proper, and took them. Why'd he take them? If he hadn't, I'd not dare use his raft again. Because he took them, I dare. Understand. He half did. Fewer turtles now, 5 for me, 2 for him. We'll lay off turtles a while, let it recover. Let's net fish. Net after net. The rich waters gave carp, grass carp, red-tail coulter, silver carp, and most of all sand gully fish. 2 buckets full, we went home. Near the parting of ways, I made to split the catch. No, he shook his head. Keep the fish. I'll take these 2 turtles. My dad said you take me selling and the fish are yours. We've plenty at home. I'd not expected him to stand on ceremony. Take some. No, I'll help you carry. Grateful soul. Home. We put it all in the channel, the pool thick with fish. Da Chuan, leave the 2 turtles. Here's 30 yuan. I may not sell tomorrow, so sell them to me, and I'll move them in the city for you. You needn't give so much. I'm selling for you, not buying off you. Go sleep. He took it, grinning, and left. Not late, before 12. Chin Yu came and slipped into my room. I followed, and the night was as the night was, a clean fade. By 12 she went back to her bed. I wasn't tired but wakeful. Only 1 tree felled. I'll cut more. Gun and saw, off to the farm. The house was too narrow. I meant to build new, and better, for I understood Chin Ting's a while longer. In a house this cramped, the next room hears everything. Her heart couldn't get past that. So to have her keep her promise, I'd give her a good place. Old Zhang and Sifong were at the office, not patrolling, my chance. I felled 5 trees into the space, and was home by 3, dead asleep. Woken by the baby's cry, sun high, Chin Ting drying fish, the child crying in the cart. I picked her up. She laughed, playing with my face. Did she wake you? Chin Ting came out. It's late anyway. Out again last night. Went back. How'd you know I went out? And regretted asking. She flushed. Xiao Yu came back past 12, and I wasn't asleep. Soon I heard your steps in the door. Late hunting again. Mind your body. Go eat. I saved you food. After breakfast I worked. Chun you at the collective. Chun ting killing and drying fish. Sell these big ones, she said, gutting deftly, the offal to the chicks. We'll eat them. Too big. One's near 10 caddies. We can't, they'll spoil. It struck me. If we can't eat them, dry them too? Who wants such dried fish? Only Sand Gully sells. No, make something else. People love Winley's fish here. Let's make Winley's fish. Her eyes lit. It needs a lot. Lee's, ginger, chili. We can buy Lee's. Villages have it, or we brew. 1 jar at a time, and I sell them in the city. Tasty, good materials, they'll move. She nodded, glad. Tell Xiaoyu to stop the collective work. You two work at home. The sun's darkened my wife. It pains me. She marveled. I was good to my wife. After lunch I set to it. The sisters began dressing fish. Killed, cut, salted, dried, and I went for Lee's. At Yi Laowu's. Buy Lee's? Sorry, we're out. Get it in town, where they sell rice wine. Just for some snacks. Your peanuts planted? You'll bring them to press. I will. He explained he wasn't rushing me. Only an elder's reminder. In town, not market day, quiet. I went to a rice wine shop. Water wine. Rice fermented, lower proof than Baijiu. The local men's pleasure as leicha is the women's. I ordered a bowl, 5 mao, and praised it. The owner, son, glowed. Best business on the street, no overwatering. I asked about his lees, fed to pigs or fowl, carefully, lest they get drunk. Sell me your lees? Never sold it. He showed me a great jar, the wine smells strong, and I took the lot for 4 yuan, building a standing arrangement, leaving 4-5. Home, the women's eyes lit at it. Enough, plenty, and 4 yuan, buy more when we need it. Anything else for you to do? No, but we're short on seasonings. Buy ginger and chili from the village. Uncle Zhengsheng has them. At Yi Zhengxing's I insisted on paying. A large amount, dried chili, 10-20 caddies, ginger about the same, and pressed 10 yuan on him over his refusal. Home, into the space. The spawn had stirred. Fast. A day or two and I'd move it onto the wood and see if Lingji would grow. More bird eggs about, thriving all. Next day I set the mycelium onto the pre-board wood, then checked the peanuts, growing strong. Harvest soon, and home-pressed oil. The Winley's fish would need oil too. When the bamboo had dried a little, I had Dachuan help make rafts. You're sure you told no one of the weir? Not even your uncle? It's our secret. If I told him he'd take the turtles. 2 days, 2 rafts and poles done. One I put in the space's lake, sitting on it, wondering if there were fish there, but I'd no net yet, so I came out. Chun Ting came. We forgot. Winley's fish needs much oil. We're near out. I'll see to oil, the fish and Lee's keep. Unbeknownst to us, the village had heard. Yi Jianchong, twice beaten by me, hated me. Winley's fish, but they've no oil. They'll be borrowing from Laowu, I bet. Dachuan, overhearing, snapped back. Jinchong sneered at the simpleton, but Dachuan, with me behind him and bigger besides, cowed him now, and Jinchong dared not press. Through Dachuan's relaying, the whole village knew our doings. Chinyu came home cross at the gossip. Don't mind them, they're loudmouths. Then Dachuan rushed in with an oil bottle. No oil at home? Here's some from mine. 3 or 4 caddies, precious in that age, moving and absurd. From your house? Take it back, or your mother will scold you. We can solve the oil. But the whole village says you've none and waits to laugh. I'll have oil soon. He took it back reluctantly. How will you solve it? The sisters asked. I can. Into the space, I pulled a peanut. The plant's heavy with full pods, the kernels plump. Harvest time. A day pulling, 2 days picking, then drying. Exhausting, and all alone, since the secret was mine to keep. The gossip grew. Days on and still no oil. Laowu's house must be dreading the borrow. That night Laowu's wife fretted he'd lend out their oil. He sighed. He could do small kindnesses, not great ones. Then, Uncle Laowu and I came in carrying a great load of peanuts. I brought peanuts, press oil for me. They gaped. Laowu took a handful, clean, dry, shelled one. The kernels full, bit one, the nut oil rich. Fine peanuts, they'll yield well. Where from? I'd no oil coupons, so I bought peanuts. Mine aren't in yet. All right. Of course. His wife, who'd half spoken against me, went abashed. Shell or not? Shell, cleaner oil, higher yield. I'll carry them home and shell them. Leave them, my family will help. Why the trouble? A full load, about 120 caddies, and another like it at home. You bought a lot, costly? Oil's needed. I'd taken in 4 loads, near 500 caddies, but hidden 2. Leave this, I'll bring the other shelled tonight. Home, I carried in a second load, the sisters gaped. Bought 2 loads, Lao Wu says shell them for more oil. Shell this one, they'll do the other. Tomorrow we press both, and oil without end. Chen Yu shelled one and popped it in my mouth. Try it. You're tired. I shelled one for her. Good, she crunched. We shelled all night, thumbs near useless. From a caddy of in-shell, about 65% kernels, 120 made 80. Next morning, I carried the 80 caddies of kernels to Lao Wu's. Chen Yu along. Theirs were shelled too. They're many children quick at it. Your hands won't obey, Lao Wu laughed. Eating's easy, shelling's the work. Set up, the pressing began. Pressing's complex, we left it to him. About 160 caddies of kernels, 35% yield, 60-odd caddies of oil. Bring oil jugs. I bought jugs in town, 150 caddy, 520 caddy, for I'd have endless oil. The sisters gaped at so many jugs. We'll fill them, wait. Into the space to replant peanuts. At Lao Wu's, the pressing began, the oil smell drawing the village, Jinchong among them. Come to needle Lao Wu about who'd be borrowing oil. It's Ching Shan's, he bought a lot of peanuts. I shelled all night, Lao Wu's wife said, and Jinchong, stumped, cursed inwardly and left, raging. Where'd he get money for peanuts? Soon the whole village knew Ching Shan was pressing oil. He bought peanuts? Where's his money? He hunts and fishes, earns well. Old Zhang says his aim's fine. Bet Sifong a boar in one. The oil done, Lao Wu's wife called us to fetch it. A crowd stood at his gate to gawk, to verify, to learn where my money came from. I ignored them and went in. A bunch of idlers, Lao Wu cursed them. Ching Shan, the 50 caddy jugs full, the 20 caddy too. Fine peanuts, high yield, near 70 caddies. Chen Yu's eyes lit. They'd never been so rich. Few in the village had ever seen so much oil. I pressed a carton on Lao Wu for the borrowed oil and the pressing, and he took it after refusing. He waved off the press fee and the bean cake, but I'd not be foolish. Others I'd take in full, yours I won't, but take the cake. His words were loud and clear, and the crowd bowed their heads, knowing he'd been one of the few to truly help me. We carried the golden oil out, the gold catching every eye, the crowd marveling and envious. Chen Yu walked ahead, head high, glad. Her long-maligned husband had one real face, and she with him. I saw it, and was moved, still in time. Home. Chen Ting gaped at near 70 caddies. Did you thank Lao Wu? I gave him a carton. Good. We stored the oil. Now you two can do your work in peace. That evening the family ate at Yi Sifong's. Jinchong told his uncle and father Yi Si Hai of the oil, and the brothers fell silent. Where'd he get it? Stolen? Where's his money? You said he sold a boar for near 100. Sifong stewed. That boar was mine, he snatched it. He's getting arrogant. We should fix him, Jinchong put in. Sifong, the farm job business? Sihai asked. I told the office, they do need a hand. Yi Zhengsheng tried to have old Zhang slot his boy in, but I blocked it. Your luck? I'll get you in, Sifong smirked, meaning his own. That night, our oil being a harvest, we hosted a meal. Lao Wu, Lusheng, Zhengsheng, Dachuan. With oil now, we fried fish parcels, grass carp, salted, coated in rice flour, deep-fried crisp outside, tender within, and dried fish, fish head braised with tofu, meat dishes, and 2 bottles of liquor. Not going back to the collective? Lusheng asked over a fish parcel. Xiao Yu and I will do our own small trade. Hunt, fish, better our days. You've a head on you. Mind you work hard, no laziness. Lao Wu put in. Qingshan's no idler. Who else could do all this? He'll make a fortune. Yi Zhengsheng, though, looked glum, eyeing his son. What's wrong? Lao Wu asked. Glad to see Qingshan carry his house, but it's bitter too. And he looked at Dachuan, eating, oblivious. The fathers understood, the sisters too, silent. Zhengsheng, it's hard, Lusheng sighed. I'm brigade head, but the farm job needs the 2 farm men say. You didn't settle old Zhang and Sifong, so I'm stuck. So Lu Sheng had told Zheng Sheng of the opening, to settle old Zhang or Sifong, and it had gone nowhere. A thought struck me. I steal trees from the farm, with Dachuan inside as my cover. It'd be far easier. I have to get him in. Any other way? Only if the town directly approves it. But who'd get the town to name him for the farm? Unless you know people there, or someone favors you, or you've done a great service. My face brightened. If Dachuan did a proper thing, a service, could he be placed? Depends what. Help the county police crack a murder case. Silence fell. Say again. Dachuan helped crack a case. Lu Xingnier stood. He did. Dachuan, didn't we dig up a corpse and help the county police crack a big case? Yes. Dachuan nodded earnestly and told it. San Liuan, the corpse, the killer who'd bullied them at the station, the chief calling it a great service. Yi Zhengxing gaped. There's your service, I laughed. If so, it can be done. Lu Xing slapped the table. Go to the police. Get the man who handled it to write a certificate for Dachuan, stamped, with the reason clear, then take it to the town. It'll work. Dachuan, tomorrow we go to the city, to Chief Lu, to arrange it. He's a good man. They left, the air warmer. When they'd gone, Chen Yu, who'd held it in all meal, gripped my hand, face red with fright. Tell me about the corpse. In the kitchen, the baby on my lap, I told it, omitting the foreknowledge, saying I'd dug for eels and turtles and chanced on it. The sisters paled. That's all. It's settled. They deserved it. Heaven let me find the bodies, or that station man might have kept after me. Now it's all solved. You scared me. Why not tell us? I feared you'd worry. And I met Chief Lu, a good man. I sold 5 turtles at his place. Chun Ting recovered. A blessing in disguise. And you handled it so well there's nothing left for us to say. Tomorrow get the letter. Sifong surely means to slot Jinchong in. This fixes Jinchong and gets Dachuan in. I couldn't be happier. If Jinchong got into the farm, he'd trip me even while I hunted, with Dachuan inside. I've a man for the tree cutting. Next morning I went for Dachuan. Yi Zhengsheng was telling him things. This time take him over. He doesn't understand much, so see it done. We're brothers. Leave it to me. Wait for good news. Dachuan beamed at brothers. At the county police, we met Wang Zhitsai, who pressed cigarettes on us. The chief had been praised, might rise. Eaten? Lu Yueshing asked. I'd have said yes, but Dachuan licked his lips. Not yet. So Lu treated us to breakfast at a nearby stall. Trouble to report again? Wang asked, and Lu slapped his head. Such cases don't come twice, and good riddance. Actually, a favor, I said, leaning close. Dachuan's a bit slow, you can see. His father wants him in our village's forest farm, but they've no connections. I heard those who've done a service have a special channel. Could you write a certificate? Not a backdoor, just proof Dachuan helped in the case. Lu-eyed Dachuan, who grinned. He's no fully normal man, but hill hunting and farm watching he can do. Strong, sure-footed. It's no violation. You did help us greatly. You saved many, for those men meant to kill and bury again. I'll write it, and name your Lianhua mountain farm directly. Delighted, I thanked him. After breakfast, in his office on county police paper, he wrote it, added his office phone, stamped and signed it, and handed it over. Full information, recommending Dachuan to the Lianhua mountain farm. We hurried back to town, to the township office, and there ahead were Yi Sifong, Jinchong, and a plump man. I know him, Dachuan said. A small cadre in town. Sifong sends him game. They're close. So Sifong had a man in town. But he won't be enough. Jinchong spotted us. Uncle. Those two followed us in. Sifong tugged the plump man. Brother's son, that fool Dachuan. His father tried old Zhang's route, and I blocked it. They're surely here for this. A fool. Son, the town statistician laughed. A fool can do nothing. You know who I am. I'll have him off in a blink. Come in with me. The 3 of them went into one of the offices. I didn't know whom to find. The township head would do. But seeing them go in, I figured they'd gone to whoever handled this. Come on. I pulled Dachuan in. He felt out of place, but with me beside him he steadied. Director Chow, son said to the middle-aged man at the desk. This is Yi Jinchong. Good-looking lad, eh? The Lianhua farm needs a hand. He'll do. Jinchong straightened. Chow was about to speak when the door opened, and we came in. Who let you in? Sun moved to shove me. I slipped him and went to chow. Yi Qingshan, are you mad? This isn't a place for you. Jinchong sneered. Director Chow? Here's a letter. Read it. It's from Chief Lu Yueshing of the county police. I handed it over. Jinchong doubled up laughing. Forged by the county police chief. You can't lie like that. Who are you to know Chief Lu? Chow didn't believe it either. Even the township head mightn't know the man. But he scanned it, and the stamp stopped him cold. He took it up and read closely. You know what forging an official letter is? Take him in, Director Chow. Let him sit in a cell for daring it, Sun crowed. Sun Wan, shut up. Chow snapped, growing more astonished as he read. Who's Yi Dachuan? Here, my friend. This is real. It is, ask if you like. Wait here. Chow stood. Director Chow, what does it say? Sun clutched at him. Chow, irritated. It says these two helped crack a big case, a homicide in the city, on their tip. Chief Lu recommends Yi Dachuan as a forest warden. Any problem? The Yi uncle and nephew and Sun Wan froze. Chow went off with the letter. Listen to him talk, Rod. Impossible, Jinchong laughed. A homicide, helped crack by those two heads. Nonsense. Sun Wan agreed. Forged. They'll be in a cell soon. Chow took the letter to the township secretary. Secretary, look. The secretary scanned it, surprised. You know this case? I heard of it. Real, but I don't know the details. Our two men cracked it? Who'd have thought? They're in my office now. If he writes a recommendation, do as it says. You came to verify. I tell you, it's real. Then I know what to do. Thanks. I'll come look too. Inside, the sneering went on. Wait, there's a show coming. Jinchong laughed. The door opened to Chow and the secretary. The three sobered, Sun Wan fawning. Secretary Lin. A small matter. I'll handle it. Jinchong, oblivious. Secretary Lin, you needn't trouble yourself over my forest farm business. Lin blinked. Who's going to the farm? You? The county police recommend Comrade Yi Dachuan. Who are you? The three goggled. I near laughed aloud. Your Comrade Yi Dachuan? I heard of the case. Two lads found a corpse digging turtles. You've removed a great menace for us. Who'd have thought our township had such men? The farm needs a hand. Let Comrade Yi Dachuan go. Chief Lu's recommendation is clear. Old Chow, see to it. Need to phone and verify? I wrote down a number. I offered. No need. We won't mistake it. Lin smiled and left. Chow soon had the paperwork done, shook Dachuan's hand. Congratulations. You're a Lianhua forest man now. Thank you. We came out. The Yi uncle and nephew and Sun Wan trailed, deflated, eyeing us with hatred. Brother Sun, I smiled. You laughed so happily just now. He flushed, not daring to cross a man who could talk to the county police. Just a joke. No malice. The lad has a lucky face, fit for the farm. I fully support it. Even Dachuan heard the insincerity. Jinchong, spoiled your good thing again. Hate us? Go find Chief Lu in the city. Want the address. Jinchong went green, speechless. Let's go. Tell your folks the good news. Truly. Yi Zhengsheng near leapt, gripping Dachuan's shoulders. My son's in the farm. Dad. Thank Brother Qingshan. It was Qingshan's doing. Come to dinner tonight. All of you. Home. I told the sisters. Chen Yu laughed at Ginchong's defeat. Why not take the farm job yourself? Chen Ting asked, ever the thinker. We don't need the money. I'd rather hunt and fish freely than be bound there. And you'll be making your goods to sell, so I'll be on the road selling. No time for the farm. Chen Ting nodded. Prepare the Li's fish. I'll work too. And no cooking tonight. We eat at Uncle Zhengxing's. Then into the space, to try the lake. I'd a raft and a net now. I cast, and the net came up heavy. 2 big grass carp. There really are fish. I'd been putting fish and turtles into a lake that already held fish. Fool that I was. Now I needn't worry. By afternoon, 9 grass carp. For carp, 3 silver carp, and many small ones. Much like the May River's stock. Where'd you catch all this? Chen Yu's eyes lit. Lucky day. Make your goods freely now. We'll need jars. The honey ones are too small. Buy bigger ones. I'll get them. I bought jars in town. That evening I carried Lu Xiaoyan and took the women to Yi Zhengxing's, where Lu Xing was too. I passed cigarettes round. You two even cracked a big case in the city, tied up with Chief Lu. I couldn't get an audience with him, Lu Xing teased. Brother Qingshan led me. He talks so well with Chief Lu, I couldn't follow, Dachuan praised. The farm work was a good post. Many begged to get in, like Jin Chong. Yet I'd given the chance to Dachuan, broad-minded of me. I won't go to the farm. Fang's there, and we don't get on. I'd stare at him daily. Don't fear him, Zhengxing said. Old Zhang came in. I gave him a cigarette. A big shot, he laughed. Why does the whole village know? Jin Chong spread it. Said you got lucky like a blind cat on a dead mouse, and pulled strings. He's mad. It's all above board. Or I pulled the strings, Dachuan offered earnestly. Lu Xing waved it off. It's above board. Go up with old Zhang tomorrow. Mind him, don't mind Fang. Then, of hunting, old Zhang said, I saw 7 or 8 wild goats on the mountain the other day. No gun on me. Goats better than boar. Our interest sparked. Tell me when you spot them again. We'll go, split it even. I'll come too, Dachuan. Done. Dinner was set. 2 tables, men and women. Thanks to Qing Shan for getting Dachuan settled, and to brother Lu Xing for the tip, and old Zhang for watching Dachuan. Drink up. That night, I didn't go up. I sat in the yard after washing. The sisters came and went, and Chunyu, catching me glancing toward the bath, pinched my ear. I'm not watching your sister bathe, and could I see from here anyway? I'm thinking our place is too cramped. Not even a proper bathroom. I've a little money now. Let's rebuild the house. She flushed, perhaps reflecting on her own loudness, and said, It costs a lot. We'll earn it slowly. Prepare the bricks and timber first. Chen Ting, done bathing, joined and heard us. What do you think, sister? Building's good, but I'm in no place to say. I eat here and contribute nothing. We're family, we agreed. She glanced at me. I at her. Both of us thought of the arrangement. Then Qing Shan decides. But let's first see if our goods sell. If they do, we build, and we'll have helped. If not, never mind. Settled. I had timber drying and money coming. No great obstacle. Next morning, Dachuan started at the Lianhua farm. Zhengxing and I saw him up. Old Zhang welcomed us warmly. Fang scowled. Uncle Fang, did brother's son ignore you, lose you face? It'll happen often. Dachuan's named by Chief Lu himself. Don't make trouble, or I'll report you to the county. Fang's face went dark. I left him and showed Dachuan around with old Zhang. The work was simple. Watch the trees, patrol, keep night watch. Old Zhang, low. Fang won't patrol or keep watch. Wants only to hunt or laze. If Dachuan's here, we can pair up. Then Fang came in. Old Zhang, I won't be on the mountain tonight. Let the new man keep watch. He'd jumped the rotation to give Dachuan a hard first night. Zhengxing bristled, but I caught the chance. If Dachuan's alone tonight, I can go up and cut trees. I pulled Zhengxing back. Let Dachuan watch tonight, but order it properly. He watches now, so next time it's not him. Of course, old Zhang nodded. Fang stalked off. I'll keep you company tonight, I told the uneasy Dachuan. You will. I'll come up to hunt, then stay with you. You're a grown man. You won't be scared, right? Right, we'll hunt together. On the way down, Zhengxing thanked me over and over. I trusted him and needed Dachuan's cover, so I told him plainly. I'm rebuilding the house, so I need timber. I cut it from the farm. With Fang here I daren't, but Dachuan can cover for me. I'll have Dachuan help carry. No, don't let him touch it. If he's caught and questioned, honest as he is, he'd confess and lose his job. He covers, that's all. I'll handle the rest. Zhengxing saw the sense. Home. The sisters had begun the Li's fish. Fish dried and seasoned. Chen Ting frying the dried blocks. Chinyu mincing garlic and ginger. The method: deep fry the fish, set aside, fry garlic, ginger, and Li's in oil, then return the fish and stir, season, done. Not daring much per pot, they did several. By noon, 3 pots, cooling in buckets. Lunch was greens and Li's fish. Good, Sister Ting, fine hands. That evening, jars filled, about 100, to take to the city tomorrow. After supper, gun in hand, I went to the farm. Dachuan was practicing his aim, glad to see me. Eaten? Scared. Not scared. Dad says I'm a fool. Fools fear nothing. I patted his head. Don't talk like that. You're no fool. I went up the mountain, bright moon, headlamp. Far from the office, picked a tree, and sawed. Tiring, but with the new house in mind, lighter. For trees into the space, and as I rested past 11 footsteps, I raised the gun, a wild goat, curious. I fired. It dropped, and the others scattered at the shot. I gave chase, dropped a heavy one. Then 2 near-grown kids, gathering all into the space. 4 hit, 3 wounded, 1 killed. The rest escaped. Back at the office, the light was on. Dachuan came out, gaping at the goat on my back. You didn't call me. Too urgent, no time. He forgave me, eyeing the goat. We washed and slept. At dawn I rose. Dachuan watched me. Going back? I'll sell the goat in the village. I'll keep some for your family. I shouldered the goat, left, dropped it into the space once clear, and brought it out again near the village. Folk were up. Seeing me with a goat, they pressed to buy. Selling in the village. Cheap. No coupons. Word spread. Home. The sisters gaped at the goat. I set the doorboard on 2 benches as a counter, took down a leg with the axe, cut 6 caddies. 3 for Dachuan. 3 for Yi Laowu, who'd helped me much. The village crowded in to buy at 6 mao a caddy, 70-odd caddies, 10 kept, the rest sold fast, under 30 yuan, but goodwill all round. Sifong, hearing of my goat, came fuming, the village needling him. Qingshan's aim is fine, Sifong's all boast. He left chewing his liver, regretting he'd skipped the watch. After, into the space. The goats grazing easy, the cut timber to be stripped and dried. I'd cut a fair pile already, some near dry. Then, the lees fish and dried fish to sell. I loaded the heavy bike and rode to the city, to Lu Yueshing's quarter, the well-off neighborhood, and called out my wares. Lu Yueshing had said I could sell here. What did I fear? A crowd gathered. Jiaoline's May River had a name for good goods. I gave an auntie a dried fish to taste, sand gully, meaty, fragrant. 2 a caddy. Dearer than meat. 3-4 caddies of fresh fish make 1 caddy dried, plus the labor and firewood. It's fair. Lu Yueshing's father came over. He's right, fair. 3 caddies, then. The crowd swelled. Lao Lu helped me sell and take money, and the 100 jars of Lee's fish and all the dried fish sold out. More buyers turning away disappointed. Lao Lu, Lu Shu, was glad, grateful for my help with his son's case, knowing what it meant for the man's career. I gave him a bag I'd held back from the start, dried fish and a jar of Lee's fish. For you. He saw it was no afterthought, but prepared, and took it, touched. His wife pulled me into lunch. Afterward, Lu Shu offered to introduce me to the neighborhood shop, so my goods could be left there to sell. I'd lower my price a little for their margin. I agreed gladly. A local, a chief's father, the introduction was gold. Bring more next time. I'll take you to talk to him. Home. The village square. Jinchong boasting for his uncle. His aim's deadly. Tonight he hunts and sells boar in the village. I cut in. By the time the Yi family sells you boar, your teeth will have fallen out. Jinchong flushed. I shoulder-checked him to the ground. Oh, a misfire, sorry. The villagers urged me to hunt instead. They hadn't had meat in ages. I had several boar in the space, including a big one I could kill. I'll hunt tonight. Boar by morning if I'm lucky. They cheered. Into the space. The Lingji had grown, about a dozen stalks. Home culture loses some, but a dozen was fine, and in here they'd mature in a month or 2. The empty ground gave me ideas, high-value plants, but not ginseng, suspicious here, slow-growing. Other medicinal herbs, then. And I looked toward the space's mountains, where I'd never gone, beyond my valley. If the lake has fish, the hills may have animals, herbs even. I climbed. My stocked animals grazed the lower slopes, but never entered the forest, as if a barrier stood there. Inside, silence, not even birdsong, no animals. But under a pine, I found pine mushrooms, a fine, fresh thing. I gathered a basketful. Pine mushrooms stewed with wild pheasant, and I've pheasants here. Then, under a pine, a thriving vine in flower, heshu. A pillow brought to the drowsy. I dug it out, near 10 caddies, decades old by its size, the older the more valuable. I let a pheasant out of the space with me. Home, the women's eyes lit at the pine mushrooms. Where'd you find them? On the mountain, and a pheasant, pine mushroom stewed pheasant for lunch. Chen Ting took the pheasant to dress. Chen Yu and I washed the mushrooms, she glad, asking to come gather next time. I washed the heshu apart. What's this? A fine thing. A herb. I'll ask its price in town. The money might build our house. She teased. You dream big. I smiled, not telling all. I'd over 1,000 yuan, and with this I could start on the house and on hiring help to saw timber. Lunch, pine mushroom pheasant, the broth over white rice. Exquisite, 20 in a glutton. I ate 3 bowls. After, I took the heshu to the town's herb hall. Wang the herbalist, generations in the trade. As I came in, he was taking a man's pulse. Overindulged, Wang said. The man, abashed, hardly. You can't fool me. Your age, and so vigorous, but your body's weak. I drew near and saw. It was Yi Zhengsheng. He flushed, deflecting. I'm here for a friend's medicine. Of course, I said, and pulled out the heshu. Wang, you buy herbs? Look at this. Wang's brow went up. Then he jolted, near dropping his brush. He examined it, suppressing his excitement. Then, old hand that he was, asked flatly, how much do you want? I laughed inwardly. He knew what it was and played coy. What'll you give? He hesitated, then, sensing I knew its worth, came clean. You know it's heshu? High-aged. 5 years makes 3 caddies. Yours is 10. Fine medicine. Your price, then? I added. The state shops buy herbs too. Surely they'd pay well. He hurried to keep me. Don't take it elsewhere. Let's talk. He named a good price. Ordinary hesh is cheap, but yours is decades old, top grade. The state shop might give 20 or 30 a caddy, even fresh. I'll give 30 a caddy. He waited. 11 caddies 6, 348 yuan. I took it. Bring me more such. I'll not pay below the state shop. To Yi Zhengxing's mortification, Wang kept citing his weak kidneys as an example, and ended up selling him a course of medicine. He came out with bundles, red-faced. On the way home, Zhengxing asked where I'd got the heshu. Dug it on Lianhua Mountain. Rare, don't waste your effort. I found no others. Then I asked, did you ever saw timber for people? Often, at the old Guanshan farm. I've boards to saw, I'll pay. You've already started? He knew I stole farm timber. Tonight too. I'll come help. I considered. If Zhengsheng helped saw, he could cut and leave it, and I'd move it to the space later. Won't it be trouble? No trouble. Here we all help each other build. Sawing and cutting's a small thing done together. I'll bring Laowu too. I trusted Laowu. Settled. I moved the dry timber into the family's old shared ancestral house. Unlived in, jointly owned, used as a store, so they could saw it there. That evening Zhengsheng and Laowu came kicked out. Laowu clapped my shoulder. Building a house? Quiet about big things, aren't you? I can't do much, but stealing and cutting trees I know. Your dad and I cut plenty in the old days. He cut my house beams, so cutting yours repays him. Touched, I went up with them, far from the office. Old Zhang's on tonight. And Dachuan. Good. If Sifong were here, he'd blow it up. Each with a saw. We worked fast. They knew trees better than I. I had youth. By 11, over a dozen trees down. Enough. Rest. Then hunt. Carry the trees later. Won't a patrol find them? They don't patrol here much. Hide them well, and I'll deal with it. We went to hunt, and Laowu heard movement. 4 or 5 boar grazing under the moon. I'll take them. You two wait. I raised my gun, but the boar bolted, and behind us came a shot and Sifong's voice. Up ahead. A group, after them. Several men crested the ridge, chasing the boar. Laowu and Zhengxing worried they'd find the cut trees. Don't mind them. Chase, or he'll suspect, I said, and we ran. Ahead, Jinchong spotted us. Uncle. Qingshan, Zhengsheng, Laowu, hunting too. Block them, don't let it fall to him. The boar fled in panic. I outpaced the older men. Qingshan, don't mind us, shoot if you can. But careful, there are 3 other hunters with Sifong and Jinchong. I passed Zhengsheng, caught up to Jinchong. Yi Qingshan, don't snatch, we found them. Found them, bagging them's what counts. I fired. The rearmost boar, 200-odd caddies, dropped, and a second shot to the head finished it. The other 3 ran harder. Uncle Zhengsheng, Laowu, watch this one. I ran on, dropped another, and a third, Jinchong wailing about the rules, but I cared nothing. I'd not let those 2 get a single boar. The last boar I dropped 2, 4 boar, all mine. The 5 men ran up, gasping, while I hauled the last, near 200 caddies, to carry off. Then the crew-cut stranger raised his gun, the muzzle drifting toward me, a cold smile. 4 boar, surely we get one. Eating it all yourself. Jinchong grinned darkly. Sifong too. The crew cut's two companions raised their guns, faces ugly. Beaten fair, they turned to this. What do you want? The first's yours, the other three are ours. 5 of them, with Sifong and Jinchong who hated me, and Laowu and Zhengsheng too far off watching the first boar. I'd no good choice. So I smiled that away. Want the boar? You should have said so, leave them. Smart, the crew cut sneered. I shouldered my gun and walked off. Thought Yi Qingshan was tough. He's nothing. Jinchong crowed once I'd gone. Get the 3 boar, a full load. They moved to haul them, not knowing that the moment I was out of their sight I'd gone into the space and brought out the one great boar. Go see them off, I said, an edge in my eyes. That crew cut one, go for him. The 5 of them, crew cut, Sifong, Jinchong, and 2 others, headed back happily, 3 big boar between them, money and face restored for Sifong. The crew cut man crowed, hefting a boar. This is your village's tough one? Couldn't act tough before me. Tell him to behave when he sees me. My gun knows men, not beasts. He beats me at boar, but at men I'd beat him. Jinchong, viciously. Brother Ping's the only one who can hold Yi Qingshan down. Watch him. He's got money, does something in the city, might have more to grab. Oh, good. First meeting today, plenty of chances ahead. I'll have him sorted in a blink. Sifong near gave his nephew a thumbs up. He'd planted me firmly in the crew cut man's mind. A talent for fanning flames. As they talked, a roar, and the great sow boar I'd loose shot out and slammed into the crew cut man, who was shouldering a boar and never expected an ambush. He went down hard, his boar dropping onto him, and the sow set on him. 200-odd caddies, no man takes that. The others raised their guns and backed off. Shoot it, he cried, gun knocked away, defenseless. Brother Ping, break away so we can aim, Jinchong urged, but the sow stuck to him, and the homemade guns were too unsteady at that range to risk hitting him. Then my voice. What, not leaving? Can't carry it all. I came up, Laowu and Zhengsheng behind. Another boar. I raised my gun. Qingshan, save him, quick, Sifong begged. A boar and a man this tangled. Hard to save. Better all rush it together. Shooting's too risky. It's gone mad. Who dares? You go. You think I'm a fool. You're the hunting party, you go. I beg you. Your aim's good. Save me. I won't blame you whatever happens. The 3 boar, take them all back. That's better. You're about to be gored to death, so I'll save you. But if I hit you, you can't blame me. Everyone here's a witness. His 2 companions nodded fast. I raised the gun, sighted the man and the boar, and thought, crossing me has a price. I fired. The shot passed through the boar's ear and struck his ankle. He screamed and rolled, breaking free of the sow by a few feet, and I fired the second barrel into the boar's head. It dropped. Silence, but for his cries. You did it on purpose, you lamed my leg. Don't talk rot. I shot to save you and clipped you by accident. You said yourself you wouldn't blame me, Zhengsheng cut in. You all heard it. I told his companions. Carry him back, see if the leg can be saved. I saved his life. A few more gorings, and he'd be dead. Then Jinchong, wanting the affair bigger, raised his gun at me. Beat my man and think you'll just leave? Jinchong, put it down, or I'll put one in you. I loaded and leveled my gun. He went weak at once. No certainty he could kill me with one shot. Every certainty I could kill him, and lowered it. Let's go, I told Laowu. 5 boar. I'll fetch men to carry them, he said. The others hauled the crew cut man off to the clinic for his foot, leaving Zhengsheng and me. Damn, you saved his life and still messed about. Who'd dare shoot in that spot, but you, skill and nerve both. Don't do this again. Let him be gored. What's it to you? Zhengsheng fumed. I toyed with the gun, an edge on my face. I don't let a grudge sleep a night. As at the station, where I'd turn Lan Shishing's gang to the police without a backward glance. Today these men tried to take my boar. I lamed their crew cut man. You lot dare contend with me? We gathered the 5 boar at the spot, and I slipped back to put the cut timber into the space before the carriers came. An hour on, torches below, a dozen men with bamboo poles and rope. They gaped at the 5 dead boar. Qingshan shot all 5 alone. That's a marksman. Snatched from Sifong's lot too. Said they couldn't hunt. We pulled the boar down, taking turns, home by 2. 5 caddies of meat each for everyone who helped carry. I announced. They cheered. I'll sell the rest. 5 boar. Who knows if it'll sell? Sell it. I'll ride your bike to the other brigades to spread word. Soon the whole village knew, and folk rose to buy, even from neighboring villages. Under the big tree, Yiluiwe the old butcher set up. The crowd gaped at 5 boar. 8 mao a caddy. Tell Uncle Luiwe what you want. Chin Ting came over, gaping. You shot these. 5 enough. She smiled, looking them over fondly. I'll keep a leg for home. Go back and rest. I'll come when it's sold. She glanced back at me more than once, a look of wonder and ease, as if here she could live her own life in peace, every trouble solved by the man before her. In town, the crew-cut man fared poorly. We can't handle this leg at the clinic. Take him to the county hospital, see if they can save it. It's a gunshot wound. His father, Xie Jianxi, a town businessman, went grim. His 2 companions told what had happened. So this Yi Qingshan shot my son like this? Xie's face darkened. Xifang piled it on, blackening my name. This won't end here, Xie cursed. The uncle and nephew exchanged glad looks and went home. On the way, Jinchong praised Xifang. So that's why you dragged me along. Now Qingshan and Xie Jianxi are mortal enemies. His only son Lamed, not even married. You think with your head, uncle. Xifang patted his nephew's head. You can't beat Qingshan with fists. Use your head. They reached the village to find people streaming toward it with torches to buy boar meat. Selling again. Jinchong seethed, and they went to look, hearts aching at the crowd around what had been their boar. We shot them, and he takes the glory. Xifang smiled coldly. Wait, when Xie Jianxi comes for him, he'll suffer. Best the crew-cut man's legs done for, and the 2 families fight while we watch. The 5 boar sold to dawn. At 8 mao a caddy, all moved, with a half side kept back to split. Yiluiwe got 5 caddies for butchering. I kept a leg. When it was done, only Laowu, Zhengsheng, and I remained. Let's split the money. No, we did nothing. You shot them alone. Decent men, knowing what money they could take and what they couldn't. We agreed to split a hunt's catch. If you won't take it, I break my word. Zhengsheng, we know you keep your word. If we take nothing, you'll feel bad. So, 1 boar share between us. No more. That's already picking up money. I gave them 30 each, about 112 yuan for the 1 boar split 3 ways. I'll come help carry the trees down sometime. Many hands, simple. No, stay off the mountain a few days, lest they find the problem. They went home, and I, exhausted, slept without washing. I slept till noon, woken by Dachuan shrieking in, Brother Qingshan. Yu scolded him. He only slept at 5. Dachuan, abashed, sorry sister you, but get Brother Qingshan some herbs. Wang the herbalists are good, my dad's vigorous after the kidney medicine. Yu was speechless. Chin Ting flushed, biting back a laugh. I laughed aloud. Your dad's on kidney medicine? All morning Mum brewed it. The house reeks of herbs. My legs feel straighter just breathing it. I don't need it. You shot 5 boar last night and didn't call me? Old Zhang slapped his thigh in regret when he heard. Who taught you to flatter? It's true, you should have called me. Yu's eyes shone hearing I'd shot 5 boar. This is my husband. It was luck, Xifang's lot chasing them. No time to call you in the rush. Eaten. Join me. I've eaten. I came to tell you dad's on kidney medicine. I'm off. When he'd gone, Yu shook her head, laughing. Chun Ting smiled. That's a child's pure heart. No malice, no airs. If he ever started posturing, that'd be the odd thing. Lunch, boar meat, broth over rice. I drank 3 bowls, hollowed out from the night's running. Then Dachuan rushed in again. Trouble, a crowd from town, looking for you. Fierce, like they mean to fight. Yu and Chin Ting stood, frightened. Who'd you cross? Yu gripped my hand. Someone come to make trouble. I soothed. But an edge crossed my eyes. It could only be the crew-cut man's people, over his leg. Zhengsheng came in grim. Crew-cut's father, Xie Jianxi, with the town police chief Lin. A chief, frightening in that age, especially to the timid sisters. Don't be afraid. I told them, then to Dachuan. Remember Director Chow? Ride my bike, find him quick. Dachuan shot off. Then Xie Jianxi charged in with Qin and Chief Lin. Chief Lin, it's him. He lamed my son's leg last night. The county hospital says it can't be saved. You must make him answer. My son's life is ruined. Lin, 40-odd, the township police chief, sized me up. Is this true? The shot in his leg was mine. He admits it. But I fired to save him last night and clipped his leg by accident. Uncle Zhengsheng and Uncle Laowu are witnesses. I can witness, Zhengsheng said. Laowu, pushing in. I too. The crew-cut man begged him to shoot when no one else dared, saying he'd take the consequences himself. Only then did Qingshan fire, or the boar would have gored him dead. Qingshan saved his life. Lies, Xie snapped. His two companions are right there. Ask them, I said calmly. The two hesitated. Then Jinchong stepped out grinning. Chief Lin, I witness. He's talking rot. He shot the crew-cut man on purpose. My uncle witnesses too. Sifong raised his hand. I witness. Qingshan heard him deliberately. Sifong, Jinchong, are you mad? Laowu and Zhengsheng roared. The pair smirked, waiting to see me ruined. Xie's eyes were murderous. Lin frowned. This isn't simple. Come to the township station and explain it before everyone. Chief Lin, you can't hear one side only. I've witnesses. Chen Yu, frightened but resolute, stepped in front of me, voice trembling but firm. My husband's kind. He'd never lame a man on purpose. Even if accidental, it was to save someone. Arrest him, and who'll ever dare save anyone again? Chun Ting too. He took a huge risk shooting. Punish a man for saving a life, and who'll dare be good? Lin wavered, but Xie signaled him. Come with me to investigate, now. Two officers seized me. Chen Yu cried out, don't move. I shook my head. I'm fine. They led me off. The sisters near collapsed, Laowu and Zhengsheng catching them, murmuring, Dachuan's gone for Director Chow. Remember Qingshan helped Chief Lu. He won't see Qingshan wronged. Jinchong crowed across the village. Look, Yi Qingshan, hauled to a cell for hurting a man. The whole village boiled. But just past the village gate, two men came pedaling fast, and Director Chow threw down his bike and barred the road. Who dares take him? Lin started. Director Chow, what are you doing? You can't act recklessly. I've heard of this. It's not as you think. This is Yi Qingshan, who helped crack the Sanliuan murder. Chief Lu of the county police values him, meant to place him in the forest farm, wrote a letter. Sure you want to sell him? I phoned Chief Lu when I came. Comrade Yi Dachuan told him everything. If you still want to take him, explain it to Chief Lu yourself. Lin's face changed at Chief Lu, a man far above him in the same system. He'd known the case. Now he was deeply embarrassed. You're bad people, Dachuan fumed. My brother Qingshan shot to save a man, or that man would have died. And you arrest him, you're a bad chief. Zhengsheng pointed at the crew-cut man's two companions. Tell it true. What happened? Now, with a county chief behind me, they panicked and blurted the truth. Brother Ping begged him to shoot. The first shot grazed the boar's ear and clipped his foot. The second killed the boar, or it would have gored Brother Ping dead. Why didn't you say so before? Lin snapped, seizing his out. You nearly made me wrong a good man. We were dazed. We remember now. Xie nearly burst. You didn't tell us this. The two pointed back. Sifong and Jinchong told us to say otherwise. Nothing to do with us. Chief Lin, false witness, I pressed. Before all these people, that's serious. Lin, seeing he couldn't touch me and wanting to even his own face, rounded on the uncle and nephew, cuffed them. They near sat down in fright. They had us lie, the two companions accused. But he did hurt a man, Sifong faltered, too late. False witness has nothing to do with whether I hurt anyone, I said lightly. And boss Xie, that's a false accusation. Xie, old hand, recoiled fast. I was deceived by them, I didn't know. Then you admit your accusation never happened. I wasn't fully informed. Boss Xie, that won't do. I saved your son's life, and you charged me wholesale, tried to sell me. Is that how you do business? He wiped sweat. I'm sorry I was rash. Does an apology need police? Were it not for these witnesses, you'd have framed me. You too. Who had you give false witness, Sifong's lot or Xie Jianxi? Xie Jianxi. It was him. Sifong threw the dirt on, scrambling. There. Chief Lin, arrest Xie Jianxi too. Clear my name. I'll sue him. Xie sweated. Lin was in a bind. He'd known there was more to it. But he and Xie were friends, which was why he'd come. Now it had slipped his control, and I was a man he couldn't afford to cross. Old Xie, this is a false accusation. Come to the station with me to cooperate. We'll come too, Lao Wu and Zhengxing said. And tell it all plainly. Chao, who'd long disliked Lin and was glad to see him squirm, agreed. I made the call to Chief Lu. I'll report what really happened. At the station, Zhengxing, Lao Wu, and I told it straight, omitting our tree stealing, saying we'd been hunting. The crew cut man's two companions, the uncle and nephew, all told the truth now, the pair accusing Xie of using them for revenge, Xie pinning it back on the pair. Each side bit the other. I came out clean. Lin, mortified. We were rash. My apologies, Mr. Yi. Your investigative methods want refining, I noted pointedly. We'll improve. Ciao. I'll report to Chief Lu. As we left, Lin pulled me aside. Lo. It was a misunderstanding, now cleared. Xie was deceived by Si Fong and Jin Chong, and acted out of grief for his crippled son. Could you forgive him? Forgive him, and who forgives me? My wife and sister-in-law were terrified. I nearly went to a cell for doing a good deed. No compensation either. It was our fault. Xie wishes to thank you with a gratitude payment. He says 200 yuan. I understood, 200 to buy my silence. His son's life is worth 200? Cheap. Chief Lin, I'll go. Lin caught me, hurried back to Xie, then returned. He says 200's too little, 600, before everyone, as thanks for saving his son's life. I near laughed. Clever Lin. Framed as gratitude for a life I'd truly saved, I could take it clean. Since he's so grateful, never mind the rest. But the men who framed me, Chief Lin, look into them. Of course. 600, handed over before all. I thanked Chao after, who waved it off. They'd done wrong, daring to frame people. He was glad to clip Lin's arrogance besides. Home. Xin Yu's eyes were red. She threw herself against me, near sobbing. It's nothing. I foresaw this. They ran into me, and I sorted them out. Sifang's lot lost big. I pressed the station to investigate. Their false accusation charge won't slip. Don't worry. Chin Ting. A blessing in disguise again. Those two won't fare well. They jumped in themselves. Lunch was lavish. After, Zhengxing came with Dachuan. Sifang and Jinchong aren't back. Explaining their false witness, I hope. If we can clear that scum out of the farm, we've done a good thing. My thought exactly. Uncle Zhengxing, a favor, come. I took him to the old house, where my cut timber was piled. You cut these. Long ago, for building. Kept quiet, drying them. Now they're near ready. Can you help saw the boards? I'll pay. No pay. Pay. It's heavy work. You sawed for hire at the farm before. I won't cheat you. Dachuan offered. Dad and I can saw, one wage. No. You farm work. With Sifang ousted, only you and old Zhang are up there. You can't saw for me. Zhengxing would find another sawyer. I went into the space, 3 puppets at their work. The whole house building would need much timber, floorboards for the second story, boards under the tiles. So I'd cut more, on the mountain or in the space. Easier now Sifang was gone. The second batch of Li's fish, 100 jars, was ready. I'd sell it in the city tomorrow and bring Lu Shu a boar leg in thanks for Chief Lu's help. The trouble had been settled by their name. After supper, Yi Sihai, Sifang's brother, Genchang's father, appeared, abject. Qingshan, a favor, say a word and they'll be freed. Where was your word when they framed me? Your family's done me one dirty thing after another, and now you come to me? Get out. When he wouldn't go, I shoulder-checked him to the ground, then hauled him up and shoved him against the wall. A warning, no real harm. This is just the start. Your family touches me again, and I'll send the lot of you to a cell. Don't fall into my hands. He stumbled out cursing. He went to Lu Sheng, who threw him out too. You brought this on yourselves. I warned you not to make trouble. Off. Your whole family sickens me. Sihai, refusing to yield, went to the village's gossip center to spread it, and found Lao Wu and Zhengxing already telling the true story to a crowd of Yi clan folk, who cursed the uncle and nephew's whole line. Sihai slunk home to Sifang's weeping wife. Helpless. The village won't listen to me. Meanwhile, I went into the space to fish the lake, and as I drew the third net, it came up light, no fight. On the raft lay not a fish, but a man shape. Under the bright moon I saw, it was a wooden puppet, about 1 meter 7, finely carved down to the fingers. What's this puppet for? I asked aloud, and like a password, it sat up, stood, shook off the water, then bent, picked up the net, and cast it in a perfect circle. It hauled up a net full of fish and sorted them into the bucket. A puppet, fishing for me, smooth as a real fisherman, no, a skilled one. I'm the boss now. From now your name's Fisher Puppet. I laughed. Then I thought, if the lake hid a fisher, might the fields hide a farmer? I dug at a sandy patch where odd shoots grew and uncovered a finger-thin wooden post. Then 5 fingers. I cleared the face, and the puppet sat up, stood, shook off the sand, plucked the vine from its finger, and where it had lain, a second puppet rose, plainly female. The two stood side by side. These fields are yours to farm now. I handed over the hoe. The male puppet gripped it, understanding me. You till here, I'll bring seed. They nodded. I fetched basins for the fisher's catch, already a netful, smooth as no machine could be, and went out, grinning. What's so funny? Chinyu asked. Thinking of Sifong and Jinchong in a cell, I said, and we laughed. Chin Ting smiled too. I slept well and rose at dawn. Into the space first. Buckets of fish by the stream, and the 3 puppets had built themselves a grass hut. I'd give them tools. I sold the fish at home, then to the city, to Lu Shu's quarter. Lu Shu, retired, was glad to see me. He took me to a small shop and introduced me to the owner. You, for a wholesale arrangement. Lease fish at 2.5 a jar, dried fish at 1.8 a caddy, generous margins. We settled it. 12 caddies of dried fish at 21.6, 95 jars of lease fish at 2.375, 2.591 in all. I gave Lu Shu a boar leg, plainly told. It's not as good as home pork, but a novelty. He laughed at my honesty and took it. He never mentioned Chief Lu's help with the false accusation business. I didn't raise it either. The gift was given. Then to the township office, where I gave Director Chow a piece of boar meat in thanks. I never actually phoned Chief Lu, Chow confided with a wink. I lifted the receiver and said the words, but didn't dial. Dachuan's an honest fool, so if I'd told him to lie he'd have shown it. This way his account rang true. A clever man. Thank you, Uncle Chow. Then he asked his favor. Can you get me a goat placenta? My daughter-in-law's lost 2 pregnancies. We say goat placenta helps hold a child. Money's no object. A gone-in folk belief. A comfort, at least. I'll watch for it when I hunt and bring you one first thing. Glad, he thanked me. I bought tools in town and went home. Chinyu met me. Sold another 200. Keep it. The sisters insisted. They'd make the goods to ease the burden. The materials, all mine. I'll pay you wages once the house is built. Into the space, the 3 puppets working. Fisher puppet, farmer wife puppet. I named them, handed over tools, showed them the saw and nails for their hut. They understood, nodded, worked as if long practiced. With 3 free laborers, I can plant rice. For rice I needed seed, coupon only, so I asked Lusheng, inviting him and Laowu and Zhengsheng to lunch as I arranged the sawing. Lusheng offered to place me in the farm now Sifong was ousted. I declined. No time to be bound up there, with my trade and my home, and suggested Zhengsheng instead. Can you get me rice seed? I asked. Lusheng eyed me. You want to plant it yourself? You've no field, the lands, all the brigades. He thought I meant to sell seed off the books, and warn me off anything illegal. We've some spare. I'll give you a dozen caddies, but don't break the law. A dozen caddies, plenty, by my reckoning, for early rice, a caddy and a half to 2 per moo. My family's food worry would be over. Back in the space, I found the Fisher puppet sulking outside the half-built hut, arms folded. Inside, the farmer and farmer wife puppets slept embraced. A single puppet, sick of the lovebirds. I gave the farmers the rice seed. Plant this, you know how. They nodded and went straight back to their embrace. I told the Fisher puppet to build himself a separate hut or find a puppet of his own. He thought, then took net and bucket to the lake to fish. Next dawn, into the space for the fish, and the 3 puppets were channeling water to sow the rice. I could relax at last. I'd plant high-value things, not vegetables, which grow anywhere. The pool at home was full. I'd need to widen it. At the old house, the sawing rang out. Zhengxing and another Yi clan man, Yi Hongsheng, working a long saw along the inked line for even boards. I gave them cigarettes and money. You're up early. Cooler to work. And your house needs more than boards. You've bricks to lay too. I'm preparing. Get others to help. Your trade earns well. Don't waste time. Ask Lao Wu. His oil press is idle now, and he's good at bricklaying. I'll pay them all. Many in the village will gladly help. Your father did much for this village. Folk remember. I felt the weight of it. My father, gone, had left me more than I'd ever reckoned, and I lived off it still. After Zhengsheng and the others had talked a while longer, I went to fetch Yi Lao Wu, but first I called on the village mason, Zhang Wenbin. In those days you built with the village's own mason, carpenters and bamboo workers you hired from your own kin. Zhang was surprised. You're building? Soon, yes. Good news, where? I'll go look at the spot. I took him to the place I'd long had in mind. Our family's old foundation, part of what my parents left me, larger than where we lived now, room for over 100 square meters and a walled yard besides. Little leveling needed, just a small mound to flatten. Your father always meant this for your house, said so himself. Didn't expect it so soon. We've 2 more mouths now. The old house is too cramped. Even the bedboard in my little room's too narrow to sleep easy. You and Chun, you shouldn't sleep apart. You're young, get to having children. I gave a dry laugh, then told him what I wanted. The old-style earth brick and timber house, but with a better layout, bigger windows for light, more privacy, a kitchen and dining room downstairs, 3 bedrooms. He took it all in. You young folk build differently. We never thought of such things. Leave it to me. I'll draw up your layout. You'll want earth bricks made and timber. Timber's in hand. Uncle Zhengxing's sawing for me. I'll have Uncle Laowu lay bricks and bring 2 more men. Settled. I fetched Laowu to lunch, where I told everyone the plan. In the kitchen, Chun Ting murmured to her sister. Feels like a dream, doesn't it? Chin Yu nodded, beaming. You chose well. Everyone doubted him once, and you married him anyway. They said good looks won't fill a bowl, but Qingshan's more than good looks. Sister, your eye's good too. Once the house is built, you can settle here with peace of mind. Chen Ting smiled. These days have been a trouble to you and Qingshan. What trouble? We're family, did you forget? Lao Wu agreed to find men to make bricks, earth bricks, laid, in the local phrase. Zhang the mason advised, lay them by the small mound, dig a pit there to mix mud and lay them, and level that ground at the same time. After breakfast, Lao Wu gathered 4 men, and by mid-morning they'd begun, first digging the pit. The soil here was red clay. One day it would grow the finest navel oranges, though that was far off. They mixed it with water and chopped dry rice straw for toughness, packed it into rectangular brick molds, lifted the molds away, and let the sun dry the bricks. I joined in, but a morning of the repetitive work left me dizzy. Different from hunting, few can stand it. Even the seasoned men needed rest. Don't do it this afternoon, Chin Yu said, seeing my state. I'll do my own things, hunt or fish. Let them do this. That afternoon, I slipped up the mountain into the space. The fisher puppet had several buckets of fish ready. The valley fields were watered to good paddy, the 2 farmer puppets at work. I'd have to sell the surplus fresh fish, too many for Lee's fish and dried fish alone. Fresh fish are hard to transport, and town sells worse than the city. I half thought of opening a shop in the city someday, for the wind of small trade seemed to be stirring even here. First I dug a second, deeper pond beside the house and a channel to it, splitting big fish from small so they'd not suffocate. Next morning I loaded the fish and rode to the city to sell. By my May River name the fish sold easily, if slowly. I went to the Hongdu sugar refinery, bought a pack of cigarettes first, and greeted the gate guard, offering the pack. Selling fish, big river fish from Shaolin. Does your kitchen buy? A young man with cigarettes and courtesy isn't driven off. The guard fetched the canteen manager, a plump man named Liang, who eyed the carp, silver carp, and grass carp with interest. Big river fish, Shaolin, by your accent. I talked it up. Carp roe for tonic broth, grass carp for fried fish parcels, silver carp for fish balls. How much? 3.5 a caddy, all in. Dear. A grade 1 fresh fish runs 4 or 5 mao at the co-op. 3.5's cheap. He balked. The guard winked at me, and I drew Liang aside. 3.8, he said, but you only take 3. A kickback, standard for estate plants buying. Done. I've 300 caddies. 258 caddies, 98 yuan after rounding. I gave Liang 21 and kept 77. He beamed. Bring more good fish anytime. The guard saw me off. The manager had said I could come again. I tucked the empty buckets back into the space and went to buy things, material to mend the fisher puppet's mate, and most important, what a plant in the space. The valley had 2 odd mu of paddy and plenty of empty field for other crops. I'd long thought of medicinal herbs, but balked at the long growing cycles. Now, with my basic living secured, I could afford the wait. At a herb seed seller's, a plump man around 50 who first tried to sell me a kidney tonic, I near cursed. I needed no such thing. I asked what grew well here. Dendrobium, Solomon's seal, and Sanchi. Dendrobium yields in 2 to 3 years, Solomon's seal in 3 to 5, Sanchi in 3. At 7 times speed, Dendrobium's 2 years is 3 months, Solomon's seal's 3 years, 5 months. A fine business, with 4 tireless puppet hands, why not? I bought 10 yuan of Sanchi seed, 50 of Solomon seal tubers, and 50 odd of Dendrobium seedlings, which the owner, Xiao, potted up for me. Into the space, I gave it all to the farmer puppets. Know how to plant these? They nodded and set to. The fields were leveled and sown. The rice seed, sprouted before sowing, would grow fast and soon need transplanting. The puppets' work, not mine. The pheasant flock had grown, with many chicks. Soon I'd not even need to hunt. The bee boxes were thick with bees and honey, near ready to harvest, and the puppets could do that too. Home, I mended the fisher puppet's mate. Her spine-like core had snapped. I rejoined it, and she sat up, blinking, and the fisher puppet embraced her, delighted. Your main task's fishing. Not too much, just enough daily. The rest of the time help farm, and mind the honey. Harvest it when it's ready, and tell me. They nodded. Then I went to settle Director Chow's Go Placenta. He was a friend worth keeping. Chief Lu was far off in the county, and a man on hand in town who could help in a pinch was worth much. I asked old Zhang, who knew other farms and hunters, to find where pregnant goats had been seen, and quickly, I'd take him along. He was eager, having seen my shooting. A day later he came. North of the Lianhua farm, an hour or so deeper in, pregnant goats had been spotted days ago. Close, we'll go tonight. Just the 2 of us, lest others want a cut of the placenta. After supper, gun on my back, I told Qin Yu I'd be hunting. She only said, be careful. At the Lianhua office, Dachuan saw me off. He had to stay and watch. Old Zhang and I walked over an hour into the deep mountain, where few came. Lianhua is vast, spanning several towns, much of it untrodden. Here, goats pass through, but it's deep. Hunters come, but the catch is luck. Last time they saw a clear pregnant one, but it got away. We pressed on past hares and foxes. Then a heavy-bellied goat appeared, clear in the moonlight. It bolted. I fired, dropping it, and a second shot to end its suffering. Old Zhang gaped, thumb up. There may be more. Further on, 2 more goats grazed, unaware. Try your aim first, I offered, loading. Old Zhang fired, and missed, the goats bolting. Damn, stop them, Qing Shan. I'd been ready. I stepped, dropped the right-hand one, but the second was too fast even for me, and it fled. My fault. If I hadn't shot, you'd have had both. It's nothing. 2 goats is plenty. We each shouldered one back. Dachuan was asleep. We carried the goats down to the village. How to sell them? You just sold 5 boar here. Town tomorrow. It's market day. We'll rent a stall and clear more ourselves. At dawn, old Zhang came with a borrowed donkey cart from the brigade, far easier than carrying. We set up at the market and butchered on the cart, taking out the placenta first. As the sky lightened, people pressed in. How much for the placenta? A prize thing here, said to help with childbearing. Not for sale, it's promised. An auntie pressed money. I held firm, uneasy at having killed a pregnant goat at all, and would not have but for Chow's need. I left old Zhang to sell the meat, and went to wait for Chow at the township office, eating a bowl of clear broth soup at a nearby stall. Chow came by on his way to work. I handed him the placenta. He near slapped the table, ordered more soup, and pressed a bowl on me. I don't know how to thank you. I told so many hunters and none could manage it. You did it at once. Just luck. He tried to pay. I waved it off. You've done me a great favor. He took it glad. He told me Jinchong and Sifong would be held a while. Xie Jianxi was pinning it all on them, and Chief Lin and Xia were close, and that the crew-cut man would soon leave the hospital with a ruined leg. Half the town quietly cheered, the man being widely loathed. He hurried home to make his daughter-in-law eat the placenta, watching her finish it, hoping it would hold her pregnancy. Back at the stall, one goat was already sold. Then Xie Shaoshan, the town game buyer, came by. Your goats? You've not come to buy from me lately. I hunt less now, didn't want to trouble you. Bring me whatever you catch, saves your time. Do you buy fish too? I asked. I buy grass carp, silver carp. You fish? Daily. I could supply you, maybe 200 or 300 caddies a day. He gaped. That's a fortune of fish for a town of river fishermen. 3 mao a caddy, average, no sorting. He recalled the talk of me laming Xie Jian's son, saw that under my easy manner I was a hard man, and agreed. Bring them. I'll pay well. We settled it. The goats sold out at 7 mao a caddy, over 70 yuan. Old Zhang took 30 and pressed the rest on me. You shot them. I only carried and sold. Then, lo. Come up the mountain anytime. Sifang's gone. Cut what trees you like. I'll look the other way. Or tell me, and I'll cut for you. I laughed. He was earnest. Who buys timber to build? My house came from the farm too. Sifang stole plenty over the years for all his heirs. Every family in the village steals trees. Your father was the best at it. I've already started. Then you came prepared. He spoke of how glad he was Sifang was gone, and how he liked Dachuan's honest, cheerful company. I thanked him for watching over Dachuan. Home. I checked on the bricklaying. Many bricks laid, the ground leveled, near done. Laowu said they'd finish next day. Then I should bring Zhang the mason to level it fully and start the foundation. I checked on Jingxing's sawing too, and asked if he'd taken the farm post. No, Dachuan's already there. 2 from one family would draw talk, and I've my own work. But if you've a job for me, I told him, after the sawing, help me deliver fish to Xie Shaoshan, 200 or 300 caddies a day, for wages. He agreed, but waved off my offer of transport, meaning to carry it himself. I said I'd find a vehicle, since I needed one for my own trade besides. I went to ask old Zhang whether any forest farm might sell a donkey cart. The brigades couldn't be bought, only borrowed, but he doubted it. The farms needed theirs. Riding home, a thought struck me. Chief Lu's at the county police. They use sidecar trikes. He could get me one far more easily. I'd go to the city. Home. I helped Chin Yu jar the Lee's fish, and noticed her clothes were worn. Next time in the city I'll buy cloth. New clothes for you, Sister Ting, and the baby. Make some for yourself, she smiled. Mine's fine. I patched the hole. Pretty flower, no? It pricked at me. Poor as she was, she met everything with a smile, ever trying to lighten the days for us both. We've money now. I'll get cloth for all of us, you too. She agreed, on condition I make some for myself. Next morning I sold a load to Boss Yu in the city, about 300 yuan again, then went to the county police to find Chief Lu. He received me easily. We spoke of my trade, and I came to it. Uncle Lu, can I buy a sidecar trike here? He was surprised. I run about for my trade. The bike wears me out. A trike would carry goods and save my legs. I know they're hard to find, but the police are issued them. Could I buy a retired one and fix it up? He thought, saw I was sincere and the need real. You've come at the right time. We've an old one being retired, a small fault, easily fixed. We've a quota for a new one, so the old one's going. I can sell it to you and handle the paperwork. All proper. I'll get you a civilian permit. Won't it be trouble? Standard procedure. 800 yuan. Bring it next week. I'll have it fully checked and fixed, parts replaced, and the papers done. Connections. Without Chief Lu, I'd not have found the door, let alone had it all arranged for the price of the thing. He even offered to lend me 200 if 800 strained my trade. I had 2,000 or 3,000 and declined, touched. He kept me to lunch in the canteen. Good food, far better than any village table, and reminded me to come on time with the money. I'm the chief, but I handle this by the book. No handle for anyone to grab. In the black market, I bought cloth coupons, then 4 colors of cloth, and reached home by 4. Chun Yu was cleaning small fish. With the fisher puppet supplying fish daily, I only fetched them out each morning, sparing me much work, though it kept the sisters endlessly busy. Ate in the county canteen. Chief Lu's treat. Look at this cloth. Her eyes lit. How much did this cost? Isn't it a waste, with the house going up? My wife should wear fine clothes, no waste. She laughed, pleased. Chen Ting came out. Buy for yourselves, not me. We're family. And he chose a color to suit us both. Chun Yu said, holding the cloth against her sister, who looked the more striking for it. Thank you, Qing Shan. We're family. Go to the village tailor. Have him make us each a few sets. Chen Ting offered to measure us, recalling she'd once apprenticed under the tailor, Yi Nanhai. Take him a fish, I said, half a teacher after all. She measured us all, even the baby. Into the space, the 4 puppets at work, the rice and seedling, the herb rose ridged and the dendrobium thriving. Whatever I planted here grew without fertilizer, fast, as if the place were made for it. The lingji grew better still, near a dozen mature with more small ones coming up in succession. A steady income that meant the house, or any house, would be no worry. After supper, when the workers had gone, I found Chun Yu retching in the yard. Chen Ting pulled me aside, beaming. Take her to be checked tomorrow. I think she's pregnant. It struck me. Likely so. In my last life, Chun Yu and I never had a child, for Chen Ting died soon after the wedding, and Chun Yu, sunk in grief, kept me at a distance. I held Chun Yu from behind. Sister says I might be pregnant, she said, flushing. Then that's good. Did you think your husband's been working for nothing? She pinched me, abashed. We'll see the right position pegged out for the foundation tomorrow, then go to the city for a check. There's no such thing in the village. We've a car now. We'll go. Sister Ting can cook. Chen Ting nodded firmly. Chen Yu's face filled with happiness. Next morning, they pegged the foundation, driving in stakes, marking the lines with lime to fix the layout, then dug. I watched a while, then drove Chen Yu carefully to the county people's hospital. The result came in the afternoon. All well, she was pregnant. Home, Chen Ting was relieved. Let her not work this while. Leave the housework to me. Sister, you can't do it all alone, Chen Yu protested. I can. Mind the baby for me. The whole house grew happier for the news. Chen Ting, older and experienced, handled everything in order, even knowing what to cook for her sister. That evening, Chen Ting said she'd move into the small room. I'm up often with the baby, feeding her. I'd wake Xiao Yu, and she needs rest now. You sleep with her. I'll take the small room with the child and trouble no one. I checked it wasn't mere courtesy. Chen Yu had told me to ask her, and Chen Ting insisted. So I tidied the room for her, clearing it out, and Chen Yu helped. Once the new house is up, we'll do your rooms well. You and Xiao Yu both comfortable. Thank you, Qing Shan. She settled in with the baby. When I finally lay down, Chen Yu drew me close. With Chen Ting in the house, we rarely just slept quietly side by side like this. Tired? No. I think you both worry too much. I worked fine yesterday, and now I'm to do nothing. It's our first child. Rest. Leave the rest to me and Sister Ting. She held me and slept. 2 beauties at my side, and I a sheathed spear with no field to fight on. A hard life, I thought, smiling. At dawn I rose, leaving Chun Yu sleeping sweetly, and found Chen Ting already gutting fish, doing more now with her sister resting. We could slow this down, skip the lees fish and dried fish a while. I can manage, only more time, she said. It was no small more time, but the people of that age worked themselves to the bone, seizing any glimmer of hope, whatever the cost. A thought came. Could the 4 puppets do this? Lee's fish was too complex, but drying fish on the pot's heat, surely they could. First I bought what they'd need. Baskets to hold peanuts, bamboo racks to dry them. Easily got from the bamboo worker. 5 racks, 6 loads of baskets, 2 of dung baskets. And I'd need grain chests and peanut chests, for I couldn't bring all my harvest out at once without drawing suspicion. Better to store most in the space and explain the odd load as bought. I'd buy a cow for the space too, with plow and harrow, so the puppets needn't till by hand forever. Even tireless laborers deserve their burden eased. Into the space, the farmer puppet pointed. They'd built a large storehouse already, where chests could keep grain and peanuts dry, for it rained here too, the place being kind to crops. By the time I'd done, breakfast was ready, and with Zhang the mason's team now digging the foundation, the house held more people than ever. After, I went to the village carpenter, Yiganzhou, not just for grain chests but for much furniture. In those days you laid in your own timber and had the carpenter make beds, tables, chairs, doors, wardrobes. He was surprised at the grain chests. Few had grain to spare then, but I had to make 2. one large, one smaller, at the old house where my timber was piled. He marveled at the heap. You prepared this all in secret. And fine timber. You've cut the farm's best, eh? That I have. A thing everyone knew and no one minded. Steel trees, and uncaught. You're safe, for every family does the same. He set to gladly, and the old house grew livelier still, the sawing going on alongside, my timber seeming never to run out. With so many hands about, and Chunyu only minding the child now, I made time to help at home, lest Ting wear herself out. When I got back, Ting was in the kitchen, one hand pressed to her waist. 26, and in her prime. By this age's reckoning, a woman bore the weight of children and elders both, and she was no exception. Your waist ache. She shook her head. Just habit. Let me work it out tonight, after your bath. I know a bit of massage. She flushed and said it wasn't needed, but I'd already taken up the work beside her, and she said nothing and worked too. That day I scarcely left, slipping into the space when she didn't need me, fetching out the fish. That evening, bathed, the baby asleep on Chunyu's bed, Chunyu herself nodding off. I told her I'd ease Ting's strained waist. She nodded, smiling faintly. If she'll let you. In the small room, Ting lay tired. She sat up at my step. Lie down, I'll work it. I'd learned a little of such things in my last life. She lay down, doubtful at first, then surprised that it eased her. Soon, weary as she was, she slept under my hands. I lowered the pressure, drew off, turned her gently so she'd not lie cramped, and went out, carrying the sleeping Lu Xiaoyan back to set mother and daughter together, and lay down myself, worn out. The days that followed I poured into the new house, tired but in no want of money. One day, old Zhang came. You never followed up on the donkey cart. Still want one? You've a sidecar trike now, but I'd half thought I'd no use for one. Then saw I would. For town deliveries, a cart was handy. How much? Around 300, cart thrown in. Worth it. Zhengxing's sawing would soon be done, freeing him to sell fish, and a cart would serve my town trade well. When can we talk to them? Tomorrow, the Ibei Township Farm, 20 li off. Next day I drove the trike with old Zhang there. 2 men were building an earth stove to roast a pheasant. The farm head, Zhong, and one old Su. Both, by their own admission, poor shots. Zhong greeted old Zhang warmly and eyed me. You're the one wanting a cart, approved by above, and lucky to know old Zhang, or I'd not sell. Then, awkward. You're a touch late. Someone asked yesterday. Introduced by another. I can't offend anyone. Old Zhang blamed himself for the delay. Then a pheasant called. The 2 men ran off to shoot, and missed, only frightening the birds into flight. Old Su and Zhong bickered over whose aim was worse. Old Zhang put in, my friend, here's a fine shot. Oh, Zhong was doubtful. Tell me where there's game and they won't get away, I said. We struck a bargain. I'd shoot pheasants and a few hares. He'd sell me the cart. Old Su let us in. 2 pheasants perched low. Before old Su could even raise his gun, I fired, dropping one. And as the second took off, pheasants fly clumsily. A second shot brought it down too, both clean, a few meters apart. Old Su near cursed in astonishment. Zhong gaped. Enough. There are hares ahead. We went. 2 hares dropped to 2 shots, head clean, the rest scattering. I'm convinced, Zhong said. Back at the office, he showed me 3 donkeys. Pick one, buy one, get the cart free. On Zhong's advice, I took the strongest, even-tempered one. 300, paid, the deal done. Zhong's wife and 5 children arrived for the roast. We declined lunch. Old Zhang drove the cart, I the trike, home by one. The sisters warmed our food. Old Zhang told me to mind I'd feed the donkey daily. Why so many fish on your side? Just lucky. Lucky. You're able, fishing and hunting both. Chenyu marveled at the cart. 300. Worth it, if we've the money and the need, she said sensibly. Into the space. The bamboo racks were spread with drying peanuts. I brought out a load, about half dried, 100-odd caddies, and drove it home, telling the sisters I'd bought it. Buy again. We'll boil some salt peanuts and keep the rest for oil. Peanuts here serve oil or snacks, salt boiled, pot dried, or ground into lecha. But in that age, with oil the precious thing, snacks were a luxury. Chen Ting was reluctant to spare them. I said I'd found a good source, plenty and cheap. We boiled a pot of salt peanuts and spread them to dry. Chinyu and I shared the first half-dried handful, sweet and oily. Then I built a simple thatched donkey pen against the yard wall, a stopgap till the new house had a proper one. At supper, Zhengsheng said the boards were all sawed. Many days' work, helped at the end by Lao Wu. I paid the 3 sawyers. Zhengsheng was abashed to take it, but I told him such heavy work was theirs to earn. He showed me the boards, even thickness, finally done. Ganjo's still on the furniture, but your timber's all milled. Tell us when you need more help. Then I gave Zhengsheng the fish delivery job. Each morning he'd cart the fish to Xiaoshan in town, sell, return, and feed the donkey besides, 10 yuan a month. He thought it too much for mere delivery. A worker's wage was 20, but I held firm. It was daily work. He was glad. A steady village job from a man he trusted was no small thing. In bed, Chinyu nestled close, happy. Edgetrike and donkey cart both. I never dared dream it. Dream it now, I said. She beamed. The village all praises you now. The ones who called you idle daren't make a peep. Next morning before 6 I fetched fish, harnessed the cart, and loaded it. Chin Ting was up. Where to? Taking Uncle Zhengsheng to Xiaoshan's the first time, so he knows the way. Zhengsheng came, excited, on his first delivery, 167 caddies at 3 mao, 50-some yuan, paid by Xiaoshan, who pressed me. Bring boar or goat when you can. There's demand. On the way back, Zhengsheng marveled that I, a villager like him, had taken to trade and done well. For these were people whose horizon was the mountains, the river, and their few mu of field, to whom the county seat was the edge of the world. The world changes fast. Everyone's much the same. Wait, and all our days will get better. Truly, trust me. We go forward. The road is right, only winding. He smiled, simple and hopeful. With Zhengsheng handling the fish, I was free of that. I watched Yi Ganzhou at the furniture, the grain chests done, now the doors and windows. I'd had him make the windows large for light. Used to a later age's bright rooms, I couldn't bear the old dark ones, lit only by kerosene. I half thought I might solve the electricity too. Small generators were reaching the market, enough for lighting. Into the space. The peanut ground retilled and being rezoned. The rice seedlings thriving and near to heading. The herbs lush. The Solomon seal sprouting. The honey near ready. I had the puppets mind it. Then Dachuan came, with Sifong gone and a new hand at the farm. He was up the mountain more and visited less. Catch turtles tonight. Good, I thought. Better to fish the river openly than always bring fish from the space and draw suspicion. We pulled out to the May, took 4 turtles each at Zhongzhou Weir, netted some fish, and were home by 11. As ever, Dachuan would take only his turtles. I made him sell me them for his half share of the big fish his father would cart to town. Home, I crept in to find Chun Ting about to bathe, still working. You needn't drive yourself. We can go slow. It's only because the baby's asleep that I can get on. And Xiaoyu tires easily now she's expecting. She insisted on gutting the night's fish while I bathed, having already drawn me a bucket of water, and her change of clothes hung there too. She flushed, calling through the door not to mind them. I'll own a foolish impulse crossed me. With Chunyu pregnant and my own restlessness, I half reached for them, then caught myself and set them back and bathed. When I came out, she kept her head down at her work, abashed, and I, embarrassed too, went to bed and slept at once. Later, drawing her own water, she found the clothes shifted and understood, a young man, his wife with child, herself living daily at his side, having once made that promise to him, and that he kept his self-command at all was, she thought, a great deal. She sighed and said nothing. At dawn I fetched fish for the cart. Zhengsheng took them off. I jarred the Li's fish and dried fish and, with the 8 turtles, drove to the city, sold to Boss Yu, and called on Lu Shu, who was walking in his yard. Building keeps me from coming often. He drew me in for tea, asked how the house went, and I came to my favor. Uncle, I'd like a small generator and a squat pan for the new house. Can you help find them? He was surprised. A multi-story house. No, an earth brick one, but a ground floor bath and toilet like yours. I've designed it, only lack the materials. He could get both, even within the week, and bring them on my trike. Then I walked the slope behind my house, where a strong spring and stream ran high above the house. I'd pipe water down for a ground floor tap, and dammed the stream to drive the generator. Over 2 days, I bought pipe and cement, and Chun Ting marveled when I explained tap water and electricity, like the town had. I called in Lao Wu and Zheng Sheng, who came at once, stunned at the scheme but keen to see it done. Over 3 hard days, we dammed the stream, set 2 outlets, one for the house water, one for the generator's fall, and finished. Running water. Turn a tap, and it's there. No more carrying. Lao Wu marveled, and both he and Zheng Sheng wished the same for their own homes. The reservoirs built and the main pipe laid with spare capacity. Branch a line and take the water. There's more than my family could use. They were delighted. Back, the house walls were rising. Zhang the mason, Long the village's builder, worked with sure skill. A week on, I went to Lu Shu's as arranged and found the generator and squat pan waiting. The generator secondhand, new was too dear, 800-odd yuan, sound and serviceable. I paid gladly and hurried home. Chen Yu marveled at the strange machine that would light the house. The house's first story was ready to raise the beams, a great event. The whole village helped, Lao Wu, Zhengxing, Ganzhou among them. My timber, fine and hard, made the raising easy, and I had extra crossbeams laid dense for the second floorboard's weight. A day and more, and all the beams were up, the house's shape clear. Then I had Zhengsheng and Lao Wu set the power poles, timber posts wired up high, so that once the house was built and the generator placed, the current could run. The whole village watched, envious, Yi Sihai's family most of all. In the space, the 4 puppets worked tirelessly, herbs lush, rice heading, the bees honey thick. I had them harvested and drew out 3 great buckets, which the sisters jarred with me, no longer even asking where it came from. Sitting jarring honey, I told Xinyu my plan. I want to open a shop in the city. Our goods sell well, but always through others taking a cut. We need our own outlet, with someone to mind it. She approved, only fearing it might be called a legal speculation. I'll ask Chief Lu first. If he says it's safe, I'll do it. She relaxed. Go boldly. Worst case, we start over. We're farmers, it's no matter. Such a wife was hard to find in heaven or earth, I thought, and promised her electric light, a telephone, a television in years to come. She laughed, half believing, half dreaming. Chen Ting, coming and going from the kitchen, saw how her sister's eyes shone for me, and understood at last why the 2 of us were so close. Xinyu had married me for love against all the village's doubt, and I had not failed her hope. She felt, for a moment, something like envy of her sister's bond, so unlike her own quiet, distant match with Lu Dawei. Next city trip, after selling to Boss Yu, I gave Lu Shu 2 jars of honey and asked plainly, if I open a farm goods shop in the city, could it be called speculation? He grew serious. Some already trade here. The demand's there, and they've loosened things inside, less strict than before, but it's a big matter. Wait till Chief Lu's back and I'll ask him. He gets better information than I. I thanked him. That was just what I'd come for. On the way home, just outside the village, Sifang's wife stopped me, weeping, begging me to put in a word to free her husband. Nothing to do with me. He set people on me. Xie Jianqi pressed it. Go to him. Xie says only you can let it go, and he'll free Sifang. I beg you. He'll never trouble you again. I knew better than to believe that, and refused, and went home, but not in. I slipped into the space first. The puppets were tilling new ground. I'd need a cow, and tools, to set them to it. For the cow, I went to Yi Lushan. With collective farming, livestock was the brigade's, but the village had 2 calves to sell, one near grown and ready to work. I told Lushan I wanted one. Not for plowing, private land being out of the question, but, I said, to alternate with the donkey for hauling, since the donkey balked at daily work. He worried about my money, with the house going up, but I told him my trade earned well, and the investment was needed. He named a fair price, 350, and we settled it at the accountant's, the receipt written, the money paid. I led the cow off and dropped it into the space once clear. Then I visited Yi Ganzhou, who was planing a table. His work was fine, my stolen timber excellent. I asked him for a plow. He had a new one at home, 10 yuan, and waved off my asking why I'd want it. You young folk know your business. I fetched it and put it in the space. The farmer puppet harnessed the cow at once, switched a twig at its haunch, and set it plowing, an old hand at it, plainly. I'd worried for nothing. Then the farmer wife puppet pointed me to a patch of burrows, a nest of 7 or 8 rabbits, and 4 or 5 more nests besides, 20 or 30 in all. The few I'd loosed had bred fast in the space's kindness, near a litter a month, far past what I'd meant. I'd have to thin them before they overran the place. I caught them all out, kept none, and brought them home, where the sisters cooed over the kits. Catch them on the mountain? A few too many. I'll sell some. Hard to sell kits, Ting warned, but I'd find a way. I'd thought the days would roll on quietly, but one morning trouble came to my gate. Just after breakfast, Yi Sihai led a crowd of his Yi clan kin to my door. My face darkened. We're clan. There are things we must say to your face, Sihai said, the men massed behind him. What's this? Come to make trouble. I'll tell you plainly. Before anything happens, I'll call you uncle and mean it. But if something does, and we all lose face, don't blame me for being unkind. The threat landed. They shrank back, uneasy. Ting, pale, told Yu to fetch Lu Sheng, but the village already knew, and Zhengsheng and Laowu were pushing in. Same surname, but by branch line Zhengsheng and Laowu were of my line, and they'd stand with me. Sihai, are you mad? Zhengsheng barred the way. Think because Qingshan's the only man here you can bully him? Did you ask us? My son's in a cell, and my brother too. Qingshan stirred it. We want an answer. Plainly, unable to free Sifang and Jinchong, Sihai had come to make trouble of me instead. Ting, still uneasy at the crowd, made to fetch Lu Xing herself, warning the pregnant Chen Yu to stay back. When a voice came from outside, "Is this Yi Qingshan's home?" And someone cried, "Police." Sihai's lot froze. Who'd called the police, and so fast? A path opened, and in came 2 men in uniform, men I knew and never expected, Wang Zhizai and Chief Lu Yueshing. What's going on here? Lu Yueshing's stern eye swept them. Sihai panicked. The talk of my county connections was well known in the village, and he saw now how badly he'd misjudged. They all looked to me, the matter resting on my word. Zhengxing stepped up, not knowing who the men were, but seeing they were officials. Leader. They came to bully Qingshan. His son and brother tried to make trouble and got jailed, and now they blame Qingshan and bring a mob to beat him. Zhengxing feared them not at all. He'd long disliked them, and now they'd walked right into it. Lu Yueshing paused. He didn't know the matter, but he grasped its shape and looked to me. Uncle Lu, that's how it is. And this is Uncle Zhengsheng, Dachuan's father. You're Yi Dachuan's father? I'm Lu Yuesheng, chief of the county police. The words landed like a thunderclap. Sihai, who'd half hoped this was only some town officer, went white and sweating. Chief Lu, we were just discussing village matters. Discussing with this crowd? I cut in. Come to congratulate me on my new house, have they? Then Yi Luxing arrived, took in the scene, and rounded on them. Off with you. Sihai, I'll deal with you later. Sihai, knowing Luxing had given him an out, scattered with his men, and the onlookers drifted off. It went quiet. I brought Chief Lu and Wang Zhizai in for water. Ting, much relieved, set out salt peanuts and dried fruit. You came at just the right moment, uncle. I half thought you were using me as a shield. Lu teased. I protested I'd not summoned him. I'd come on some business nearby. Knew your house was here. Knew you'd asked my father something. So I thought I'd look in and talk over your matter. What was all that? I told him plainly of the feud with Sifang. You're in the right, he said. Village bullies, the lot of them. I'll have those 2 held a good while longer. He praised the salt peanuts. I had Ting pack some for the old man, which he laughed at, a gift to his father being natural, where a gift to him would not have done. Wang Zhizai watched, admiring how deftly a villager handled such things. Lu walked round my new house. Grand. Why not a multi-story one? No money. This earth brick house suits us. Build too fine, and people think I've struck it rich. He gave his answer on the shop. It's fine to open one. Others have. Trade must exist, or goods don't move. I support it, but keep a low profile. My approval isn't the whole of it, and you may meet other pressures. To keep the business long, stay quiet. I understood. The year was sensitive. He was telling me to walk carefully even with his blessing. Then Wang Zhizai, loose-tongued, let's slip their errand. A 6-year-old Zhangzhou case. The May 16th case, in which men with hunting guns had robbed 3 banks, killed 3, wounded several, and taken over 200,000 in cash. One suspect was from this town, of Qiansuan, fled and untraced. They came now and then to check for him. The name surfaced in my memory. Qian Yongjin, caught, in my last life, in the 80s in the neighboring Min province, where a distant uncle had hidden him under a false name, mining coal in Yin City. Chief Lu, glad of my past help, was a man who'd lend a hand when he could. I meant to repay him. As he made to leave, I called him back. Have you got the full picture of Qian Yongjin's family? All of it. That's why we're stuck. Everyone says they don't know where he went. Did you know he has an uncle in Yin City? Lu went alert. Surnamed He. I think. I heard it from someone. That household left here long ago and went there, no word since. You'd mentioning it brought it back to me. I thought I'd point it out. Where'd you hear it? He was startled, having found no such uncle. Just talk. The case was big here. People still chew it over. Some old person mentioned it. I forget who. Worth looking into. His face lit with joy. We'll go to Qiansuan and ask the old folks at once. And if it's true, you've done us another great service. He left, delighted. I'd repaid the favor and earned another, I thought, humming. As I turned to go in, Yi Lushin came up. You didn't think I was taking Sihai's side just now? No. You wanted to cool it. His family's many, and you'd not have me clash hard with them. Glad I'd seen it, he explained. The fault was theirs, and he'd never pleaded for Sifang or Jinchong. But my kin were few, my father with no living brothers, so a brawl would do me no good. That Sihai had made trouble was, in a way, good. Right was on my side, and the village would back me. And with Chief Lu turning up and his name to hand, no one will dare touch you. Let Sifang stew inside. I'll warn Sihai to behave. I thanked him. That night a voice called outside. Sihai's wife, weeping, begging me to let her husband go. I came out. In good conscience. I've never said a word against your family or done you any harm, yet you've all come at me. Why bother? The old quarrels you started yourselves. I know it's our fault. I scolded Sihai. I've come to apologize and beg you, magnanimously, to let it pass. Tell him not to come at me again. How long they sit inside is no concern of mine. They struck first. And don't come pressuring me, or I've the power to keep them a year longer, believe it? She nodded, frightened, thanked me, and hurried off. Chen Ting, who tidied the house, said, Sihai's wife is truly scared now. Seeing how close you are to the county chief, they daren't trouble you a while. I nodded. That night I pulled out to fish, mainly to keep up appearances. On the river were other fishing households, Yi Jingyi among them, who hailed me, hoping to borrow my luck. We pulled to nearby spots and parted a little way off. The river glittered with lamplight under the dark sky. I cast, and the net came up heavy. As ever, since my rebirth, the things I set my hand to came easily. I'd never haul up empty as the others sometimes did. Yi Jingyi cursed his luck across the water. When I stopped, he came to look, gaping at my full net. We were so close. How'd you get so much? I could only say the fish had gathered on my side that night. He half bought it, and we went home. Next morning, zhengsheng off with the fish, I drove to the city, sold to Boss Yu, then went to pick a shop front. With trade only just stirring in the county, premises were easy to find. I took a central one, cheap, and hired a man to fit it out, telling him that if anything came up he could ask at Lu's Shoes on Bai Road, Chief Lu's home. He understood at once and promised to do it well, knowing not to cross a man with such connections. Into the space, the rice near yellow and ready, the herbs lush, the first lingji nearly mature. I'd sell lingji in the city, not to Wang the town herbalist, who'd squeeze me, but among my county contacts. I carried another load of peanuts to Yi Laowu to press into oil for the Li's fish trade, then checked the house, the walls near done, ready soon for the top beam. Chen Yu rubbed my shoulders. Her sister and she each asking first, aren't you tired? True sisters. I told them the house would be livable in 2 months, walls whitewashed, floors hardened, water and power run. Their eyes lit. And I told them of the city shop. Chen Yu glad. Chen Ting urging me to put someone trustworthy in it. Lest goods go missing unseen. Days on, with the village's earlier mutterings quieted after Sihai's defeat, the rice in the space ripened and the 4 puppets harvested it, beating it from the straw the old way, tireless. I picked 6 mature lingji and drove to the city. After selling Lee's fish and honey to Boss Yu, the latest honey harvest had run well past 100 jars. I went to sell the Lingji. At a herb hall by Kaetang, a middle-aged man eyed the 6 fine stalks and offered 50. Then, when I thought it low, 50 for all 6. I near laughed, took up the Lingji, and walked out, ignoring his call. He chased me, cursing, "Country bumpkin, no head for business," but I drove off. At the co-op, an old herbalist, Lu Liang, examined them, praised them, and asked my price. 70 each. He turned to the co-op man. 70 each. Worth it? And the co-op took all 6 for 420. Outside, the old man followed and introduced himself. Lu Liang. Fine wild Lingji. Hard to come by. Bring more. Sell it by Kaetang. You know it? I just came from by Kaetang. They offered 50 for all 6. I left. He stiffened. You came from by Kaetang? Then, after I told it all, his face darkened. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm the owner of Bai Kaetang. The man you met is my son-in-law, Zhao Jiukong. I'd left the shop to him. He's wronged you. I apologize, and we don't price herbs that way. His sincerity left me with nothing harsh to say. I'd seen he priced fairly at the co-op, unlike the other. He asked if I gathered herbs, more or less, and pressed me to come to Bai Kaetang to meet his staff, so such a misunderstanding wouldn't recur. I drove him there. Zhao Jiukong, still ruing the lost deal, paled to see his father-in-law return with me. Lu Liang scolded him roundly. Qingshan came in good faith to sell 6 fine Lingji, and you offered 50 for the lot. Is that how I taught you? And had him apologize. You don't bear him a grudge? Lu asked me, having read me as clever and his son-in-law as the sort to retaliate. I said evenly, don't say I came to inform on you. Don't dog me later. Zhao went stiff. I thanked Lu. He brought me there to set things right, and left. When I'd gone, Zhao said his father-in-law was only making a show to keep me as a supplier. A fool's luck. 6 at once. He can't get such things again. That tipped Lu over. You call that bargaining? That's bullying. I told you to do business and be decent, and you do this. He took the shop back from Zhao despite his protests, unwilling to trust the family trade to such hands. As for me, I'd not meant to stir all that, but I'd found a fair buyer for the Lingji and was content. Meanwhile, the house reached the top beam day. Zhang Wenbin had me gather men to raise all the beams, then board and tile. My timber, plentiful and hard, made it easy, and I'd laid the second floor cross beams dense for the board's weight. A day and more, all the beams up, the shape clear. Then I drove 3 sacks of grain from the space to town to be hauled by machine, far faster than the village's stone mortars, the trike making the haul easy. The mill owner marveled at the trike and at the rice, plump, white, fuller than any he saw, and joked I was eating commodity grain. I said I'd had to buy it, being short. Home, Chinyu gaped at the white rice and, ashamed she could do nothing but eat, near wept. I wiped her eyes. You're carrying our child. It falls to me to do more, and we'll never want for food again. Chen Ting, too, seeing the rice, was finally at ease. It was enough for a long while. With the tiles on, the house raced ahead. Zhang Wenbin bringing cement and lime to harden the floors and whitewash the walls. Yi Ganzhou laying the second floorboards, plain smooth and even, nailed dents to the beams to bear weight. We tested them, solid underfoot. The whole village envied the rising house. White walls within and without, the yard hardened, 2 fish ponds dug, a donkey pen built with its own side gate. Like a landlord's house of old, they said. I drove to the city again, gave Lu Shu honey, and asked of the shop and of Chief Lu, who, Lu Shu said, was busy, even bound for Yin City on some matter. Catching Qian Yongjin, my tip had borne fruit. And Lu Shu's wife brought in a woman of about 30, Zhao Yin, for the shop. I set out the terms. She'd sell, not make, the goods, dried fish, honey, Lee's fish, country snacks, 7 days a week for now, 40 yuan a month, above the co-op's 30, a year-end bonus in good years, and a second clerk hired later so they could rotate days off. She asked only that her child might wait in the shop after school. I agreed gladly. She could read and keep accounts. I gave her a key and 200 yuan to buy shelving, telling her to record every expense. Lu Shu told me, after, that Zhao Yin was a distant relative, Her husband executed years back for a crime, leaving her 2 children and no living. A good woman in a hard place. And that they'd see she watched the shop honestly. I'd chosen to have Lu Shu introduce someone precisely because, with his name behind her, the arrangement was safe. And 200 yuan handed over on trust was no small thing in that age. The house finished fast now. Zhang Wenbin came one afternoon. Done. All cleared. Go look. We all went, Lu Xiaoyan in my arms. Inside, the hardened floors, the white walls within and without, the big windows Ganzhou had made for light. The sisters marveled. The old houses were all soot dark, and this was bright and clean. 3 rooms below, a hall, a storeroom, a kitchen, and 4 above, room enough and to spare. Chenyu took my hand, eyes misting. I never dared dream of such a house. And you've built it. Only I know what it cost you. And I'm so happy. And I ache for you. And I'm sorry my sister and I could do nothing. We're family. And you did much, working at home every day without rest. Once we move in, I'll take you both to the city for a couple of days to rest. She laughed. Where would we rest but home? And touched her belly, for the child was the gladdest thing of all. There was work yet. I told Zhang Wenbin to total his wages and I'd settle in a week. He agreed, glad I paid readily. Craftsmen fear nothing so much as a slow-paying employer. I kept Yi Ganzhou on to finish the furniture. Next day we cleaned the house thoroughly. Chenyu, pregnant, given the lightest tasks. Then I called Zhengsheng and Lao Wu to run the last of the water pipes, the main line long buried. While I wired the house myself, I'd read enough to manage the basics. 2 days, the wiring done. I connected the generator's feed, through the switch, and a bulb lit. It's on. There's really power. Lao Wu marveled, eyeing it, half wishing one for himself, though the cost gave him pause. I told him to wait. Someday the government would run lines, and he'd only pay a fee. Water and power both in, we tested the house lights, on at a pull of the switch. Saved the cost of an electrician, I said, pleased. Lao Wu asked when I'd hold the housewarming feast. I declined one. We'd pick a good day, move in quietly, and live our own life. They thought I should feast, being a man with a household and a livelihood now, but I waved it off. I'd money to earn yet, for hunting and fishing couldn't last a lifetime. I'd have to find a longer road. Zhengsheng and Lao Wu listened, half hoping to throw in with me. I told them only of the city shop, and that I'd try the trade and see. If it comes to something, we'll talk. If not, I'll lose face alone. Zhengsheng laughed. With your head, how could it fail? Then Yi Ganzhou said the furniture was near done. Beds, tables, chairs, doors all made at once. Not the new and old mix and the buy-as-you-go most families managed. He half envied my readiness, which spoke of money earned. My family's situation, you know, I said. Parents gone, all on my own hands. Next morning, I drove the cart to the old house to move the furniture, the sisters along to help load. Zhang Wenbin pointed out each piece, beds, tables, chairs, and the sisters ran their hands over Ganzhou's smooth joints, praising his work, which I called across to him, to his open delight. Praise him freely, I told them. It gladdens him and he'll work the better. Chun Ting smiled and said nothing. Chenyu pinched me lightly. I'd grown steadier, she'd say, but a streak of boyishness still surfaced now and then, which only made her laugh. Having looked it all over, the 3 of us carried the furniture down to the cart. It held a great deal, and hauled load after load to the new house, mostly Chin Ting and I lifting, Chenyu helping and minding the child. By evening it was all in place, and the house, furnished, had a warm, lived-in feel. Is this my bed? Chin Ting asked, pleased, at 1.5 meters bed. Yours, you'll have this room? And you that one across? Yes. I'd sleep upstairs for the quiet. But Xiaoyu's expecting and up often at night. So we'll stay on the ground floor, the toilet's just there. Then Xiaoyan and I take this room. We arranged it all by nightfall, and the place looked finer still. Good, I said, content, the sisters too. Let's go eat. Uncle Ganzhou's waiting. A day more and Ganzhou had the furniture done, and the house was finished. I gathered everyone who'd worked, Zhang Wenbin's team, Ganzhou, and settled their wages by the days worked. My purse thinned, but the trade had earned well. Chin Ting, watching the money go out, sighed at being unable to help. I had Lao Wu, Zhengsheng, Old Zhang, and Dachuan to a meal and thanks. Afterward, old Zhang sat smoking. You built fast. Dachuan tugged me to see the house. Inside, I flicked the switch, the bulb lit. It's bright, heavens. Then, guilelessly, Dad, now you and Mum can quarrel at night with the light on. Much clearer. Laowu and old Zhang near choked laughing. Zhengsheng went red and scolded him, while Dachuan blinked, puzzled at what he'd said wrong. Old Zhang explained Dachuan didn't usually talk so, only that the topic had come up. The boy's words were guileless, never malicious. I changed the subject, and Zhengsheng, admiring the house, said he hoped someday to build such a place so Dachuan could find a wife, at which Dachuan declared he'd never quarrel with his, setting the others off again. They toured upstairs and down, marveling. The house we dream of. When they'd gone, Chinyu asked if they'd praised it. Did anyone praise how capable my husband is? She teased. I don't need others' praise. Yours is enough. She flushed and pinched me, then asked when we'd move in. I'll have a good day picked tomorrow. She was glad. Pregnant, she most wanted the new room with its toilet just beside, far cleaner than the old house. Chun Ting, overhearing, smiled at her sister's closeness with me, and urged us to move in soon, for Chunyu's comfort grew more pressing as the months went on. Next day, I took a carp and a red packet to the village's directioner, an old man, who consulted his almanac and wrote a date a few days off. This will bring you prosperity. I brought it home. The sisters said we'd best prepare, and agreed we should buy new kitchen things for the new house, for once not arguing against the spending. Write me a list, I said, but they knew the goods better, so I had Chen Ting come with me to the city next day. Chinyu begged off. My belly's uneasy. I'll mind Xiaoyan. Sister knows shopping better, and waved us off, then laughed to the baby. Let's give them some space, Xiaoyan. She'd contrived it on purpose, thinking it good for Chen Ting and me to spend time together. In the city, I pressed 300 yuan into Chen Ting's hand. You keep the household accounts. Take it. Plan as you like. Over her protest, and we went into the cookware shop, where she chose carefully, examining every piece for flaws while I browsed at ease. As she set her choices on the counter, a loudish voice came. Buying so much, setting up house with whom? The shopkeeper snapped at him. Zhang Laosan, clear off. The lout sneered. I came up behind, took him by the hair, dragged him out like a dead dog, struck him a couple of times across the face and a kick. No more. Then Chen Ting, pale, caught my arm, fearing I'd come off worse, murmuring we needn't mind such men. But with Chief Lu behind me, I'd no fear in the city, and right was on my side. Try that again and you'll regret it. Ask around whether Yi Qingshan is easy to cross. The lout, a coward who only bullied the meek, paled and begged off, swearing never again. The shopkeeper laughed. He's all bluster, bullies the honest, cowers before the strong, good riddance. We settled up, over 180 yuan, which Chun Ting paid, wincing at a sum she'd once not have dreamed of spending. Too much, she worried. All new things a household needs, not too much. With the cart piled high, she could only ride pressed close behind me, flushing, as we went to buy bedding, quilts, pillows, cotton, another 100-odd yuan. Money flowed like water that day. By noon, near done, the cart heaped. She'd not hear of eating out. We've spent so much. We'll eat at home. A woman bred to thrift. I bought some noodles at the co-op anyway. Quick to cook on busy days. Over her reluctance, and we drove home, both famished, reaching at past 3. Chinyu had saved us food, but I had Chun Ting boil the noodles with a pork mince sauce instead, and we ate, the 3 of us, after I dropped the new goods at the new house. I told them to arrange the kitchen things to their own hand. Over the meal, I said, on the appointed day we'd move in, hold no banquet. Only a meal for the uncles who'd helped. Chun Ting agreed. They helped greatly, money or no. Xiao Yu and I will cook. I invited the craftsmen and helpers, 3 tables worth. And though some thought a man of 20 with such an enterprise should hold a proper feast for the whole village, I declined. Later, if I make something of myself, no money for it now. Zhengsheng had urged it before and let it drop. The move drew the village's envy. Few my age had done so much. Then old Zhang came. You're feasting everyone tomorrow? Market day, buy your vegetables. But why not hunt something special? I heard there's a pack of boar at Qiansuan and muntjac. Muntjac, a deer-like animal, rare and prized here, hard to take. When? Tonight. Far enough, but if we're lucky you'll give your guests something they seldom see. I checked my gun, low on cartridges, I'd need more. After supper I told the sisters I'd hunt that night. Chin Ting, kindly. We can't stop you. You provide for us, but be careful. If you came to harm, what would we do? 2 women with a child? Coming back safe matters more than any catch. I promised, and drove to old Zhang's, asking first where I might buy cartridges. I'd not resupplied since my rebirth. He gave me some of his own. With you along, we'll surely take plenty tonight, he said, having seen my luck before. Nearing Qiansuan, a thought struck me. Didn't a man named Qian Yongjin from here rob banks a few years back? This is his home village. It is, you remember that. Old Zhang was surprised. Big news for our town. The whole place knows it. Never caught, good at hiding. I'd met him once, hunting, smiling fellow. Who'd have thought him so hard as to rob a bank? Fate is strange, he mused. A man you've chatted with idly surfaces in some great affair. I felt odd too, having lately pointed Chief Lu toward the man's whereabouts. I wondered how that had gone. At a villager's house we met 3 or 4 hunters, guns shouldered. Old Zhang introduced their leader, Qian Zhong, who'd spotted the muntjac. I greeted them all properly. Old Zhang says your aim's fine. Just luck. Luck finds the game, skill takes it. In country this rough, no ordinary man bags anything. Tonight we'll see. Qian Zhong led off, Old Zhang and I last. I'd never hunted Qiansuan's hills and looked about with interest. Over an hour's winding climb, the forest still but for owls and insects, we reached the place. We saw 6 or 7 muntjac here. Fat ones. I knew I couldn't take them myself, so I waited for you. By the rules, the catch would be split evenly. I didn't mind. I only wanted enough for the feast, to let everyone taste something rare. Unbeknown to us, Wang Zhicai and Chief Lu had just returned to Jincheng. My tip had led them to Qian Yongjin, who'd been mining coal under a false name, married with a child, but he'd slipped away mid-investigation, vanishing again. I feel he'll come back our way, Chief Lu murmured. The most dangerous place is the safest. Hiding all these years, found out now, he'll seek somewhere that eases him. After so long not daring home, our area may feel safest to him. Put men on Qiansuan. I sense he's there. I'll go myself. Wang Zhicai swallowed his doubts. The moon was bright. In the open it shone clear, good for spotting game. Then Qianzhong cried, a boar. Under the moon a boar grazed, unaware. Surrounded. His men, practiced together, moved to close it in. The boar bolted, breaking for the gap, and no one dared a hurried shot. Qing Shan, ready. I'd sighted it. As it near broke free I fired, and it dropped, thrashing, unable to rise. They stared, one shot. Old Zhang said you downed them in one, and we didn't believe him. We left the boar to fetch later and pressed on. They wanted more, hoping for one apiece. Qianzhong was keenest, hunting the muntjac, but we found instead a pack of 7 or 8 goats. Goats, fat ones, a goat each if we take them. The goats took alarm and scattered. After them, I dropped one with a shot and ran first. Goats are fast through the hills, and soon the others fell behind. I dropped 2 more on the run. Qianzhong, spent, gasping, sent his 2 younger men on, but they too tired, and I found myself alone, 4 or 5 goats still ahead. With no one behind, I shouldered my gun. I'd take these myself. I'd shot a boar and 3 goats, generous enough, and ran them down on stamina alone, dogged, until they fetched up against a rock wall with no way over and huddled there, trapped. Nowhere to run now, I said, moving up. Then I saw it. Off to the side, a cave mouth, and in it a man, watching me and the goats with a cold, fixed stare, and in the moonlight, in his hand, the dark shape of a gun. My heart jumped, and he saw that I had seen him. The air froze, taut to the breaking point. In that instant, my whole back went ice cold. The man in the cave just stared me down, dead still. Moonlight slanted through the entrance, falling on the black, ugly gun in his hand. I'll never forget the look in his eyes as long as I live. Not panic, not fear, but that look of a man who'd already thrown his life away and would kill you in a heartbeat. A dead man's eyes. Something inside my head went buzz and just exploded. I'd never seen Qian Yongjin in the flesh, but I'd seen his photo in the newspaper. Don't forget, I'm someone who's been reborn. That bank robbery case that shook the whole province in my past life? I remembered it crystal clear. It was this exact face, harmless as anything when he smiled, but vicious as a butcher when he struck. He was originally from our own town, from the Qian family over in the front village, so I had an especially deep impression of him. Damn it, fate really does twist and turn, and in the end it twisted right onto my head. I just pointed Chief Lu toward this guy hiding out in Yin City, and then I went hunting up the mountain and ran smack into him. What do you call that? A narrow road for enemies? Or was heaven just determined to make us two settle this account face to face? Let me first tell you how, by some strange twist of fate, Qian Yongjin ended up hiding in this mountain cave. A few years back, after he pulled off that heist, he realized something was off. The police seemed to be hunting for him everywhere. To save his own skin, he tracked down a distant uncle he'd been out of touch with for years and got himself sent to an illegal coal mine in Yin City, out of province, to dig coal. Why coal mining? The logic was simple. An illegal coal mine is a place nobody polices, and no cop would ever bother digging through people in a hellhole like that. Using a fake name, he hid out there for years, even took a wife and had a kid, and his wife and kid never knew his real identity. With the money he'd stolen back then in hand, his life was actually pretty stable. But just recently, he sensed someone was quietly investigating him. In that moment, he was scared out of his wits. He'd hidden all these years just for a peaceful life, and now even that little bit of peace was slipping away. He didn't know where exactly he'd slipped up. He only knew that guns seemed to already be pressed against his forehead. He thought it over and over, and made the boldest decision of all: go back home. He figured the most dangerous place was the safest place. Those people would never in a million years imagine he'd have the nerve to crawl back home. But he couldn't stay in the house. The village was crowded with prying eyes. What if someone recognized him and turned him in? So he talked it over with his family and decided to hide out deep in these mountains, and had his family secretly bring him food. Those few gunshots down the mountain just now, he'd heard them, but he hadn't taken them to heart. He used to be a hunter himself, and his hiding spot was well hidden, so what was there to fear? He never dreamed this rotten luck would come barreling straight at him, dead on. And even worse, he could tell that I'd recognized him. The two of us stood frozen there, just a few steps apart, the air stretched so tight it was about to snap. I could tell this desperate fugitive had gotten used to the peaceful life. Now that he had a family and a kid, he was both regretful and terrified about that past business of his. But now, all of that had been shattered. And the one who shattered it was me. That rage bottled up in his chest suddenly came surging up. He couldn't wait any longer. Almost without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and raised the gun straight at me. Take out this kid first, deal with the rest later. But he forgot one thing. He forgot that I had a gun too. And in this life, I'd trained my marksmanship for decades. Bang! I fired first. I was calmer than him and faster than him. The moment the bullet tore through his body, Qian Yongjin was completely stunned. He probably couldn't figure it out even to his dying breath. Back when he robbed that bank, he was the one in the gang with the deadliest hand, the sharpest aim, the quickest reflexes. Yet now, somehow, he'd been just a beat too slow. And that single beat cost him his life. He let out a muffled grunt and crashed hard to the ground. I didn't stop. While he was still struggling, I stepped forward and fired again, shattering his arm. Qian Yongjin shrieked and rolled around on the ground, his voice cracking. I'm Qian Yongjin. I'm from the front village. Which village are you from? We're from the same hometown. Stop shooting, let's talk this out. I'll give you money, you just pretend you never saw me, okay? He knew perfectly well in his heart that if he didn't stop me, he'd die right here today. He had no choice, and he regretted letting that flash of anger cloud his judgment. Honestly, my heart was in my throat too. I'd just come up to hunt. Who could have imagined I'd run into a piece of work like this? That murderous aura pouring off him just a moment ago still gives me chills to this day. I leveled the gun and spoke slowly. I know you're Qian Yongjin, and I also know you were just trying to kill me. He froze. The police are hunting for you all over the place right now, aren't they? You're hiding in these mountains to lie low. So lie low, fine. Why did you have to kill me? Of all the people to mess with, you had to mess with me. Are you blind? Didn't you see I had a gun too? Qian Yongjin was cursing me 1,000 ways over in his head. I didn't damn well want to mess with you either. You're the one who came barreling into me. But he didn't dare say a word of it out loud. He just swallowed a mouthful of bloody froth and forced out, "Just now. That was all a misunderstanding." Bang! I fired again, breaking his other leg. Now, it's not a misunderstanding. Qian Yongjin writhed on the ground in agony, wringing a piercing scream from his throat, then broke into frenzied curses. "Fine. I'll remember you. I'll wipe out your whole family." He was a hardened bandit after all. That vicious streak in his nature couldn't be hidden. But those savage threats of his were only good for scaring people now. Right then, footsteps came from behind me. It was those two front village hunters who'd lagged behind, finally catching up. The second they saw the man on the ground, covered in blood and still cursing like a madman, they were dumbstruck. They were both from the front village, so of course they recognized Qian Yongjin. "Xiao Wu, I know you." Qian Yongjin latched onto them like a drowning man grabbing a straw. "Save me, kill him. Kill him, and I'll split the stolen money with you. We're from the same village. We're all named Qian, same ancestors." The two of them stood stunned for a couple of seconds. Then, as if by silent agreement, both stepped back and pointed their guns at Qian Yongjin. "You think we're idiots? Look what your family's become now. Who in the village doesn't know? The police come snooping around every couple of days. If we actually listened to you today, wouldn't we turn into scum just like you?" Watching from the side, I couldn't help but laugh. I wasn't the least bit worried these two would do anything crazy. There were plenty of people down the mountain. If they dared help Qian Yongjin, that really would be signing their own death warrants. I holstered my gun and said politely, "You two, help carry him down together. This trip, you two have done a great service. If the case gets reported to the police station, there might even be a reward." The moment those two heard reward, their eyes lit up. "Are you all insane?" Qian Yongjin had completely given up hope. In no time at all, those two really did hoist Qian Yongjin up, one on each side, and carried him down the mountain. Seizing the chance, I quietly stashed those few mountain goats into my space, then followed cheerfully behind them down the mountain. Down at the foot of the mountain, Qian Zhong and the others were still crouched there smoking, waiting for us, with no idea anything this big had happened up top. When they saw Qian Yongjin being carried down, covered head to toe in blood, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. "Uncle Zhong, it's me. Save me." Qian Yongjin still hadn't given up. Qian Zhong stood there gaping for a long while before he snapped out of it, his face full of confusion. "When did you sneak back? I get it now. You've been hiding up on this mountain the whole time, haven't you? You've got some nerve, way too much guts." "I had no choice," Qian Yongjin wailed. "Someone found me out. All I could do was run home. Who knew this murdering bastard would shoot me up like this?" Qian Zhong gave a bitter smile and waved his hand. "Come on, let's get him down first." What rotten luck? Cursed for 8 generations. I just went up to hunt and ran into something like this. How am I supposed to explain this to the whole Qian family? But what he never expected was, right as they were heading down, on the other side, Wang Zhicai and Lu Yuesheng were personally leading 2 squads into the front village. Turns out Chief Lu hadn't been idle either. That lead I'd given him let them follow the trail all the way to Yen City, where they uncovered the whole story of Qian Yongjin digging coal and taking a wife under a fake name. But right at the moment they were about to close the net, the cunning bastard had run off ahead of time. Chief Lu had figured it out right then. The more dangerous a place, the safer it feels. After hiding all these years, once he panicked, he'd surely bolt for somewhere that made him feel secure, like home. So he personally led a team and staked out Qian Village. And the result? The two groups ran smack into each other right at the village entrance. On one side, hunters carrying a bloodied man. On the other, police coming to make an arrest. The moment their eyes met, nobody needed to say a single word. Everything fell into place, smooth as could be. The second Lu Yuesheng saw Qian Yongjin on the ground, then glanced at me standing beside him. He suddenly burst out laughing, rushed over in a few strides, and gave my shoulder a hearty slap. Qian Zhong and the others wore long faces, knowing full well this was no longer theirs to decide. I knew the urgent thing was to spell it out clearly, so I quickly stepped up and explained the whole story from start to finish. We all found him together. This guy was hiding in a cave up there. I happened to be hunting and tracked him down. He tried to shoot me, but I beat him to it and put a few rounds in him. I wasn't lying. Really, he just had terrible luck and terrible aim, so I got the drop on him first, that's all. Besides, in these times, the state paid special attention to major cases like this. Even shooting him dead on the spot wouldn't be much of a problem. Behind me, Wang Jizai listened, then couldn't help giving me a thumbs up. Right then he had just one thought in his head. This Yi Qingshan really is a lucky charm for our police force. As for Qian Yongjin on the ground, he'd totally lost hope. He never once dreamed that after hiding all these years, he'd still get caught in the end, brought down by some unknown young nobody. All right, we'll head out first. Louis Weshing was in an incredibly good mood. Before leaving, he clapped my shoulder again. You'll need to come give a statement on this case later. We'll take him back and interrogate him first. Drop by the station whenever you've got time. I nodded. You few here all did your part. I'll put in for a reward for you with the higher-ups. With that, Louis Weshing led his men off, hauling Qian Yongjin away in a hurry. Watching the headlights disappear from the village entrance, this whole crowd still stood there dazed, especially Qian Zhong and his group. No matter how you sliced it, this was one of their own village folks. How would they face their fellow villagers from now on? I broke the silence, pointing at the wild boar on the ground. There's still a wild boar and 2 mountain goats here. Sell them or what? Sell 'em, sell 'em. Qianzhong finally came to. How about this? I thought it over. I'll take the 2 goats, you keep the boar to sell. We'll head out first. Wouldn't want Qian Yongjin's family coming after me for revenge once they find out I'm the one who ratted him out. There was a hint of awkwardness on Qianzhong's face, but what I said made sense. Running into them would be uncomfortable, plain and simple. Fine. Qianzhong was a decent man after all. The boar's ours, you take the goats. Come to think of it, we're the ones getting the better deal here. I chuckled, packed up the goats with old Zhang, and headed out of the village. Only once we were past the village entrance did the 2 of us finally breathe easy. Old Zhang, who hadn't said a word the whole way, now let out a long breath, his voice trembling. Damn, it was a good thing you're the one who ran into him. If it had been us, we'd probably have died at his hands today. Back at the scene with the police around, he'd kept his mouth shut. But now that we were far away, the more he thought about it, the more it terrified him. Too dangerous. If not for my nerve and my aim, anyone else would have left their life up in those deep mountains. Truth be told, I was shaken too. Maybe this was just fate. I was the one who exposed Qian Yongjin's cover, and in the end, I was also the one who came face to face with him. The workings of fate really are that strange. Back home, I generously stuffed one of the goats into old Zhang's hands. To my surprise, he flatly refused. I can't take this. I didn't lift a finger on that trip. How could I have the nerve to take a whole goat from you? I didn't argue, just tossed the goat onto the ground. Fine, the goat's staying here, do what you want with it. This one of mine I'm keeping for the banquet tomorrow, to eat ourselves. With that I climbed onto my 3-wheeler and drove off. Old Zhang had no choice but to give a wry laugh and shoulder the goat, figuring he'd sell it later and give me a cut of the money. Otherwise, the deal was just too lopsided in his favor. I turned the 3-wheeler into my own courtyard, making quite a racket, and soon saw Chen Ting come out of the house, her face still full of sleep. You're back. She came up holding a kerosene lamp, and the moment she got close, her expression instantly changed. Her sharp eyes caught the bloodstains on me. Your clothes. Why is there blood on you? I froze, looked down, and sure enough there was quite a bit. Couldn't even tell if it was human blood or from some animal. What on earth happened to you? Chen Ting's voice went urgent. I thought about it. Something this big tonight couldn't be hidden, and there was no reason to hide it from her. So I just told her everything, plain and simple. When she finished listening, Chen Ting went completely stiff, her face pale. How could something like this happen? Thank goodness the Buddha protected you otherwise. She didn't dare finish. She knew better than anyone that coming back in one piece from a life and death situation like that was nothing short of heaven opening its eyes. I lowered my voice. Don't tell Xiao Yu about this. She's pregnant, and I'm afraid the fright might hurt the baby. Anyway, I made it back safe and sound. Tomorrow we'll cook up this goat. Chen Ting nodded. Go take a bath quick and change your clothes. I'll wash them for you. No need. It's so late already. Go get some sleep. I can't sleep. She shook her head. I just got the kid to sleep, came out, and saw you like this. How could I possibly sleep? Stop fussing. Go inside and wash up. and hand me those clothes to take off. I understood what she meant. She was afraid Xiaoyu would see the bloody clothes tomorrow and get scared. So I stopped insisting, stood there in the courtyard, and stripped off my outer clothes in a few quick moves. Stripping down like that left half my body bare. Chen Ting hadn't seen a man this up close in who knew how long. And catching sight of me so suddenly, her face flushed red in a flash. Yet her eyes lingered a couple of extra beats, unable to help themselves. At my age, I was a strapping young man, solid built, and to a young wife like Chen Ting, who'd spent years living like a widow with her husband gone, the effect was no small thing. She hurriedly pulled her gaze back and lowered her head. I quickly caught on too, and hurried inside to bathe. Not long after I went in, the sound of scrubbing clothes started up in the courtyard. When I finished washing and came out, I saw the clothes still weren't done, so I just brought out my changed underclothes to add to the pile. Chen Ting said nothing, just quietly took them and kept scrubbing. I didn't speak either, just tiptoed back to the room. Inside, Chunyu was sleeping deep and sweet. Sensing I was back, she groggily scooted over to make room, then quickly drifted back to sleep. Pregnant women can never seem to get enough rest. I lay down, staring at the pitch-black ceiling. Only now did the peril of this night truly settle. Early the next morning, the moment I opened my eyes, I noticed how strangely quiet the courtyard was. I got up to look, and the whole house was empty. I understood right away. Chen Yu and Chen Ting must have taken the kid over to the new house to get the banquet ready. The two sisters were quite in sync. They'd deliberately not woken me, just so I could sleep a little longer. My heart warmed. I washed up and hurried over to the new house. Stepping inside, well now, quite a few people had already arrived, and Aunt Zhengsheng was in there helping pick vegetables. "I'll make you some breakfast." Chinyu rushed off to get to it the moment she saw me. "Just a bowl of noodles is fine." While I was eating, old Zhang came over. Without a word, he pulled out 15 yuan and stuffed it into my hand. "This is the money from selling the goat. Don't refuse. Even if I'm getting the better end, I can't keep doing it. Otherwise, I'd be too embarrassed to keep hunting with you." Once he'd put it that way, refusing would have made me the unreasonable one. I gave a chuckle and tucked it away. After breakfast, they wouldn't let me touch a thing in the kitchen, so I found myself with time on my hands. Spotting a chance, I slipped off without disturbing anyone and ducked into my space. Once inside, I saw the peanuts had yielded another crop, and the rice was clearly about to ripen again. I couldn't stop grinning. Wandering over to the beekeeping area, I found the honey output wasn't as good as before, fewer flowers. Looked like I'd need to plant more. And the bee colony had grown again. I'd have to set up a few more boxes and split it. Finally, I walked over to the Lingji patch. The Lingji was growing better and better, with new ones constantly sprouting up nearby. I made a mental calculation. Tomorrow I'd head into the city and take the mature Lingji out to sell. Around 4 in the afternoon, I set up the table, laid out a tea set, prepared cigarettes, and waited outside for guests. The first to arrive were Dachuan and his father Yi Zhengsheng, followed by Yi Ganzhou, Zhang Wenbin, and the other craftsmen who'd pitched in. Old Zhang came too, and just as it hit mealtime, Yi Lusheng arrived as well. Over there, Qinyu wanted to help, but Aunt Zhengxing grabbed her. "You don't need to bother with anything, just sit yourself down. Your man did our Dachuan such a huge favor. If not for Qingshan, Dachuan would never have gotten into the forestry farm in his whole life. All right, sit and relax." With it put that way, Qinyu just smiled and stopped arguing. The food was truly good. The fish and meat go without saying, and there was also that goat we'd caught the night before. In Aunt Zhengxing and Chen Ting's skilled hands, it was cooked until the aroma filled the whole courtyard. Chen Ting's cooking really is second to none. Old Wu praised as he picked up a mouthful. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Ting replied graciously, "It's mainly because Qingshan brings back good ingredients. I'm just glad everyone likes it." Come to think of it, Chen Ting had been generous-spirited since childhood, and pretty besides, so she'd always been well-liked in the village. Back when she married, plenty of families wanted her for their sons, but in the end she married across the river. Who would have thought that after all the twists and turns, she'd now come back to this very village? At that point I raised my cup and stood up. "Uncles, aunts, everyone, these past days, while building the house, all of you did so much to help me. Today I'm treating everyone to a meal to thank you, and to mark my moving into the new place. Come, let me toast you all first." With that, I tipped my head back and drained it in one gulp. Just then, someone set down their chopsticks and asked with a smile, "Qingshan, your business is getting more and more prosperous. Could you take us along too? Let us do a little trade? I hear you've even opened a shop in the city." In a flash, every eye at the table swung to me. In these times, money was tight for every household. And in such a short span, I'd built a new house and was living well. It'd be a lie to say nobody envied me. I scratched my head and laughed. What you say makes sense. All right, I'll put in some effort and see if I can get something going. Help everyone out too. See, I told you Qingshan's a generous one. Everyone laughed. Only Yi Luxing sat there holding his cup, saying nothing, but I could tell his mind was moving, like he had something he wanted to discuss with me privately. It was a lively, satisfying banquet. But the strange thing was, before everyone left, they each made a point of going over to Chunyu and pressing a red envelope on her. The first was Aunt Zhengsheng. "Take it. By the rules around here, if you come to a banquet, you give a red envelope. That's the old custom." The others followed suit, one after another stuffing envelopes into Chunyu's hands. I hurried to stop them, but old Wu grabbed me. "Don't refuse. We understand you didn't want a big to-do, but back when you got married and said your family was poor so you didn't hold a banquet, we all accepted that. Your family's not poor now, right? You build a new house and still don't hold a proper celebration. So what about all those red envelopes your mom and dad gave us over the years? How do we settle that account? You have to accept these envelopes today." "That's exactly right." Even Yi Luxing spoke up. I knew that refusing any further would be out of place, so I could only nod and thank them. After the men had dispersed, only Aunt Zhengsheng, Dachuan, and a couple others stayed to help clean up. By the time we finished, it was past 9 at night. I passed cigarettes to Yi Zhengsheng and old Wu, and the three of us sat down to chat. "I forgot to tell you," I said, drawing on my cigarette. "Boss says our fish sell really well." "More than well," Yi Zhengxing thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Have you ever noticed? Your fish taste especially good?" I was taken aback. "Do they? You eat them every day so you're used to it and haven't noticed." When today's fish came to the table, one taste, and I could tell it was different from usual. "Right." Old Wu slapped his thigh. "And not just the fish. The oil pressed from your peanuts is richer and more fragrant, way better than ordinary peanut oil." Sitting there, something suddenly clicked in my heart. Could it be that the things grown in my space were different from what's outside? The moment that thought surfaced, my heart started racing. Yi Zhengsheng went on. "Now Boss asks for our goods by name every day, says everyone who's bought them says they taste great. A few regulars buy specifically from him and are even willing to pay extra, saying once they got used to your fish, they can't stand anyone else's." A wave of excitement swept over me. If that was really true, then the surprises this space brought me would only keep growing. I'd vaguely sensed something before, but had just chalked it up to Qin Ting's good cooking. Now, thinking it over carefully, it really was so. "No problem. From tomorrow, we'll keep supplying Boss I steadied myself. The three of us chatted a while longer. Once Aunt Zhengsheng had things tidied up, everyone got up and headed home. The courtyard fell quiet, leaving just the four of us in our little family. Lu Xiaoyan had eaten happily today and was now sleepy. Qinyu was helping her bathe. Qin Ting finished up, went in for a peek, then came out smiling. I sat alone in the courtyard gazing at the sky full of stars, that conversation still churning in my mind. This new home of ours really is so much better than the old place. Qin Ting had sat down beside me at some point, speaking softly. "Tonight, you're not going out to fish or hunt, are you?" she asked. "We'll see," I answered vaguely, mainly because if I didn't go make a round, I'd have no way to explain where the fish I sold every day came from. "Don't go out." But Qin Ting seemed to suddenly make up her mind about something, and gently took hold of my hand. "Tonight, don't go anywhere." My whole body jolted, and my head went boom. Qin Ting lowered her head, her voice thin as a mosquito's hum. "Xiao Yu and we've already talked it over." Watching her look so bashful and shy, I felt a joy I couldn't put into words. These two sisters were two completely different kinds of beauty. Qin Yu like a flower just opening on the branch, young and fresh, while Qin Ting was mature, radiant, and gracious, every gesture carrying the kind of charm only someone who's been through life can have. Back then, to keep us sisters alive, My mom and dad fled famine all the way here from up north, Chen Ting said, gazing at the stars, her voice very quiet. It was this village that gave us a way to live. Later I married across the river, but my luck was bad. Somehow I ended up in the same desperate straits my parents had been in. It was you who took the two of us in, mother and daughter, and gave us a way to live again. Qingshan, I know, I've been taking advantage of you all along. She slowly raised her head, a certain resolve in her eyes, and looked at me with a face full of tenderness. But this debt, I can't just keep owing it without ever paying it back. That night, after saying those words, Chen Ting got up and went back to her room, leaving me alone in the courtyard. I sat there, my head buzzing, mulling it over for a long while. No doubt about it, that's exactly what she meant. Just as I was thinking, Chinyu came out from her bath, her face a little flushed, and said to me, "Go take your bath, quick." I looked at Lu Xiaoyan asleep on the bed, then back at her. She turned her face away and said in a small voice, "Xiaoyan's sleeping with me tonight. My sister and I talked it over. The two of you are together." With that, she pushed me out without another word. I grabbed a change of clothes and went into the bathroom, my heart pounding with excitement. By the time I finished and came out, it was nearly 11. The mountain village was so still, nothing but the chirp of insects. I pushed on my own bedroom door, locked. Nothing for it but to feel my way to Chen Ting's room. I gave it a gentle push, and the door was open. The room was dark, and she was lying there, not asleep. I took a deep breath and sat on the edge of the bed. Her hand had already quietly slipped around my waist. Everything was understood without a word. The next day I got up early, heading out just as the sky was turning gray. I said I was going fishing, but really I was going to collect fish from my space, just for show. 2 buckets of fish lined up neatly, over 100 pounds together. But staring at those fish, my brow furrowed. Selling fish now and then I could get away with. But if I sold fish every single day while never being seen going out to fish, the villagers would eventually get suspicious. Chen Ting and Chun Yu would surely find it strange too. This couldn't go on. I needed a foolproof plan. But nothing came to me right away, so I could only take the fish out to keep up appearances for now. Yi Zhengsheng came to collect the goods, took a look, and nodded. "Good fish again today." After loading up his cart, he reminded me before leaving. "Boss Ye's saying he'd like us to supply more. This little bit each day, he thinks it's too few." I nodded in agreement. Back in the courtyard, Chen Ting was up too. After what happened last night, the two of us were oddly bashful running into each other, especially her. But she was a generous soul after all, and instead reached out first to take my hand. "What do you want to eat?" I looked at her, remembering how she'd looked last night, and felt my heart flutter. "Whatever you make, I'll eat." Not long after breakfast, Yi Luxing came calling. One look and I understood. He had serious business to discuss. I passed him a cigarette and followed him out. The two of us strolled slowly along the village road. Yi Luxing spoke up. "Last night they asked whether you had some business you could bring everyone in on. I went home and mulled it over all night, and I figure our village might really be able to make some money following you, improve our lives a bit." Something stirred in my heart. It was 1978 now, and I remembered clearly, at the end of the year, a big thing would happen over in Anhui province. 18 farmers would press their red fingerprints to divide the land into individual household plots. That was a historic starting point, but I couldn't say any of this outright. I probed him cautiously. "Uncle Lucian, right now everyone's tied to these few acres of land. How do you propose we go about it? We can't exactly tell people not to show up for collective work, can we?" Yi Luxing sighed. People who'd endured those years all knew, deep down, exactly where the trouble with the current system lay. He said, "I just feel that if things keep on like this, it won't do. Everyone's drive has been ground down to nothing." The fact that he could say this meant he genuinely wanted change. I couldn't change the big picture, but trying it on a small scale might just work. Thinking of the fish, an idea suddenly came to me. "Uncle Luxing, actually there is a way." I weighed my words carefully. "Look, I sell fish every day now, and they sell really well. There's lots of water around here, so fish move fast. I was thinking, what if I raised fish myself and took them out to sell? There's a big bend over at Qingshan Cove, where the May River curves around, leaving only a 5-meter wide opening. I want to contract that stretch of water and find a few trustworthy households to raise fish together. If we really can make money, that'll prove this path works." Fewer people, less risk. Consider it a test run. What do you think? Yi Liuxing's expression shifted several times. I knew that with those words, I'd basically tossed the tough problem back to him. He was a cadre, and doing something like this that skirted the edge of policy. One slip, and he'd be in hot water. That was a risk most people really wouldn't dare take. I didn't hide it from him. Uncle Liuxing, how can change come without a price? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you really want everyone to have a better life, someone has to step forward first and shoulder the burden. He was silent for a good while, his expression shifting back and forth, until at last he gritted his teeth. Actually, it's not impossible. I can grant you the contracting rights. But there are two hurdles you'll have to clear. First, whoever contracts it with you has to put up money. Second, even if I quietly hand you the land to contract, those people working with you won't be able to earn their work points. So you figure it out. How many families would be willing? I understand that. I nodded with a smile. I'll find my own partners. Don't worry. In the end, he still made up his mind. All right, let me know once you've settled it. Watching his retreating figure, I felt quite moved. In these times, anyone who dared take a step forward had real courage. Just like those 18 farmers in Anhui later on, who pressed their fingerprints at enormous risk, but the cadres willing to back them up were staking their whole livelihoods too. Then again, even if I did contract the cove, what could I actually do? I couldn't very well pour the fish from my space right out into the open, could I? This method would still take slow experimenting. There was a whole pile of headaches ahead, so I just set it aside for now. Today I still had to go into the city, sell some things, and pick up some vegetable and flower seeds while I was at it. The first thing I did in the city was head to my new shop. Zhao Yan happened to be there, and the moment she saw me, she breathed a sigh of relief. You finally showed up. The shop could have opened for business ages ago. You've been nowhere to be seen these past few days. I was about to ask old Master Lu to pass you a message. I quickly apologized, saying something had come up at home and I'd been swamped while unloading the goods. The honey I'd collected last time hadn't all sold. I kept about 50 jars, and there was also a big batch of dried fish and around 200 jars of Winley's fish. Right now, those 3 items were our shop's signature goods. I'd already given her the retail prices earlier, and I reminded her, keep an eye out for what customers like to buy and what they're missing, and let me know anytime. Having said my piece, I hurried off again, leaving Zhao Yan shaking her head. Next, I swung by that herb shop where I'd sold Lingji last time. The owner's eyes lit up the moment he saw me, probably because my face was too striking to forget. He greeted me warmly. Back again, young man. Buying more herbs. I smilingly asked his name, and he said it was Du Xiaoman. I asked him, do you have any vegetable seeds or flower seeds here? You've come to the right person. He slapped his thigh. Whatever vegetables, whatever flowers, just name them. I'd originally meant to buy some flower seeds to raise bees and gather honey in my space. But on second thought, that wasn't right. What use was just planting flowers? Flowers weren't worth much. Then my mind flashed. I could plant rapeseed flowers. I could gather honey and press oil both, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But rapeseed wasn't a crop for this season. I wondered to myself, if I sowed it now, could it even survive in the space? Then again, the space was already miraculous, forcing crops to grow like mad, so what was an off-season crop to it? Having thought it through, I bought freely. However many kinds of vegetable seeds you've got here, give me one of each. I'll take them all. And give me some rapeseed seeds too, lots of them. Du Xiaoman was taken aback. This isn't the season to plant rapeseed. Are you sure you want to buy? Buy them first. I'll sow them once it's the right time. We went in and picked through everything, buying one kind of vegetable seed after another. This one trip cost me 60 yuan. 60 yuan of vegetable seeds would keep me planting for a good long while. It pretty much covered every vegetable you could grow around here, especially the rapeseed seeds, of which I bought a whole heap. By the time I got home, it was past mealtime, but Chen Ting had left food for me. I'd wolfed down a couple of bites and was about to lie down when Chen Yu came over smiling and sat beside me, asking softly, tired? I thought she was asking about running around all day and said offhandedly, that's nothing to be tired about. She pursed her lips in a smile. I'm asking about last night. Only then did I catch on, and I gave her a look, caught between laughing and crying. That's not tiring either. She pinched me, then ran off laughing. Over there, Chun Ting heard it. Her face flushed red in an instant. and she turned and ducked back into the kitchen. After resting a bit, I found an excuse and went into the space. The first thing I did was shove all the seeds into the hands of the farmer figurine. Look here, these are vegetable seeds, and these are rapeseed seeds. Plant whatever can be planted for me. The figurine nodded, indicating it could. I was delighted. Plant them well, and I'll make you a couple of farm wife figurines later. Get you a wife. That figurine turned its head to look at me with the strangest expression, which set me roaring with laughter. I glanced over at the other side. The peanuts and rice had actually yielded another crop, growing incredibly fast, and my heart just soared. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. These days I was either putting on a show of going out to fish or helping the family make Winley's fish and gut fish, busy as could be, and loving it. One day I found a chance to slip into the space, and, good heavens, the seedlings had sprouted into a huge, sprawling patch. I was dumbfounded on the spot. You didn't plant all the seeds, did you? The farmer figurine pointed at the remaining seed bags. It hadn't planted them all, but it had planted a good half. Pointing at that expanse of seedlings, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My good ancestor, what are you trying to do? How's our family supposed to eat this many vegetables? This land is so precious. Using it all for vegetables, isn't that a waste? Wouldn't it be better to plant me more rice? The figurine hung its head like a bride who'd done something wrong, looking at me forlornly. I slapped my thigh. It was partly my fault for not making things clear in the first place. But annoyed as I was, wasting it would be a shame. I gritted my teeth. Here's what we'll do. Pull out a batch of seedlings for me, and I'll take them outside to plant. Our family's vegetable plot is lying fallow. No sense in wasting them. The 4 figurines, knowing they'd cause trouble, hurried over to help me pull eggplants, peppers, radishes, string beans, a whole pile of them. Our vegetable plot wasn't far off. It had been lying fallow, growing nothing but some sweet potato leaves that had sprung up on their own, which we ate as greens. Sweet potatoes are tough plants. They survive with no tending at all. I hauled the seedlings over to turn the soil and transplant them. Chen Ting saw and came over, and the moment she saw all the seedlings, she froze. Where'd you get these seedlings? How do you have every kind of vegetable? A lot of these aren't even in season. I scratched my head. Got them from someone. We're short on greens, so I figured I'd plant them and give it a try. She looked half convinced. Really are off-season seedlings. I heard the city's got some new off-season growing technology. Never mind. Plant them if you like, but it's wasted effort. These won't survive. Even as she said it, she pitched in to help. She was quick and deft and got them all planted in a single day. Once we'd finished, I told her not to worry about tending them. I'd handle the watering. But after 2 trips lugging buckets, my mind suddenly lit up. Everything from my space was extraordinary, and there was a big lake in there too. Could it have something to do with that water and soil? So I just went into the space to draw water for watering. At first I still had to haul it bucket by bucket, and it wore me out. Then I tried, with a flick of my mind, to see if I could bring the water inside out directly, and hey, it actually worked. The water poured itself right into the bucket. I was so delighted I clapped my hands. This thing really works. I gave every seedling a thorough soaking, and only then did I breathe easy. Now it was just a matter of whether they'd survive by tomorrow. If they really did, then I'd have one more path opened up in my mind. The next morning, before dawn even broke, I scrambled out of bed and rushed to the vegetable patch. One look and I froze right there on the spot. The seedlings that had been all droopy and lifeless the day before had straightened up overnight, standing tall and bursting with life. It actually worked. I sat down at the edge of the field, grinning like a fool, my mind racing. Was it because the seedlings had been moved out from the space, or because I'd watered them with water from that lake in there? Who cares? Either way, it proved one thing. I could grow things from the space out here in the open, and while it wasn't as fast as inside, it was definitely quicker than normal. That thought made me jump to my feet. The fish farming angle was still a blank, but this vegetable path, it was wide open. These off-season vegetables of mine would be perfect for a greenhouse, wouldn't they? I remembered that plastic film greenhouse techniques already existed these days. I'd go buy a book and just tell everyone I learned it from that. Once my mind was made up, I got so excited I nearly wanted to applaud myself. But on second thought, I figured I'd better play it safe. First, I went into the space and picked 10 mature ginseng mushrooms. then hurried off to the city. This trip into town had two purposes. 1. To sell the Lingji mushrooms. 2. Louis Weshing had asked me to swing by the bureau when I had time, since Qian Yongjin's case still needed a bit of wrapping up. When I got to Baichao Hall, old master Lu Liang happened to be there. He'd been fuming these past days over his son-in-law cooking the books, so he'd decided to mind the shop himself. When he saw me, he was overjoyed and came right up to greet me. I handed over the 10 Lingji, and the moment he took them and looked, he nearly cried out. 10 again, same quality as last time. He couldn't hold back. How on earth are you finding these? I just smiled and said nothing. He immediately caught on, figuring I'd probably stumbled onto a Lingji patch, not the kind of thing anyone would blab about. Your luck is really something, he laughed. Last time the supply co-op bought 71 mushrooms from you. I'll add 2 more per, and from now on you sell all this good stuff to me. These 10, 720. 720, cash in hand. I thanked him, packed up, and headed straight for the Public Security Bureau. The moment Wang Jitsai saw me, he warmly came over and led me into Lu Yueshing's office. Lu Yueshing looked a bit more haggard than before, but his eyes were sharp and bright, brimming with fighting spirit. Seeing me, he burst out laughing and slapped my shoulder hard. You finally showed up. Any longer, and I'd have gone hunting you down myself. I smiled apologetically and said my family had moved into a new house, so I'd been too busy to get away. He glared at me. You moved into a new house and didn't even call me over. I said, that was the day right after you caught Qian Yongjin. You were run off your feet. How would I dare bother you? He laughed. Fair enough. All right, let's handle the paperwork first. Jitsai, take him through it, and don't rush off after. I'm treating you to lunch at a restaurant. No cafeteria today. For a meal on you. Chief Lu, I'm absolutely in. I said, delighted. Then I've got to order a couple extra meat dishes. There was a little eatery not far from the bureau gates. Nothing fancy, but the food was solid. The 3 of us ordered 3 dishes and a soup, 2 meat, 1 vegetable, plus a meat broth. I ate and praised the whole time, while Louis Weshing and Wang Jitsai dug in with gusto too. I could see it. You two have been buried in this case all this time, haven't you? Half-starved, I bet. Louis Weshing nodded, smiling. Exhausting, truly. That guy's going to be executed soon. But there's still an accomplice on the run. We want to pry a bit more out of him. We've already got confessions now, so once we catch that last man, the case is closed. Come to think of it, I really owe you a big thanks. Once it's fully wrapped up, we'll put in for a reward for you from up top. My eyes rolled with an idea. Uncle Lou, I don't really care about money. Could you get me a banner of honor instead? He blinked, then roared with laughter. Huh, so you're after fame, not fortune. Wang Jitsai chimed in with some teasing on the side. I chuckled and just came out with my real reason for coming. These 2 could help me, so there was no point hiding it. Here's the thing. I've been wanting to start something lately. Don't ask me the specifics. Actually, you not knowing might be safer for you. The words had barely left my mouth when Louis Weshing immediately grew alert, staring at me. What are you planning to do? I just want to do a little business. I've been by your shop, nice renovation. But I know you've definitely got something else going on. Out with it. He even put down his chopsticks. I knew there was no dodging it, so I laid out the whole thing about partnering with Yi Lusheng to contract farmland, spelling it all out. Lu Yueshing's face gradually darkened. Wang Jitsai knew this was a serious matter, so he pretended not to hear and buried his head in his rice. After a long while, Lu Yueshing finally asked, what exactly are you 2 thinking? I chose my words carefully. Uncle Lou, you're in the city. You don't understand the hardships out in the countryside. Nobody's got any drive to farm anymore. The loafers who show up but don't work still earn their work points, and the hardworking ones bust their backs for those same points. So who's willing to put in the effort? But if I contract the land, hand over a portion to the village, and keep all the extra grain I grow for myself, then wouldn't my motivation shoot right up? Louis Weshing fell silent. The logic was crude, but it was exactly right. This is high risk. You get that? He tried to talk me out of it. I get it, but there's no other way. He stood and paced the room a few times before asking, where do you plan to sell the vegetables you grow? Sell them in the city. Vegetables? You could sell them to the cafeteria here. Wang Jitsai suddenly cut in. Louis Weshing shot him a glare. One cafeteria of ours. What use is that? Wang Jizai immediately shrank his neck. I said with a smile, "No rush, we've got plenty of ideas. Down the road, we won't just grow vegetables. We'll have melons and fruit too. All of it sellable in the city. You've both made up your minds? We'll try it first," I said earnestly. The village officials are all behind me on this, so I think it's worth a shot. Hunting isn't a long-term plan. There's only so much game up in the mountains, and what happens when it's all hunted out? We're farmers at heart. Farmers live off the land, and there's no shame in that. Seeing my mind was made up, Lu Yueshing couldn't dissuade me. Besides, these days everyone was going hungry. What's wrong with a farmer wanting a few more full meals? He even felt what I was doing didn't really count as breaking any law. "I won't say much about what you two have decided," he finally cautioned, "but I'll give you one warning. If things really go sideways down the road, you come to me first. If I can help, I absolutely will." "Understand." "Understood. That's exactly why I'm here to ask for your help." I struck while the iron was hot. "I hear there's this off-season greenhouse growing technique that uses plastic film. You've got wide connections. Could you help me get a batch of film? I'll build the greenhouses myself. I can look into it, but that stuff isn't cheap. You might have to sink a big chunk of money into it." "No problem. I've got cash on hand." I chuckled, pulled out a stack of bills from my jacket, 1,000 yuan, and slapped it right into his hand. "You get in touch first, haggle the price down, get as much as you can. Buy the whole thousand's worth. Once it's sorted, have someone deliver it straight to my place. The sooner the better." 1,000 yuan. Even Lu Yuesheng, a bureau chief, was stunned staring at the money. "You really are willing to spend? How can you do business without putting up capital?" I laughed. "I'm sure this'll work. Now hurry and set it up for me. Quick, the sooner the better." With the business settled, my end was taken care of. I hopped on my sidecar tricycle and rode home. After I left, Wang Jizai and Lu Yuesheng both stayed put, staring off in the direction I'd gone. Wang Jizai mulled it over for a long time before he couldn't help but speak up. "Chief Lu, I think this Yi Shan is really something. Not just something. He's bold, he's a fighter, and his luck is downright uncanny. Look, since the day we met him, he's already helped us crack 2 big cases. A guy like that, what could he possibly fail at?" Lu Yuesheng agreed with that. Both those cases had Yi Shan pulling the strings, and after spending these days together, he'd seen it clearly. This young man really was the real deal. He patted Wang Jizai's shoulder. "If I'm too swamped, and he's got something going on, you lend him a hand. As long as it doesn't cross our principles or break the law, help him where you can." "Absolutely." Wang Jizai chuckled. "He did us such a huge favor. I got credit on both those cases too." Lu Yuesheng nodded with a smile, then turned his mind to the task I'd entrusted him with, and went off to arrange the plastic film for me. Back home, I'd barely sat down when Chun Ting came over. "It's really strange. Those vegetables we planted in that patch are growing incredibly well." I knew perfectly well why, but played dumb. "I just planted them to test something. Don't worry about it. In a few days some stuff might get delivered. I've got some things to take care of." She nodded and didn't press further. While I had some free time, I slipped into the space to cultivate Lingji's spawn. Just like that, several more days went by. I was either putting on a show of going fishing or hiding away in the space busying myself. Then one day, the sound of a car suddenly came from the front gate. A truck pulled up right in front of my house. I hurried out. 2 people got out of the truck, a driver and Lu Yuesheng. I glanced at the cargo bed and grinned right away. The film I'd wanted had arrived. "Come on, let's unload it together," Lu Yuesheng called out with a smile. I quickly stepped up and had Chen Ting go fetch Fifth Uncle Yi and Yi Zhengsheng to help. Once we'd unloaded everything, I invited everyone inside for water and a lunch. After the meal, the others went their separate ways, but Lu Yuesheng didn't rush off. Clearly, he had something to say to me. Once everyone had left, he pulled over 300 some yuan from his jacket and pressed it into my hand. "Out of your 1,000, this is what's left." I laughed. "There's this much left over?" "Pulled a few strings, saved you some. That's exactly why I came to you. Where else could I get goods this cheap?" Lu Yuesheng waved a hand. "Enough flattery. When are you building the greenhouses? Do you know how? If not, I'll find you a few people who know the trade. I'm a farmer at heart. Money doesn't come easy, so with business I weigh things over and over. I only make a move when I'm sure it'll pay off. I don't dare throw money around. Then I can rest easy." Come to me anytime you've got a problem. I'll help where I can. With that reminder, he hurried off with the driver. The moment Lu Yuesheng was gone, Chen Ting and Chen Yu came over. What are you doing with all this stuff? Building greenhouses to grow vegetables, I said with a smile, so I can grow off-season crops. Don't worry about it. I'm going to go find some people. With that, I hurried out again. The two sisters exchanged a glance but said nothing in the end. They didn't understand business, so they'd follow my lead on everything. I went to find Yi Zhengsheng first, then swung by fifth uncle Ye's oil press. These two had helped me the most and were the closest to me. Once inside, I offered them cigarettes and started by asking, "Lots of people pressing oil lately?" "Yeah, the peanuts just came in. It's prime oil pressing season." "Busy." Fifth uncle Yi narrowed his eyes, sharp as ever. "Just say what's on your mind." I chuckled and laid it all out, the whole thing about Yi Lushing approaching me. Originally, I wanted to contract the water bin to farm fish, but that place is hard to work with, so I changed my mind. I'm going to contract farmland to grow vegetables. You don't need to worry about sales. I'll open up the channels. Uncle Lushing asked me to help lift everyone up, and after thinking it over, I figured you two are the best fit. I want to bring you both in on the contract. The two middle-aged men were stunned right there, staring straight at me. You've got some nerve. And it wasn't just me. That Yi Lushing had guts too, actually daring to contract out the land. Uncle Liushing's end is pretty much no problem. It all depends on you two. If you've got the guts to work with me, let's do it. If you think it's too risky, I'll go it alone. The two of them just gaped at each other, and it took a full 2 minutes before they came to and let out a long breath. Yi Zhengsheng asked, "Lushing really agreed to take on this risk?" "More or less." Fifth Uncle Yi and Yi Zhengsheng exchanged another glance, and in that look I saw their resolve. Yi Zhengsheng gritted his teeth. "If the three of us do this together, how do we split the profits? The stuff I had you haul over today, that's the capital I'm putting in, several hundred yuan worth. If you two work with me, I'll give you a combined 10% share. You won't have to put up any money, just labor. You help me manage things, and by my reckoning, in a month you'll come out ahead of doing farm labor. The trade-off is this: you can't do the collective work anymore. You've got to put your whole hearts into the fields. About how much could we make in a month?" Yi Zhengsheng pressed. "Once things are really running smoothly, I guarantee each of you at least a few dozen yuan a month in dividends. And if I can't manage that, then I'll guarantee you 50 yuan in wages." A few dozen yuan a month. Both their eyes lit up instantly. Fifth Uncle Yi was better off. He had his little oil pressing business. But Yi Zhengsheng had it rough, relying entirely on the meager rations from collective work, sometimes not even enough to fill his belly. A few dozen yuan a month, that was a world of difference. "Really, it should work," I said with a smile. "We rent land to grow vegetables, grain, rapeseed for oil. We could even grow medicinal herbs. As long as we've got the land, we can arrange it however we like." "All right." Fifth Uncle Yi gritted his teeth and committed too. That evening, the three of us grabbed a bottle of liquor and went to mooch a meal at Yi Liushing's place. Nobody brought up the real business at the table. Only after we'd finished eating did Yi Zhengsheng say, "Lushing, let's take a walk." The four of us headed out onto a country path. I got straight to the point. "I've already talked it over with Uncle Fifth and Uncle Zhengsheng. The three of us are going to contract the land together." Yi Lushing wasn't surprised. He just glanced at the other two. "You two have thought this through?" He meant the risk. Fifth Uncle Yi, being a small-time businessman, saw it clearly. Qingshan's not afraid, and he's still young. What have the two of us got to fear at our age? Besides, if you're not afraid, why should we be? Yi Lushing gave a bitter smile and turned to me. "What are you planning to grow?" "Rent farmland to grow vegetables." "Rent where?" "How much?" "Wusher Ridge, right next to my house. Dozens of terraced plots from top to bottom. Close to my place. No other households right up against it, and the land's sitting empty, easy to work. That's 16.3 mu total." Yi Lushing knew the village land like the back of his hand. That stretch sits between two hills, with a small stream up top for irrigation. It's just right. He fell into thought for a moment, then started running the numbers with me. 1 mu yields about 1,200 jin of rice a year. With over 16 mu, that's nearly 20,000 jin a year. At 13 cents a jin for surplus grain, just the output of that land is worth 2,006. Everyone present had farmed, and hearing that figure, Both Yi Zhengsheng and fifth uncle Yi clicked their tongues. That was a lot of money. You're sure you want to rent this much? I do. I nodded. Yi Lusheng grew serious. If you're renting, I can't give it to you at 2006. I've got to bump it up, at least 3,000. It's not that I want more of your money. It's that if anything goes wrong down the road, and you paid above market rate, anyone doing the math would see you didn't shortchange the village. I understood in my heart. He was leaving me a way out. By paying well above value, if someone dug up old grievances later, it'd hold up. Renting cheap was what would really bring trouble down on my head. I nodded in agreement. The truth was, I checked my finances and couldn't actually scrape together 3,000. I was short 6 or 700. But these days I was pulling in 30 or 40 yuan a day selling fish, and each trip into the city to sell goods brought in dozens to 100, sometimes 2 or 300. Building the house had cost a lot, but there was still a surplus. Right now I had a bit over 2,300 in hand. I don't have 3,000 right now. Give me a few days to pull it together. Once I have it, we'll sign the agreement with the team. Seeing the certainty on my face, Yi Lusheng marveled inwardly. This kid's got nerve, and he really can make money. We hadn't gone far from the village committee before Yi Zhengsheng couldn't hold it in. You're putting up the whole 3,000, not counting all the stuff you bought, and the two of us put up nothing but still take 10%. That doesn't sit right. Fifth Uncle Yi nodded along. Don't say that, I said with a smile. I'm the one who dragged you into this, and it's risky. I've got more money on hand than you two, so I'll invest first. But let me be upfront about the ugly part. The money's mine, so from here on, everything in these fields, I call the shots. Of course, we'll do as you say. The next day, I brought the two of them along to build the greenhouse over my own vegetable patch first. The plot was small, so we finished it in a day. While building it, they kept clicking their tongues. The vegetables inside were growing so vigorously, and some clearly weren't even in season. But it was precisely because they saw how well my vegetables grew that they gained confidence. Once the greenhouse was up, I worked on scraping together the few hundred yuan I was short, while also slipping into the space to cultivate Lingji mycelium. The logic behind cultivating it was simple. The stuff was valuable, so the more I grew, the more steady income it would bring. But while I was working with the mycelium, a flash of inspiration hit me. If I could cultivate Lingji, couldn't I cultivate mushrooms too? My eyes lit up instantly. That's right. These days mushroom cultivation was just getting off the ground. As long as I got hold of the spawn and planted it, the market would surely fight over it. The thought made me want to applaud myself. A few days later, that batch of Lingji sprouted several more ready to harvest. I picked 10, went into the city straight to Baichao Hall, and sold them again for 720. With that money, I finally had my 3,000. Then I grabbed some Winley's fish and dried fish and headed to my shop. The moment Zhao Yin saw me, she lit up. You're finally here. Business is booming. We're nearly sold out. I was just about to ask you to restock. I looked at the shelves, sure enough, over half empty. I quickly restocked. She handed me a stack of money and the account book. We sold 436 yuan this stretch. Take a look at the books. I was thrilled. Another 400 plus in earnings from this trip. Scraping together the 3,000 was no longer a worry at all. I won't look at the books for now. I've got something urgent. I'll take the money and go. Money in hand, I grabbed 2 fish and headed to Lu Shu's place. The old man was delighted to see me and said Lu Yuesheng was away, busy with the case. He told me, "You were a huge help on this case." I scratched my head with a smile. Just good luck. I gave him a heads up early on, then happened to run right into it myself at the end. Even I was baffled. You're way too bold, daring to tangle with a desperate criminal like that. That time it was luck, but from now on don't go provoking these people. It does you no good. The old man kept shaking his head, but he was pleased in the end. His son cracked 2 cases in a row, so his career path was set, all thanks to me. He was warming to me more and more. Old sir, I came this time to ask a favor. I want to grow mushrooms at home, but I've got no spawn. You've got wide connections. Could you help me get some shiitake and oyster mushroom spawn? If you can't, no worries. Just mention it to Uncle Lu. He knows lots of people. The agricultural research institutes and universities in the big cities should have this stuff. Lu Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This kid had even figured out how I should help him, leaving no room to refuse. He mused, I'll ask around. If I can't get it, I'll have your Uncle Lou figure something out. I hear you've contracted land to grow vegetables. Yes, I co-rented a plot with two uncles from the village. Mushrooms are the first thing I'm planning to grow. They're rare these days, so if I get the spawn, I can definitely sell them for a good price. Might just get this whole operation of mine off the ground. Lu Shu's eyes held a bit more appreciation as he looked at me. Finally, he cautioned, "Take care of yourself. Come to me or your Uncle Lou anytime there's trouble. He carries some weight in the department and will smooth things over for you wherever he can." I was full of gratitude. This family was genuinely helping me, and I'd genuinely help them. Treat others as you'd want to be treated. Neither of us was the petty sort. Back home, I called over Yi Zhengsheng and fifth Uncle Yi. When they heard I'd pulled the money together, they gawked. "You really earned enough?" "Enough. We'll sign the agreement today." "One more question for you two. Have you decided?" "Decided. Let's go." The three of us hurried to the village committee. The moment Yi Luxing saw us, he understood and led us into his old room that served as an office. For a moment, it was oddly quiet in there, the atmosphere a little heavy. He didn't waste words. He picked up a pen and started writing the agreement. 3,000 a year. Rent for how many years? He looked up and asked me. Figuring the land distribution reform would come around 81, I said, "Write down 3 years." He wrote it in with quick strokes. Once the agreement was drafted, the three of us each read it over. I had the most schooling. Fifth Uncle Yi recognized some characters from running his little business, and Yi Zhengsheng was weaker but managed to make out most of it. The three of us signed our names in turn. I placed the neatly stacked 3,000 yuan on the table. The weight of 3,000 yuan in these times had everyone in the room bright-eyed. Yi Luxing finished counting the money, stood up, and looked at us with feeling. "That land's sitting empty now. Take it, but don't go spreading the word around. I'll smooth things over elsewhere and tell people to keep quiet. Don't you go stirring up trouble either. Just let this pass like it's the most ordinary thing." "Uncle Luxing, thank you." I thanked him solemnly. In this whole affair, the role he played was the heaviest and the most dangerous. Work hard. As long as you can make money, others will naturally follow, and maybe you'll blaze a trail for our little place here. And if trouble comes, I'll be the first to shoulder it. His voice was hoarse. Outside the door, fifth Uncle Yi and Yi Zhengsheng were still a little dazed. But I felt the sunshine was just right. I turned back and grinned at them. "Uncles, the land's rented now. When there's work to do, we do it. Don't overthink. Even if the sky falls, there's someone taller to hold it up. First order of business now, build the greenhouses. Cover all of Wuxia Ridge. Only once the greenhouses are complete can we grow off-season vegetables." With the experience from last time, they built the greenhouses more skillfully now. As the three of us worked, we chatted, and I let them in on my plans going forward. I'm going to grow mushrooms first. They're scarce these days, valuable, and once we learn the trade, the money comes fast, and they sell easy. At this point, they went along with whatever I said. They boarded this boat, and they had the self-awareness to know I had the brains, so all they had to do was follow. While we were going at it full tilt, the villagers were all talking, unable to guess what we were up to. Luckily, the two biggest troublemaking gossips in the village had already been dealt with by me, so everyone else just watched the show and nobody ran their mouth. Chen Ting and Chun Yu stood beside the house, gazing at my busy figure in the mountain hollow far off. Chen Yu felt uneasy inside. "Sis, my heart just won't settle. I don't know if what Qingshan's doing is even safe." People these days couldn't help but understand the dangers in all this. Chen Ting was worried too, of course. I was the backbone of this family, and if something happened to me, the two sisters would have nowhere to turn. But she also understood that I was carving out a way to live for everyone, and there was no stopping it. She couldn't think of a better way to make money. "Little you, I made my peace with this long ago. Since we don't have the ability to handle things ourselves, we listen to him. Qingshan's had a mind of his own since he was little, and the older he gets, the steadier he is. Look how early on he made friends with those big shots in the city. He clearly came prepared. He sees further than we do, so let's not fret over him for nothing. Nothing's going to go wrong for sure." Chen Yu picked up the thread, her face full of certainty. Chun Ting nodded, whether she truly believed it or was just comforting herself. "Then let's not interfere. We just need to make sure he doesn't have to worry about home." In the days that followed, the two sisters managed the household while I led fifth Uncle Yi and Yi Zhengsheng in building greenhouses day and night. At first, the villagers didn't take it seriously, but as the greenhouses multiplied and nearly covered the whole of Wuxia Ridge, people started coming around to snoop. We were vague with them and told them to go ask Yi Luxian. These past days, it was quite lively in front of Yi Liuxing's door. He knew there was no hiding it, so he simply invited everyone who came asking inside and explained in detail. When people heard it was a few of our households that had rented that stretch of land, they were all dumbfounded. But when they heard it was rented for 3,000 yuan, the vast majority immediately fell silent. Envy was one thing, but they had to weigh whether they had the means. Where would you get 3,000 yuan? Only I could put that up. After the better part of a month of hard work, the greenhouses across all of Wuxia Ridge were finally done. The place looked completely different from before, as if a bright future was beckoning to us. On the very day we finished, Lu Yueshing actually showed up, and old master Lu Shu came with him. I was overjoyed and quickly invited them inside. Chen Ting and Chun Yu had good instincts. Knowing the men had business to discuss, they made small talk and then made themselves scarce, leaving us men to steep tea and chat. Here, the stuff you wanted. Lu Yueshing handed over a large package. I took a look. It was exactly the mushroom spawn. This is oyster mushroom. This is shiitake. Got them all for you. How much do I owe you? No charge. Pulled a few strings, nothing illegal, so relax. I knew this was his way of thanking me for my help, so I didn't stand on ceremony. Come on, take me to see whether your greenhouses turned out. I led the way, guiding them out to the fields. Spotting that vast expanse of greenhouses from a distance, both Lu Shu and his son were stunned right there. Once inside, they could feel the temperature was different, and the two of them gaped even harder. Greenhouse cultivation was a rare sight in these times, and for all their broad experience, they were left staring in amazement. You're planning to grow mushrooms in here? Lu Shu asked. That's right. Everything's ready and the spawns arrived. Tomorrow I officially start planting. The speed of my action astonished both father and son. Lu Shu looked at me and couldn't help but marvel. No wonder this kid could make money. With this kind of drive, there was good reason for it. That day, walking through the fields, Lu Yueshing was actually quite moved inside. I said to him with a smile, this land I contracted together with two uncles. We'll grow shiitake and oyster mushrooms first. If we can really pull it off and find sales channels, maybe down the road I can lend a hand to others too. Lu Yueshing was quiet for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. This was about all he could do to help. Don't worry, I'll find buyers for you on the outside, ideally the big cafeteria types. As long as your product is solid, I'll definitely make the connections and get them buying from you. Then thank you, Uncle Lu. Father and son took a turn around and then headed back. By this time, Qin Yu and Qin Ting were inside preparing a meal to receive them. The few of us drank tea and chatted outside, and they got a pretty good grasp of what I was planning to do. After lunch, the two of them left, and a weight finally lifted off my heart. No time to rest. That afternoon, I called over fifth Uncle Yi and Yi Zhengsheng and officially began planting the shiitake and oyster mushrooms. In these times, mushroom growing still used the old method, log cultivation. The three of us went up the mountain to cut wood. Fortunately, up there it was mainly Yi Dachuan and Old Zhang working, and the moment they heard we needed wood, Old Zhang, without a word, helped cut it and haul it down. Over the next few days, we sawed the wood into segments and stacked them, segment by segment, into the greenhouses. This work was mostly done by the two uncles, while I busied myself preparing to seed the spawn. For the two of them, this was their first time doing this line of work, and it was the first big task after building the greenhouses, so they were terribly nervous. But I felt secure. The first thing I'd grown was lingji, using pretty much the same method, so I already had it all mapped out in my head. After a week of hard work, everything was finally in place, and only then did the two uncles breathe a sigh of relief. But my work wasn't done. I slipped into the space again. The vegetables in there were growing spectacularly, the rapeseed flowers already in lush bloom, bees weaving through the blossoms gathering nectar. I nodded with satisfaction watching it. Then I looked at the vegetables. Many had already grown quite nicely. I mulled over how to arrange things next. I need to sow seeds in the space first, then move the seedlings outside. I've got a feeling the seedlings raised in here are just different. And I need to channel the lake water out to irrigate the fields. Whether it was the transplanting or the space water doing the trick, I couldn't say for sure just yet, so I'd do both at once. That couldn't go wrong. I had the puppet figures, so all the remaining seeds. As for channeling water, I calculated. There's a stream outside that's meant for irrigation anyway. I could dig a big pit beside it, store the space water in it, and let them use the water from the pit to irrigate. Once I'd worked it out, I had fifth Uncle Yi and Yi Zhengsheng dig ditches at the edge of the fields, and the whole channel had to be dug through. While they dug the ditches, I made another trip into the city. First, I restocked at the new shop and collected the money, then went to Du Xiaoman's place and bought a big load of seeds before heading home to rest. These days I'd been out before dawn and back after dark, doing every kind of work. The two sisters watched with aching hearts, but couldn't help with much else. After resting a while, I went back into the space. The vegetables in there were all ready to eat. Gazing at this greenhouse full of vegetables, I actually got a little worried. So many. How could we possibly eat them all? Looks like I'll have to go out and sell vegetables. If these vegetables didn't get sold, they'd rot, and without clearing space, I couldn't plant new ones. First, I picked a few plump tomatoes and grabbed a handful of greens to take out. As for the peppers, I planned to wait until they'd fully reddened before picking. They'd come in handy for making Winley's fish later. Lunch that day was these very vegetables, though of course I told the sisters I'd bought them. Chen Ting made an egg drop soup with the tomatoes, and one sip left her stunned. How is this so delicious? I tasted it. It really was extraordinary. Must be your good cooking. I brushed it off vaguely, and Chen Ting beamed at the praise. I was calculating. This whole greenhouse of vegetables had to be sold in the city, ideally somewhere nobody knew me, so I could unload it quickly. Jinsheng was definitely out. I'd probably have to go to Zhangzhou. But before setting off, I had to get all the seedlings out and hand them over to the two uncles for planting, so I could get away. Otherwise, the seedlings would be overgrown by the time I got back. The seedlings grew fast. I had the 4 puppet figures pull and stack seedlings around the clock, and even in the dead of night, I had the farmer figures carry the seedlings into the greenhouses. When Yi Zhengsheng and fifth uncle Yi stepped into the greenhouse the next day, they saw seedlings piled densely all over the ground. Starting today, you two will be planting these. I pointed them out, pile by pile. This is pepper, this is eggplant, this is cucumber, and that's tomato. A full range of varieties, in staggering quantities. This many. These are all seedlings you bought. Yi Zhengsheng was dumbstruck. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just hurry and plant. Plant as much as you can. The two of them threw themselves into it. I turned to check on the mushrooms. It had been several days, so they should have sprouted. The moment I stepped into that greenhouse, a holy crap burst out of fifth Uncle Yi. On those with segments, dense clusters of mushroom caps had all popped up. Shiitake and oyster were arranged separately, and the logs were absolutely packed. This grew way too fast. They've already sprouted. The two of them were so happy they nearly jumped up. I stepped up for a look, my face all smiles. Well, of course, it was watered with space water. It seemed the water was the main factor. But water alone wasn't the whole story. See, these mushrooms hadn't grown as freakishly as some of the other stuff, which showed both the water and the seedlings deserved credit. From now on, we'll irrigate the fields with water from that pit. Don't touch the stream water for now. We've got enough water as it is. The two just nodded and went along with me. Seeing the fruits of their labor pay off, they felt a weight lift and hurried off to plant vegetables again. I went home and told Chen Yu and Chen Ting. I've got to make a trip far away. It'll take several days. To do what? Chen Ting asked with concern. To negotiate some business. With this big operation of fields we've got, there's got to be someone to buy the vegetables we grow. We can't grow them just to get stuck with them. That made sense. Then be careful on the road. How many days till you're back? 4 or 5 days. You two keep an eye on the house. I've given Uncle Zhengsheng and Uncle Fifth all the instructions for the greenhouses, so you don't need to worry about that. Mine made up, I drove the tricycle straight for Zhangzhou. It was a long haul, a full 8 hours of jolting before I arrived, worn out, and the sky had already gone dark. First, I found a guest house to stay in. Early the next morning, I rode the sidecar tricycle out to scout the market. By my thinking, these vegetables were best sold to wholesalers. But I wasn't sure whether that kind of business could even be done around here in these times, so I went to check out the vegetable market first. One look around, and I felt more grounded. Zhangzhou was livelier than Jincheng, with more people doing business and a higher tolerance for commerce. I went up and asked a little stall vendor, Brother, where'd you get these vegetables? The man glanced at me. Grew them myself. I took a look. Sure enough, homegrown, gnarled and misshapen, terrible looking. Even the customers coming to buy gave them a couple of disdainful glances. Why don't you get stock from a supplier? Get stock from where? It's all homegrown. There's nowhere to source from. I blinked. Then it hit me. I'd been applying the thinking of decades in the future to these times. In this era, there were no farming operations at all. There was simply no such thing as sourcing wholesale. At that thought, my eyes lit up. Since there was nowhere to source from, couldn't my own growing base supply them? Why fixate on that little sales channel of the cafeterias? Once I'd figured it out, I felt solid inside, even a little excited. I decided to first set up a stall here and give it a try. Asking around, I learned that you just needed to go over there, get a ticket, and pay a small stall fee to set up. I quickly took care of it, went into the space and had the puppet figures pick the vegetables and stack them neatly, hauled them out with the sidecar tricycle, and set up right next to that vegetable-selling fellow from before. My vegetables were round and plump, freshly picked, crisp and glistening. Compared to his homegrown stuff, it was night and day. And I had lots of variety. Tomatoes, cucumbers, everything. I priced mine the same as everyone else, so the difference was immediately obvious. Most of the buyers on this street were elderly folks, and what they wanted was exactly that fresh, good-looking quality. Your vegetables are grown really well. A picky old lady couldn't tear herself away the moment she saw them, pacing back and forth in front of the stall. That's right, ma'am, just picked, fresh. Good, good, wonderful. The old lady asked the price, same as the others, and bought immediately. This was just the start. More and more people came after, all praising my vegetables at the sight of them. Some of these aren't in season. Someone spotted it. Correct. Off-season vegetables, sourced from elsewhere. I explained with a smile. No wonder. Quick, give me some. This stuff's rare this time of year. In no time, everyone was crowding toward me. The neighboring stalls were deserted while mine was packed to bursting. The vegetables sold out in a flash. All gone, someone asked anxiously. There's more. Let me go get some. I was so thrilled I nearly went mad and quickly rode off. My so-called sourcing was just finding a spot with nobody around, slipping into the space, and hauling out more freshly picked vegetables. Before long, I was back, again with fresh-picked vegetables. Really fresh. Give me some. My spot was bustling, while the vendors beside me looked over one by one, both envious and jealous. Selling vegetables had its rhythm. As noon approached, it gradually went quiet, and you had to wait until 4 in the afternoon to start again. Over that morning, I'd restocked several times, run off my feet. As I was about to close up, I still had some vegetables left. The young fellow next to me stared at me longingly, envious and unwilling to give up, clearly convinced my vegetables were far better than his. I smiled, grabbed some, and stuffed them into his hands. Brother, go home and eat. I'm hungry too. Brother, how do your vegetables sell this well? The young fellow scratched his head and asked. I looked around. Quite a crowd had gathered, and said, simple reason. You all take these leftover vegetables of mine home and cook a meal. Come set up your stalls here again this afternoon, and once you've tasted them, you'll understand why mine sells so well. I divvied up the leftovers, dusted off my hands, and left. I was genuinely starving. I found some little eatery at random, ate, went back to the guest house, and dropped straight into sleep. I hadn't even counted the day's earnings. I slept until past 3 in the afternoon, then hurried into the space to load up vegetables and headed off to the market again. The moment I arrived, I saw quite a crowd gathered in front of my stall, seemingly waiting for me. It was only 4 now, too early for dinner. Hey, that's him, the old folks pointed at me. I got a scare, and before I could even react, they rushed up and reached out to grab the vegetables off my cart. Young man, your vegetables are so delicious. We cooked them up, and the whole family said they were great. How do you grow these? They taste way better than what we grow. My little granddaughter ate your vegetables and insisted I come back and buy more tonight. The vegetable farmers on both sides were green with envy. How is his business this good? But those small vendors who'd taken my vegetables that morning, their eyes were shining. They understood. The first purchase was for the good looks, but this frenzy was because they actually tasted good. You couldn't say exactly where the goodness lay, but they were just that little bit better than homegrown. And don't underestimate that little bit. To them, it was already a big deal. The old folks picked out what they wanted themselves, brought it to me to weigh and pay. I didn't even have to lift a finger. Selling like this had me at a loss for words, but with results like these, I was tickled pink inside. The first cartload sold out again. Any more? Quick, go get some. The old men and women who hadn't gotten any kept urging. I had no choice but to go restock again. A stubborn stall owner beside me came up. Sir, my vegetables are good too, all watered with farm manure. See, you can even see the traces. That line thoroughly disgusted the old man. Don't even talk about that. It's revolting just to look at. Who brags about manure traces? Who dare eat that stuff? The surrounding stall owners all cracked up, and the man's face went red as he lowered his head, not daring to say another word. He was just too green with envy at how hot my stall was. That afternoon, I made several more runs and finally sent everyone off satisfied. By 7 in the evening, as I got ready to close up, before I could even start, a ring of people had gathered around me, and even several stall owners came over. If at midday everyone had been unconvinced and jealous, now they were all beaming with excitement, with a single thought in their minds. I damn well want to sell vegetables like these too. Young man, where do you source your vegetables? An older man asked urgently, and that young fellow beside me chased even harder. Yeah, tell us. We'll go source them too. We absolutely won't steal your business. This was exactly the effect I was going for. This batch of vegetables was way too much. If I tried to sell it all myself, I'd be at it forever, and the produce would go bad while I was at it. They were ripe right now, so I needed other people to help me move them. The whole reason I'd manned a stall myself all day was to get these folks excited and willing to work with me. Seeing that the moment was ripe, I was thrilled inside, but I put on a reluctant face. You all want to sell this kind of vegetable? Yeah. Where'd you get them? We tasted them. Your veggies have the real flavor. No wonder people were chasing you down to buy. Only then did I give them the address. There's a bridge by the river on Red Leaf Road. Under the bridge, there's an empty lot. I'll be there waiting for you at 5 tomorrow morning. I grow these vegetables myself, and I'll bring a big batch over. Anyone who wants to stock up, come find me directly. Remember that. Everyone nodded eagerly. After giving them the instructions, I rode off on my bike. Those people did the math. Their whole day's sales weren't even a fraction of mine. Dejected, they packed up their stalls, but the moment they thought about getting stock tomorrow, their faces lit up again. That day wore me out. Same routine as always. I ate dinner, went back to the guest house to sleep, and before bed, I stepped into the space to tell the 4 puppets to hurry and pick more vegetables. I'd come load them up in the morning, and I needed a lot. These 4 puppets were truly first-rate workhorses. They didn't need sleep, and they worked tirelessly whenever I told them to. They stacked everything beautifully too, and the presentation of the produce blew away those ordinary farmers' vegetables by a mile. The next day, before dawn, I got up, pulled the vegetables out of the space, and hauled them under the bridge in the dark. Nobody had arrived yet, so trip after trip I packed the whole area under the bridge completely full. I even sorted everything by type so they could grab what they wanted easily later. Around 5, sure enough, people started streaming in, all those vendors. When they saw this pile of vegetables, they were stunned. Getting closer to inspect them, every single one was plump and fresh, way better than what they grew themselves. The ones who'd been a bit skeptical before were now completely won over. With so many people showing up, I knew I had to take charge again, so I called everyone to a halt first. Everyone, I know you're all here to stock up. Let me say a few things. Don't rush, one at a time. Tell me what you want. Go grab it over there. Bring it back to weigh and pay. No chaos. Everyone nodded and started picking and weighing. I was busy from just after 5 until past 6, and every vegetable I'd brought out sold clean. These vendors really came through, too, after yesterday's live lesson. Each of them was full of confidence, knowing they couldn't lose money by stocking up, so they all hauled off a good amount. After everyone left, I breathed a sigh of relief. Figuring they'd sell out by mid-morning, I quickly told the puppets to keep pulling vegetables. They might come back for a second round in the afternoon. Once that was handled, I ate breakfast, rested a bit, then grabbed paper and pen to write down my contact info. I'd finally earned the trust of a group of people here. From now on, my greenhouse would have produce every day. Even if the distance was a bit far, as long as there was profit to be made, hauling it over would be worth it. With so many vendors chipping in to rent a truck to come load up, there'd still be money to earn. A little after 2 in the afternoon, I got up to haul goods again. Nobody was watching over the area under the bridge, so I worked alone, huffing and puffing, until 3, when more people came to stock up. Boss, your veggies sell so easily. The moment we set them out, folks see they're better than everyone else's and buy them right away. It's like a stampede. And the price is the same as everyone else, not expensive at all. They fly off the shelves. With this quality, if I were the customer, I'd buy them too. Really delicious. Everyone marveled while they stocked up. I kept answering them and handed out the goods. After more than an hour of work, all the stall owners had left. When I checked the space, a lot of vegetables had sold. Looked like I'd need to stay a few more days. For the next 4 days, I was busy pretty much every single day like this. And not just me. The 4 puppets were run off their feet too. Good thing they were puppets and didn't need sleep. Finally, all the vegetables were sold out. On the afternoon of that last day, I handed out my contact info to everyone. Bossy, you're out of stock already? These vendors, selling produce they bought from someone else for the first time, were earning far more than selling their own. And seeing the good days come to an end, they all got anxious. Yeah, Bossy, don't you have a farm? How can you be out? I smiled and pressed my hands down to calm them. Vegetables come in batches. This batch is sold out, and the next one isn't ready yet. Don't worry, when it's ready, I'll find you. Here's my address, you can write to me. Writing letters is too slow. One vendor pulled out paper and pen. I've got a phone number here, just go to the Post and Telegraph office to call. It's right next to my house. Ask for Jiang Weiman. I was delighted. Having a number was even better. Great. The moment things are moving on my end, I'll call you all. We'll be seeing each other again soon. I rode off on my bike. Behind me, the crowd watched my back, a little reluctant to see me go, not because they'd miss me as a person, but because the vegetables sold so well, and after just a few good days everything was going back to how it was. It didn't sit right with them. Come on, get moving, the market's about to open. Jiang Weiman hollered, and only then did everyone snap out of it and get to work. Back at the guest house, I counted up all the money from the past few days. In 5 days, I'd made over 2,300 yuan. Damn, selling vegetables is a real moneymaker. Even I was shocked. When I'd come here, I'd never imagined I could sell at such a high price. Now I was full of confidence. This is the right path. First I'll corner the market in Jincheng. Then I'll push into Zhangzhou. I put the money away carefully and headed out to eat, taking the chance to browse around and buy things for the family. First I bought a backpack to hold stuff, then went into a store and bought 2 outfits for each family member. I counted as a businessman now, so I needed to change up my own clothes. The ones I had were fine for work, but for going out to talk business, I needed to look presentable. In these days, people judging you by your clothes was common. The 2 sisters had standard figures, so their clothes were easy to buy, and I also got Lu Xiaoyan 2 outfits. I bought some things that were hard to find in Jincheng, then finally relaxed, found a little restaurant, and wolfed down a meat dish and a vegetable dish. Right as I was eating, out of the corner of my eye I noticed something off. Outside the restaurant, 2 pairs of eyes kept glancing in, especially at my backpack. At first I didn't think much of it, but I quickly grew wary. This was 1,978. I'd been selling goods under that bridge for the past few days. Had someone marked me? My heart sank. Damn, someone really had their eye on me. My instincts about these things were always sharp. After thinking it over, I immediately paid the bill, walked out, hopped on my sidecar motorcycle, and took off. Sure enough, those 2 men jumped on a big black bicycle and followed. I glanced back and cursed inwardly. Damn, they really are after me. I couldn't go back to the guest house. I'd have to switch places tonight. I rode like crazy, and luckily I was pretty fast, so I soon lost the 2 of them. Then I deliberately rode farther out and found a different guest house. I hid the sidecar bike first, then checked into a room. By now it was 8 in the evening, and I was still a bit uneasy, afraid someone might track me down. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice drifted down from upstairs. This trip back to Jincheng and the case is finally closed. It's been years. Now that it's wrapped up, I can rest easy. I froze. That voice was awfully familiar. Lu Yuesheng. I hurried upstairs, and sure enough, in the 2nd floor hallway 2 men were smoking and chatting. Lu Yuesheng and Wang Zhizai. Uncle Lu. I blurted out. Lu Yuesheng was startled. He turned, saw it was me, and was equally stunned. Qingshan, what are you doing here? Wang Zhicai, young and lively, laughed and came over to throw an arm around my shoulder. I smiled. I came to take care of some business. What business? Lu Yuesheng smiled and patted my shoulder. I grow vegetables, remember? I came over here to check out the market. Only then did the two understand. How'd the two of you end up here? The Qian Yongjin case is closed. We caught the last fugitive too, so we came to give the higher-ups a detailed report. After this, it's got nothing more to do with us. Lu Yuesheng slapped my shoulder hard. For this case, we both really need to thank you. It was all you're doing. You rendered a great service. It was nothing, I said with a smile. When are you two leaving? Tomorrow. Tickets are already bought. I'm leaving tomorrow too, but I came on my sidecar bike. You're really something, riding a sidecar bike this far. Wang Zhicai's jaw dropped. It's just for convenience. Come on, have you eaten? Let's go together. I already ate. Doesn't matter if you have. Lu Yuesheng was in a great mood. Just eat a little. Come on. Right. How can you turn down a meal on Chief Lu's tab? He's in a good mood. Order a couple more dishes. Wang Zhicai got excited too. I thought about it and decided to go out with them after all. Heading downstairs, I kept an eye out and didn't see those two tailors, so I relaxed. The little diner they frequented was on the next street over. Lu Yuesheng greeted the owner and ordered 3 dishes and a soup. Wang Zhicai and I had just sat down and were about to talk, when suddenly there was a loud shout from outside. Big bro, that's him. There's a lot of money in his bag. Right after, 4 or 5 big thugs came charging in like a pack of wolves, heading straight for me, without a shred of hesitation. Damn, this was open robbery. The moment they burst in, I recognized at a glance that the leader shouting was one of the two who'd tailed me during the day. From the way they'd grabbed weapons and were baring their teeth, it was obvious they were after the money in my bag. This was a robbery in broad daylight. But of all the people they should never have targeted, they'd tried to rob 2 veteran cops. Lu Yuesheng had been a cop for half his life, and his reflexes were frighteningly quick. Seeing that several of them were gripping long knives, with a mob behind them wielding clubs and looking vicious, he didn't say a word. He whipped out his gun and bang, fired a shot. Being a cop in these times, you couldn't survive without being ruthless, and he understood full well the value of striking first. That shot dropped the guy leading the charge with the knife. He clutched his leg and howled. The restaurant owner and the remaining few were dumbstruck by the gunshot. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Yuesheng grabbed a chair and smashed it down onto the head of another guy still standing there dazed. That man collapsed on the spot, blood streaming down his head. Wang Zhicai had training too, and immediately jumped in to back him up. I froze for a split second, but when I saw the knife loosen in the hand of the guy on the ground, I steeled myself, rushed forward, snatched the knife, and swung it at the legs of those still stunned thugs. Show some restraint, Lu Yuesheng barked in a low voice. I understood what he meant. Cripple them, and that's enough. Whatever you do, don't kill anyone. After all, I was just an ordinary citizen. I knew that. The only reason I dared to strike right now was because there were cops present to vouch for me. I, Yi Qingshan, never let a grudge sit overnight. I had to get this anger out. With Lu Yuesheng's gun holding them in check, Wang Zhicai's martial skills, and me being big, tall, and strong, we knocked all these guys down in no time. My swings had actually cut 2 of them. By the looks of it, I'd sliced through their leg tendons. They lay on the ground, unable to move. The restaurant owner had long been scared stiff. Luckily, it was past the mealtime rush, so it was just the few of us in the place. The leader, clutching his leg, pointed at Lu Yuesheng in terror and defiance. You, which gang are you with? You've even got a gun. Don't be afraid, owner. I'm a police officer, Lu Yuesheng said sternly. Zhicai, keep an eye on them. Don't let them get away. I'll step out to make a call and get the local police over. The moment the words police officer came out, the restaurant owner settled down completely, while those thugs sank into utter despair. I sneered inwardly. Of all the times to run into trouble, you had to pick this exact moment. Now even the king of hell himself couldn't save you. Wang Zhicai was filled with righteous indignation. The nerve on you. In broad day. He turned and glanced out the window. It was already dark. In the middle of the night, daring to rob someone openly. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known the public safety here had rotted this badly. If we don't lock you up today, there's no justice in the world. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Yueshing finished his call and came back. He sat down, turned to shoot the group a look, his face full of disgust. The leader started begging for mercy. "Officer, I was wrong. Please let us go. We'll never dare do it again." Lu Yueshing ignored him entirely and turned to me. I gave a bitter smile and told him the whole story. "I don't even know how they marked me. I switched ghost houses because I realized I was being followed. I thought I'd shaken them, but somehow they tracked me down again." Lu Yueshing asked the leader, "So you wanted to get into this line of work too?" "We saw him carrying a bag, and it looked like there was money in it, so we wanted to borrow a little from him." That answer made Lu Yueshing so angry his face went pale. "We didn't mean to pull knives at first. This guy ran, and it took us forever to find him. We were fed up, and once we got inside we got worked up and pulled the knives out. I really didn't mean to hurt anyone. I just wanted to borrow some money to use." His logic actually made me laugh. "So by your reasoning, I should be the one apologizing to you? I shouldn't have run, and I should have handed the money over with both hands." The guy didn't dare take up my remark and just kept begging for mercy. As he spoke, the sound of footsteps and a police siren rose together outside. Lu Yueshing pointed at the door. "Don't beg me for mercy. Confess everything honestly to the local police in a minute." With that, he stood up, shook hands with the captain leading the team, and gave a few instructions. Then the whole gang was handcuffed and hauled away. "Come on, let's clean up and hurry up and eat. After we finish, we still have to go to the station to give statements. We should be able to head home tomorrow." I let out a long breath. This meal was mostly Lu Yueshing and Wang Jitsai going to town on it. The two of them were starving and wolfed everything down. After eating, we went to the station and explained everything clearly, then went back to the guest house. Worn out from the whole day, I dropped into bed and fell right asleep. Before sleeping, Lu Yueshing told me, "Tomorrow, take Jitsai along and head back together. I'll take the train myself. These are unsettled times. Who knows what you might run into on the road alone? He's at least a cop. If something happens, most people won't dare touch him." Before I could refuse, Wang Jitsai nodded. "Right, I'll ride in your sidecar, and we can switch off driving. Doing all that distance alone is exhausting." It's settled. After what I'd been through, honestly I was a little shaken too, so I nodded and agreed. Early the next morning, the three of us ate breakfast and then parted ways. Wang Jitsai and I took the sidecar bike. Lu Yueshing took the train. Having a companion put me much more at ease. The two of us took turns driving, so we went faster too. Around 4 in the afternoon, we finally reached Jincheng. Damn, that was exhausting. Wang Jitsai got out and waved his hands. "You rode all that distance alone. You're really something. Don't do that again next time." I smiled and waved goodbye to him. By the time I got home, it was past 5, and there was still no cooking smoke rising from the house. Hearing the sidecar bike, Chinyu came hurrying out, and the moment she saw it was me, her face broke into a smile as she rushed over and threw her arms around me. I'd been in Zhangzhou for a full week. No wonder she was so excited. Chen Ting, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen too. It looked like she'd been drying fish. "Why were you gone so long?" Chen Ting leaned in to look at my face, and seeing how tired I looked, she felt a pang of sympathy. "Just taking care of some business." "Oh right, where's Xiaoyan?" "She fell asleep and hasn't woken up yet. Here, these are the clothes I bought for you." I took the things out of the cargo bed. "Go in and change, see if they fit." Both sisters were stunned. They hadn't expected me to buy them clothes. Chen Ting smiled and tried to decline. "This is a time when we need money for so many things. Don't waste it." This trip into the city was to make money. I earned 2 or 3,000 yuan. As I spoke, I pulled out the stack of cash and slapped it down in front of them. 2 or 3,000. Both sisters gasped in unison. What did you go do?" Chen Ting stared at the thick stack of bills. "Never you mind. It wasn't anything illegal. On my way back, I figured I'd get some things for the whole family. I bought for you too, for Xiaoyan, and for myself. Our family's a bit better off now, so we should get what we should get." The two sisters exchanged a glance, and both smiled. After dinner, I first went to walk around the vegetable garden we'd set up earliest at home. The vegetables were growing beautifully. Then I went to the greenhouses on the contracted land. These greenhouses were split into several sections, not all connected into one big stretch. Going inside, I saw the vegetables were thriving there too. The cucumbers had started climbing the vines and were about to flower and fruit. While I was looking, the beam of a flashlight swept over. Fifth Uncle Yi and Yi Zhengsheng had come too, and they both grinned when they saw me. When do you get back? This afternoon. I handed them cigarettes. You were gone a whole week. What on earth did you go do? Fifth Uncle Yi was curious. Went to Zhangzhou to find customers. Now I've found them. The two of them blinked. What do you mean? I found people in Zhangzhou to buy our vegetables. As long as we grow the vegetables well and get in touch with them, they'll come by wholesale. The two were dumbstruck. Really? Would I lie to you two about something like this? Otherwise, why would I ride all that way? I said with a smile. It's you two who've had it rough, watching over things every day this whole time. Don't even mention it. We haven't put in a single cent. We agreed from the start. We two just handle growing the vegetables, and you cover everything else. We couldn't ask for more. Yi Zhengsheng rubbed his hands. I looked at the empty plot beside us and mused. That piece of land there. I'm thinking of raising bees, making some honey. Raising bees. Yi Zhengsheng scratched his head. But we don't know how. I do, I said with a smile. From now on, we'll leave the greenhouse doors open and let the bees come in to gather nectar. Our flowering season here is long. I figure there'll be nectar to gather all year round. That's another source of income. Just you wait and see. The two of them lit up. Great, 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 no problem. Whatever I said now was the word. After giving instructions, I went to Yi Ganzhou's house and ordered 40 beehives. He agreed right away. Only after finishing all this did I go home to bathe. Over the next 2 days, Yi Ganzhou finished building the hives. I was very satisfied when I saw them, paid him, and hauled the hives to that valley I'd picked out. Fifth Uncle Yi and Yi Zhengsheng helped set up the hives, looking puzzled. Qingshan, setting up the hives here is fine, but how are the bees supposed to come? You two don't need to worry about that. I've got my own way. I smiled. I know a thing or two about beekeeping. You even know how to raise bees. I'd heard about you selling honey before. Turns out you really do know. Just a little bit. Just do as I say. Once the two of them went off to work in the greenhouses, I stepped into the space to draw the bees out. While I was at it, I took a look at the animals in the space. There were more and more of them, especially those wild boars, which had almost grown to adulthood. But they never dared go into that forest. They just wandered around at the bottom of the river valley. I figured this couldn't go on. Once I got everything fully up and running out here, they'd have nowhere to stay and would surely go gnaw on my vegetables. That wouldn't do. I gathered these animals together and tried giving a command. Go into the forest. Honestly, I wasn't sure they'd listen. That forest had been like forbidden territory to them before. They didn't dare go near it. But this time they glanced at me and, to my surprise, all turned and ran into the forest. I couldn't help but smile. Looked like my word really did work. Having sent the animals into the forest, I got down to business, drawing the bees out to make their homes. First, I cut off a bit of honey and placed a piece in each of the hives outside. Then, relying on my power in the space, anything in the space had to obey me. I forcibly separated out the bees, brought them outside, and directed them into the hives. These bees were truly obedient. They stayed wherever I told them to and dutifully crawled into the hives I'd assigned. In no time, all 40 hives were occupied, and without a single complaint, they got busy working. Watching these little guys bustle about, I felt wonderful. Tomorrow I'll go into the city to restock the shop. Some of my vegetables have ripened, so I can take them to sell, and I'll buy some flowers to bring back while I'm at it. Early the next morning, as usual, I first went to deliver dried fish and Winley's fish to Xie Shaoshan. There was no honey left, so I didn't bring any, but I loaded up some vegetables from the greenhouse and fresh fish. The cargo bed was packed full and headed straight for Jincheng. By the time I reached Jincheng, it was past 9. Zhao Yin was busy in the shop, and the moment she saw me, she let out a sigh of relief. Boss, if you'd come any later, the shop would have had nothing left to sell. I'm really sorry. I hurried to unload, and Zhao Yin came over to help restock. This time I'd added greens and fresh fish too. We're selling these as well. Let's give it a try. Our vegetables are top-notch and the fish is fresh. Maybe they'll sell. Do we have a lot of regulars? Quite a few. The honey sells especially well. The Winley's fish does great too, and the dried fish is even more popular. Everyone says they're good stuff. I nodded. Zhao Yin was someone who had her head on straight. She immediately brought out the ledger and the money to show me. I counted it. Over 600 yuan. The books were kept crystal clear, and the earnings were solid too. Trusting her was one thing, but I couldn't let anyone get lax, so I still went through it carefully. This works. I nodded, satisfied, and Zhao Yin relaxed. Her thinking about working here was simple. Do the job well, and don't lose the position. Finding work these days wasn't easy. Sister Zhao, keep a close eye on how these new items sell, especially the vegetables. Watch the quantity and quality carefully. I'll be coming every day for the next couple of days. Okay, got it. After giving instructions, I headed home. Just as I reached the village entrance, I saw Dachuan waiting by the roadside. The moment he saw me, he waved frantically. Brother Qingshan, Brother Qingshan, I'm over here. I stopped the bike beside him. No need to go to the forestry farm today. Not today. He was absolutely delighted. Ever since Dachuan started at the forestry farm, the time we spent together had dwindled. It was clear he wanted to come find me and hang out whenever he had free time, but work held him back, so he came less often. And I'd been busy with the greenhouses lately, so I hadn't been able to spend much time with him either. Brother Qingshan, we haven't gone to Zhongzhou Dam to catch soft-shelled turtles in ages. Let's go tonight. Tonight. I hesitated a little. Brother Qingshan, ever since you moved into the new house you barely come find me to hang out. Is it because you've got a new place and live with Sister Yu, so you don't feel like coming out? His face was all grievance. Look how good I am to you. In the future, even when I marry a wife I could. Hey, how can you just move into a new house and toss me aside? The corner of my mouth twitched, and I quickly cut him off. All right, I'll go with you, okay? Just don't say that stuff to outsiders, or I'll smack you. Dachuan broke into a smile through his sulking. Then it's settled. We go together tonight, and you'd better not trick me. With that, he happily headed home. I walked in the door looking helpless. Chen Yu said with a smile, Dachuan just came by looking for you. He wants you to go to Zhongzhou Dam tonight to catch soft-shelled turtles. I know. I ran into him at the village entrance and already agreed. Ever since Dachuan started at the forestry farm, you two are together a lot less. He thinks about coming to find you whenever he's free. Chen Ting was cleaning fish nearby and chimed in. Yeah, Dachuan gets a lot of dirty looks in the village. Most people don't want to hang out with him, so he jumps at any chance to come find me. I felt a bit helpless too. Then go tonight if you're going, just come back early. Not long after dinner, Dachuan came bustling and carrying a bucket, grinning and urging me on. Rested enough? Come on, let's go, don't waste time. Get there early, get back early. I had no choice but to get up and grab 2 buckets. Chen Ting reminded us, you two be careful and don't stay out too late. We knew the way to Zhongzhou Dam well. The thorny brush we'd set out before was still in place, which meant no one had been in. It had been a while since our last visit, and we were both looking forward to it. Dachuan had made a good bit of money here before, and he was hoping for another big surprise. Going in, we both breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Qingshan, look, there are soft-shelled turtles again. Dachuan cheerfully got to work, and I laughed and started catching too. But although there were a few more turtles this time than before, it still couldn't compare to the first time. We each caught a dozen or so, and both felt we hadn't quite had our fill. Brother Qingshan, I know a spot with tons of eels. All slippery and fun to play with. How about we go catch eels? Seeing it was still early, Dachuan got the itch. I was about to refuse, but then a thought struck me. Eels, now those were good stuff. Let's go? Take me there. Let's go, let's go. The moment he heard it, Dachuan got fired up. We rowed the boat to shore and first hauled the turtles home. Chen Ting had just finished bathing and was wearing the new clothes I'd bought her. Seeing I was heading out again, she came over and grabbed hold of me. You're going out again? Going to catch some eels. Tomorrow I'll go into the city and see if I can sell them. As I spoke, I glanced at her. The new clothes made her look especially lovely. Be careful out there and come back early. I chuckled and headed out again with the bucket. I drove the sidecar bike over to pick up Dachuan, then followed the road he pointed out straight to that lake. We both brought the special tongs for grabbing eels, stick them into the mud underwater, and if there's an eel there, they'll definitely clamp onto it. The lakeshore was all muddy ground, the best place for eels to hide. Not long after we got down there, I spotted a fat eel lying underwater. Quick with my hands, I clamped it. Whoa, that's a big one. Dachuan got to work too. Never mind that the kid was a bit slow in the head. When it came to these farm chores, he was no slouch at all, catching them fast. There really were a ton of eels here. I quickly caught on. In these days, eels, soft-shelled turtles, and loaches were everywhere. Once chemical fertilizers and pesticides came into use down the line, these things would get scarcer and scarcer, and decades later, they'd be hard to find at all. Might as well grab a lot now and sell them well in the city tomorrow. Once I figured that out, I let loose and caught them, losing track of time. When I came to my senses, the bucket was already half full, the slippery eels crawling up the sides trying to escape. It's this late already. I was startled, and thinking of Chen Ting waiting at home, I called out to Da Chuan. Da Chuan, stop catching. Let's go. Da Chuan was reluctant, but he also realized it was late, so he nodded cheerfully. Look, I caught this little half bucket. With that, he poured them out in front of me. Take these to your place later. I don't eat this stuff. Bring your 10 turtles over too. Same as always, I'll buy them. Back home, Da Chuan brought over the 10 turtles. At the usual price, 15 yuan each, I gave him 150. These eels are yours now. Having taken the money, he cheerfully pushed the eels over to me. I thought about it, then pulled out 10 yuan and stuffed it at him. Take this money. No need. No need. They're a gift. I don't eat them anyway. Take it. I stuffed it into his hand without another word. It's fine to get a little advantage off you, but I can't take too much. Take it. Da Chuan scratched his head and finally accepted it. Now hurry home. I waved him off, but he kept staring at me, feeling like I was deliberately shooing him away today. Brother Qingshan, is having a wife really that much fun? I nearly lost it, but then a thought hit me and I quickly waved him off. Get out of here. The day you get a wife of your own, you'll understand. Da Chuan gave a silly laugh and walked off humming a little tune. Early the next morning, I picked some vegetables, loaded up the turtles and eels, and hurried off to the city. I didn't deliver fish to Xie Xiaoshan today. I reached the shop a little past 8. Zhao Yin had only just started her shift. I parked the bike at the door and tossed out a line. I'm starving. I'll go grab some breakfast first, then come back to unload. With that, I went to the breakfast place next door. I'd been out so late the night before, and then working first thing in the morning. I really couldn't hold up. I needed to line my stomach first. Zhao Yin came over and glanced at the cargo bed. The moment she saw all those eels, her eyes lit up. This was good stuff, and she knew it well. I ordered a bowl of rice noodles and a few steamed buns, wolfed them down to fill my stomach, paid, and came back to the shop, door humming a tune. Except for a few heavy items, Zhao Yin had already carried all the goods inside. I hurried to bring in the rest of the fish and eels. Boss, yesterday's stuff sold great, Zhao Yin said while helping. Especially our fresh vegetables and fresh fish. Everyone said they were good. It was their first time buying vegetables at a shop like ours, and they went for the novelty. In the evening, some people even made a special trip back to say how delicious it was and ask if there was more. Too bad you brought so little yesterday. It was all sold out early. I smiled, knowing full well it was mainly because our quality was high. Once people tried it and found the flavor was something else, they naturally got hooked. No sooner had she finished speaking than someone came in the door. Xiao Zhao, do you have those vegetables from yesterday today? Oh my, all fresh. And soft-shelled turtles, eels. The old woman who came in had her eyes light up. Yes, yes, yes. All freshly brought in, greens, fresh fish, turtles, eels, we've got it all. Zhao Yin quickly introduced. Stocked yesterday? Yes. That's wonderful. How much for the turtles? 15 yuan each. And the eels? 1 yuan a pound. Here, I'll take 2 eels, 1 turtle, and some greens too. The old woman had bought here yesterday and trusted our quality, so once she'd asked the price, she bought without hesitation. And this was just the beginning. More and more people came afterward. Today, besides greens, there are turtles too. Come by quick. And eels, look how fat these eels are. For a while the shop was bustling, and I quickly jumped in to help. In this whole buying frenzy, the 20-some turtles sold out in the blink of an eye, and the greens were nearly gone too, leaving just a dozen or so eels, but those would definitely sell out by mid-morning as well. Even I was a bit stunned. I hadn't expected our produce to be so sought after. I brought a little too little of these vegetables. It was too little, and this is just the first wave. There'll be another wave in a bit, and another in the afternoon. Zhao Yin was delighted too. I nodded again and again, feeling even more confident about the future. At this rate, I'd never have to worry about finding buyers for the vegetables. In just this one morning, I'd taken in several hundred yuan, and soon the eels sold out too. Xiao Zhao all gone. Even the greens are gone. The people who came later looked disappointed. I'm really sorry. There were just too many people today, and you came a step too late. I heard you've got soft-shelled turtles here too. Your vegetables are so tasty. The turtles must be delicious too. From the countryside, right? That's exactly my kind of thing. An old man thumped his chest and stamped his feet. It's all right. Maybe we'll get this kind of stock again someday. Just wait for it. I comforted him from the side with a smile. The old man nodded and left, disappointed. By now it was past 10 in the morning. I counted the money and got a clear, tangible sense of this business, feeling more and more confident. I got home right in time for lunch. Ever since I stopped doing farm labor, the food at home had been incredibly good. Fish and meat every day. Full and content, I lay in the courtyard resting, and before long, Yi Zhengsheng came in. I invited him to sit and offered a cigarette. I really can't figure it out, Yi Zhengsheng said, having held it in for a while before finally blurting it out. How do our vegetables grow so fast? I put on a serious face, weighing how to smooth it over for him, and slowly spoke. Maybe it's because the soil and water here are good, or maybe it's the variety. Anyway, as long as the produce is good, who cares if it grows fast or slow? Besides, growing fast is a good thing for us, isn't it? These are out-of-season greenhouse vegetables. They were never going to be like ordinary vegetables to begin with, so we've got to be prepared for that. Yi Zhengxing thought it over for a long while and figured it made sense, and he smiled. You're right, I was overthinking it. Those mushrooms of ours are about ready to harvest, right? Yeah, they've grown fast and well, pretty much all ready to harvest. I nodded. For now, the two of you keep watch over things here. If you can't handle it, let me know. We can hire a few temp workers to help, paying wages by the day. From now on, I'll probably be traveling out a lot, so you and Uncle will really need to stay on top of things here. Also, I'm thinking of building a few rooms nearby. 1, to store things, and 2, so someone's watching over the place, to keep people from sabotaging it. Sure, you go handle all that. After giving instructions, I went to find Zhang Wenbin. The lingering late summer heat was still pretty strong, and he was resting at home. Seeing me arrive, he hurried to welcome me and serve tea. I took a sip and explained why I'd come. I wanted to build 5 single-story rooms out by the fields, 1 as an office, a few as warehouses and storage rooms, and preferably 1 more that someone could live in to keep watch. Zhang Wenbin readily agreed. After all, it meant another bit of money for him. Once all that was handled, the weather had cooled a bit, so I went to the greenhouse to check on the mushrooms, and to my surprise, Qin Ting was in there too. How'd you end up here? I finished up the housework and came to see the vegetables you're growing. I didn't expect these mushrooms to grow so well. They should be ready to harvest in a few days, right? This stuff is valuable, isn't it? Pretty valuable. I nodded. There aren't many mushrooms on the market right now. If we grow them successfully and take them out to sell, we can make a good bit of money. You're really amazing. Qin Ting praised sincerely. I glanced around and saw no one, then smiled and slipped an arm around her waist. You already praised me like that last night. Qin Ting shot me a glare, half exasperated, half amused. No wonder Xiao Yu always says you're not serious. I'm talking to you properly here. I chuckled and paid it no mind. The two of us chatted as we came out of the mushroom greenhouse and turned into another one, which held cucumbers and all kinds of gourds. A lot of bees were buzzing in from outside to gather nectar. You even know how to raise bees. Qin Ting marveled at the sight of the hives. Learned it from a book. I know a bit about it. I smiled. See, all these bees are here now, and there are more and more of them. Just as I was speaking, Yi Dachuan came ambling in. The moment he heard about bees, his eyes lit up, and he was about to loudly say something not quite appropriate. So I quickly stepped up and covered his mouth. Qin Ting smiled. You two chat. I'll head back first. And with that she left. How come Sister Ting leaves the moment she sees me? Dachuan scratched his head. You come in here just spouting nonsense. It'd be strange if she didn't leave. I rolled my eyes at him. You sold all the turtles and eels, right? Sold great. So are we going to catch more tonight? I thought about it. Yes, definitely. Then something occurred to me, and it felt off. Don't you have to stay on the mountain overnight? Nope. Lately the 3 of us take turns, and I'm on day shift this stretch. I let out an oh. The forestry farm had added staff now, so Dachwan had time to come down and hang out with me. You're not going up the mountain to hunt anymore? Dachwan suddenly remembered something. Well, I'm nearly out of bullets. A matter suddenly popped into my head. Go find Uncle Zhang. He knows someone who makes guns. I figured I really should stock up on some bullets and take a look at whether there was any other hardware while I was at it, so I nodded. After saying goodbye to Dachwan, I hurried off to find old Zhang. The moment old Zhang heard, he agreed without a word to show me the way, and the two of us got on the sidecar bike and headed straight for another village. In those days, there really were people who made homemade guns. With old Zhang leading the way, we soon found the household. Stepping into his tiny workshop, I paused in surprise. The whole room was full of tools for making things. Bullets? I've got plenty of those. The man was in his 50s, and the moment he heard I wanted bullets, he deftly brought them out. I bought quite a lot, then couldn't help asking, do you have any other guns? What kind are you looking for? Something with a lot of stopping power. Sure, I've got a high-powered spray gun here. Massive stopping power at close range, way stronger than that double barrel of yours. With that, he brought out a gun, not particularly long. I call it a shotgun. Want to go out and try it? I can try it. Of course. His face was earnest. You're buying stuff at my place, and I won't even let you test fire it? What if you got a defective one? There's a spot out back. Come on, come on. I raised the gun and aimed at a small tree in front of me. Bang! That tree was nearly blasted in two by my shot, and the gunshot was extremely loud, startling even me. Old Zhang, standing to the side, clicked his tongue. That's way too powerful. If a person took a shot like that, they'd be done for on the spot. I was amazed by its power too, and asked, how much? For anyone else, 200 at the least. Since old Zhang brought you 180. I paid without hesitation, added some more bullets, and then took old Zhang back to the village. Old Zhang went to his own home, and I carried the shotgun to my front door. Unexpectedly, Dachwan had been keeping an eye out for me the whole time, and the moment he saw me come back, he followed over. I aimed at a small tree ahead and pulled the trigger, blasting it in two with one shot. Holy crap, that's badass. Dachwan clapped and cheered behind me. Brother Qingshan, why does your gun go bang instead of bam? Dachwan asked a tricky question. I picked up the shotgun and, with a perfectly straight face, said, you know what this is called? It's a shotgun. Why does it go bang instead of bam? Because a shotgun's got no bam. I get it, you're right. Dachwan nodded again and again. Now that you've bought a gun, when are you going up the mountain to hunt? Be sure to call me then. I'm on call any time at the forestry farm, and we'll go together. What hunting right now? Aren't we going to catch eels tonight? I meant later on. Fine, we'll talk about later. Just remember we're catching eels tonight. That night, I took Dachwan to the lakeside, and to our surprise, there was already someone there catching. Getting closer, I saw it was an old acquaintance, Yijingi. Uncle, how'd you end up here? Dachwan was quite surprised. I heard you two came here last time to catch eels, and that Qingshan even paid for them, so I wanted to come make a little money too. Qingshan, will you buy them? I couldn't help chuckling. This Yijingi really was quick-witted. Sure, however many you've got, I'll buy them all. That's great. I'll start catching right now and sell them all to you. What price will you give? 35 cents a pound. Deal, it's settled. He immediately got to work. Don't just stand there watching. Let's get to it too. I called out, and only then did Dachwan join in catching. There really were a ton of eels here, and it was a blast catching them. We kept at it until midnight before heading back. I caught a good half bucket, Dachwan about the same, and Yijingi close to it too. Today was truly a bumper harvest. The three of us headed home chatting and laughing. I weighed them out. Dachwan had 25 pounds, Yijingi 30, and paid them both at the price. The two of them pocketed the money and left happily. Looking at these 80 or 90 pounds of eels, plus 2 soft-shelled turtles, I grinned from ear to ear. The next day, same as before, I picked a big load of vegetables, loaded up the sidecar bike, and hurried into the city. I set out a little later this time, and when I reached the shop door, wow, there was a big crowd packed out front. Facing so many people, Zhao Yin was a bit flustered and kept reassuring them. Everyone, don't rush. Our goods will be here soon. They're all hauled in from the countryside to keep them fresh. Just wait a moment, and they'll definitely arrive. No sooner had she finished than she spotted me, and she called out joyfully, "Make way. The goods are here. Everyone make way. Only then did the crowd part so I could drive the bike in. Everyone hold on a moment. Let us get things ready first, and you can buy soon. Zhao Yin and I hurried to unload. We couldn't afford to waste any time. As soon as I set everything out, the crowd rushed in like the stuff was free, stuffing their baskets, then heading over to the other end to get it weighed and pay. I hadn't planned on jumping in, but seeing that mob, I had no choice. I pitched in too. The rush came fast and hard, and it was tough to break away, but thankfully it passed just as quickly. Before long, everyone was taken care of and the goods were completely sold out. The people had left, but their mouths were still going. How's it gone so fast already? Yeah, seriously, I didn't get any. Can't you bring more? This little bit isn't enough for anybody. And it's only in the mornings. There ought to be some in the afternoon too. Everyone was chattering at once, clearly frustrated that the supply was too small. This is all I can manage right now. I'll figure something out and bring more when I can. That's what I said out loud, but inside I was thrilled. Truth was, there were plenty of vegetables in the greenhouse. I just couldn't haul that many by myself. Going forward, I could totally ask folks from the village to help deliver with a donkey cart. The idea clicked in my head right then. The ones who hadn't gotten any had to leave, grumbling and disappointed. Zhao Yin said, "You saw it yourself. This business has no problem selling. You've got to hurry up with the supply. We worked hard to get this going, and we can't let the sourcing trip us up. You've got to keep folks coming back regularly, or they'll hang back too long, get contrary about it, and then it'll be a real headache." She had a point. Don't worry, I've got it handled. I'll figure out how to bring more the second I get back. I won't let it slip. Back home, I first told Chun Yu and Chin Ting about how crazy things were in the city. The two sisters were delighted to hear it. With the vegetables selling that well, they felt a lot more at ease. Sister Zhao's right, Chin Ting analyzed seriously. We've got to keep the supply flowing and not let people lose interest. But having you make 2 trips every day is too much work. You don't have that kind of time. I think we should hire someone just to handle deliveries. As the vegetables keep coming and the business gets on track, we'll definitely need someone running errands regularly. I nodded again and again. You're absolutely right. I'm planning to find someone trustworthy in the village to make 1 delivery run a day for me. Good, it's settled then. I couldn't help giving Chen Ting an extra couple of glances. She really was a great partner, organized and sharp. When I thought about it, it made sense. She was a few years older than Chun Yu, and having watched their parents struggle since she was little, she naturally understood how to share the load and think things through. Chun Yu, though her family was poor, had grown up with her parents' love and a big sister shielding her. She never had to worry about much, so naturally she thought about less. I got up and headed out to find someone. At first I figured I'd just grab anyone to do deliveries, but then I stopped myself. No, you can't be careless with this sort of thing. I needed someone I could trust. Turning it over in my mind, I thought of one person, Yi Qiuxing. Yi Qiuxing was one of my clan uncles too, but his family was about the worst off in the whole village. Life was hard, and he had a bunch of kids. He was an honest man and a hard worker, yet he just couldn't get ahead, which was pretty typical for those times, so it wasn't really his fault. When I got to his house, that rickety old shack made me shake my head. "Uncle Qiuxing," I called out. A woman came out with a child strapped to her back. It was Aunt Qiuxing, somewhere in her 30s. "Qingshan, what brings you here? Come in and sit." Yi Qiuxing had 4 kids, 2 boys and 2 girls, the oldest only 8, the youngest still needing to be carried. It was exactly because there were so many mouths and so little to start with that their life was so tight. "I'm looking for Uncle Qiuxing. He went to cut pig feed. He'll be back soon. Come inside and sit first." I went in. The house had just 2 rooms and was pretty shabby, but Aunt Qiuxing was clean and had it all tidied up neatly. She poured me some water and even grabbed a handful of peanuts to set out. No, that's not necessary. I knew how precious those peanuts were. How could I not? You hardly ever come by. If I can't even offer you a handful of peanuts, what does that say? You're not looking down on how poor we are you? Come on, don't talk like that. You know exactly what my family's situation is. Who's got room to laugh at anyone? I smiled and cracked open a peanut. These are good. That's what I said out loud, but inside I was quietly comparing. Ever since I'd turned my own peanuts over to the puppets to manage, we had more than we could eat, and I'd pressed oil from them batch after batch. This was the first time I'd made such a direct comparison, and I realized my own peanuts really were more fragrant and tasty. That just confirmed my hunch. Crops grown in my own soil were something special, and it probably had everything to do with that space. Once I'd figured that out, I felt even more reassured. After I'd sat a while, Yi Qiuxin came back, all honest and earnest. Qingshan, what brings you here? Sit, sit. I came to ask Uncle Qiuxin for a favor. What favor could I possibly do? He sighed, then quickly added, tell me, if I can help, I definitely will. Though you know how things are with my family. Here's the deal. I've opened a shop in the city, and business is good. Someone needs to deliver goods every day, but I just can't get away, so I'd like to hire you to do the deliveries. We'd use my family's donkey cart, 1 run a day, wages of 40 yuan a month. Basically, you head out early in the morning, and you're guaranteed back before noon. You mean, you'd pay me to deliver goods? Yi Qiuxin could hardly believe it. Honest and plain his whole life, he'd never dreamed a pie like this could fall out of the sky. That's right. I nodded. After you finish the morning delivery, if you want to go work in the fields in the afternoon, you still can. It won't get in the way. Aunt Qiuxin got worked up first. A month, 40 yuan? Yep, 40 yuan. It just depends on whether you two are willing. I smiled, knowing full well they'd agree. Back then, 40 yuan was a fortune. Even clerks at the supply and marketing co-op didn't make that much. Do it, of course we'll do it. Aunt Qiuxin gave her husband's arm a hard tug, but Yi Qiuxin scratched his head. I'm just delivering stuff. Isn't that pay a little too high? Aunt Qiuxin got so annoyed, she gave him a pinch. I couldn't help but find it funny, and I understood them both. Aunt Qiuxin had been through so many hard years she was scared to death of them, so she grabbed any opportunity and wouldn't let go. Yi Qiuxin was just too honest, and such high pay made him feel he didn't deserve it. Both of them just wanted a better life, nothing wrong with that. Uncle Qiuxin, since I'm offering this price, I'm definitely not losing money on it, so don't worry, just dive right in. All right. Yi Qiuxin let out a breath and gave an honest smile. Then thank you. No need for thanks. It's precisely because I know what kind of man you are that I dare hand this job to you. Someone I couldn't trust, I wouldn't dare ask. I got up to leave, and Aunt Qiuxin went back inside and grabbed a big handful of peanuts to press into my hands. Little Yu is pregnant. She should eat more peanuts. I looked at that full handful of peanuts and felt a pang. Nobody had it easy those days, and most folks wouldn't part with something like this. This was their heartfelt gesture. I thanked her and took them. Back home, I handed the peanuts to Chunyu. Why'd they give us peanuts? And they're raw. Ours are all roasted or salted already. These days my family had peanuts to spare, prepared every which way. Aunt Qiuxin gave these. Chen Ting came over for a look. I nodded and told them the whole story. Life's really not easy for them, Chen Ting said. Having just clawed her way out of that kind of hardship herself, she felt it deeply. Nobody has it easy, and Uncle Qiuxin's family least of all. Even so, they grabbed a handful of peanuts for you. That's real kindness. I sighed. No wonder Uncle Luxing always wants me to help everyone out. As a village cadre, watching his neighbors suffer while being powerless to do anything, that's why he gets so anxious. Don't take it all on yourself, Chen Ting counseled. That's Uncle Liuxing's duty as a cadre. We're just ordinary folks. Help where you can, and if you truly can't, well, there's nothing to be done about it. I nodded. Chen Ting really knew how to comfort someone, and she really understood when to push and when to hold back. With that settled, I set about modifying the donkey cart. There were a lot of things to deliver, so I specially added 2 barrels to the back, one for fish, one for eels, and spread the vegetables out on the cart bed, packing in as much as I could. The next day, before dawn, I got up. The moment I stirred, Chen Ting opened her eyes and sat up too. I'll come pick vegetables with you. It's too early, sleep a bit more. It's fine, I'll sleep again after we're done. Let's go. The 2 of us went to the greenhouse and, while the vegetables were just ripe, kept picking non-stop, as much as we could, since you don't want them getting too old. After picking, I grabbed a moment to slip into the space and bring out a barrel of fish, then pulled the donkey cart over and loaded up. Just as I finished, Yi Jingyi delivered another 30-some pounds of eels. Now I had it all: fish, eels, and vegetables. Yi Qiuxin showed up too. The whole cart was piled high with fresh greens, every variety sorted and arranged. Uncle Qiuxin, here's the address. Just head straight there. These are our goods. If you really can't find the place once you're there, go by this address to find Old Master Lu Shu and tell him I sent you. He'll show you the way. Got it. I'll remember. You know how to drive a cart, right? I do. Yi Qiuxing took a deep breath, drove the cart, and set off. I breathed a sigh of relief. It was only 7 in the morning, and day had just broken, but getting up this early to work had left me exhausted, so Chen Ting and I went back inside and caught another bit of sleep. At breakfast, the whole family sat down together, watching Chun Yu eat so contentedly and freely. Chun Ting's face showed a flicker of discomfort, but I didn't dwell on it. Chen Yu had just been through such awful morning sickness, so she needed to build herself back up, or she'd have no energy come evening. After we ate, I said to my 2 wives, our mushrooms are just about ready to harvest. Let me go check first. If they're good, we'll harvest the mushrooms tonight so they're ready to take and sell tomorrow morning. Sounds good. At the greenhouse, Yi Zhengsheng and Yi the Fifth had both arrived, and they crowded around me the moment they saw me. Come look at those mushrooms. They've gotten pretty big. Can we harvest them? I went in and took a look. Sure enough, the mushrooms were ready, and they'd grown thick and beautiful. I looked them over from every angle, unable to tear myself away. They really are ready. I got excited. You don't need to worry about it. We'll get up before dawn and harvest them together, then haul them out to sell in the morning. That's great. The two exchanged a glance. From this moment on, their business was officially open. But there was one thing I needed to make clear first. Here's how it works. I've opened a shop in the city, and you have a stake in these vegetables, so first my shop buys them at a set price. Once I've bought them and sold them, that's no concern of yours. Your dividends will be calculated based on this purchase price. Got it. Don't worry, we get it. I also reminded them to be ready to restock the vegetables at any time. As for the mushroom and oyster mushroom spawn, I still had plenty. Later I'd have Lu Shu help me get more. Around noon, Yi Qiuxing got back from his delivery run. Uncle Qiuxing, it took you this long? I was a little curious. It shouldn't have. Being my first time, finding the place took a bit of effort, and on the way back I let the donkey eat its fill. It ran that whole way for me, so I had to feed it good. I burst out laughing. As long as you know the route now, that's what matters. From now on we'll do it just like this. Tomorrow I might come with you. I'll drive the 3-wheeler. There'll be a lot of goods tomorrow. You got it. Yi Qiuxing was happy too. Oh, right. I remembered something else. At 4 in the morning, I need to hire 4 people to help pick vegetables. Have Aunt Qiuxing come too. Wages are 1 yuan, and they can pick until around 7. Sure. Yi Qiuxing was overjoyed. I'll tell her when I get back. She'll definitely want to come. Of course she would. 3 hours of picking vegetables for a whole yuan was way better than a day of field work. Back home, Chen Ting came over. If you're picking vegetables at 4, then I'll go too. Me too, Chen Yu chimed in. What are you going for? Stay home and take good care of Xiaoyan. Your body isn't up to getting up that early. We're just picking vegetables, nothing else. Chen Yu said, frustrated. Why did I have to get pregnant right now? I can't help with anything. Don't talk nonsense. Getting pregnant is always good news, no matter when. Adding a person to the family is a good thing, isn't it? Chen Ting quickly cut her sister off, and Chen Yu, thinking it over, cheered up. I just feel like I can't be any help. It's all falling on you and Qing Shan to work so hard. You take good care of the baby, and your sister, and I can do more, I said with a comforting smile. Then I thought it over and said to Chen Ting, go find 2 more people, get a couple more women to help pick. Tomorrow let's bring more vegetables over and see how much we can sell. Okay, got it. Around 3 in the morning, Yi the Fifth and Yi Zhengxing got up right on time as I told them and headed to the greenhouse with flashlights. Together with Yi Zhengxing's wife, Chen Ting, me, and 2 other aunties, there were 7 of us in all. 3 people harvest mushrooms, 4 people pick vegetables. As soon as I gave the word, everyone jumped to it. The mushrooms had grown just right, and we picked them one by one into the baskets. Over on the other side, the vegetable pickers gathered greens as I directed. Yi the Fifth, picking away, asked curiously, Qing Shan, how much can these mushrooms sell for a pound? Retail on the market is 2 or 3 mao a pound. Wholesale is a bit over 1 mao. Then pick faster. Once we're done, we'll weigh them. We kept at it right up until nearly 7. When we weighed them, the mushrooms came to 153 pounds in all. These mushrooms usually go for 35 cents on the market, so let's set our wholesale price at 17 cents. I did the math. Uncle Fifth, keep the books. Ye the Fifth took out paper and pen and neatly wrote down the date, variety, and quantity. 153 pounds at 17 cents a pound comes to 26 yuan and 1 cent. I counted out the money from my pocket and handed it to him. Keep the books straight. From now on, you're our bookkeeper. Record every batch of goods that goes out, and I'll pay you. Right now, my shop is doing the buying, but down the road, if other wholesalers come to take goods, they'll pay. Either way, the accounts have to balance perfectly. Ye the Fifth took the money with a smile. It wasn't much money, but this was just the beginning, and we'd only sold mushrooms. With all those vegetables coming, once the volume added up, the income would be considerable. All right, put things away. Uncle Qiuxing will be here soon. Let's hurry into the city to sell. Everyone came forward to tidy up. I settled the wages with the 3 women, and Aunt Qiuxing and the others headed home happily. Yi Qiuxing and I each loaded our carts and got ready to set off. Come back early, Chun Ting reminded me, a little helplessly. She'd been going since 4, and now had to haul vegetables into the city, meaning she probably wouldn't be back until 11. It's fine, I'll be back quick. Uncle Qiuxing, my vehicle's fast, so I'll head out first. Get a move on too, don't waste time. Yi Qiuxing drove the donkey cart off toward the city. I drove fast, and the shop wasn't even open yet when I arrived, so I first grabbed a bite of breakfast nearby. Just as I finished, Xiaoyan showed up. The moment she saw the mushrooms and greens on my vehicle, her eyes lit up. These are our new mushrooms, retail at 35 cents. I said, hauling them off. This is all for today? No. Uncle Qiuxing's behind me. We've still got to wait a bit. There's way more goods today than before, don't worry. Xiaoyan let out a breath. Then I feel better. You have no idea, yesterday the goods sold out again. Basically, we clear out every single day, and there's still a crowd left who can't get any. With all these extra mushrooms this time, it should be enough. We'd barely finished unloading when customers showed up. Seeing the fresh mushrooms, they all got interested, and after asking where they came from, same as always, somebody placed an order right away. These days, folks truly trusted the quality of our shop. Right in the middle of selling, Yi Qiuxing arrived with the donkey cart, and the shop got even livelier. I'd meant to leave after setting up, but seeing the big crowd, I sent Yi Qiuxing back first and stayed to help sell. We were busy right up until around 10 before we'd taken care of everyone. The greens were completely sold out, and only the mushrooms, which we had extra of today, had a little left, though according to Zhao Yin they'd sell out soon too. Let me tell you 2 things. I clapped my hands. First, the storefront next door has been sitting empty with no tenant. Rent it. From now on, this side sells greens, dried goods, and Winley's fish, and next door sells only fresh seafood, soft-shell turtle, eel, loach, fish. That way it's not all jumbled together. Second, there's no way you can handle it all by yourself. Once next door opens, we'll need to hire 2 more people. So start scouting now, so I don't have to stay and help you sell every time after a delivery. All right, I'll arrange it. Pay them 10 yuan less than you make. Go hire people. Having laid all that out, I drove home. When I got there, the meal was still cooking, and Xinyu came out to meet me, distressed. Why are you back this late again? Didn't I tell you to come home early? Business was too good. Xiaoyan couldn't handle it alone, so I helped sell for a while. Xinyu hurried to pour me water. During the meal, Chun Ting looked at me and asked softly, going forward, can we really put out this much product? I nodded earnestly. If we rely on ourselves, we absolutely can. Then buy another donkey cart. Chun Ting said decisively. From now on, try not to do the deliveries yourself. For one, it's too grueling. I'm afraid your body can't take it. For another, you need to put your energy into bigger things and not get distracted by trivial stuff. It's not worth it. Better to spend the money on another donkey cart and hire another person. So 2 carts and 2 people do the delivering. In a day, we could deliver 1,000 some pounds. Then there's no problem at all. Right, you've got it. Let's do that. Stop knocking yourself out over this. It wears me out just watching you. Look, you only got a few hours of sleep today. I thought it over and gave a firm nod. You 2 are right. Okay, I'll go take a nap in a bit. When I get up this afternoon, I'll figure out how to buy a donkey cart. Then hurry and eat, then go to sleep. Don't think about anything. After eating, I really did go sleep. I'd hardly rested all day, and I was out the moment my head hit the pillow. Go lie down with him. Chen Ting said to Chen Yu outside. He's busy running around every day and never sleeps well. You get sleepy easily too. Go rest with him a while. Sis, didn't you also miss out on proper rest? I caught up with a nap when we got back. He didn't get to. It's fine. When I get tired later, I'll take Xiaoyan and lie down. Chen Yu agreed, and being sleepy herself, went in to sleep beside me. Truthfully, I had no idea when she came in. I was just exhausted. When I woke, I found Chen Yu fast asleep, and a glance at the time showed it was around 4 in the afternoon. I went out to the yard and saw Chen Ting gutting fish. Looked like she was going to smoke dry fish again. So I just sat down in front of her and took the work out of her hands. You got up just as early as me today. Why aren't you resting? Still working here. I caught a nap when we got back. I'm not like you, going non-stop, so I'm not tired. Stop wearing yourself out. I waved her off. Go rest a bit. We'll just eat dinner a little late. I'll handle these. I've got to go check the fields in a while anyway. I'm fine. Just listen to me. Seeing how much I cared, Chun Ting smiled and suddenly leaned in and kissed me on the cheek before turning and going inside. I froze for a moment, then chuckled, lowered my head, and started gutting fish. There weren't many, and I had them cleaned up in half an hour, then carried them inside and set them in the pot to smoke. I'd left a low flame on the stove, just enough to keep the pot warm. After washing my hands, I went out to the fields, not to check the greenhouse, but to see how the house building was coming along. Taking a look, the single-story rooms already had shape, and Zhang Wenbin was pushing his crew hard. I didn't disturb them and headed straight to the apiary farther out. Bees were flying in and out, and the colonies had clearly grown even stronger. The hive seemed packed with more bees, and the whole hillside and fields were full of them. In the greenhouse, I also planted flowering crops from time to time so the bees could go gather nectar. Watching this scene, I felt very satisfied. Don't underestimate these little things. Down the road, they'd be a big source of income too. After a walk around, I had a good sense of things, so I entered the space. The 4 puppets were still bent over their work. When they saw me come in, they glanced up, then lowered their heads and went back to it. Honestly, these 4 puppets were the kind of helpers you'd need a lantern to find. Tireless, uncomplaining, never shirking. Where else could you find labor this good? I glanced at what they'd been doing, then went and made a round of the storehouse. The grain was almost filling the bins, and the peanuts were nearly heaped to the top of the cabinets. From here on, my little family of 4 would want for nothing. But for me, what mattered more were the lingji and medicinal herbs, all of which were now growing splendidly. I figured I could plant more medicinal herbs. We had enough peanuts and rice to last a long while, so I could cut back on those a bit. I'd need to buy more herbs to have the puppets plant. Looking at the lingji again, a few stalks had grown just right for harvesting, and the new batch had sprouted and was shooting up. I was very pleased and planned to find the seed seller boss again soon to stock up on medicinal herbs. Coming out of the space and into the greenhouse, Yi the Fifth and Yi Zhengsheng were busy at work. Seeing me, they hurried over. How'd the mushrooms sell? Yi the Fifth asked, his face full of anticipation. They sold great. Those 100-some pounds should all be cleared out today. 100-some pounds can all sell? The 2 were startled. They should. When I came back around 10, there were still 20 or 30 pounds left. The 2 exchanged a glance and couldn't help bursting into laughter. If it really sold that well, then they had nothing to worry about. Our greens are about ripe too, aren't they? They'll be ready any time now. Yi the Fifth nodded. Keep ready at all times. The moment they're ripe, harvest them, and whatever you do, don't let them go past season. We always harvest before dawn and haul them out to sell first thing. If you 2 can keep up with the picking, do it yourselves. If you can't, hire people, 1 yuan a day, and plenty of folks in the village are glad to help out. The 2 nodded repeatedly. Yi Zhengsheng then asked, normally, with just your 1 shop, can it really sell this many vegetables? It's not just my 1 shop. I smiled. You'll see. Before long, people will be coming to us to take goods. The sky was gradually darkening, and everyone should be heading home for dinner. I walked home humming a little tune, and from a distance I saw Yi Sihai coming toward me. The moment he saw me, his expression changed. He gave a cold snort and turned back the way he'd come. I frowned at his retreating back, thinking, what's this guy putting on airs for? Not worth bothering with. Just as I was about to head home, a woman hurried over from the side. Qingshan, I heard you hired people this morning to help pick vegetables. Can I come pick at your place? This was Aunt Tunghua, in her 30s, with 5 kids. Her husband had died of tuberculosis 2 years back, and she'd been raising the children alone ever since. A hard, bitter life. You can. I nodded. Go tell my sister Ting. There's some vegetable picking in the mornings. Go talk to her first. Okay. Aunt Tunghua was overjoyed and went inside to talk to Chen Ting. Not long after, she came out and thanked me earnestly. Shan, then I really thank you. I waved it off. Aunt Tunghua was very tactful. Once she'd said her piece, she left. The next day, just as I was about to get up before dawn, Chen Ting got up first and grabbed hold of me. Don't get up. You're up early working every single day. Just sleep here. I'll go arrange the people to pick vegetables. How can that be right? What's not right about it? Chen Ting had already gotten out of bed and was dressing. Looking at her slender waist, I couldn't resist gently pulling her close. Chen Ting felt a tug at her heart and pushed me away with a smile. Sleep a while longer. When I finish and come back, I can catch some sleep too. I nodded, knowing I couldn't keep teasing her or I'd hold things up, so I lay back down and went to sleep. Around 6 I still got up, and when I went over to check, a good pile of vegetables and mushrooms had already stacked up. I had them load the goods onto the cart and weigh and count everything. By nearly 7, it was all set, and Yi Qiuxin got ready to hit the road. I settled up with the pickers, then brought Chen Ting home. It was only a little past 7 in the morning, still early. Seeing that I wasn't going on the delivery today, Chen Ting made to start on breakfast. Let's go eat in town. A thought struck me, and I stopped her. Eat what in town? Those two will need to eat in a bit too. It's fine. We've got noodles at home, right? When those two get up and see we're not here, they'll cook for themselves. Let's go to the Eibol and Forestry Farm and buy a donkey. We'll pass through town and grab breakfast on the way. On the way back, you can help me drive the donkey cart home. If it were just about spending money on breakfast, Chen Ting definitely wouldn't be up for it. But hearing it was for real business, she nodded right away. Let's go. I smiled and gave her a pat. Chen Ting climbed into the vehicle with a smile. First, we stopped in town at a breakfast spot for soup noodles, added meat. Delicious. Chen Ting felt a bit sentimental. Normally, she'd never bring herself to eat like this, but now that things were comfortable with my family, she got to. After eating, we headed to the Eibwa Township Forestry Farm. Having done it before, we knew the way well. At the farm gate, Old Sue was chopping wood. Hey, if it isn't our crack shot. The moment Old Sue saw me, he set down his work to greet me. Uncle Sue. I got out with a smile, and the first thing I did was hand him a pack of cigarettes. Old Sue took it and laughed. Smoking your good fortune cigarettes. What brings you here this time? I wanted to ask whether you're still selling donkey carts here. Where's Director Zhong? Director. Old Sue called out heartily toward the inside. Before long, Director Zhong came out. The moment he saw me, his eyes lit up, and he came over and clapped my shoulder. Crack shot, you're finally here. No, don't call me that. Embarrassed at the name, I kept waving my hands. Who doesn't know you're a crack shot? Around here, you're the best there is. I've never in my life seen anyone as good as you. Director Zhong was so impressed by that hunting trip we'd done that he was grinning ear to ear. Sweat prickled at me inside. Thank goodness my aim was decent, or the nickname would have been pure irony. Director Zhong, I came this time to ask whether you've got any donkey or horse carts for sale. I'd like to buy another one. Director Zhong scratched his head. Our farm's got none left to sell. The rest we use ourselves. I was a bit disappointed. Chen Ting, who'd been standing to the side quietly listening the whole time, sharply picked up on it. So what Director Zhong means is, your farm doesn't have any, but somewhere else might? Director Zhong smiled and said to me, your wife's pretty clever. I just smiled and didn't bother explaining whether Chen Ting was actually my wife. Seeing that I didn't correct him, Chen Ting instead pressed her lips together in a secret little laugh, a hint of delight in the way she looked at me. Just give me a straight answer, Director Zhong. It's not that another farm has one. I know the forestry system's going to purchase a few donkeys soon. If you really want one, I'll have them buy an extra one, and you can just come pick it up. The price will be cheaper than buying it yourself, since it'll be part of our bulk purchase. I was thrilled. That would really work. For someone else, no? For you, it's no trouble. It should be settled in a few days. If you want one, I'll get you one. It won't cost much, around 300 or so. Then it's settled. I'm leaving this to you. Get it done for me. Hold on. Director Zhong laughed heartily. Getting it done's no problem, but I've got a request of my own. Name it. You're such a good shot. Come hunt at our farm sometime. We've spotted a pack of wild boars. Must be 4 or 5 of them. Old Sue and I have had our eyes on them. But with lousy aim like ours, we're afraid we'd miss and get gored by the boars instead, so we haven't dared move. Now that you're here, you're practically our savior. With you along, we dare to go too. What do you say? Of course. I agreed at once. Piece of cake. Whatever day you get word, just give me a shout and we'll go. Good, good, good. Director Zhong laughed. That was exactly what he'd been waiting to hear. Having nailed that down, I took Qinting and left. Once we were out of the farm, Qinting, sitting in the cargo bed, spoke up. This Director Zhong is pretty easygoing. I bet you did him some favor, and that's why he's being so friendly, right? Qinting really was sharp. With nothing else to do, I told her all about that hunting trip while I drove. See, I said so. Qinting nodded with a smile. Looks like he loves hunting too, but his aim's just average. Someone like you who can actually bag game is rare to him. No wonder he's so friendly with you. I nodded, gazing at the mountains on both sides. He's right. Some other day, if there really are wild boars here, I'll come with him and bag a few for our family too. As I said it, I couldn't help thinking of those few wild boars I had stashed in the space. I'd left them alone, wanting them to breed and multiply. I won't stop you from going hunting, but you be careful, especially bringing along these people who don't know what they're doing. If they can't shoot, they'll just drag you down. Don't be foolish and go recklessly helping folks. The #1 rule up in the mountains is protecting your own life. Don't be rash. Think about the fact that Chun Yu's carrying your child. Qinting's face was dead serious as she said this. My sister is a lovesick fool. If she likes you, she'll go along with everything you say and never bring up things like this. But I'm different. If you don't take care of yourself, I'll be the one to call you out on it. I smiled, liking Qinting more the longer I looked at her. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You and little you are both waiting at home. How could I bear to leave you? Qinting couldn't help laughing. Shameless. Back home, we saw Lu Xiaoyan playing outside and Qin Yu busy at work. Have you two had breakfast? Qinting asked as she came up. We ate. I cooked noodles. When we saw you two were gone, we figured you'd gone off to take care of business. Where'd you go? Qin Yu smiled brightly. We went to the forestry farm hoping to buy another donkey cart. They don't have any right now. It'll take a few days, I explained with a smile. Qin Yu let out an oh. Stop working, let me do it. I moved Qin Yu aside and sat down to take over. She wouldn't leave, though. She just sat across from me, watching me work with a beaming smile. Next up was making the Winley's fish. A little past 11, there was a stir in the donkey pen next door. It was Yi Qiuxing bringing the donkey back. Before I could even go out to greet him, he'd already come in. Qingshan, I've got something to tell you. What is it? Zhaoyan wants you to come by. She says someone wants to place an order with us, and she wants you to negotiate it in person. She doesn't know how to handle it. Really? I shot to my feet, asking eagerly, then broke into a chuckle. Got it. I'll go with you tomorrow. Yi Qiuxing nodded and headed back. What does place an order mean? Qin Yu asked. My guess is, seeing how good our business is, they want to sell the same kind of goods but don't know where to source them, so they came to find me. Meaning they want to buy our vegetables wholesale. Now we finally got somewhere to move our product, so we won't have to go sell it ourselves every day. Down the road, once we've got a lot of vegetables, they'll go old if we sell them too slowly. Such a waste. Their timing is perfect. I'll go negotiate tomorrow. Qin Yu smiled and praised me. My husband's really something. And finished with a kiss on my cheek. I laughed heartily, and over at her work, Qinting smiled too. The next day, I didn't get up early. I slept until a little past 6, by which point Qinting had already led the crew in picking the vegetables. My sidecar 3-wheeler was loaded with plenty, and Yi Qiuxing's donkey cart was packed to the brim. All right, go back and sleep. I reminded Qinting, then set off with Yi Qiuxing. My vehicle was much faster. I reached the city while it was still early, and as usual, I ate breakfast first. By the time I finished, the shop had opened too. I carried the goods in, and Zhao Yin said while helping, our business is really booming now. Everyone around knows our vegetables taste good and loves coming to buy. I rented the place next door like you said. Once it's fixed up in a few days, we can split into 2 storefronts, that side for fresh seafood, This side for greens and Winley's fish and the like. A few people saw how well we're doing and want to team up. They asked where I sourced the goods, and I said it's from our own farm. Then they asked how to buy them and wanted your contact info, so I just told them to come talk to you face to face. 5 people asked yesterday, all vendors from nearby. They'll be here in a bit. Negotiate with them properly. Got it. I nodded with a smile. Yi Qiuxing arrived too, and the shop got lively again. Just then, a few people outside kept staring at our business. Envy written all over their faces. They wanted a business this good too, but they'd heard plenty of shoppers say our vegetables tasted the best, far better than anyone else's. How could they not be green with envy? Zhao Yan spotted those few people and said to me in a low voice, "That's them. You go negotiate. I'll sell here." I set down what I was doing and went out, first handing each of them a cigarette. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yi Qingshan, the owner of this shop. One man's eyes lit up, a little surprised. He hadn't expected the owner to be so young. "Boss Yi, your business here is fantastic. We'd like to sell vegetables like these too. We asked around and learned they're all grown on your own farm, so we'd like to source from you. Would that work?" "Sourcing from us is definitely fine." I nodded. "But there's one issue. After all, we're out in the countryside, so you'd probably have to come pick up the goods yourselves." "Come get them ourselves?" The few of them were taken aback. "That's right. I can't supply that much on my end. See, I'm hauling goods with a donkey cart myself. How could I deliver to you on top of that? And the donkey cart can't hold that much anyway." The few of them looked at one another. "Here's my wholesale price." I'd come prepared, pulling out the price list I'd written up and handing it over. "Go back and talk it over. If it works for you, we'll do business. If you'd lose money, then never mind. For now, you'll have to pick them up yourselves, but down the road I'll figure out a way to solve the supply issue." Transportation was inconvenient in those days, and I had no other option. The few of them looked it over and nodded. "Then we'll go back and discuss it. Once you decide, tell manager Zhao and she'll let me know. These prices are it. Already the lowest I can go, no room to come down further." The few of them said their goodbyes and left. Back in the shop, I saw Zhao Yan still busy with her feet barely touching the ground, so I had to step up and help again. Once things settled down a bit, I asked, "Have you found people to hire yet?" "I'm hiring. They should be able to start tomorrow." Zhao Yan finally caught her breath. "It's easy to find people around here, but we've got to have standards. Not just anybody will do." "What did they say?" I gave them the price list and told them to think it over. "There's still the issue that we've got no vehicle to deliver for them. They'll have to come get the goods themselves, which is probably something they'll factor in. Let them take their time thinking. We're in no hurry. When they've decided, they'll naturally come find you. And then you just let me know." I nodded. There really was no better solution for the delivery issue. If we could crack it, Zhao Yan's side here could sell 2 rounds a day. If we could just solve the hauling, we'd be set. A big truck would be perfect. Zhao Yan couldn't help saying. I nodded. A big truck would be great, but we just didn't have one. I'll figure something out for that. You keep an eye on the shop, and come find me anytime something comes up. Back at the vegetable field, Yi Zhengsheng and Yi the Fifth were still busy, and over there the house was nearly finished. Yi Zhengsheng was clearing away the leftover scrap vegetable leaves from picking. "Give those to me for the chickens." I took the leaves home to feed my chickens. We now kept a few, saving them to slaughter and eat every so often down the line. "Qingshan, we could raise more chickens." Chen Yu suggested. "There are more and more greenhouse vegetables and more scrap leaves to toss out. Perfect for feeding chickens." "Right, we could raise a few more. Not a huge batch, but 20 or 30 would be no problem," Chen Ting said too. "That slope out back is a bamboo grove. Fence it off. There's plenty of room and it's got trees. Put up a chicken coop and just take the scrap leaves over to feed them." Thinking it over, it really was doable. "Okay, tomorrow's market day, perfect timing. I'll go into town and buy some chicks. I'll go pick them out with you." Chen Ting nodded. "Afraid you don't know how to choose. Better let me do it. Then you'll come to market with me tomorrow." I agreed with a smile. The market was bustling with people coming and going, lively as could be. I drove the sidecar 3-wheeler into town with Chen Ting, and along the way the market-goers who spotted the vehicle all had envy in their eyes. In those days, forget a big-ticket item like a sidecar 3-wheeler. Even scrounging up a heavy-duty bicycle could turn plenty of people green with envy. After all, most folks were doing well just to fill their bellies. Who'd dare dream of anything more? Once we reached town, I first took her to eat breakfast. We had Qingtang. This little town bordered Fujian province, and a lot of Fujianese liked coming to this area to open snack shops. So-called Qingtang was really just small wontons, and the taste wasn't half bad. In the past, Chun-Ting wouldn't have dared even think about coming to town to eat a bowl of Qingtang for breakfast. But now that I'd earned a bit of money and the household was comfortable, she was living a little more freely. After eating, we went to the section selling chicks. Chun-Ting was a real pro at running a household. Having endured the hard years and managed a home, she was right at ease with this stuff. I just trailed behind her, more like her sidekick. She asked prices first, then picked out the chicks, examining each one from every angle with her own hands, insisting on only the good ones. That was understandable. No family was well off in those days, and when you finally bought a few chicks, you couldn't afford to get sick ones. If they died right after you bought them, you'd lose at most the cost of the chicks, but if they died after you'd raised them half-grown, that would be a real loss. Young lady, you sure pick carefully. The vendor, a man in his 50s, couldn't resist ribbing her. Uncle, it's not that I have to be picky. It's just that our family isn't well off, so we've got to be careful when we buy. I know your chicks are no problem, but if I can pick even better ones, isn't that all the better for us? Wouldn't you say so? Chun-Ting put it beautifully, laying out her family's situation while flattering him at the same time. Praised by such a pretty young woman, the vendor was grinning ear to ear, warming to her more by the second. Young man, you sure are lucky. This your wife? Pretty, good at keeping house, and so sensible on top of it. I smiled smugly. Chun-Ting turned her head to shoot me a glance, pressing her lips together to hide her own quiet laughter. Before long, we'd picked out 5 pairs of chicks, and I paid up. Just as we were about to leave, I noticed a stall nearby selling ducklings and goslings, and a thought struck me. Sir, how much for these ducklings and goslings? You want to buy? The old man asked with a smile. Let me come take a look first, then we'll talk price. You want to buy those too? Chun-Ting looked at me. Let's buy them. With all those lakes and streams where we live, buying some ducks and geese to raise is just right. Chun-Ting never contradicted me in public, and besides, this made sense, so she crouched down and started picking, finally choosing 5 geese and 10 ducks. After paying, the shopping was done. With everything stowed in the cargo bed and Chun-Ting seated behind me, I drove toward the village. Held close against me like that, she felt warm, and every so often something poked into my back, which set my heart itching, so I deliberately sped up and then hit the brakes hard. That sent Chun-Ting tumbling forward against my back, startling her. What's wrong? Nothing, it's nothing. I felt a little guilty. Chun-Ting caught on and reached over to give my waist a pinch, but afraid of hurting me, she made it just a light one, half amused and half exasperated. You're a grown man acting like a kid, so childish. I chuckled to myself. Get moving. Chun-Ting's pretty face flushed slightly, but inside she felt something different. Before, she'd been married to Lu Dawei. They'd gotten along well enough, even treated each other with courtesy and respect, but Lu Dawei was stiff and stodgy, not lively and playful like me. Being with me felt more like being in a young romance. Having pulled off my little prank, I drove home satisfied. You even bought geese and ducks. Chinyu was delighted the moment she saw them. Lu Xiaoyan could walk and talk now, though not clearly, and she pointed at the ducks and clapped her hands. Ducky, Ducky, how about you take care of the ducks from now on? I smiled and scooped her up. I want to play with Ducky. Xiaoyan giggled. The ducks aren't for playing, they're for raising, Chun-Ting said with a smile, her eyes full of contentment as she watched me hold her daughter. Right, these are for raising. The chicks I'll leave to you. Once they're a bit bigger, put them in the coop. As for the ducks and geese, I've got to figure out where to settle them. Just put them by the little stream over at Wuxilong. Chun-Ting offered. There's plenty of water there. You can feed them scrap leaves anytime, and the stream has little fish and shrimp. Perfect for them. I nodded and took them all over. That little river had an ample water source and deep pools, and the moment the ducklings and goslings arrived, they swam off happily. Water alone wasn't enough, though. They needed a place to shelter, so I found some materials and built them a little shed. From now on, these ducks and geese would live here, and aside from tossing in some scrap leaves, they'd basically need no tending. Having set that up, I left satisfied, but there was still one matter unresolved. The fish had always been a big problem, and I wanted to sort it out for good. So before dinner, I went to Yi Liuxing's house. Yi Liuxing nodded when he saw me and said with a smile, I see Qiuxing's working for your family now, hauling goods into the city to sell every day. How's business? Great. I nodded. Not only is it great, our vegetables are gradually ripening and reaching the point where they can be sold. Because they've sold so well in the city, someone already wants to take goods in bulk. They're planning to buy wholesale. Really? Yi Liuxing lit up with excitement. Back when he first rented me the land, it was because he saw I had guts, drive, ideas, and nerve. That's what made him grit his teeth and hand it over. Man, those off-season vegetables of yours grew fast. It's barely been any time at all, and you can already sell them. Yeah, they came in a bit quick. Maybe I just timed it right, and the varieties are a little different too. There was something odd about the whole thing, but Yi Liuxing didn't dwell on it. Whatever the reason, making money is a good thing. I've noticed Zhengsheng and Old Fifth are over at your place almost every single day. Old Fifth's oil press doesn't have anyone running it anymore. He's too busy running around with you. Things are going okay for now. I checked the books. We're selling a few dozen bucks worth a day. A few dozen a day? Right now I've only got the one shop selling, so it's just a few dozen. Once we start doing more wholesale, it could hit 100 a day. 100 a day, that's about 3,000 a month. Even after labor costs, if I kept just a third of that, I'd clear 1,000 a month. Yi Liuxing was grinning ear to ear. Qingshan, the price I set for you wasn't cheap. You had the nerve to take it on, and you actually pulled it off. I'm happy you're making money. I knew what kind of man he was. Back then he'd explained why the price was so high, and I understood. What mattered was that I had a feeling deep down. I was confident I could make money, which is why I dared to take it on. I still want to lease Qingshan Bay too. What do you think? Why are you so set on Qingshan Bay? Yi Liuxing looked puzzled. Here's the thing. I want to raise fish there, and besides fish I want to raise chickens, ducks, and geese too. That place is big, and the area around it is perfect for that kind of thing. I've thought it over every which way, and that spot's the best. Business is booming right now, and I don't want to miss the chance. So, can you rent it to me? Actually, Qingshan Bay was the first place I'd wanted to lease. It was only later that I switched to the farmland instead. Yi Liuxing wasn't surprised, but he was a little worried. Business is going great, and we're all happy for you. But right now the most important thing is to get what you've already got on solid ground. Don't go spreading yourself too thin. Plenty of folks get greedy and end up watching the whole thing collapse. My advice is, keep your feet on the ground. That's true. I nodded along without arguing. But you know I've got other ventures besides growing vegetables. Qingshan Bay's a perfect fit for me. It'd round out my business nicely. That's why I want to lease it. Seeing how set I was, Yi Liuxing couldn't easily refuse. He mulled it over. Since you're so determined to lease it, I can't just turn you down. But give me some time to think it through properly. No problem. Let me know once you've made up your mind. I smiled and nodded, then asked, has anyone in the village come to you about me leasing the land? They have. Yi Liuxing nodded. I told everyone who asked the truth. Once they heard you paid 3,000 to lease it, they all shut right up. That's the power of money. Could they really have no complaints? Especially down the road, if I actually made money, they'd complain even more. But I'd shelled out that much cash, so even if they were unhappy, they had nowhere to vent it. If you wanted to lease it, could you cough up that kind of money? Of course, this wasn't a long-term solution, but as long as I made money, everything after would fall into place. All right, then I'll leave it to you to give it some thought, Uncle Liuxing. It's no trouble at all. If you really pull this business off and can help out the folks around here down the line, that's reward enough for me. I'm glad to do it. Smiling, I said my goodbyes and headed home for dinner. I'd been busy all day, but I didn't rest after eating. I told my two wives I was heading out, grabbed a flashlight, and went to Qingshan Bay. The moment I arrived, I saw someone fishing there, so I crouched down on the bank to watch. Before long, whoever it was spotted my light and rowed over. Oh, it's you. The man in the boat looked a little surprised when he saw it was me. So it's Uncle Jingy. I was wondering who'd be out fishing this early. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. Yi Jingy took the cigarette I handed him and lit it. How many'd you catch? Hardly any. He lifted up his bucket to show me. Sure enough, there were only a few. There's no fish to catch in Qingshan Bay. There are, they're just hard to catch. He shook his head. He'd been coming to fish here almost every day lately, and he sold a lot of what he caught to me, so we'd gotten pretty familiar. What brings you out here? You thinking of fishing tonight? I laughed. No time for fishing tonight. I just came to check the place out. Didn't expect to run into you. All right, I've got a good idea of things now. By rights, there should be a lot of fish here, what with that little cove and all. Maybe I just can't catch them, but you might have better luck. Come try tonight. I'll keep you company. You lucky devil. Every time you cast a net, you pull up fish. I want to ride your coattails. I just smiled and didn't answer, my mind still on the lease. Ching Shan, let me ask you something. Is that farmland you leased making any money? Yi Jingyi was itching to know. He sat down and struck up a conversation. Didn't you ask your big brother? He won't say a word. Says it's your business, that he's just hired help and knows nothing about it. Yi Jingyi sounded a bit put out. I understood. Yi Zhengsheng was afraid of saying the wrong thing, so he'd just play dumb about everything. Money's not that easy to come by. We'll take it slow, I said vaguely. I'm just testing the waters, seeing if it'll work out. Mainly I saved up a bit from hunting and selling stuff before, so I can afford to try. Whether it'll turn a profit down the road, I really can't say. But Yi Jingyi took me at my word and nodded seriously. It's not that he was foolish. Making money really was hard in those days. Envy was one thing, but they couldn't come up with 3,000 yuan. More importantly, this was still 1978. Everyone was watching to see which way the government's policies would blow. Who'd dare take a risk in this line of work? The vast majority were ordinary folks who kept their heads down and played it safe. Going a little hungry was fine. All they wanted was peace and stability. The two of us chatted a while longer. Then Yi Jingyi headed back since he still hadn't eaten. I took the chance to slip into my space. No one was working the fields, but there were fishermen figurines out on the lake catching fish. I watched for a bit, didn't need my attention, so I came back out and hurried home. Most of the work at home was pretty much done. Xiao Yin and Chen Yu had both finished bathing. Chen Ting was still tidying up. She'd just picked up some clothes to go wash them, and when she saw me come back, she smiled and asked, "Where'd you go?" "Out walking the night road," I answered offhandedly. Chen Ting cracked up and gave me a light smack. "Don't talk nonsense. We're all right here, and you're out walking the night road." In our parts, walking the night road was slang for sneaking off in the middle of the night to see a mistress. I glanced toward Chen Yu's room. She was talking with Xiao Yin, seemed to be telling her a story. "I want to take a bath too." I looked at Chen Ting with a grin. She caught my meaning right away, shot me a sideways look with those pretty eyes of hers, then quickly grabbed her clothes and went in, locking the door behind her. "You can wait your turn." I laughed. The next day I'd been planning to sleep in. Lately Chen Ting and the others handled the vegetable picking, supplying just my one shop, and we often didn't even need to hire help. But around 6, Chen Ting woke me up. "Ching Shan, get up. Someone's here saying they want to buy our goods, and they even drove a truck in. Hurry up." I dragged myself up, dazed, and the moment I opened my eyes I saw Chen Ting's big, bright eyes fixed on me. "Someone from the city's come to buy stock. Go out and take a look. We don't understand what's going on, but they say they want to buy our goods." That woke me right up. I scrambled out of bed and headed for the greenhouses with Chen Ting. Sure enough, there was a truck parked below. Trucks were a rare sight back then, and my eyes lit up. "Boss Yi, it's me." It was almost winter now, so at 6 the sky was still dark, but a familiar voice called out. I recognized him. He was one of those guys from the city I'd talked to before. "Boss Yi, my name's Lu." The man came forward with a smile and shook my hand. "Good to see you, Boss Lu. After you talked to us yesterday, a few of us went back and put our heads together, then lined up a truck. We figured this deal was doable, but we didn't know how to reach you, so we just drove out first thing this morning." "So you've decided to buy stock?" "That's right, we're buying." Boss Lu pulled out a sheet of paper. "Here, this is what we want." I glanced at it and smiled, then immediately turned to Chen Ting. "Go get 4 people to come help pick vegetables." Chen Ting knew the deal was probably on, and she hurried off to find help. "Boss Lu, I didn't have anything prepared in advance today, so it might take a while." No problem, he laughed. "We came in a rush ourselves, so it makes sense you weren't ready. Later's fine. Your shop stuff sells out fast every day anyway. We'll start selling once your shop's sold out." No harm done. I laughed out loud, told him to wait in the truck, and went off to pick vegetables myself. Before long, Chen Ting came back with Annie Qiuxing and the others to help. Yi Qiuxing first hauled off the first batch of vegetables, and we kept picking. It took until past 8 to fill one truckload. We weighed everything and tallied it up. Old Fifth Yi grinned the whole time he recorded the numbers. We'd moved a big load today, with nearly 200 pounds of mushrooms alone. I did the math. Boss Lou, this whole truckload comes to 256. All right, here you go. He briskly handed over the cash he'd already prepared, and I passed it straight to Old Fifth Yi. Take care, Boss Lou. Oh, and get the same amount ready for me first thing tomorrow, he said as he climbed into the truck to leave. Will do. Come at the same time tomorrow, and I'll have it ready for you, so you can head back early. Boss Lou laughed and drove off. Behind me, Yi Zhengsheng and Old Fifth Yi were so excited they practically jumped for joy. Before, only my one shop had been selling, and now someone had come to buy wholesale, netting over 200 in one shot. Looks like I was right. Once we got things rolling, there'd be a steady stream of people coming to buy. Pay everyone their wages first. I told Old Fifth Yi to hand out the pay and keep the books. He gave each of the vegetable pickers a yuan, recorded it, then spoke up. Qingshan, keeping the books is no problem, but I'd rather not hold on to the cash. Carrying this much around makes me uneasy. How about giving it to Qinting? She's home most of the time anyway. I looked at Qinting. It really is best to keep the money and the books separate. Qinting nodded. Down the road, this operation of ours might grow bigger and bigger, so everything ought to be more proper. That way everyone can rest easy. I inwardly praised her. Qinting really knew how to say the right thing. See, take Qinting. She's young and she went to school. She gets this stuff better than us old-timers. She's right. From now on, I'll keep the books, and she'll handle the money. Old Fifth Yi laughed. Naturally, Yi Zhengsheng had no objections. All right, then square up the previous accounts and hand them over to Sister Ting. There wasn't much on the books, so it was settled quickly. Once that was done, everyone just headed to my place. I went to the kitchen and cooked up some noodles with a bit of meat and greens. Smelled amazing. Have you noticed the vegetables we grow taste especially good? Yi Zhengsheng suddenly said while eating. I've noticed too. Maybe it's the good soil and water here. I nodded. Right, that's gotta be it. They both laughed. Over on the other side, Old Fifth Yi and Chun Ting finished squaring the accounts and came to eat breakfast too. Because someone had come to buy wholesale that day, that breakfast tasted especially good. After eating, Old Fifth Yi and Yi Zhengsheng went home to rest. Not long after they left, Zhang Wenbin showed up. You've worked hard, Uncle Wenbin. I handed him a cigarette. He smoked one before smiling. All done, your building's finished. Come on, let's take a look. The 5 rooms were built. 1 for odds and ends, 1 office, 1 break room, and 2 more for storage. Those 2 were larger, and there was a small bathroom too. It was all built quite well. The front was paved with cement just as I'd wanted. The interior walls were painted white, and the floors were paved too. Not bad at all, I said with a smile. Did it all just how you asked. I'll show you the itemized bill later. I glanced at it and nodded. This is my share of the funding for the greenhouse side. Let me have a word with Uncle Old Fifth and Uncle Zhengsheng first. Come back in a week to collect. All right, then my part's done. Zhang Wenbin wasn't the type to fuss. He said a few words and headed back. Then I went to find Yi Ganzhou, the furniture maker, and bought some furniture. The office needed desks, the rooms needed beds, and we needed storage cabinets. By the time I'd looked at all that, it was almost noon. I didn't expect that before I even got home to eat. I'd see another truck pull up. I did a double take. Why did that truck look so familiar? Wasn't that Boss Lou's truck from this morning? It parked in the same spot, and Boss Lou got out, grabbed my hand, and said excitedly, Boss Yi, get me another load, same amount as before, pick it now. We open for business by 4 this afternoon, and it's sure to be a huge seller. It clicked for me. You sold out already? Not sold out when I left, but all the vendors said it was flying off the shelves. It'll definitely be gone by noon. We'll have nothing for the afternoon, so I need you to load me up another batch right away. I've got to make it back before 4. People out there are grabbing it like crazy, all raving about how good our vegetables are. I laughed out loud. Hang on, I'll get people to pick right away. Forget about lunch. I went back and grabbed Qinting, then went to find Yi Zhengsheng and Old Fifth Yi. The 2 of them had just finished resting and were about to eat before going back to work. When they heard the news, they were stunned. Sold out? You're saying this morning's load is all gone? Damn, let's go pick right now. With money to be made. They couldn't be bothered with anything else and stumbled off toward the greenhouses. The few people Chen Ting had called came too, and the greenhouses buzzed with activity again. Nobody had time to even eat. I didn't go in. I went over to Boss Lu. Dinner's ready at my place. Why not eat first? No, no. I'm in a rush to get back. I'll help pick too. Soon as we're done, I'm off. Tomorrow morning, you all move quick. From now on, let's do 2 runs a day. 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. After this morning's run, Boss Lu had a solid feel for the business. No objections here. You call the shots. Our vegetables are in peak season, so come get them whenever. Just give me a heads up first, so we're not scrambling. Right, that's what I was thinking too. His mood was excellent. The quantity's fine as is for now. 2 runs a day should do it. Once business picks up more, I'll give you a new number. All right, it's settled. With so many hands, the vegetables were picked and loaded by around 2 in the afternoon. Boss Lu paid up promptly. Old Fifth Yi kept the books, and Chen Ting collected the money. He waved at us and drove off. Step on it. Still gotta unload back home. Get it done before 4. I haven't even eaten. I'm starving. This Boss Lu had energy to spare. I breathed a sigh of relief too. As we'd agreed before, a yuan per day of picking, these few workers weren't paid extra beyond that. But as they were about to leave, I called them back. Hold on, everyone. I looked at Annie Chioxing, Auntie Tunghua, and the other 2 women with a smile. You've all seen how business went today? From now on, this might become the norm. The 4 of you. How about you come pick vegetables here regularly from now on? We start picking at 4:30 in the morning. With this many people, 2 hours should do it. So you'll be free by around 6. Won't hold you up. Then we pick again at noon, and the goods can be hauled off by 2 in the afternoon. Plenty of time for the 4 o'clock market. It's a yuan a day, about 4 hours of work total. What do you think? Yes, yes. Auntie Chioxing and the others were overjoyed. Then it's settled. You're all doing day labor. Come for a day, get paid for a day. Sister Ting pays out daily, right after the afternoon picking. That work for you? Works for us. Where else would we find work this good? All right, hurry home and eat. You're all half-starved. The group headed off with smiles. Don't underestimate that 1 yuan. In 1978, earning a steady yuan a day was a huge windfall, and these women were all glad to have it. Old Fifth Yi and Yi Zhengsheng even more so. In one day, the money coming in and going out had come to nearly 500 yuan. They'd been pouring money in all this time, and now they were finally seeing a return. I was hungry too, so I went back and wolfed down my food. By the time I finished, it was almost 3. Not long after, Old Fifth Yi and Yi Zhengsheng came looking for me again, faces all smiles. This run had moved a big load, and the 2 middle-aged men who'd been on edge were finally at ease, full of even greater expectations for the future. They wanted to have a good talk with me. I smiled, poured them tea, and sat down with them. I had some things to go over anyway. Business is so good that just the 2 of us can't keep up with the greenhouses. Yi Zhengsheng started. We need to hire people. We do. I nodded. I know what you're thinking. We should hire long-term workers, ideally ones who know how to manage. Just the 2 of you can't handle over a dozen acres. Let's hire 3 more, wages set at 40 yuan a month. The 2 of them were thrilled. The work's simple. You follow my lead, do as I arrange. When it comes to growing vegetables, you 2 know more than I do. There's one more thing I need to say. The vegetables have to be planted in batches so they ripen in waves, not all at once. That way we've got fresh vegetables to sell every day. If everything ripens together and we can't sell it all, it'll go tough and old. So control the timing well. Understood. We've already planned it that way. We'll do exactly as you say. The new building's finished, so I'll store all the seeds over there later. You can plant directly from stock. By now I was certain it was mainly the water. As long as we used the lake water drawn from my space, it was fine even if things grew a bit slower than inside the space. So there was no need to start seedlings inside. They could raise them outside. You 2 arrange all that yourselves? No need to ask me. One more thing. I pulled out the list Zhang Wenbin had given me. This is the cost for building those rooms. Since we're partners, there's a building fee to cover. Take a look. The 2 of them looked it over and nodded in agreement. Then Uncle Old Fifth, put this on the books, and later I'll have Chen Ting pay it out. No problem. With the business matters settled, all 3 of us were in good spirits. It really takes someone like Qing Shan, finding buyers in the city. On our own, we wouldn't even know where to look for buyers, Yi Zhengsheng said with feeling. Sure enough, we don't know a damn thing. Clueless. I laughed, but inside I was already scheming how to make this place even better. Oh, right. That rapeseed we planted looks about ready to harvest too. Old 50 said. This rapeseed grows so fast. Normally you don't harvest it until March or April, and it's barely been any time since we planted it. I nodded. Once it's harvested, we can press oil. Your oil press can still run, right? Don't let it go to waste. Press it. Of course we'll press it. Our own oil, pressed ourselves. And we can even sell oil. Right, that's what I was thinking too. I clapped my hands. Planting rapeseed has two benefits. First, keeping it flowering so the bees can gather nectar. Second, oil's an important resource. Press it, and it sells for money. You know what? The bees over there keep multiplying. There's way more of them than when you first started keeping them. Other people rack their brains raising bees, but somehow you don't lift a finger. Once you've set them up, they just go gather nectar on their own. I laughed out loud, thinking to myself, I'm the real queen bee. They do whatever I tell them, so of course they're easy to raise. Don't worry about all that. Just focus on hiring. Find 3 capable, hardworking people. Got it, understood. We talked a while longer. Then the 2 of them went off to work in the greenhouses. Both of them were hardworking and shrewd, and they never expected me to keep them company in the fields every day. They understood I mainly handled outside affairs. Only a young guy like me could work the market, so they never asked me to get down in the dirt alongside them. But I really did have a pile of things to handle myself. For instance, now that the building was done, I had to get all the procedures in order. Remembering I still needed to buy seedlings, the next day, I delivered the goods to the shop while I was at it. When I got there, I saw the shop had hired 2 more people to help. I just had them unload. Asked Zhao Yin how things were going. Business was the same as before, selling out every day, and I felt reassured. After leaving, my first order of business was to carry a big load of mushrooms over to old Mr. Lu Shu. Oh, if it isn't Boss Yi. Boss Yu spotted me and came out of his little shop, greeting me warmly. Boss Yu. I stopped. Boss Yi, why haven't you been supplying me lately? He looked disappointed. Have you sold through all your stock? Sold out ages ago. And you never came back, and I couldn't track you down at old Mr. Lu's place either. Are you not planning to keep supplying me? Was the price I gave too low, or what? I gave a wry smile and told him about opening the shop. So you're selling on your own over there. That explains it. Boss Yu suddenly understood, but he still wasn't quite ready to let it go. Boss Yi, you selling on your own is no problem. We're not exactly next to each other. I've always got heavy foot traffic here. Look, whatever else, could you keep supplying me with honey and dried fish? They sell decently here. Lots of people, and there's always someone stopping by to buy a bit. Tell you what, I'll figure something out for the dried fish and honey. Honey's not always available, though. I've got to get my hands on it first. When I do, I'll send you some. How's that? Now that's more like it. Boss Yu nodded, satisfied. Just then Lu Shu came out. Seeing me chatting, he smiled and waved, but didn't come over. All right, I'll go see the old man now. I said goodbye to Boss Yu, parked my 3-wheeler at Lu Shu's door, and went in carrying the mushrooms. Lu Shu opened them up for a look. So these are your mushrooms. They grew so well, and so fast. Yeah, they're growing nicely. Brought some for you to try, since it was you who helped me get the mushroom spawn after all. Try them? I've got to try them. Have lunch here at my place. Don't go back. I'll have your grandma Lu whip up something good, and I'll call your Uncle Lu back so we can all eat together. Lu Shu was a warm-hearted man. No problem at all. I readily agreed. But I've still got some other things to take care of right now. Let me handle those first, then I'll come back. Then don't let me hold up your business. Hurry along. Just come back for lunch. I nodded with a smile, got in the vehicle, and drove off again. From there, I headed straight for Boss Hu's place to buy vegetable seeds and various medicinal herbs. Boss Hu was delighted to see me, and when he heard I wanted to buy in bulk, he was over the moon. He kept making recommendations and even gave me a discount. The vegetable seeds I could keep in the 3-wheeler. They were just seeds, after all, but I quietly slipped all the medicinal herbs into my space and had the 4 figurines plant them right away. By the time I'd taken care of all that, it was nearly mealtime. I said goodbye to Boss Hu and hurried back to Lu Shu's house. Just as I reached the door, I saw Lu Yueshing riding back on his motorcycle. We ran right into each other and exchanged a smile. Didn't you say you'd wait at home for me to come eat? How'd you get here even later than me? I just went out to handle something. Didn't expect to run into you the moment I got back. Chatting, the two of us went inside together. Grandma Lu had the food all ready, just waiting for us, and she quickly set it on the table when we arrived. It was just the four of us eating. Lu Yueshing's wife and kids were in Zhangzhou, and since his work kept him here, it was usually just the two old folks at home. Business going okay? Lu Shu asked as he ate. Even better than I'd expected. I nodded with a smile. Mom, these mushrooms you stir-fried today smell especially good. You brought them, right? Lu Yueshing suddenly said. Yes. Qingshan gave them to us, and more than just these. Now that you mention it, the flavor really is different. Way better than the ones we used to buy. Lu Shu tasted a bite too, nodding in agreement. They really are something else. The whole batch is much better. Must be the soil and water. I chuckled inwardly. Chalking it up to the soil and water wasn't wrong. Exactly. Is this what you're selling now? Lu Yueshing asked again. Yeah. You've tasted the quality of the mushrooms. Honestly, the greens are about the same, all especially tasty. The soil and water where you are really is good. The whole quality's on another level. No wonder you were so set on growing vegetables. Looks like you had a plan, Lu Shu said too. Plan or no plan. Where we are, the hills are green and the water's clear. You've been there. Good air, good water, good soil. So of course the vegetables turn out good. Plus we've farmed for decades, so we know a thing or two. What we grow is a cut above what's in the city. Folks appreciate it. Business is going well, and we've already got vendors buying from us. Not bad. Lu Yueshing clapped his hands. Very good. If you can keep up this quality, I'm sure lots of people will buy. And you've already got people buying stock from you. Great. I smiled and pointed at him. If it tastes good, eat more. After the meal, Grandma Lu washed the dishes while the three of us men sat in the yard and chatted a while longer, mostly Lu Shu and his son wanting to learn about my business. When they heard everything was going smoothly and that I could even help out the folks in the village, father and son both broke into smiles. I went by that shop you set up for Zhaoyan, and I heard you hired 2 more people and rented the shop next door too. When I went, I happened to catch your business at its busiest. Honestly, I never imagined you'd be this capable, building the business up to this. You really exceeded my expectations. Seeing you doing so well, I'm relieved, Lu Yueshing said with a smile. Running your own business and helping out the village too. It's all worth it. I'm very pleased. Keep at it. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. If I weren't planning to do this right, I never would have gone down this road in the first place. I think our country's headed for big development down the line, and these kinds of agricultural products have their chance too. After all, this is stuff everyone's got to eat every single day. That's right, just keep at it. Hey, I know. We talked a while more, and when the time seemed about right, I said my goodbyes and drove off in my 3-wheeler. Qingshan's a fine young man, Lu Shu suddenly said to Lu Yueshing once I'd left. Lu Yueshing seemed to know what his father was about to say and nodded with a smile. You owe that young man, Lu Shu said seriously. If you ever really get promoted, you've got to thank Qingshan for those 2 favors he did you. Both were big cases, serious cases, and they all landed in your lap. All because of him. From where we stand, I don't think he did anything wrong. Ordinary folks striving for a better life? How's that wrong? But that's just how we see it. Reality's a bit different. If the day ever comes that he really lands in trouble, help him if you can. And if you truly can't, still do everything in your power. I understand, deep down. Haven't you noticed how I'm always keeping him in line? I'm just afraid he'll stray down the wrong path. As long as he walks the straight road and doesn't get into anything shady, if anyone tries to move against him, I'll be the first to say no. We understand each other, Lu Shu said, relieved. Meanwhile, I hurried back to the village. The moment I entered, Auntie Tunghua stopped me in my tracks. I want to talk something over with you, dear. I parked the vehicle and looked at her, puzzled. What is it? I heard today that Zhengsheng and Old Fifth are hiring 2 long-term workers in the village to work the greenhouses, and I was thinking, could you hire me? But those 2 said a woman like me isn't suitable. I got it. She wanted to work in the greenhouses. I thought it over before speaking. Actually, doing day labor for me right now isn't bad at all. It's a yuan a day. If you come all 30 days, Isn't that 30 yuan? A long-term worker only makes 40 a month, so you'd earn just 10 less, but your work wouldn't be nearly as heavy. I know it's only 10 yuan difference, but I really need that 10 yuan. Auntie Tunghua was stubborn. That's a whole great unity note. That phrase, great unity, left me with nothing to say. Back then, the biggest denomination was 10 yuan, and everyone called it the great unity note. 10 yuan sounds like nothing now, but back then it was truly a lot. Money didn't lose its value, and it could buy a whole lot. For many families, pulling out 10 yuan on a whim wasn't easy at all. I thought about it. But you're raising your kids alone. Doing day labor, you can still keep an eye on them now and then. As a long-term worker stuck in the greenhouses all day, how would you manage to look after so many children? I already talked to my in-laws. I told them I want to work here full-time, and they'll help me watch the kids. Whether they're minding one or two, it's the same. And besides, my older kids can help look after the little ones. Auntie Tunghua still wouldn't budge. I sighed. I was born and raised in the countryside, and I still hadn't left it. I'd been among the poorest in the village to begin with. How could I not understand what this meant to ordinary folks? All right, but you'd better be prepared. This long-term work isn't easy. It's exhausting. I'm not afraid of hard work. I'm only afraid of having nowhere to earn money. I've got no other wishes left in this life. I won't remarry, and nobody'd want me anyway. All I want is to raise my kids to adulthood. I felt a bit of a headache, but I vaguely remembered that this Auntie Tunghua endured a lifetime of hardship raising her children, and in her later years, she was well cared for by them. Fine, then I'll have a word with Uncle Old Fifth and Uncle Zhengsheng. Qingshan, thank you so much. No need to thank me. I've got to hurry back. It's almost meal time, and there's vegetables to pick soon. Auntie Tunghua headed home happily, and I sighed and made my way home too. The moment I arrived, Chen Ting came over. Auntie Tunghua just told me she wants to come work full-time for us. She cornered me outside about it too. I tried to talk her out of it, but she wouldn't listen. She's dead set on it. So let her do it. I'll tell Uncle Old Fifth and Uncle Zhengsheng to take her on. She's a woman after all. I'm just afraid she can't handle the hard work. Chen Ting's thoughts were exactly what mine had been at first. This work really was grueling. It's fine, let her try. If it's truly too hard, she'll say so herself. And if she can stick it out, 40 yuan a month is enough to support her whole family. That's actually a good solution for her. I sighed. This is about as much as we can help. If she can really support herself on her own, isn't that better than anything? Chen Ting thought it over and nodded in agreement. I'd figured that was the end of it, but that evening Yi Zhengsheng came running over. You agreed to let Tunghua come work full-time? But that won't work now. We've already got our people hired. He looked troubled. Already hired? That's right. There's a lot of folks in our village, and the second word got out you were hiring, plenty came scrambling for the spots. We picked 3 who are capable and skilled and settled it quick. Then she comes running over saying you'd agreed to take her, so I came to ask you about it. I scratched my head. I did agree, actually. She won't be able to hack it. Yi Zhengxing shook his head, clearly still not wanting to hire her. Never mind. Take her on. I thought it over. Nobody's got it easy. From now on, when we hire, we should hire the ones who are struggling. I know she's a woman, and she might be physically weaker than us, but let's lend her a hand right now. If she really can't take it, she'll say so down the line, and nobody'll be to blame then. But she deserves a chance. If she really sticks it out and carries her whole family on her back, isn't that a good thing? You said you hired 3, but that's fine. One more's just one more. The way I see it, this place of ours is only going to get better and better. We might even have to expand. Besides, with just the 5 of you managing 18 acres, you're stretched thin. One more person is one more pair of hands. Seeing me like this, Yi Zhengxing suddenly smiled. You're the boss. If that's what you say, what else is there for me to say? Then it's settled. We chatted a bit more, and he left. The moment he was gone, Yi Zhengyi poked his head in for a look, and seeing me there, he grinned and came in, holding out a cigarette from way across the room. I don't smoke. I shook my head. He didn't take it to heart, put the cigarette away, and plopped down beside me. After a moment's thought, he asked, Going fishing tonight? Fishing where? Qingshan Bay, of course. I thought about it. All right, let's rest a bit. We'll head out at 8. It's settled then. I refuse to believe I still can't catch fish with you along. With that, he happily left. I told Chen Ting and Chen Yu about it. Be careful out there, and don't come back too late, Chinyu cautioned. I nodded with a smile. All right, I'll be back early. Around 8, I got my things ready and paddled the bamboo raft straight for Qingshan Bay. When I got there, Yijingyi was already waiting. He smiled when he saw me. It really comes down to your luck. I don't know why, but it feels like you can catch fish anywhere you go. Come on, you take the lead tonight. I'll follow you. I laughed, and the two of us pulled our boats in and started fishing. Actually, I'd never fished in Qingshan Bay before. Even though the place shared my name, I hadn't tested it out yet. This time I was just curious, and since I'd been wanting to lease the place, I came to take a look and get a feel for it. Once we were in, Yijingyi kept a little distance from me, watching as I quickly cast a net. He stayed right beside me, keeping his eyes on whether I'd actually catch anything. With a splash, I started hauling in the net. The moment it broke the surface, there was a loud thrashing and slapping on the water. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You caught a whole bunch in that one net. Let me see. Yijingyi was close enough to see clearly and got a real fright, pointing and shouting toward me. I was thrilled too. You said this place had no fish? I'd say it not only has fish, it's got tons of them. I hauled the net onto the bamboo raft, took a careful look, and laughed. There's fish here, all right. Look, quite a lot. Big grass carp, big common carp, and even a big soft-shell turtle. Grass carp and common carp were common enough, but the moment he heard there was a big soft-shell turtle too, Yijingyi couldn't hold it together. Those things were hard to find and expensive. He was floored, and he shouted out loud, "A soft-shell turtle? A big one even? My God, I'm getting in on this too." He couldn't help himself and hurried to cast his net. I paid him no mind. You do you, I'll do me. He cast, and I kept casting too. Another netful came up, still plenty of fish, and I'd even caught another soft-shell turtle. Looks like Qingshan Bay had turtles to spare. I've got a big carp here, about 3 pounds, and a big grass carp, 4 or 5 pounds. There really are fish. Yijingyi was pulling up fish over on his side too, and from how excited he sounded, he'd probably never caught anything like this before. I chuckled to myself, thinking, you really are unlucky. Can't even catch big fish with an opportunity this good. It takes me being here. Still, after all this fishing, I'd figured it out. This place wasn't short on fish at all. It was purely that this guy was just cursed with bad luck. No, wait, it wasn't his bad luck. It was that my luck was just downright unreal. I knew what was up, and I went at it like a madman again. This kind of work was really no trouble for me. Net after net went out, and I really did catch a lot. By around 10:30, both my buckets were full. Looking over at Yijingyi, he'd caught a fair amount too, but he was nowhere close to me. It really is you. Without you here, I'd never have caught this many. Look, you caught even more than me, and you pulled up 6 soft-shell turtles, while I didn't get a single one. All I caught was grass carp or common carp, plus some little crucian carp and odds and ends. Yours are the valuable ones. Look, you've even got grass carp pushing 10 pounds. My God. Once we were ashore, Yijingyi kept muttering, and when he saw the fish in my buckets, his whole mood nearly crumbled. Today counted as a big haul for him too, but the trouble was comparing. Next to me, his little catch didn't amount to anything, and he was green with envy. I had a vague guess that it was mostly because of my space. Hunting in the mountains, catching fish in the rivers, everything came especially easy. I suppose that was my luck. But this wasn't something I could tell anyone, so I just smiled and nodded. Uncle Jingyi, it's about time we headed back, isn't it? It's getting late, and we've caught plenty. We caught plenty all right, but you caught so much. What's mine even count for? Forget it, let's head back. I'm coming again tomorrow. You coming? Tomorrow's hard to say, depends if I've got time. I smiled, glanced around the place, and something suddenly stirred in me. Hold on. With that, I hurried over to the bank of Qingshan Bay. There was some muddy ground along the bank, and shining my flashlight on it, I could see movement in the mud, like snakes. Actually, they were eels. Uncle Jingyi, I see there's a lot of eels and turtles here. Why don't you come catch eels and loaches too? As long as you catch them, I'll buy all the eels, turtles, and loaches you've got. However much you bring, I'll take it. Yijingyi worked with water all the time and was a real expert at catching these. Hey, there really are a lot of eels there. And not just here, there's plenty elsewhere too. We've got no shortage of lakes around here. If you go catch them, sell them to me. I'll give you a good price. It might even pay better than fishing. Want to give it a try? You mean it? Where at? Of course I mean it. When have I ever lied to you? Just tell me if you're in. If you are, bring everything straight to my place. Fish, or the stuff I just mentioned. I'll take it all. You're not one to cheat people. You shoot straight. All right, I'll scout it out one of these days. If there really is a lot, I'll go catch them from then on. Great. The two of us looked around a while and talked a bit more before heading back. We went to my place together and weighed everything first. These days, Yizhengyi brought all the fish he caught straight to me. He couldn't be bothered to go sell in town anymore. I gave a good price, it was convenient, and I paid promptly. By the time we finished, it was past 11. I washed my hands, checked on the things in the pond, and got ready for bed. The moment I stepped inside, Chunting turned on the light. How come you're still awake? I asked, puzzled. I couldn't sleep with you not back yet. I was worried you'd run into some trouble out there. Chunting came over and hugged me. I smiled and patted her shoulder gently. It's fine. I'm an old hand at this, you know that. What could happen? Just wait at home for me and set your mind at ease. Easy for you to say, but telling me to wait without worrying. I can't help it. It's not something I can just let go of like that. All right, I'm going to take a bath. Wait for me. I'm not waiting for you. The second you got back, I was going to sleep. Come on, listen to you. You've waited this long already. Wait just a little longer. Chunting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A little while later, I finished bathing and came out. Chunting had lifted her leg at 11:30 and didn't lower it again until 1 in the morning. The next day was the same as usual. Since I wasn't the one delivering the goods, I slept in, not waking until past 7. By then, Chunting was already back. The goods had been hauled off, and she'd come back and started making breakfast. Aren't you tired? I couldn't help asking as I watched her bustle about. You went to bed so late last night. Aren't you tired today? Chunting pursed her lips in a smile. It's fine. I'll rest a bit more after eating. Are you going anywhere today? I shook my head. Then don't go running around either. All right, after eating I've got to get those things sorted out. I thought about it. That newly built place still needs setting up. Not sure if Uncle Ganjo's got the stuff ready yet. He'll come tell you once it's done. I already paid Uncle Wenbin's wages. I nodded. After breakfast, I went over to the building and saw old Fifth Yi and Yi Zhengsheng sitting on the steps chatting. They smiled and greeted me. Aren't you too tired? I asked with a smile. Just finished a round. Perfect time to rest. This is just right, Yi Zhengsheng said, smoking a cigarette, looking perfectly relaxed. We just moved nearly 300 yuan worth of goods. Boss Lu says our business is getting better and better. They want more and more stock. I couldn't help smiling. That's a good thing. Means we can make money here. Did everyone else head back? They went back to eat and rest. They'll come back at noon to pick vegetables together. Then you two go rest up too. I patted them. I'm here for what's next. It's fine. Go on. The two exchanged a glance and headed back. I started organizing the storeroom. When I designed this storeroom, it was meant for storing things. For now, it was mainly for dry seeds, so I put all the vegetable seeds I'd bought in there. The mushroom spawn would take more time to prepare, but everything else was ready and set aside quietly. After putting things away, I went to check on the ducks and geese, and one look left me stunned. Huh, why does it feel like these ducks and geese are growing especially fast? Watching them splash around in the water, something clicked in my mind, and I went closer to look them over. That's not right. These geese and ducks really were bigger than before, and noticeably so. I sat there dumbfounded, watching for a while. Then suddenly it dawned on me. I think I've got it. I understand now. These geese, ducks, even the chickens, what they mainly eat are the waste vegetable leaves from here. Could it be because of that conversion thing? My vegetables grow fast, so the ducks that eat them grow fast too. Once I'd worked out the logic, my eyes lit up. I never expected that the surplus nutrients could transfer to this too. It really caught me off guard. If that's really the case, then there's a whole lot more I can do down the line. I've got to lease Qingshan Bay. Even if it's not for the fish, I've got to lease it just for raising ducks and geese. With vegetable leaves like these, I'll raise fish right there too, and the fish will grow fast. Once I'd figured it out, I could hardly stop grinning, but to be safe, I didn't get too carried away. I hurried home to check on the chicks. The chicks were being raised in a small cage, and when I went over, I saw little blackies sticking out a chicken foot. I opened it up and looked all around. These chicks seemed to have grown quite a bit too. Just as I was studying them, footsteps sounded behind me, and Xunyu walked over. Honey, Don't you think our chicks are growing pretty fast? I crouched there, gazing at the chicks, lost in thought. They really are growing so fast. Even Xiao Yin noticed. She said the chicks are growing so fast. She feeds them every day. Those vegetable leaves are basically all her doing. It's all the leftover leaves from our greenhouses she's feeding them, right? Yeah, exactly those. We feed them a little of other stuff too, but it's mainly the vegetable leaves. We give them the household leftovers as well. I get it now. I nearly laughed out loud. It's not really surprising, though. Those few chicks we caught before seemed to eat well and grow fast too. Especially after we knew there were vegetable leaves at home to feed them. These chickens don't just grow fast. Their whole spirit is different. I think our vegetables really are top quality, and they taste good too. Maybe the chickens find them delicious as well. I chuckled. Delicious wasn't the half of it. This was nutrition maxed out. What's wrong? Seeing me crouch there silent, the smile spreading across my face, Chunyu asked curiously. Is something off? No, just thinking about something. I finally snapped out of it and said with a smile, You scared me. I thought you were mulling over something serious. Chunyu laughed too. Is Sister Ting sleeping inside? Yeah. Sister got up so early to work, so when she came back I told her to rest properly and not bother with any of this. I'll make the meal later. All right, you two keep an eye on things at home. I've got to head out for something. If Sister Ting gets up and looks for me, just tell her I went to find Uncle Lu Xing. Okay, come back early too. Those people will be back later to load the goods. Don't let them do anything. Just be back for that. I nodded and hurried off to find Yi Lu Xing. He was at the village committee, so I had to go inside to find him. Before long, he spotted me and greeted me with a smile. By now, he'd seen the whole situation with my leased farmland, and the whole village knew too. Word was that trucks came twice a day to load up vegetables, which showed just how well they were selling. Naturally, Yi Lu Xing, who'd taken the risk of leasing me the land back then, was pleased. Uncle Lu Xing. I stepped forward and offered him a cigarette. Yi Lu Xing took it, lit up, took a puff, and smiled. Back then, you didn't even dare hand me a cigarette. You were afraid the whole thing would fall through, that after sinking so much money in, you'd end up blaming me. Now that you're offering me a smoke, I find I don't mind at all. What are you talking about? If this place loses money, that's not your problem. It's mine, and it's got nothing to do with you. On the contrary, since you're willing to take the risk of renting the land to me, I ought to thank you properly. You didn't just come here today to say all this, right? You must have something else to tell me. I do. I want to rent Green Hill Bay. Yi Lu Xing had just started to raise his hand, but hearing this left him a bit speechless. So everything I said to you last time went in one ear and out the other, huh? It didn't go to waste. I want to rent it to raise fish. I said firmly. You know I'm making fermented fish and selling vegetables. Fish is part of all that. It ties right into my business, and it's important. If I can get my whole product lineup complete, business will only get easier down the road. But if I'm missing the fish piece, I'll fall way short. Don't you already sell fish? How much can I sell from the little bit I catch going out every day? The quantity's way too small. What I need is a steady, reliable source, and that means raising fish. Green Hill Bay is so big, with just a little investment, it'd be easy to get going. And more importantly, once that place is up and running, I can hire more people. I've already hired quite a few folks in the village to work for me. Once that place takes off, I'll need at least 7 or 8 more people to manage it. Wouldn't you say that benefits the whole village? I can't say my words weren't appealing, but for Yi Lu Xing, what really moved him was that last part, helping the villagers earn money. Word had already spread through the whole village about how I'd had Yi Zhengsheng and Yi Laowu hire people at 40 a month, with day laborers picking vegetables getting $1 a day. Lots of people wanted to come help, but right now we only needed so many, and there was no squeezing in. If I rented Green Hill Bay too, I need to hire more people and could give some of the village folks a way to make a living. So Yi Lu Xing couldn't just ignore that. I know Yi Lu Xing too well. First, he's a good man. Second, he's a good man who wants to accomplish something. So he's willing to help both me and others. Besides this place, where else do you want to rent? After thinking it over, Yi Lu Xing actually asked me this. I was taken aback, then smiled. Just this one place. Where else do you think I want to rent? What I mean is, if you can rent more, rent more. I can see this money you made this time has given you more and more confidence in doing business. If you're going to rent, just rent everything you should rent all at once. I thought about it. then suddenly let out a chuckle. If you really mean it, then rent me the entire Greenhill Bay, including the mountain inside it. You've really got some nerve. Yi Lusheng almost slammed the table, looking at me with a mix of amusement and exasperation. What can I do? I feel like I can give it a shot. And renting it to me won't hurt anyone. I'll pay the village rent and hire people to work. Where's the harm in that? But what would you do with that place? Raising livestock. I said, right now vegetables have opened up the market, but I don't have things like pigs, so I need a big place for raising animals. That place is great. I want to raise animals there. Not just pigs, but cattle and sheep too. Anything that can be raised, I'll raise. And when that happens, I'll need to hire even more people. Wouldn't you say letting me do this is a good thing? Seeing my sky-high ambitions, Yi Lusheng felt something stir in his heart, but he was also worried. He felt this guy had no concerns whatsoever, and he wasn't sure whether this path was steady or not. That's what worried him most. Qing Shan, the way you talk, you're actually starting to scare me, he finally said, his face full of apprehension. Uncle Lusheng, if someone else were doing all this, forget you being scared. I'd be scared too. But leave this to me, and you don't need to worry. You know what kind of person I am. Anything I dare to do and want to do, I've definitely got a plan for. Even if I ended up hurting someone, it would never be you. I'm not afraid you'll hurt me. I'm afraid you'll hurt yourself. It's fine. I know exactly what I'm doing. I gave a slight smile. All right, the old man gritted his teeth. I've noted down everything you said. Since you're this confident, I won't rain on your parade. Let's settle it this way. Great. Then have a word with the village cadres, work out a number, and we'll come sign the contract one of these days. Fine. Yi Lusheng knew I was a stubborn man who never turned back once I decided, so he could only sigh. I really do hope you can pull this off. Definitely. It'll definitely succeed. Who knows? Maybe someday our village will become the richest one in the whole township, and we'll live way better than the other villages. Yi Lusheng thought I was just spinning pipe dreams and laughed in exasperation. All right, don't feed me that stuff. I wouldn't dare even imagine it. As long as you help us get things done well, and everyone stays safe and improves their lives a little, I'll thank my lucky stars. I really wouldn't dare hope for more. You shouldn't say that. Some things are worth dreaming about. I chuckled. Get lost already. Yi Lusheng couldn't be bothered to say more and waved me off. Just remember to help me get this sorted out soon. All right. I chuckled, then left for home. Something this important, I had to give those two a heads up as well. So I made a point of inviting Yi Laowu and Yi Zhengsheng to dinner that evening. These days, both men wore smiles every time they showed up. It was hard work, sure, but seeing the amount of money flowing in and out each day was something these two middle-aged men, who'd never seen anything beyond this township their whole lives, had never even dared to dream of. So they were especially happy now. I invited them to my home, with good wine and good food on the table. Qing Shan, why are you the one treating us to dinner? By rights, we should be the ones treating you, Yi Laowu said as he ate the fragrant dishes. He had a point. All of this had come from my efforts. If the villagers wanted to thank anyone, it should be Yi Zhengsheng and Yi Laowu thanking me. It's fine. We've got a long road ahead. Everyone does their own job. So let's not talk about who owes who thanks. I called you here today because I've got something to tell you. Yi Zhengsheng and Yi Laowu immediately turned serious, and Chen Ting and Chen Yu both looked at me too. I told them what I was planning to do. When I finished, everyone present was stunned, whether it was Yi Laowu, Yi Zhengsheng, Chen Ting, or Chen Yu. You want to rent more land? Yi Zhengsheng even stammered. Business was indeed good, and the hard work had paid off, but wasn't this too fast? We hadn't even found our footing yet, and here you were wanting to rent another piece of land and put everyone through the ringer. Selling fish is a big income source too, you know. I said softly. That's true. Yi Zhengxing nodded right away. He'd helped me deliver fish to Xie Shaoshan in town for a while, and that was a solid $20 or $30 a day. No reason to throw away such steady income. Right now I'm basically wrapped up with the greenhouse. If I don't handle it myself, who will down the road? Then there'd be no one managing our fish and meat business. And once no one's managing it, if someone else grabs the market, trying to win it back would be nearly impossible. We can't just throw away such a good business. And there's another crucial point. Just selling vegetables isn't enough. If I rent the whole place, I can sell vegetables out front and raise livestock in the back. That's meat, and meat is what's worth the most. By then, forget everything else. We could even raise pigs. Don't you think so? When I broke down all the pros and cons for them piece by piece, both Yi Laowu and Yi Zhengxing's eyes lit up. Qingshan, can we really raise pigs down the road? I mean, if we raise them, can we sell them ourselves? How many can we raise? It would be a lie to say Yi Zhengxing wasn't tempted. He was so happy he was rubbing his hands together. Yes, why not? Of course we can. I smiled. Don't forget, we've got so many vegetable leaves now, plus the vegetables that didn't grow well. How could just the chickens, ducks, and geese eat it all? We'll take it to feed the pigs, I said with a smile all over my face. This way, nothing our greenhouse produces goes to waste. Everything gets put to good use. Don't you agree? Qingshan's right. Chen Ting spoke up. If that's the case, then we really do need to rent it. Rent it? Yi Laowu clapped his hands. Definitely rent it. Why wouldn't we? Then it's settled. I laughed. I'll go talk to Uncle Luxing right now. Tomorrow, let's all go together. Best to lock this down tomorrow and sign the agreement. After saying that, I looked at Chen Ting. How much cash do we have on hand right now? Just about 3,000. Even though we'd only been shipping in bulk for a few days, I'd been shipping out every day before that, so we'd built up a decent amount of cash. Is that enough to rent it? Yes. I nodded. Green Hill Bay is basically unclaimed land. It just belongs to our village. They can't price it like prime farmland, and the same goes for that mountain. We won't even need the full 3,000. Tomorrow we'll go have a good talk with Uncle Luxing. Good, then it's settled. Both men breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. That night, as we were getting ready to sleep, Chen Ting looked a bit worried. She turned on her side to look at me. Qingshan, seeing you do so well in business makes me happy, but I always feel a little uneasy. I'm just afraid something might go wrong, and then we won't be able to explain ourselves. I know Uncle Luxing wouldn't hurt us, but he's just a village cadre. If the higher-ups really made a fuss, could he handle it? Actually, this worry had been on her mind all along, and I knew it. Don't we also know Director Liu? Yes, I know he'd help you too, but this kind of thing is hard to say. Don't worry. I nodded with a smile. There's no turning back now anyway. Business is going so well, and we've already rented the farmland. There's no logic in suddenly saying we won't rent and just quitting. Chen Ting shook her head too. That's true. Once you've shot the arrow, there's no calling it back. I'm not telling you not to do it. I just can't shake this uneasy feeling. Get some sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow to pick vegetables. Chen Ting gave an and said nothing more. The next afternoon, once all the goods were shipped out and everyone had eaten, I took Yi Laowu and Yi Zhengxiang to Yi Liuxing's house. The moment he saw us coming, he knew what we were there for and grabbed some liquor himself. Luxing, don't bother with the liquor. We're here on business today. Yi Zhengxiang was a bit anxious and got straight to the point. Listen to you. As if I didn't know you're here on business? Business and drinking don't clash. Who do you think I'm getting the liquor for? For you too, of course. Qingshan doesn't drink. I laughed. Uncle Luxing, the three of us have made up our minds. We'll rent that place we talked about before. You've all thought it through? He looked at Yi Laowu and Yi Zhengxiang. He'd already noticed I had guts. No need to say more about that. Right now, what he valued most was the attitude of these two clansman brothers. Yes. To my surprise, both men nodded at the same time. That place can't compare to farmland, and it's not a reservoir, so I can rent it to you cheaper. But since you're also renting a big stretch of forest afterward, taking up a huge area, tell you what, I'll rent the whole thing to you for 2,000 a year. No problem. I'd already had a figure in mind, and it was pretty close to my estimate. Then I'll draft an agreement for you. He'd actually drafted it last night. Before long, the agreement was written, and the three of us read it over to confirm everything was correct, then each signed our names. Strangely enough, when we'd first rented that piece of farmland, these two had been anxious and uneasy, needing a good while of psyching themselves up before they dared sign. This time it all felt natural, and they signed the moment they picked up the pen. Because they'd already made money. Since they'd signed one already, one more didn't matter. As long as they could make money, that was best. The thing people in this world fear most is poverty. Seeing them finish signing, Yi Luxing didn't quite know what to say. Finally, he nodded. Come on, now that it's signed, let's have a drink. Sure, you two drink, I'll have tea. I gave a soft laugh and clinked with them. How do you plan to do this? After taking a sip of liquor, Yi Luxing asked me, "First thing, I'll buy some fish fry and put them in. There are already quite a few fry in there, but I still need to add more. A lot more. Everything else can wait for now. With the end of the year almost here, apart from stocking the fish fry, the rest will probably have to wait until next year." "All right, then I wish you a booming business." "Thanks." Once we finished talking, the three of us hurried off. The planning was my job. Those two just carried out the specifics, so they rushed back to work at the greenhouse while I headed home. To my surprise, the moment I got home, I saw a motorcycle parked at the door. When I went inside, Chen Ting came out to greet me. "Director Liu came looking for you." "Where is he?" "I think he went over to the greenhouse to look at the vegetables we're growing. He told me to let you know." I hurried over and saw Liu Yueshing strolling around the greenhouse with his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth, seeming quite pleased. "Uncle Liu." I quickly stepped forward to greet him. Liu Yueshing turned his head, stopped, and asked with a smile, "Where'd you run off to?" I said I'd come check out your operation here. "I just went to rent more land." Liu Yueshing was stunned, then after a moment gave a wry laugh. "Made some money, and now your ambitions have grown, huh?" "It's not exactly like that." I chuckled. "But I think you've actually picked a good time," Liu Yueshing said with his hands behind his back and a smile all over his face. "You know about that meeting they're holding in the capital right now, right? It's decided. Reform is going to go deeper. I think things will loosen up going forward. I'd been so dizzy with busyness these past days that I hadn't thought of this." His reminder made me suddenly clap my hands. Right? How could I have forgotten about this? At the end of 1978, a major conference officially got underway. This conference would later be regarded as the starting point of the reform and opening up. Its impact was significant right from the start, signaling that the wind was truly beginning to change, and it was a decision made at the highest levels. Liu Yuesheng had clearly caught wind of it, sensed something, and made a special trip to tell me. "You lucky devil." Liu Yuesheng was clearly relieved too, and said with a smile, "I was genuinely worried before when you were doing all this, afraid you'd stir up some trouble. But now I see there's nothing to worry about. They've officially started over there. So what do we have to fear? This is great. Uncle Liu, thank you so much." My face was full of gratitude. "What are you thanking me for? You're the one with the guts, and you managed to grasp the direction of policy. That's a good thing. Let me tell you something else. The country's vegetable basket project is also getting started, and some places have already begun pilot programs. You've basically gone along with the tide of the times. It's a shame our area isn't included. Otherwise, we might have been able to get you into a pilot program." "It's fine." I shook my head, not taking it to heart. "There's no way our area could be a pilot. It's all hills and mountains, and even transportation is difficult. My vegetable growing operation just supplies the surrounding counties and cities. It's not like theirs, aiming to supply the whole country. We couldn't do that." "What did you rent?" "A place called Green Hill Bay. It's basically a lake, with a big mountain inside too, so there's tons of space. I'm planning to raise fish, ducks, and geese there, and maybe even pigs." "That's a pretty good idea of yours. I'll take it one step at a time. Raising fish, ducks, and geese is definitely happening. Pigs create a lot of pollution, so I'll see how it goes. If it really doesn't work out, I won't raise them and I'll raise something else instead. Come on, take me to see it." I immediately took him to Green Hill Bay. When we got there, Liu Yueshing nodded in approval. Your Jialan Township really is one of the best located townships in our Jincheng area. The Mei River runs right through the town, so there's plenty of water, clear waters, and green hills. Perfect for doing all this. That's just on the surface. But I shook my head. Our area has lots of advantages, sure, but there's one thing that's really deadly. It's remote and far from the county seat, and that's our biggest weakness. Liu Yueshing thought about it and realized I had a point. He smiled. There's no such thing as a perfect place. Every township has its strengths and its shortcomings. Don't be too greedy. I nodded. After looking around for a while, the two of us headed back home. Once back, I invited him to stay for lunch. Liu Yueshing mulled things over as he ate, and finally said in earnest, "I'd heard your food was surprisingly delicious, and I figured maybe my sense of taste was just off. But after eating so much here this time, everything's good, so it must be a matter of cultivation. Your produce really is higher quality than anyone else's. Uncle Liu, our soil and water here are good, So naturally what we grow is good. Chen Ting smiled as she chimed in. You've seen it yourself. The hills and water here are great, and that's definitely tied to the soil and water. No wonder he's so confident about doing all this. It makes sense. Now I feel reassured too. After lunch, they chatted a while longer before Lu Yueshing left. Did Uncle Lu talk to you about things on their end? Chen Yu came over, curious. There wasn't really much, we just talked about. I recounted everything Lu Yueshing had said. Chen Ting was listening too, and when she finished hearing it, her eyes lit up as if she'd caught on. Wait, so you mean this is actually being gradually opened up, and Uncle Lu came just to tell you that doing this kind of business shouldn't be a big problem? That's what he meant, right? Chen Yu also looked at me nervously. I think that's what he meant. I nodded with a smile. After all, Uncle Lu is an insider in the system and has some standing. He understands official matters better than we do. He definitely saw this news and made a special trip to check on us, which shows he cares. Right? Uncle Lu really does care. And this also shows the policy has opened up, so I'm not so worried anymore. Chen Ting was clearly relieved, and a bit more of a smile appeared on her face. Good. Then you can all rest easy and just do what needs to be done. Exactly. With the place rented, the very next day, I went to buy fish fry, led by Yi Laowu. The Mei River is rich in fish. The most common are carp, grass carp, topmouth coulter, redtail, and silver and bighead carp, along with black carp, mandarin fish, and all sorts of odds and ends. Just some in greater numbers, some fewer. We bought a wide variety too, tossing in grass carp, common carp, and silver carp like crazy, all fairly small, and then adding plenty of mixed small fish afterward. While we were stocking the fish, Yi Jingyi walked over, watching with great interest. Qingshan, you really did rent this place. So from now on I can't come here to catch fish. I just smiled without saying anything, but Yi Laowu spoke up. That's right. From now on this is a place we've rented. What a shame. Last time I came with Qingshan I caught quite a few fish, and now I can't come anymore. Oh. Yi Jingyi looked full of regret. I thought about it, then suddenly asked him, Uncle Jingyi, how's your fishing going these days? How could it be going? I'm at the mercy of the weather. Yi Jingyi shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with his current income. If you feel that's not good enough, why not come work for me? Though I pay a fixed wage, if you think it's worth it, then it works. If not, forget it. How much would you pay me a month? Regular workers get 40 a month. Your brother knows about this. Management can go up to 50. If you come, you'd help me manage Greenhill Bay here, since you know fishing. Over there, Yi Zhengsheng glanced at his younger brother. That's the same wage as me. Brother, aren't you a shareholder? I'm on a fixed wage. That's different from you. Yi Jingyi shook his head, then thought about it. Just 50. I know that with fishing you can sometimes make several dollars in a day, but on the days you catch nothing, a few crucian carp won't earn you much. All told, 50 might be slightly less than what you make in a month, but it's still pretty good, and at least it's steady. Besides, the times are about to change, and I'm very confident about this place. If it develops well, your wage will definitely go up. Yi Jingyi mulled it over carefully and didn't answer right away. Think it over well, I said with a smile. All right, he nodded. Soon all the fish fry were stocked. Uncle Laowu, one of these days set up a board somewhere prominent to let everyone know we've rented this place so they don't come catch fish anymore. Otherwise a lot of people won't know, I reminded him. Sure, I'll go get some boards over in Ganzhou and make a sign to put up. Yi Zhengxing thought for a moment beside me and asked quietly, Do you really want to bring Jingyi in to watch over the place? How could just him be enough? I smiled. This place needs at least several people to keep watch, and later we'll open up areas for raising livestock. We'll need plenty of hands. Yi Zhengxing understood, nodded, and said no more. That evening, after eating, Yi Jingyi pulled a chair up and sat in front of his door, looking carefree, but his mind was actually turning over ways to make money. He knew his household situation better than his wife did, and he wanted to earn more too. Big brother. Hearing his wife call out, he looked up to see Yi Zhengxing coming in from outside. He quickly went to greet him, and the two sat down. Yi Zhengsheng glanced at his younger brother. That thing Qingshan talked to you about today, have you considered it? This 50 a month, I feel it's a bit low. Don't you go bragging to me. Yi Zhengxing shot him a glare. I know you make a bit more than we do, but as for making a whole lot more, that's not really the case. Your line of work isn't stable. Good luck once, and you catch a lot. making a good few dollars in a day. Bad luck for several days, and you catch nothing. How are you going to earn then? Brother, don't keep cursing me with catching nothing. Maybe I'll happen to earn plenty. Qingshan's business is getting better and better, so you really should think this through. Nothing beats stability. When things develop well down the road, he'll hire more and more people. The business will grow bigger and bigger, and your work here will get better and better, not like it is now. Yi Zhengsheng was patiently guiding him along. From my experience, Qingshan is a pretty decent guy. The sooner you start working with him, the easier it'll be to become part of the core group. You're an old fisherman in our village and you know this trade, so following him gives you the first mover advantage. If you don't come this time, he'll definitely find another fisherman to take your spot, and then you'll have lost this good opportunity. You mean I have to work with him? Look, Dachuan worked hard alongside him for a while, and in the end that great job at the forest farm. He handed it to Dachuan without batting an eye, never even thinking of taking it himself. Not to mention me and Lao Wu. Yi Jingyi thought it over carefully. Then should I go work with him too? I don't care what you think. I just feel it's a good idea. You'd best go with him. I figured out what Liuxing's doing. He thinks Qingshan can make things happen, but also feels one man alone isn't enough. So he wants Qingshan to give us a leg up, which is why he let him take everyone along to do this together. Yi Jingyi wasn't someone who couldn't take advice, especially from his own older brother. So after one thought, he made up his mind. Then from now on, I'll work with him. I won't take the labor job. Then talk to him early tomorrow. All right. Having gotten a satisfactory answer, Yi Zhengsheng left content. The longer he worked with me, the more he felt I had logic and planning behind everything. So naturally, he was glad to let his younger brother ride this wind and get a share of the benefits. The next day, I was making my rounds in the greenhouse, mainly studying my chickens, ducks, and geese, when Yi Jingyi walked over with a chuckle. What's up? I glanced at him. Qingshan, I thought about what you said yesterday. It's not a bad deal. I'll come work for you. You've really decided? Decided. Working for you isn't hard. Let's do it. So, like you said, I'll be management over at your place now. Sure, I smiled. Management over there is pretty simple. Every day you toss our extra vegetable leaves in. The fish love to eat them. After tossing them in, keep an eye on the fish, and at the same time help me catch fish. We need to bring in some fish every day. Besides you, find 3 more people. There should be 4 people over there. Later I'll have Uncle Wenbin build a house over there, and you all can take turns keeping night watch. You're the group leader, with a wage of 50, the others get 40. You go find 3 people who know fishing and are serious, hardworking, and diligent. No problem, I'll go find people right now. I smiled and nodded, watching him leave. Once he was gone, I immediately got busy again. First I found Zhang Wenbin and told him about building a house near Green Hill Bay. Then I headed over to Yi Ganzhou's place. The furniture's all made. Come take a look. Yi Ganzhou was delighted to see me and quickly pointed at the pieces. I was happy too, admiring them and unable to put them down, and we quickly moved everything over to the greenhouse management office together. Soon the others came up to help, and it was all set up. Once it was arranged, the place really looked the part. The office looked like a proper office, and there were even 2 beds set up. Whoever was on duty would sleep in this room. Yi Laowu and Yi Zhengsheng kept nodding, very pleased. Qingshan, now that ours is this nice, there's nothing to worry about, right? Yi Laowu looked all around, liking it more the more he looked. There's certainly nothing else to fret about. The basic framework is set up. We just do our own work with peace of mind. Don't worry, you two. We're not worried. Both men kept shaking their heads. Then I'll leave the greenhouse to you. You can count on us. Once this place was completely sorted out, I went off to handle other matters. First thing, I found Yi Jingyi and took him with me to Green Hill Bay. We headed straight to the innermost part, arriving at the stretch of land bordering the big mountain. I get raising fish out front, but what do you want to do in here? Yi Jingyi asked, curious. I want to raise chickens, ducks, and geese here. That could work. Yi Jingyi nodded. Especially raising ducks and geese. Green Hill Bay is so big, and there's a bin that's just right for holding all of them. Raise as many as you want. I can even keep watch over it when the time comes. Once it's really up and running, we'll definitely need someone dedicated to keeping watch. It can't be you. You'll have plenty of other things to handle. That's true too. Yi Jingyi chuckled. Here's what I'm thinking. Have Uncle Wenbin build a few houses. We'll set up a chicken coop here and duck and goose sheds over there, I explained to him. Then build some houses people can live in, so all the management staff can stay here. The chickens will free range up the mountain. The ducks and geese connect to the Green Hill Bay side, which makes things convenient. But managing Green Hill Bay itself can't be done from in here. It has to be over by the roadside, since that's where fish theft is most likely to happen. Right, that's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Yi Jingyi nodded immediately. I've already picked out the spot over there. It's right on the road we came in on, and there's a place beside it that's perfect for a management office. It won't be an ordinary management office. I smiled. Our management office needs to include quite a few things. Besides where you all eat, sleep, and rest, we also need to build some fish ponds. Each day's catch goes into the ponds, and each day's deliveries ship out directly from these ponds. That's convenient. That does seem to make sense. Yi Jingyi had a sudden realization, finally understanding my plan. How's it going with the people I asked you to find? Found them. All our own local folks. Easy to deal with. No need to worry about that side of things. Here's the thing. We've got quite a few people, and counting you, we need at least 6. Find me 6 first, all at once, and then we won't need to casually add more later. If even 6 aren't enough hands, we'll talk about something else. Sure. Yi Jingyi's eyes lit up. Then I'll recruit 5 more. The moment folks heard we're hiring, everyone in the village who knows fishing has been dying to come. With what you've said, there's no problem at all. Good. Get the people together. Starting tomorrow, I'll bring Uncle Wenbin over, explain the design to him clearly, and have him get started right away. You do your best to cooperate with him on this end, and in the meantime you also need to tend to Green Hill Bay. Most importantly, bring over the discarded vegetable leaves from the greenhouse. These are all things you all need to handle. Do these fish eat that stuff? They do. Toss it in, and they'll eat it. Yi Jingyi nodded, understanding. Early the next morning, I called Zhang Wenbin over near Green Hill Bay and explained the design to him. Zhang Wenbin had been all smiles these days. Originally, he didn't have much work, but ever since I started doing business, he'd taken on quite a few jobs from me. Not just building houses, but all sorts of factory construction too. So naturally, he was happy. After hearing what I had to say, he nodded repeatedly. I understand everything you've said. I'll gather the crew and get started right away. I looked around the place and said with feeling, you've got to move fast too, don't delay. We've got a lot to do here. My schedule's tight, and I want to get everything done as early as possible so nothing gets held up. Rest assured, don't I know your style by now? When I do a job, I'll definitely take my time from the start to build it solid for you. I smiled and patted his shoulder. Good, then I'll leave this to you. I won't worry about the details. Yes, absolutely no problem. Once all this was handled, I breathed a sigh of relief and drove my sidecar motorcycle home. Before I even reached home, I saw old Zhang waiting there. And the moment he saw me, he nodded in greeting. Uncle Zhang, you're not up on the mountain today? No, someone else is on the mountain today, so I took some time to come down. Mainly, I've got something to tell you. It seems Manager Zhong found a herd of wild boars over there and is inviting us up to hunt. Only then did I remember the arrangement I'd made with Manager Zhong, that once he found wild boars, we'd go hunting together. Come to think of it, the matter of Manager Zhong buying me a donkey still hadn't been settled. How's it going with him buying the donkey? If I'm not mistaken, this time he's calling us over for 2 reasons. First, he wants to go up the mountain and have you help him hunt for some fun, and second, the donkey has most likely already been bought. Then we can't miss this. Come on, let's go right now. All right, but he said to go in the evening. Good, then we'll go in the evening. Go in the evening it was. Old Zhang and I met up, and I drove the sidecar motorcycle carrying him toward the AP Township Forest Farm. By the time we got there, it was around 8 in the evening, and only a single kerosene lamp was still lit at the forest farm. Just as we reached the front, the door of the forest farm's management office opened, and Manager Zhong came out. Overjoyed to see me, he came over with a big smile. You finally came. No word for so long. I thought you'd forgotten all about us. I stepped up and shook his hand, explaining with a smile, Manager Zhong, that's not right. I've been waiting for word from you this whole time. My donkey still hadn't come, and I kept hoping you'd hurry up and resolve it. Waiting so long with no news, I was anxious too. Nothing I could do. They had to go through the proper channels and kept dragging it out. I was anxious too, but couldn't rush them, so I could only wait it out slowly. Luckily, luck was on our side, and the donkeys have come. Come on, let's take a look first. Overjoyed, I hurried to go see the donkeys. Manager Zhong took me to the donkey pen, and when I looked, there were actually 5 donkeys. How'd you get so many? I was surprised. Old Zhong couldn't help teasing too. Manager Zhong, what's this about? What do you need so many donkeys for? Did you do so much drudgery like a beast of burden before that you want real donkeys to come share the load? You know what? That's exactly it. We really are worked like beasts of burden here. Worse than beasts of burden, even. This place is out in the middle of nowhere. Ordinary people don't come, and we're pretty unhappy working here. What you said actually makes a lot of sense. But looking at these donkeys, I felt an itch to act. Can you only sell me one? Why, you want to buy 2 or 3? Manager Zhong was caught off guard, looking at me. I chuckled and nodded. This is actually a surprise even to me. My situation now is a bit different from before. If you really can spare a few more, that'd work. I'd be quite happy to take one more. Why are you suddenly willing to take one more? Tell me, what business are you actually doing? I only knew you were a crack shot. I had no idea you were this good at business too. Manager Zhong grew interested, his face full of surprise. Didn't expect it, did you? Old Zhong said, full of pride. Let me tell you, Qing Shan is the most capable young man in our village. He's growing vegetables now, and business is booming. His vegetables are being sold in the city, and there are tons of buyers. He even got hold of our village's Greenhill Bay and is planning to raise fish. Hardly anyone was doing this sort of thing in those days, and Manager Zhong was dumbfounded when he heard it, sizing me up and down, unable to shake the feeling that this young man didn't look the part. Did I hear right? Really? I spread my hands helplessly and nodded. It's true, but it's just good luck, nothing special. All right then. I always took you for a fearsome hunter and crack shot. Never imagined you'd be this good at business. Well, now I understand. If you want to, take them. This one was extra that the higher-ups gave us, and we can't use it, so it makes sense for you to buy it too. I was overjoyed. If that worked out, my household would have 3 donkeys. Everything would get done faster, and there'd be no conflicts. Then thank you so much, Manager Zhong. What's there to thank? If you really want to thank me, show me your skills tonight. Best if you can bring back a wild boar. It's not that I have to have a wild boar. It's my kid who keeps nagging me every day about how so-and-so is so impressive, asking why I've been here this long and never once brought home a wild boar for him to taste. Tell me, who could stand that? So this time I invited you to help me hunt some good stuff, so I can go home and brag to my kid a little. Is one enough? Listen to you. If we can hunt them, the more the merrier, of course. Old Zhang and I both laughed. I understand everything you've said. Leave this to me. Having seen the donkeys, I felt reassured and went back inside with him, just as old Sue was coming out with a hunting rifle. You finally came. Come, come, come. This time it's our turn to make a move. Old Sue was happy to see us too. Can we head out now? We can. The spot's all scouted. We haven't been pulling your leg. On these matters, we always keep it real. Earlier, old Sue spotted a group of 5 or 6 wild boars on the mountain. We told you about it last time, but for a long while afterward there was no sign of them, so it went quiet. Yesterday, he went up on patrol and found not just 5 or 6, but a group of 12 or 13. 12 or 13. Old Zhang and I both jolted, staring at old Sue in surprise. 12 or 13 indeed. I saw them clear as day, about 5 small ones, and the rest all big. A group of wild boars just wandering around leisurely, looking mighty pleased with themselves. I got excited too. If that were true, it'd be perfect for replenishing the wild boar population in my space. The wild animals that had gone into my space had barely been touched, and afterward I wasn't short on money anyway. The logic was simple. I wanted the population to grow and reproduce, so that down the road I'd have an inexhaustible supply. It was just that the numbers had been a bit low before. Now, hearing there were over a dozen here, if I caught those little boars and put them in, wouldn't that expand the population? Let's go. I chuckled. Today we've got to pull it off no matter what. We'll take that whole group down. If we really can take the whole group, we'll strike it rich this time. Manager Zhong laughed heartily. I chuckled, thinking to myself that yes, we did need to take the whole group. But unfortunately, all the rest would have to end up over at my place. When the time came, I'd just give them one to keep up appearances. Of course, These words I only thought to myself. I wouldn't dare say them out loud to them.